She's 18 and legal. She's retarded.
Our forefathers weren't the Pilgrims. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. The rock was landed on us.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
Pilgrim!
What up, brother? What up, dude? Wiz? What are you getting into, dude? Wait. You know what? I gotta play this.
Hips up, hoes down, next gonna give it to you. Pilgrim, take it on a ride inside. Got Chris and Grace just chillin'.
I Wiz tonight. He's gonna get AI song stuff.
Hutch in the back while smoking on a fatty. Mr. Brian yelling, baby, dropping knowledge on the show. Pimps up,
Yes,
hoes
he did,
down.
brother.
Pimps up,
That
hoes
bro
down,
was
and the
crazy.
chill
He has over
zone.
30 years. Shit. I was listening to most of it. I had to go to sleep. I'm trying to get them watch hours up. Yeah. Get them watch hours up. I'm gonna get time to chill. And Art Bell was
Pimps up, hoes down in the chill
some
zone.
good knowledge, but this dude is also he's good to sleep to.
Pimps up, hoes down in the chill zone.
There we go. Got that theme song out the way. Yeah. This episode I'm about to play for you. No, this was a good friend that Art would have come on quite a bit. Father Michael Magnoir. Yeah. Father Michael was on some powerful shit. So Father Michael Magnoir, he's gonna be talking about exorcisms on the first one. Now, Wiz, what do you think about whenever I play Opie and Anthony, like that shit with Teresa O'Neill, and they're talking about really, really fucked up, grotesque stuff? I was thinking about throwing some of that in on the mix too. You know what I mean? You know? Yeah. I'm going to let her start. Yeah, there's flood warnings. I ain't had no floods yet here in my area. It stopped raining. It's been raining pretty bad all damn day. So I don't know if it's gonna be like sunshine in here, if it's gonna be flooding, or if it's gonna be snowing. There's snow in the forecast for next week too. Believe it or not. Yeah. I want to start trying to get back more to damn like chilling and talking and shit. Actually like sit down, hang out, live streams, chilling with everybody. Yeah. The shit that we come up with and tell each other like as friends, some pretty crazy shit too. But no, yeah, this last night Art he was for the legalization of marijuana, but last night with Art, what really stuck out to me was that dude talking about alternate reality. Yeah, I'm grateful. We had about 20 people watching at one point. Beyond grateful for all of them. Yeah. I think I got like 100 watch hours from that video. And Wiz, like, don't be afraid, dude. Like, don't be afraid to be like sharing your shit out. Engaging with people, dude. You're like top mod at this point. But yeah, without further ado, see the other shit, the funniest stuff, like. Yeah, this is better for late night, kind of chilling. Let me go holler at my lady real quick. I'm gonna play some of this Art. I had to edit the absolute hell out of it last night because of all the songs. But other than that, it went good. Shout out Art Bell. Shout out to the Bell family. I'm not trying to make any money off of it. No, I'm trying to spread knowledge of him. A lot of people, they haven't heard of him. A lot of people, it's been years. Yeah. I'm gonna get back to doing like streams. soon, but I feel like the best way to get my hours up have been do like 12-hour streams on this. Yeah, boom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the message is powerful. I love Opie and Anthony. And Patrice O'Neill, but Art Bell, the Art Bell crowd is more on here. And you see I put all the multiple Z's. There's also Sleepstream. Anyway. Without further ado. 7 o'clock over there for you. It's 8 for me.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's many time zones, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here tonight. It's going to be a good program. It's going to be a scary program. I seem to rotate through virtually every emotion you can imagine doing these shows. All right, the rules for the show are very simple. We only have 2 rules. No bad language and only 1 call per show. That's it. Those are the rules. Thank you to Telos, Keith Rowland, my webmaster, Heather Wade, producer. Oh, Joe Talbot up there at Telos, right? Stream Guys, LV.net, Sales, Pete Eberhardt, Tune In Radio, and Leo Ashcraft for DMN and Dark Matter News and so much more. He does a lot of work, folks, a lot of work. Okay, housekeeping stuff first, I guess. Tonight is our first night on XDS. What you say is XDS. XDS is something that is a satellite downlink service for broadcast stations. So it allows them to easily pick us up and transmit us. Now, in addition to the 20 or 25 stations that we've already listed, tonight I would like to begin reading you some new ones that are just joining tonight. KAWL 1370 AM in York, Nebraska, welcome. KCOG 1400 AM in Centerville, California, or Centerville, Iowa. Boy, I'm not doing very well here, am I? Welcome, 1,000 watts. KBDB, 96.7 FM in Forks, Washington, 25,000 watts. A lot of watts. And here's one I'm in love with. KGUM 567 kilohertz. Is that a giveaway about what it might be? Agana, Guam. 10 kilowatts from Guam. Probably can hear them quite well in the Philippines, actually. I'll test that when I go over. KMAS 1030 AM in Shelton, Washington, 1 kilowatt. Welcome. They also have several translators, 92.9, 105.7 in Olympia, and 103.5 in Shelton. KTNH 1070 AM in Houston, Texas, 5 kilowatts. Hello, Houston. KTKN 930 that's 930 AM in Ketchikan, Alaska, 1 kilowatt. Welcome. Also a translator on 97.5 in Craig, Alaska. KVSF 101.5 FM in Pecos, New Mexico. I'm getting the rhythm now. WDLR 1550 in Delaware, Ohio. Welcome. WJML 1340 AM Lockport, New York. 1 kilowatt. Welcome. WQTT 1270 AM in Marysville, Ohio. 500 watts. Welcome. KTOX 1340 AM Needles, California. Welcome. Needles. Cool. Just down the road, kind of. WLVL in Lockport, New York. 1 kilowatt. Welcome. So that's what I'll read tonight. We'll kind of read these as we go along. Affiliates are coming in like crazy now. And if you want, there'll be many more. If you want us on in your market, then call up your local station manager and drive them crazy. All right. My UFO dream. This is nothing short of hilarious. I mentioned a dream one night I had on the air about a UFO, right? When was it? A couple weeks ago? Somebody went out and produced my dream in video, 3D animation video. It's at artbell.com. If you want something that's probably, you've got to see it. It's one of the funniest things you've ever seen. A dream put into 3D animation. I'm going to play the audio from it here, but trust me, it doesn't do justice. You need to go to artbell.com, and you need to see this. I about fell off the chair when Keith sent it to me earlier. Here's the audio from it, but go see the video. I had the weirdest dream last night. I had a dream about a UFO. How often does that occur? I was in a bus, and I had a camera, right? And I was going out of my mind because there was this plain to see UFO up ahead in my dream. And so I went to the front of the bus trying to get, a decent picture of the thing, which was just ahead of us hovering. And I couldn't get a picture of it. And then finally I did, went around the corner. So I can't remember. It was in the dream, right? What do I know? I got a picture of the UFO, or a couple of pictures, and then you're going to love this. Somehow or another, I got to the UFO, and some little green guy, he wasn't really green, but an alien of some kind, reached out, grabbed my camera, and took it in, and I beat on his saucer. I beat the hell out of it, and out comes this arm with my camera, and I was happy. I remember in my dream being happy. And then, of course, I looked at my camera, and the two pictures of the UFO that I took were gone. Ooh, was I angry. So maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's kind of like real life, huh? The pictures are always gone. This one was really gone. Well, that's it. You have to see the animation that goes with this. It is hilarious. What a job this guy did. Somebody, let's see, who is it? Amanda writes to me that she listened to one of my old interviews on YouTube, and she said, man, you were a lot meaner back then. Was I really mean back then? Am I not mean now? Maybe I need to get my mean on. By the way, if somebody wants to call early here, I'll take one early call. You've heard the bad news, and it couldn't be worse. It's, again, in America, again and again and again. Even the president said it like that again. A gunman opened fire at an Oregon community college on Thursday, killed at least a dozen people. Now that's down to 9 dead, maybe 20 wounded. The numbers are fluctuating all around. We don't know. We don't know anything about the people killed. We don't know anything about the gunman. He was in his 20s, they say, and that's all they say, really, so we don't know. I did hear one thing, that he had posted something on a social media site saying it's the only way he's ever going to get in the news. Really? That was his reason? It's the only way he's ever going to get in the news? Really? You think it's so great being in the news? President Obama went on the tube and talked to the nation, and he said, we're becoming numb to mass shootings, and we are. And naturally, he talked about gun control. We don't have a gun problem in America. There are a lot of guns. We have a mental health problem in America. Ronald Reagan, much to my distress, because I loved the man, but he opened up the doors of the mental health facilities and pretty much ejected everybody a long time ago, and it's never been the same since. And now I think we're in a worse situation now, mental health-wise, and obviously, the people who lobby for guns, they're right. Guns don't kill people. People do that. And they do it because they're mentally ill. I mean, how is it not mentally ill to kill a whole bunch of people in a college because it was the only way you were going to get on the news? You know, there had to be signs. There just had to be. Oh, okay. I see somebody's calling. So let me very quickly answer the phone and try to get it on here. Okay, so line 2, you're on the air. What the hell do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to share a dream with you.
Well, no dreams tonight. I've got something really important to do. Get off my line.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right. Bye. Don't let it happen again. Is that what you mean? That was cruel. If you're out there listening, I'm sorry. I can't be mean. Not really. I mean, I could be, but what would be the point? All right, coming up after the break, we've got something really special for you. Father Michael L. Maginot was born in Gary, Indiana in 1957. He's a couple of years, decade or so younger than I am. He went to Rome for theology and gained an STL degree in biblical theology in 1984. Father Mike was ordained a priest on July 2nd of 1983. He would then be later sent back to Rome to gain a JCL degree in canon law at the Pontifical Gregorian University in 2000. When he returned, he would be assigned to St. Stephen Martyr Parish as administrator, with duties also at the tribunal in the Diocese of Gary. For 3 years, he was in charge of the tribunal as judicial vicar for the diocese, then became pastor of the parish. In 2012, he was given permission by the bishop to be an exorcist for the Amon family. I'm having trouble with mouth tonight. The Amon family, I believe that is correct, in Gary, Indiana, whose case eventually would receive worldwide notoriety. It was a really serious exorcism. So, in a moment, coming up is Father Maginot, and I really think that this is one that you're going to sort of want to, I don't know, take a moment and take a deep breath and get ready for. Because it's going to be rough stuff. I mean, we're talking, I guess, about the devil here. In fact, we'll find out very early what it is we're talking about. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell with Midnight.
At the terror in each sip and in each sup, will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right, here we go. I couldn't resist, of course, that song at the beginning. Father Mike Maginot, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Thank you.
You're located in a cold place, right?
Near Chicago.
Near Chicago. That's a cold place. In fact, I was in Chicago in the winter, and boy, they're not kidding about the Windy City. When it gets down near zero and the wind is going around those buildings, wow, that's about the... I've lived in cold places, and that about did it. So, where to begin with you, sir? Father, is evil real?
Very much.
Okay, a lot of people doubt that, you know. In fact, a lot of people doubt a lot of things, but especially evil, both good and evil. In fact, a lot of people doubt both. I once interviewed over many months a man named Father Malachi Martin. Have you ever heard the name?
Yes.
Okay. Sort of a heretic with regard to the Vatican, but he had a lot of interesting things to say. For example, He used to say that walking down the streets of New York, he could tell when he passed a person if they were perfectly possessed. An interesting phrase. In other words, he explained it by saying, well, they have a job, they have a life, and they have certain things they want in that life, money, fame, whatever it is. They've made their deal, and they're satisfied with it. Does that sound like some people perfectly possessed?
Yes, because they look pretty much like, as you said, a normal person, but they have been totally dedicated themselves to the working with Satan against God.
Yes, sir. Is it possible that a person in a quiet moment, perhaps a moment of, I don't know, despair or greed or something, would sit down and in their own mind, I mean, we have this classic movie definition of the devil trotting in with horns and a contract that you have to sign, but you really could make your pact with the devil quietly, silently, and all by yourself, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can a curse cause somebody to be possessed?
That is becoming more common than people think.
Really?
Because a curse would be put on someone by one who would be perfectly possessed, someone who has dedicated themselves to working totally against God, working with Satan, has invited him into their life, and it is in that relationship that Satan, the devil, tries to get them to do more and more of his work, which they are usually most willing to go along with. Occasionally, there does come the time when they can go no farther. And that's probably when we get called in, because now they will fight against that relationship.
Okay, if I might. So if we consider, for example, somebody who's perfectly possessed, and I don't know, their deal with the devil was, I want to rise to the top of my business, and somebody gets in their way, that perfectly possessed person could, in effect, put a curse against somebody in their way and have something bad happen to them.
Yes, to do that, they would usually have to first develop a friendship with that person. It usually starts, they actually are trying to get them on board with themselves, with Satan, so it is maybe a mentoring or some sort of relationship that is developed as like a friendship.
Mm-hmm.
But in the course of that, they also want to make sure that that friendship is maintained. And so they want to get a personal object of that person, something very special to them.
Wow.
Or else they could also give something to that person that person would consider to be very special. And so that forges the bond between the person. So you have to establish that first. And then it's usually only when that person turns away from them, then that they use that object to form a curse. And it's kind of to get them back, to intimidate them, to scare them. But usually it has the opposite effect. It drives them further away. But that's, and it takes a ritual, to come to do that. So that's why you have to be perfectly possessed.
Father,
do a ritual that way.
Right. What you have described, particularly involving the personal object or maybe a lock of hair or whatever, and then a ritual. This sounds, I have interviewed witches on the air, Father.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not to my credit, but I do interview witches. And frankly, that is exactly what they say that they need to do their job of some kind of spiritual warfare, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
That sound about right?
Yeah, so it is the sending of some demon to them. Now, it's a demon that's already they are tied with, and that demon will bother them, until they
switch this art
would
up.
have it be sent to someone else.
Ooh.
So,
okay. We also have talked on this program about the next thing, and that is generational curses. People claim that they have generations of their family that have had curses laid on them. This happens. It is effective.
yeah, that would be like from mother to daughter. Usually, that's the usual way. Mother to son. Occasionally, father, to child as well. But it seems tends to be women more pass that on
Really?
to their children, and it is usually those that are involved in occult type of practices, Santeria, voodoo, things like that.
Would it be your view, Father, that people who toy around
One 0.37 seconds. What up, y'all? Hey, Gma. This to you. I'm not playing anything like pornographically explicit. All educational good stuff. So good to see you. Have a good time. I'm gonna keep this bad boy rolling. Hold on, man.
From the high desert in the great
from now,
American
whenever I go to
Southwest,
work,
which tonight is
today I'm gonna
peaceful, wonderful,
I'm gonna wake up this
calm.
morning. Like in the morning, I am gonna wake up and say like, "What up, y'all? Good morning." But so this stream is gonna be running from now to 9 o'clock in the morning. Be a whole bunch of Art Bell marathon. Yeah, whiz me. That's why I don't drink it. Whenever I drink, I start saying shit that I shouldn't say.
No storms around.
My father was a bad drunk, still is.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in God's universe. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. It's great to be here. This is night number 2, so I know that, a lot of you are new, and you're going to have to excuse me for this, but I'm going to roll over. I know that, a lot of you are new.
Right. You are right. Would I stop it? I don't know. Sometimes I'm like that. Sometimes that's how I am. Father Michael Manuel.
Toy around with things like
this is where we're at, right, Gma?
Ouija boards are possibly calling forth things they're not going to be so happy that come.
Yeah, so that's the second way of kind of inviting a demon into your life. Now, they can never, there's the normal way that any devil demon comes to a person, and that's through what's normally allowed by God is temptation. Any demon could tempt you, and that's pretty much putting an idea in your head. They speak to us telepathically that way. So you get this strange idea in your head, and that any person is open to that experience. To go further, then it would need an invitation on our part to invite a demon more into our lives beyond that. And so Ouija boards, tarot cards, palm reading, fortune telling, those kind of occult practices.
What up, W. Dale, over on my one kick viewer?
Are ways to open up our lives to having a demon to have further control in it. Now, a lot of times, curiosity is the first thing that kind of gets people to go into that. And probably the best thing to happen to a person would be they get scared of that and never touch it again.
Right.
But the demon working that doesn't really want that experience. They want to intrigue us and entice us and, encourage us to go further and further with them. But it does have, that's kind of the risk they take, when they kind of see something happening, either the person will get scared and stop it or get intrigued and get more involved in it. And so that's where it starts to begin. We open the door to them in our lives. But once you open that door, we lose control on when we could tell them to leave, because now they kind of have taken control. We have given them that opportunity. And so when we don't want them anymore, they're going to fight that. And that's, again, when we kind of get called, is because they want us to get more and more involved in their business, their life. And when we don't want it, we want to break it, then they're going to go from kind of a friendship type of thing to an attack and turn on us, to intimidate us, so they'll go from enticement to fear.
Right. Father, have you ever, how long have you been a priest now? How many years?
32 years.
32 years. In that time, have you ever had weak moments in your own faith, or have you felt your faith challenged? That's a hard question. You can say, I'd rather not answer that.
Yeah. There are always challenges, but I don't think anything that was really, I guess probably the biggest time would have been when I did leave the seminary. There was, I had a girlfriend, and so I left the seminary my sophomore year in college, and so I had to deal with that, but I did come, and ended up seeing that I was called to be a priest, and came back. But that was a difficult time.
Boy, that must have been rough. Indeed, very rough. And it was sort of an impertinent question. I probably shouldn't have asked, but as we go on tonight, it may be that people will understand the reason for it. I think you've also had opportunities to see your faith strengthened enormously, and we'll talk about that. We've got the long break we talked about is here, and then we'll come back and really get going. Father, stand by. Father Michael Martineau is my guest. He did an exorcism that was nationwide. Well, it made nationwide news. Let's talk about that. And then we'll also talk with the Father about what happened in the nation today. We'll be right back.
Midnight sweeps across America. You found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952. Call ART, that's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right. This is going to be quite a program. Father Martineau did an exorcism that made nationwide, maybe worldwide news, and you're going to hear about it. It was a very serious one with witnesses before, and it's really complicated and amazing what he did. And the reason I asked him about his faith was, without going into the details of the exorcism yet, we'll get to that, it just seems to me that coming face to face with whatever it is you came to face with, the devil or a demon, that would be actually a faith-affirming moment. Would that be right, Father?
Oh, yes, definitely. because dealing with a demon, they have an intelligence that is far superior to ours and very manipulative, and so we do have to have it based on a faith in God, who is more powerful, or else we would come to think that without that what we are facing is the most powerful thing we ever seen.
Yes.
But knowing that God is more powerful, it is that protection that enables us to carry out that.
I mean, if anybody ever doubted God, certainly coming face to face with the demon or with the devil, that would do the trick, it seems to me. Anyway, before we move on, Father, today something awful happened again up in Oregon at a community college, and a guy went in with a rifle of some kind and shot apparently 9 dead, maybe 20 wounded. And our president came on and talked to the nation about it. And you could see that our president was very dejected. And it is, I completely understand, it is so mystifying to me and so many others when this sort of thing happens, and again and again and again and again. And it's almost like something, I mean, there was a quote on social media, Father, that said the guy said something like, "It's the only way I'll ever get in the news." Yeah. And so the other thing Father Malachi Martin said is that possession is up hundreds of percent in New York City and nationwide, he thought, as well. And, you know, I'm not sure where else we go for an explanation. I'm not the gun lobby, but Father, it's not the guns. It's people's decisions to use them that's going on here. It's mental health. Or maybe it's what we're talking about. What do you think?
Yeah, the devil does have all kinds of tools that get us into his world, which is hatred of mankind. And in my particular case, an exorcism, which is a ritual, pretty much only works against evils that were ritualized in. You know, as we were talking about curses and Ouija boards and
yes,
playing with the occult and things like that.
That's right.
But he also has many other tools that are more, say, normal. But exorcism wouldn't work on that. But they do take possession of the person, from beginning with different addictions like alcohol, gambling, sex addiction, also video games, and those types of things also kind of take possession of the person slowly but surely. And they start out perhaps maybe as good things. There's, you know, whenever anything is done in moderation, it's a good or the purpose that was designed by God, because, you know, God does give us good things, or enable us to create good things to kind of let loose the endorphins that he created in us to help us to get that little oomph so that we could do difficult things that are responsibilities. Mm-hmm. And so it's nice to have a nice balance between those things. So where there's things we like to do that help us to do the responsibilities or duties that we also need to carry out. And to have that nice balance in life is very good. But the problem with addictions and such, with endorphins and such, is there's a law of diminishing returns.
Oh, yes.
And so we think to do it again is going to, you know, keep that high going, but it diminishes, and that's in God's design, because it's only those things are just there to give us a boost, to help us deal with the more difficult, normal things of life that we have to deal with, and so they don't get us down completely. And so But when we just go and do them over and over and over, then that defeats the purpose. And so it's not putting the little spice of life in each little, in some of these things that we enjoy doing to enable us to live, and do the things that God also wants us to do, which are sometimes difficult, the daily drudgeries.
All right, but Father, this thing of people just suddenly deciding to walk into schools and kill children.
Yeah.
There's something going on here that's way, way beyond my understanding.
Yeah, that's probably something, we need to see what does lead people to that, because it does have to, something brought about a meaninglessness in their life, that all of a sudden, that's a long thing that Satan had to do to drag a person down into thinking that, their life is meaningless, and the only thing that's left for them to do is to kill a whole mess of people so they could get on the news. I mean, for a person to come to that level, it takes a long time.
One would think. Or is it possible? Is it possible that a demon can grab somebody's thoughts, maybe a person who's already weak due to one of the things that you described, and put the thought in their mind to just go and do this horrid kind of thing?
Yeah. So it does, they would have to lose the purpose that God had for them in their life. And so it is something that seemed to be a good that has taken hold of them. And the more it takes hold of them, and the more it keeps them away from doing what God wants them to do. And so all of a sudden their life turns to be meaningless, and they kind of get into despair, and there's nowhere else to turn, and then there's a hatred of themselves, and that turns to a hatred toward others. And so it is the very process a demon, a devil uses to get us into a hell, away from God so much that all of a sudden there doesn't seem to be anything else out there except what he suggests. Now, but the person has to be brought to that point before they would do something like that.
So that's a process you're describing. It's not instant. It's a process.
No, it's a long, so that just didn't happen overnight. It's not like, we get to be tempted. Oh, let's go to the school and take our gun and shoot everyone.
Yes.
That doesn't happen. That for a person to get to that point, the devil has been working on them a long time, slowly taking possession. Now, we always have free will, and we're always free to come to get away from that. But there does come to see this cycling darkness that, as we get involved in something over and over and over, to the point that we're no longer, doing what God created us to do, and we're, and it seems this dark, hopeless thing that we finally come to the point where the devil wanted us to do this type of thing. And so I think we do need to see when a person is cycling down,
there's my point.
Get them out of that.
Yeah, why doesn't somebody see this cycling? Either parents or friends or fellow students, or my gosh, somebody has got to be seeing this go on. If you say it's a process, the long process you talk about, I don't know. There's no answers that make any sense to me. To what end, Father, do demons possess the living? In other words, what is the point to the demon? Why are they jealous? Do they want to have physical bodies, or feel they have physical bodies, or what? Why?
It probably goes all the way back to the very beginning, because a demon is a fallen angel, and in the very beginning, the book of Genesis doesn't really speak about the creation of angels, but we kind of have a hint of it in the first verse, that in the beginning, when God created heaven and the earth, there was this formless void. There was this chaos. And it's before the visible universe was created with the light. And so there was the creation of the invisible universe of the spirits created in God's image and likeness. But they didn't really have anything to do. So it's kind of chaotic. They're free will, but, they're kind of just bumping into, have nothing to do, kind of bumping into each other. So it's kind of a chaotic mess. And so God now will create the visible universe. And so he created light, and the first person who carried out the light is Lucifer, who means light bearer. And so he was the highest, the first creature given a job to take care of the light, to bear it. And then God gave other commands, and then, then all the angels, the whole invisible creation now became involved in the visible creation. And
I agree.
We're involved in all kinds of things.
Angels.
You're saying at the beginning now, let me get this straight. At the beginning, Lucifer was the keeper of light.
Yeah, so Lucifer was the highest of the angels. So he carried out the very first task of God, the very first order command. So God said, let there be light, and there was light. So God created the light, and Lucifer bore that light, carried it.
Lucifer doesn't have that light anymore, though, right?
No. Now, he considered himself to be, he knew he was the greatest. He was the first asked by God, and so...
I just want to say, we got like 100 watch hours from you guys watching, sleeping to this, chilling, talking, everything. Thank you guys so much.
So he had that idea that he's the greatest. Then when God created, and then there was now everything went from good to very good with the creation of man in his image and likeness. He then, when God rested, and creation was complete. He then gave Lucifer the second command, and he wanted him to now take care of man, to be his guardian angel, to be the guardian angel of Adam.
Really?
Now, that was very insulting to him, because he felt he was the greatest of creatures, and man was kind of the, even though he was created in God's image and likeness. And there was also one thing that Lucifer's a little bit jealous of, too, was that man was given the command to be fruitful and multiply. He could reproduce like all the other living things of God's creation can reproduce. An angel can't, so that they can't reproduce. So
contrary to what many people think, the devil, Lucifer, cannot reproduce or do anything with a human woman.
Now, actually, in Genesis, there was a suggestion that there was this that created the flood, was that actually Lucifer, before I get into that, let me just kind of complete the thought.
Go ahead.
Because he felt that man, which was a lesser creature than himself, should serve him, instead of what God was asking him to serve man. So he had an idea that of a master-slave relationship is the proper order for creation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, God, as a father, had the idea that his order is that the greater serves the lesser. So it's a father, son, parent, child, a mother taking care of a baby type of a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was these two mentalities that now came in conflict. Now, when Lucifer refused to do that, he was now going to show God who's boss. and he was going to, not do what God wanted, but what he was going to enslave man. And so he was going to turn man away from God, away from his command, and have him do what his bidding. And so, and when he came to actually lower himself, so he went from being the highest creature to now lowering himself to kind of crawling on the earth and embracing the earth and taking over the earth, so to speak. But that was and eating its dust and all this kind of stuff. So he lowered and he ceased to be that angel of light and now became a serpent, now became crawling on the ground. But it was, again, so that mankind would also would also lose what God designed for it and come to join him in the same way. And so that would begin the great battle. And so it's went from a relationship of love to one of domination. And so, and that would be, mankind would kind of give into that. Then once Lucifer, Satan saw that he no longer had his high position, and he was jealous, became jealous and hateful of man, because now man seemed to be able to do something he couldn't do, which was reproduce. And so now he had to come up with a way to try to reproduce using man, cooperation. And so it seemed like he formed what is known as the Nephilim, which is a race of giants that made mankind so evil. And it's kind of in ancient times, medieval times, there would be demons that were known as incubus and incubi and succubi.
Right.
So the incubus is one who would attack a female, and a succubi is one who would attack a male. So he seemed to do what I think in our modern times we see this activity more as aliens, extraterrestrials doing this, but where he would come to take the seed of man, the sperm of man, join it with an egg of a woman, and implant it in the woman, so that the woman would give birth to a child, but outside of the plan of God. And so instead of God implanting a human soul in that, he could enter into that and be take that body, possession of that body. And so there came to be that race of giants, these demonized human beings that started to grow up, which corrupted the world so bad that God had to destroy it and start again from scratch with Noah and such.
All right, Father, we've got to hold it right there. We're at a break, so stand by, and we'll be right back. Father Mike Maginot is my guest. Just wait till you hear what's ahead. It'll be quite an exorcism. UFOs named John Lear, and I guess it'll bother me until the day I die, but John Lear said, Art, when you die, you're going to see the light.
Real quick, gonna pause. What is up, chat? Hey, Tree says, let me see what else I have. I was out walking the dog. We're gonna get back to the podcast. You sewed up to Wiz? Nice. Yeah, Wiz is cool as fuck. He's a good dude. Now back to the show.
And there's going to be darkness, and you're going to have a choice to make. And he said, don't go to the light. It's a trick. That's bothered me ever since I heard it, Father.
When you die? No. Actually, you want to go to the light, which
I would
is
think.
Angels
toward
have
God.
free
As
choice.
long as Lucifer doesn't have it anymore.
No.
Oh, good.
He lost that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on. I mean, here you are, a priest, and you get a call, apparently, from, is it the Ammons family? Is that correct?
Amon's.
Okay, Amon's family. That's a long A. Okay. Amon's family, and they wanted your help. And
let me ask you guys this real quick, or I'm on the thought. Where did that, everybody had this sin nature that's inherent in us all, some believe. I personally do. Now, where do you think the sin nature came from, though? That's the thing. Like, who did God create the sin nature, the free will, the choice? Create the choice. He creates every path. What do y'all think?
And why did they want your help? What was going on?
Yeah, I kind of got involved in all this by accident. I cover for the Catholic priest chaplain who works in the two Methodist hospitals in our area, one in Gary, one in Maryville, next door. And his days off are Friday and Saturday. And so I usually get called in for emergencies.
Right.
And so on the Friday, April 20th, 2012, I was doing what I normally do on Friday morning as my Bible study class. Mm-hmm. And I got the call from the Methodist Hospital in Gary from the chaplain who asked me to come over to do an exorcism. And I said, why's that? And he mentioned that this 9-year-old boy was seen by several professional staff people walking up the wall backwards and flipping over his grandmother, and they ran out of the room, and they got the security to look in that. The security then called the police. They called the chaplain.
Would you mind rolling over that again? You said that he was walking up a wall backward?
Backwards, yeah. So the way it happened, it was the Child Protective Services were noticing that the children, the 3 children, were missing school a lot, and sometimes when they were at school, they would have things like bloody noses, bloody gums, and different things. And so there was a lot of suspicion that something wasn't right at home.
Right.
And so they kind of got involved and asked, and it was the mother and grandmother were kind of watching over the children. Sure. And so they took them to their doctor to have them examine the children.
Yes.
And to see what's wrong.
Family doctor, right?
The family doctor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so in that doctor's office, it first of all started with what would happen is this demon would jump from one child to the other. And so it would affect one child and then do crazy things and then jump to the next one and continue probably to do about similar type of things.
So, walking up a wall backwards, that's movie stuff. I mean, do you have other people who saw this happen, witnesses?
Yeah, there's a couple of professional witnesses. One was the child protective agent, and the other one was a psychological nurse, and I think a psychiatric doctor also saw the same thing. So they were, but that was at the hospital in the emergency room, which they took the children to after the doctor's office. Because in the doctor's office, one boy was picked up and thrown into the wall.
What?
And before that, they were kind of growling and saying everyone must die, very grovelly voice. And
Father, hold on.
Their eyes were rolling.
Right. Oh, no, I'm getting this, Father. Just stop for a second. It's a 9-year-old boy we're talking about right now. How many children totally?
There's 3 children.
Three.
The 2 boys are they were right in the time of their birthdays. So it was like one was like 7 turning to 8. The other one was 9 turning to 10.
Right.
And then one was the girl was the oldest, was 11 turning to 12. Their birthdays were right around that time.
7, 9, and 11. Okay. And you're saying that this demon jumped between all of these children back and forth?
Yeah, it would kind of jump from one to the other when it was active. And it also, we originally found it stemmed from the mother, but no one kind of knew it at that time. But and so when one boy got thrown against the wall, he would kind of fall asleep, and they couldn't wake him up.
Father, do you mean up into the air and up against the wall like that?
Yeah, they saw him like be picked up, thrown to the wall, and knocked down, and then he kind of fell. Then he would be like unconscious.
Right.
And then the second boy was also kind of acting strange. Now he was kind of saying things, everyone must die, and growling and such, and then he kind of like fell asleep, went unconscious. But they couldn't wake them up, the boys, and also the doctor, when he was seeing all this, he said, "I have no idea what all this is. This is beyond my capacity. We got to call the ambulance." So they got 2 ambulances to take the 2 boys to the emergency room at the hospital. And
7-year-old.
Okay, now I'm listening to the show now for sure, and I'd say evil genetically passed down. Like, is it genetic? That I wouldn't know if I want to say it's genetic, but like you said, children commit crimes and murders. But I don't hear about that happening all over the world. I hear about that happening in developed parts of the world. We don't have news coming from the uncontacted tribes.
Than the 9-year-old.
So they went and it didn't seem to. I think the girl was there, but she didn't seem to be affected at that time. It seemed like they brought the first thing happened to one boy, the next thing happened to the other boy, and then that's when they called the emergency, the ambulance.
Well, sure, yeah, I can only imagine a family doctor in his office seeing all this go on. It would be hands up, hands off, take them away.
Yeah. And I think the girl went with the mother and grandmother, and they followed the ambulance. The child protective servant agent also went over there. Now, when they got to the emergency room, the youngest boy it was going berserk. And so it took like 5 guys to hold him down. They tried to restrain him and all that. And I think they ended up finally sedating him, and they kept him overnight for observation.
Sure.
And so it would be the next morning, the family would come back, the grandmother, mother, and also the girl would also come back. And in the morning, again, the one boy was kind of always talking about this boy, his friend. Now he would see this boy in the closet at their home that would talk to him about what it's like to die, what it's like to be killed. And so and then all of a sudden he'll start growling, and then again you go uncontrollable, and then it take again like 5 guys to try to hold him down, and then they'll try to strap him into the bed and into the gurney and all that, and sedate him. Then it kind of jumped to the other boy in the other observation room.
The 9-year-old?
So the 7-year-old was with the mother, and then it jumped into the other boy in the other room. This is the 9-year-old, and he was with his grandmother. And now he started acting strange. Now this is, so you had staff in these 2 rooms, okay?
Sure.
So, and all of a sudden when the 9-year-old started acting strange, he would start growling. He would start like hitting his grandmother with headbutting her in her stomach, and says it's now time to die, and then she would try to coax him back, calling his name, and she was holding on to his hands, and as she was trying to coax him back, calling his name, she was backing him up against the wall, and as he came up to the wall, he started to there's two ways that it's described, that he walked up the wall. Some say he kind of like skated up the wall, glided up the wall, just kind of lifted up the wall. So that there was kind of a couple different descriptions of that. Then some say he walked on the ceiling, but he kind of flipped over his grandmother. So it was more, he flipped over his grandmother, sat in the chair, and then looked at everyone who was kind of in that room, and gave this like Grinch-like grin, to them, and his his eyes were white, So, and they ran, and everyone who was in that room ran out, and
what I would have done. Definitely, what I would have done. This is really scary stuff. And you're saying there's plenty of witnesses to all of this.
Yeah.
I've got somebody who said yes. It was on Fox News. It's been all over the place. So this is that case. My goodness. Continue, Father. I don't know what to say.
So when I heard that story, I said, okay, there is something there, but I explained to them, I can't do anything now. I have to get permission from the bishop to do this, and I need to do an investigation. But I am willing to meet with everyone, and so I feel free to give them my contact information, and I'll meet with them as soon as possible.
Right.
And so what ended up happening is the three children were taken away from the parents, away from the mother and grandmother. So two of them the two older ones were put into with the Carmelite sisters in the area that take care of foster children.
Right.
But the 7-year-old who, it took like 5 guys to hold down, and who was talking about, what it's like to die and such, and seeing the boy in the closet at his home and such, he was taken to a children's psychiatric lockdown unit in another hospital, psychiatric hospital in another part of our area here.
So at this point, even after all of this and all of these witnesses, you're still not involved in the sense of doing an exorcism. I mean, you would think that when any medical person saw any of what you just described, they would, that's not in any of the books I read when I was becoming a nurse or a doctor. No way.
Yeah.
So I guess when were you then involved?
So I then contacted the mother and grandmother contacted me. They mentioned their children were taken away, and I said, okay, I can meet with you at the home, at your home on Sunday evening after my last Mass. I have a 5 o'clock Mass. I'm done at 6, so I could get there about 6:30. So I went to their home at 6:30 and was there for about 4 hours to do an investigation.
Right.
And the first 2 hours were pretty much them telling the whole story. And it all kind of started when they moved into the house. And the reason she moved into the house was that she was trying to get away from
I respect everybody's opinions.
She found out was a married man.
I'm open to listening to stuff and hearing stuff and even having objects, but I love Jesus is God. He's Lord.
And her his wife.
But I do get down. I get down with anything. But my beliefs, I respect others' beliefs. Like, I'm more of like a silent Christian at this point. Like, I feel like Jonah sometimes, but I just, I'm cussing, smoking, drinking Mick Ultra right now.
It called her I guess she discovered her phone number on his phone.
Found her.
And says, "What are you doing with my husband?" And she says, "Oh, I didn't know he's married. Don't worry, this relationship is over." And it kind of explained a lot of things. But she did say something that was kind of strange. And she said, "You will regret ever messing with my husband." And she said, "Well, don't worry, this is over." But he wouldn't let it go, and so he kept on kind of stalking her almost. And so she felt the best way was to move away and not let him know where they're going. So her brother's landlord said that there was a house available very cheap. And so and they went to see it, and so they decided to move in there. And but I guess the boyfriend eventually found out where she moved to. Probably he followed her from work or something like that, and eventually found where she was living at, and then started to show up again. But when they moved into the house, it seemed to be things. First of all, that they saw all kinds of horseflies. This is about November, so it's kind of late in the season for that. But so especially on the porch, and they were usually these a lot of dead horseflies, and so they would sweep them up, and the next day they'll find a whole mess of more, and they kept on sweeping up the horseflies.
Wow.
Then one time she saw someone walking back and forth, pacing in their living room. I think this was the grandmother, and she thought someone broke into their house. So when she jumped out of bed and turned on the light, no one was there. But when they looked on the ground, on the floor, there was muddy footprints.
Wow.
And they seemed to come up from the basement area. And then later on, they would hear footsteps coming up the basement. And so the way they kind of dealt with that was to put a lock on the the door from the kitchen to the basement. And then all of a sudden, they would hear steps coming up the steps, and then pounding on the door.
Oh, good Lord.
And when they would go and open it, they would see no one. And then other times they would hear dogs barking out there, and then they would open up that door but not see anything.
Father, especially with regard to somebody coming up the steps to the locked door from the basement and pounding on the door, and then nobody being there. No offense, but how does anybody stay in a house with that kind of action going on? I just, you see it in movies, and you're sitting here screaming, "Get the heck out of that house!" And of course, they never do. And I guess they had a good deal on this house, and they didn't have a lot of money, so no choice.
Yeah, they were kind of trapped. So that's usually the one thing that keeps people from moving out. They have, they sign a lease and things, and so they would be liable to pay the whole thing, and so they really didn't have anywhere else to go, and so it was kind of livable in the early part. It seemed to escalate through the winter time. As I mentioned, the kids were starting to wake up with blood on their pillows and bloody noses, bloody gums, bloody lips, and things like that. But they couldn't see, the blood would just kind of appear out of nowhere and, then kind of go away.
Was it at that point when you interviewed Mom and Grandma, at that point, were they noticing that this was moving from child to child?
Yeah, it was. They didn't see it be jumping, but it would affect one child one day, then another one another day, and another one another day, and such. So it was never, but never was it two at the same time. So they didn't kind of see that later. They would see something happening to the one child, but it would affect all three. And it wouldn't be till they kind of saw later that never was two things happening to two of them at the same time.
I see. All right. You had a pretty good, long, substantial interview with Mom and Grandma. I guess Mom was Latoya Amons. Is that correct?
Yes, Latoya. Yes.
Latoya. Okay. What did you come away with from that interview? What did you make of her?
Yeah, actually, because I was always trying to figure out, when you're doing this, you're trying to figure out what's the source of this, what brought this in.
Right.
And now we're trying to do this without the kids there, because they're there. So,
of course, yes.
And she didn't know quite, so I'm asking, what do you think, did they get involved in, kind of, did they play a game, Ouija board, video game,
right.
We're trying to, and they pretty much, we couldn't come up with anything like that. Latoya then was mentioning that she also started to have kidney ailments and went to the doctor 3 times, like in January, with 3 different kidney ailments. And then one time, the only time the grandmother seemed to be affected was one time she was washing clothes in the basement, and all of a sudden something choked her, and she had to get out of the basement. But that was the only time she was ever attacked. But she did mention one time she saw all kinds of sand in the basement strewn over the floor, and so she had to sweep it up, and it was like 2 buckets worth of sand that she had to sweep up from the basement and throw it outside. And then everything seemed to escalate with the last time the boyfriend came over to the house. Now, they would never she didn't want anything to do with the boyfriend, would always tell her, go back to your wife, this is over with and such. And he would keep on showing up, and they would try to keep, just tell him, to go. But the last time he came to the house, he wanted to give the boys $5 each, but he didn't give anything to the girl, and I kind of found that strange. And I asked, why was that? And I think Latoya was at work when that happened, and Rosa, the grandmother, was calling her and says, he's here, and says, get rid of him. And he says he wants to give the boys something. What does he want to give them? $5 each. And he said, okay, that's okay. And but I asked, why did he give something to the boys and nothing to the girl? And so Rosa said that he said that the boys needed this incentive to be good, but the girl didn't. But it just struck me, there's something bizarre and all that. And so 3 days later is when kind of everything escalated in the house. And it was a family gathering. Their whole family was at the house. And all of a sudden, the girl gets, they're all sitting in the living room and such, and the girl gets pulled off the couch, and she's landed on the floor. And everyone looks at her and says, what are you doing? She says, someone pulled me off the couch. And then she started, my stomach's hurting and such. She was feeling sick. And then they would kind of take her to her room, and they were kind of trying to take care of her, and she's feeling nauseous. They would see her stomach kind of bulging, and such, and her legs kind of bulging and all that. And then Rosa went to the kitchen to get a washcloth so she could put on her head. And all of a sudden, behind her, in their living room, they had a freezer, and because there wasn't room in the kitchen. And all of a sudden, one of the boys got thrown into the freezer, and she turned around, and everyone heard this big boom, and said, "What happened to you?" And said, "Someone threw me into the freezer," and then he started to get sick.
Now, wait a minute. This is a freezer that is closed, right?
This is like a refrigerator freezer. So it's but it's in the living room because they didn't have room in their kitchen for it.
So
That's
it
right,
opened and he went
No,
flying.
it's a closed freezer, but
Okay.
he got thrown like at the doctor's office. He got
Thrown up against
thrown up against it, and everyone just heard the boom and turned around and saw him. You know, they thought he ran into it. He said, "No, someone threw me into the freezer," and he says, "There's no one else around here." You know, so then he started getting sick. And so they then took him into the bedroom, and the same things were happening to him. He was feeling nauseous. His stomach was, bumps were appearing, and his legs, bumps were, and bulges and things were appearing.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, the third boy was in the bathroom, and he got thrown out of the bathroom and went flying. And everyone turns around and says, what happened to you? He says, someone threw me out of the bathroom. And then all of a sudden he got sick, the same way.
Right.
And with that, then everyone's leaving. I said, we're getting out of here. This is bizarre.
Right.
And so they kind of heard some of the stories before of what was happening. But this is the first time the family actually witnessed what was going on. And so all the family leaves except for a cousin, and she asked her parents if she could stay overnight with the girl, and they said that was okay. And so everyone left, and so they're kind of getting ready for bed. Everything seemed to settle down, and so and they turn off the lights in the bedroom and such. And Rosa and Latoya were about ready to get into bed and such, and they heard this scream, and they come running into the bedroom and open the door and turn on the light, and they see their daughter fall onto the bed. And the cousin said that she screamed because the girl was 2 feet off the bed, levitated.
Oh, okay.
And the girl didn't know. She woke up, after she fell on the bed, and she didn't know anything, what happened. And so they now kind of saw, well, we better do something. Before they were Baptist, but their church wouldn't help them out with the other things earlier. But Rosa's mother, who was kind of a shut-in in an apartment, had a neighbor who belonged to this deliverance church. They do deliverance services.
Yes.
And so Rosa tried to call her mother and to have them come over to see if they could do anything but it took all kinds of different things were happening, interfering with their phone calls, so she would call them. One would call the other, and one would hear them, but wouldn't hear the other. And then the other one would call back, and you would hear the one, but not the other.
Electronic interference.
So it's like electronic interference. Then all of a sudden, they would call again, and there was this, staticky, but it sounded like a voice in the static, growling and things. And then in one of the calls back, they said that there was a whole series of zeros on their phone as the number. But eventually they finally got enough that they would send, she would talk to her neighbor, and the neighbor would have the church send people over that Tuesday. And so...
all right, Father, hold it there. It's a natural break point, I guess, or maybe not natural. How do you break this story at all? So you're hearing a story of possession, and you're going to hear a story of exorcism. This was a nationwide, worldwide story. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Did you hear the music? That's right from the start.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
Father Michael Martineau is my guest, and I've never heard anything like this from a Catholic priest. This is definitely a first for me, and so let's go back to it. Father, you mentioned that they contacted the church they were familiar with, right?
They tried first with them, but they didn't deal with anything like that. So they ended up contacting the church of Rosa's mother, LaToya's grandmother,
right.
who was and they came over on that Tuesday, and so it was like a team from the church, which included someone who's kind of sensitive to spirits.
Right.
And she went in, and she was drawn immediately into the basement. And when she went down into the basement, she came running out and saying, I mean, your house is full of demons, you know. And so what do you want us to do? And she said, I can't stay here. And so they suggested various things for her to try to do.
Right.
And so, like, take oil and put crosses on all the entries, on the doorways and on the windows, to kind of use bleach or ammonia or something to wash down the walls in the basement, to set up like an altar and they get some sage incense and kind of have that go, burn down there, and sprinkle salt all through the basement. So they did kind of all these different things. And then they would also invite them to bring the children to the church. And I think Wednesday, they had a special service on Wednesday and then later on Sunday. And so when they went next day to the Wednesday services, the children were kind of giving them all kinds of difficulties on going there. And so it would seem like things were all right in the house, but once they got outside, one kid would go, they'd be running all over the place, want to get into the car, and once they would get, one in the car, then they had to the other one would run all over the place, and so they finally got all three into the car. And then, one would start like banging their head on the window, another one would bang their head, maybe on the headrest, and just do all kind. And then it would go to the other one who kind of roll their head around and such. So they're trying to,
Demons mostly don't like to go to church.
Yes. So it's giving all kinds of trouble. And then when they finally got into the church, it seemed like one would have to go to the bathroom, and then that one would come back, and the other one would go to the bathroom, and then come back, and then the other one would go to the bathroom, and they were just kind of just being very, very, like herding cats type of thing,
right?
And all over, they were just, so it was very difficult. So they were trying to, and I think eventually the kids would just kind of fall asleep one by one, and then they would kind of wake them up, and I think they tried. So it was very disruptive. So they weren't really able to do much. So they invited them to come back on Sunday. But I think the same thing happened, but it was even more violent. And now Rosa, before Rosa and LaToya were kind of helping each other, but Rosa said, I'm not going to miss church, so you have to deal with it. So LaToya could never get them into the car and such. So they ended up never, so she's, okay, it's too late to get to church. And then the kids calmed down and they went back inside, and Rosa came back. And so they decided, well, we're not going to be able to get them to church. And so shortly after that, they would end up leaving the house because they were all kind of sitting around the living room watching TV. And this Febreze bottle levitated off the coffee table and went back and forth in the living room, and they got thrown into LaToya's room, and they heard this huge explosion. And when they looked into the room, they saw that it knocked down her lamp and broke her lamp. But right next to it was the closet, and that's when all 5 of them saw this huge black monster-like thing with red, kind of red eyes.
Red eyes.
And they said, "Well, just grab some clothes, and we're getting out of here." And so they went to a hotel. And
well, it's so understandable. I mean, at this point, they wouldn't really be thinking of possession of the children or anybody. They would be thinking, we live in a haunted house.
Oh, yeah. So that was the last time they went to the house and so they went to a hotel, but they could only afford one night. And then they finally went to relatives, to, I think, her brother, LaToya's brother's place. But that was getting very, 5 people moving in.
Yes.
It was pretty cramped.
Very tough.
And such. But it was still kind of affecting the kids. They were missing school and things. And that's when the Child Protective Services would get involved. And then that's when I got involved after that.
How did you get involved? I mean, after all this went on, who was the one to contact you?
That was the Methodist chaplain at the hospital.
Really?
Who when the boy walked up backwards. So.
I see. So at some point, I'm not Catholic. I'm sort of a lapsed Catholic, but I believe that there are permissions required to actually perform an exorcism, right?
Yeah. So I was going to do my investigation. So when I went to the house that Sunday night, they told me the whole story. Okay. And then, so that took about 2 hours to do all that, to get up to that point. But what struck me strange was the boyfriend. And so now I was going to say, okay, tell me more about this boyfriend, because I think this is the source of it. And that's when the phenomena started to happen in the house. So the first thing was a series of interruptions, not to get me to talk, about the boyfriend.
Like what?
And the first thing was the light in the bathroom started flickering and buzzing. And I said, oh, that's strange. So I went and walked over there to take a look at it. And the moment I walked in the bathroom, it stopped. And so I went and sat down again and got my pen and everything. And, okay, tell me about the boyfriend. And again, immediately, the light in the bathroom started flickering and buzzing. So second time I went, and the moment I got to the entrance of the bathroom, it stopped. And so I walked back and I mentioned to them, I guess it's scared of me. And immediately it started buzzing and flickering. And so I went, and this time it would let me look at it. It was buzzing and flickering. And then I went and got my crucifix, which I brought with me.
Right.
And then I went to put it even on top of the light. And it still continued. So it's being defiant. So showing me it wasn't scared. But it did show, okay, this is not a normal electric problem. This is responding. And so I wrote all that down, and I said, okay, we'll ignore all that. Let's get back to the boyfriend. And then Rose started pointing to the kitchen.
Yes.
And the rod, they had Venetian blinds on all the windows. And so the rod that you twist to open up the blinds was swaying back and forth. And so so I was kind of looking this, and so I went to take a closer look at it to see what could be causing it. And what was interesting was that there were the 3 cords that you used to open the blinds, vertically.
Right.
It had like 3 tags at the end of it. And all of a sudden, the furnace kicks on, and there was a vent underneath it, and then all those things are fluttering, greatly, but they weren't fluttering. And then the furnace kicks off, and then they go back to being calm. But still, there was no change in the movement of the stick rod moving back and forth. And then I saw from one Venetian blind to the next, and through the living room. They were kind of almost like swaying, in time with each other. It seemed like they were coordinated. And then the next one. Then I went to the bedroom of Rosa, and hers was also swaying. And then I went into LaToya's bedroom to see if that was also happening to her blinds. But I didn't even bother to look at them. Right down the middle of her blinds, something was dripping. And so I said, well, what's this? I don't remember seeing this before. Because when I first came to the house, I blessed it, with holy water and such. So I went to every room and such. So I don't remember seeing, this liquid dripping down the blinds.
Yes.
And she said that when the church asked her to put oil on all their, on the windows, and she made a huge sign of the cross on both blinds. Now, there was only one vertical thing, but the horizontal portion of that cross wasn't showing. And so I felt it, and it was oily, so, and she said at times, even though that was done like 6 weeks before, she said it dry, she put it on for, one time, and then and that was the only time. But at times, it would dry up, but at other times it would kind of, liquefy.
That's yeah.
So
that would have been dried up long since.
Long time, yeah. So it was. So I felt it was, liquefying, certainly. And I go. So I made a note of all that, and then I said, okay, let's get back to the boyfriend. And then Rosa points down to around here, around where LaToya was sitting, and all of a sudden it looked like wet footprints were all around her. And I go, I don't remember seeing that.
This is right out of a horror movie. It really is.
Yeah. And so I went to see if there were, if they were just paint, then they were wet. So I felt it. It was wet. I could smear it. And then I was looking where it came from, because I go, where did these? I don't remember seeing these before. Right. So I was, because I was in the kitchen, I was in the bathroom. So, but they were just around her. So I was wondering if I made those, if I stepped in a puddle or something, and was tracking this through the house and happened to, But I don't even remember walking around LaToya that way. I was always going back to my chair, but it was just around her. It wasn't out the door, wasn't out. It was just these wet. And they just appeared. I don't remember seeing them before, So I then made a note of that. And then all of a sudden she said she's shivering. She's real cold. And so she went in her bedroom to get a blanket, and she put it around her. Mm-hmm. And says, okay, let's talk about the boyfriend. Then all of a sudden she throws off the blanket. So she's burning up, and wow. And then all of a sudden she said, oh, I have a headache. And then at that point I said, do you mind if I put my crucifix on your forehead? And she said, okay. And so I put it on her forehead, and she began convulsing. And I took it off immediately, and she stopped convulsing. And I said, oh, I think you're possessed. You have an aversion to holy objects. And she kind of sheepishly.
When you say convulsed.
Yeah. It's like she went through like a seizure. She's just shaking.
Okay.
And then she would stop when I took it off. And then I asked Rosa if I could do the same to her. And and she gave me permission. I could put it on her Rosa, and there was no problem. And she said, so she was kind of the one least affected by all this. But I said, well, I think, and at that point I looked at my watch and I saw it was 10:30, and I said, okay, I think I have enough here, but I have to get to the bottom with the boyfriend. The key is the boyfriend. So, and then we could probably do that over the phone. And so, we and they went, we closed up the house and they went back to, with her brother and such.
Yeah, I think I'd want to do that on the phone too.
And so the next day, Rosa calls me and says, LaToya's very sick, but she wanted to mention something that happened that night, because they were sleeping in the same room. And so Rosa was awakened in the middle of the night, and she saw that her feet were uncovered by the blankets. And so she tried to kind of kick, the bedding back over her feet. And as she was about ready to fall asleep, she all of a sudden noticed that the bedding was coming off of LaToya's feet, and that also woke up LaToya. And so I was kind of saying, there seems to be something with feet here. So, if that makes any sense to you. And so LaToya called me the next day, and she says, that reminded me of something. The first time I met my boyfriend was that I was missing, and I never thought of this till then, that I was missing. I got a brand new pair of Air Jordans for women, and all of a sudden they were missing. I couldn't find them anywhere. And she was asking her kids, did anyone take her Air Jordans? And they all denied it. And she asked her mother, she says, what would I do with, Air Jordans? And she, so and she couldn't find it, anywhere. So she was kind of surprised. And then she wanted to make a picture of the family and enlarge it. So she went through her stack of pictures and was looking for that picture she wanted to enlarge. And she also noticed other pictures missing of individuals in the family as well. And then she went again to all the family members and asked them, who took these pictures. Now she was getting angry. She says, people are stealing things, they're lying and everything. Now, this is when her boyfriend just moved in. And then the first night he was there, he said something strange to her. He asked her for her underwear. And he says, what do you want that? And she says, I want to remember this evening, And he says, well, you're sick. You're crazy. You're not going to have that. So then I asked her, did he take that? And, was it missing? She says, well, I have so many pairs. I don't know if he took it. But I didn't give it to him, but he may have taken it, but I wouldn't have known.
Right.
But it was just a suggestion of it. So I thought, oh, okay. So it looks like, yeah, he did some sort of, especially when you left him, he was doing some sort of curse on you and perhaps on the kids as well. And so we kind of saw the boyfriend as being
the bad guy,
the bad, the one who brought in the curse.
Yeah.
But it also seemed there was something else in the house because later on, I think that Wednesday,
coming unexpectedly from the children, things moving in the house, the concept, the idea that for a while it was a haunted house, the efforts to deal with that, and then apparently the realization that this was an outside influence, mainly the boyfriend. And Father, so you had all of this documentation from medical professionals, what you had witnessed yourself, the family's testimony, So at some point, who do you go to try to get authorization to do an exorcism?
Yeah, to my bishop.
To your bishop. Was that a hard sell?
Yeah, because he never gave authorization before, so there was no exorcist in the diocese to go to,
right?
And so none of us had any training, and so he asked me to contact nearby ones in the Archdiocese of Chicago and the Archdiocese of Indianapolis.
Sure.
And to how to deal with that. And so they kind of gave me a quick lesson. Mainly I needed a ritual. And at that time, there was no ritual because there's a little bit of a concern. They recently revised the rite, and many of the exorcists were complaining about the new rite being not as effective. And so the Pope Benedict at that time gave permission to do the old rite, and they're going to, the church will look at the revised rite and maybe go back to the old one. So, the only
question for you, Father. I mean, you've been a priest a very long time, but you're a novice, certainly, at exorcisms. Didn't you go into this with trepidation yourself?
Yeah, because I didn't have, but there was kind of nowhere else to go. I mean, because you're kind of the cop on the duty,
right?
On duty, and it's your, I couldn't hand it off to anyone.
So you moved to the old. You got permission, and then you moved to the old rite, the old way of doing it.
Actually, I tried the new one. So they said, there is no ritual right now. You have to get it off the internet. And because no one's printing anything until they settle how we're going to do this.
I see.
So I would do the new rite in English for the first two exorcisms, but I found the most effective one was the old rite in Latin. And that was the last one, which actually took care,
Did you, during the time that I assume that you went into a room with the children by yourself, or how did you do this?
No, I was just going to take care of LaToya first.
Okay.
And as it turned out, once I took care of LaToya, it also cleared from the children as well.
I see. So through the boyfriend to LaToya to the children during this exorcism that
no, actually, I never did the boyfriend.
No, I understand, but I'm tracing.
Tracing. Okay.
Yeah, how this happened. You did the detective work, so from the boyfriend to LaToya, and then on to the children is the way it was working. Once you got it out of LaToya, did you meet anything during this exorcism? Can you describe it in any way, or are you prohibited from doing that?
Some things I'm prohibited, but the first exorcism, first of all, what the exorcists from Indy and Chicago recommended is that I do a minor exorcism first, which is basically the rite without the bishop's permission. And if that works, great. If not, then you have to get the bishop's permission. So It's always good to try it once.
Okay.
And so I did that. And mainly the sign for LaToya was, she would convulse when I put the crucifix on her. So when we got to that part of the rite, on doing that, she would convulse. And what you're trying to do is to aggravate it so that it would leave, or weaken it so that it would dissipate. But one thing you don't want it to do is to be consistent, because it's not bothering it that much, and you're actually hurting the person. And that's what was kind of happening during the minor rite of exorcism. I'll put the crucifix on her head. I'll probably keep it there maybe for 30 seconds or so. And there was no change. She was continual convulsion. Then I would take it off, and then she would stop. I did that 3 times, and it was the same. So it really was not effective.
Father, you're going to have to excuse me, but I've only seen movies, and in the movies they use holy water.
Yeah. Now, holy water didn't seem to bother her.
Really?
Okay, so it was religious objects. But there's all kinds of things. So that was basically the only thing that was bothering her, you know. So we would go through the whole rite. Now you only go through the rite once when you're doing a minor exorcism. So that was the only reaction. And so I mentioned that to the bishop, and so he did give me permission. And so we set up for the first. Now that one was done in the house, and so we're going to do the major exorcism in the church, my church.
Oh.
And so we had everyone there, and we went through the whole rite one time. And when I got to the point of putting the crucifix on her forehead, she was fine, no reaction. Wow. And so it was just like gone.
So you were not harmed in any way during any of this?
No, it was kind of surprising. You know, now she could, you know, so we thought, oh, that was simple. You know, I think everyone else that was there was kind of, well, that's, you know, that was easy. You know, so they were really expecting a lot. And then, so she could wear, you know, so we gave her a crucifix. She could put it on before she couldn't, you know, she couldn't stand anything religious on her. Right. And one of my assistants gave her what's known as a Benedictine rosary, which is Benedictine metals like a rosary. Uh-huh. And so it's a big, huge rosary here. And so she took that and she got in her car and drove away. And so, you know, so we were kind of walking across the parking lot thinking, wow, that was easy. Yes. And then all of a sudden we see something shiny on the ground, on the parking lot asphalt. And there was a couple pieces of the rosary, that Benedictine rosary. And then we saw another piece of it and another piece. So it's like 200 shreds. So it's like 5-6 different pieces. And so we picked them all up, made sure we had the whole thing. Yes. And the person that was going to, you know, that gave it to her was going to put it back together. And so we kind of said, I don't think this is over. And so LaToya called the next day and she wanted to know where that big rosary was. She put it in her purse and drove away. And then when she got home, she looked in the purse and she couldn't find it. And she looked all over her car and she didn't know. And I said, yeah, it ended up all over the parking lot. You know, over the parking lot where you left, but it was torn to pieces, and we're putting it back together. And so I asked her, this is not over, and since nothing really happened, we're going to have a little bit of a problem because if we do this again, it's going to be kind of ineffective. We need to get the name of that demon. Yes, sir. And she remembered, this may be helpful. She said that when her church wouldn't help her, she decided to go online to find out how to get rid of demons. Yes. But she didn't have a computer, so she went to her friend's computer. And so she looked up a website, and it gave a whole list of demons. And she looked at one that described exactly what was happening to her children. And when she went to look at the name, the computer went off. And so she had to turn it back on and then get back on the website, on the internet, back onto the website, find the web page. And again, she went down and looked for the description. And when she went to look at the name again, the second time it went out. Now, this time her friend says, you're not putting your demons on my computer. It's time to go home. And then that friend had like a headache for 2 weeks and wouldn't speak to her at all. It had nothing to do with her. And I said, oh, okay. So maybe what we could do is, give me the name of that website what I could do is print it up, the list, and then you point out the name, and
Right.
then it won't be able to mess it up.
There you go.
And so we set up for the following Friday to do the next exorcism, number 2, and so I didn't want to have that list around too long, but Friday was very busy for me, so we were going to do the exorcism in the afternoon, but I was busy all the way till then, and Thursday's my day off, and so I usually on my day off, it was a beautiful day that day was to go for a bike ride.
Yes, sir.
And so about an hour before I would go on my bike ride, I was trying to, print out that list. And I was doing everything possible. It would not let me print it out, and trying out all kinds of games and everything. And then finally, about an hour later, it printed out, and it was time for my bike ride. And so, and this is probably the most I ever experienced, this particular demon. So the bike ride starts out, and it is a beautiful day, and something was happening that I never see happen before. I was going through my neighborhood, and I was then kind of on the other side of the street, but someone, across the street there would just be so exuberant and say, "Hi, how's it going? Isn't it a beautiful day?" And go down a couple more houses, and someone else, whatever they were out there doing, they would have the same kind of reaction. And, and then I went, still, I think a third place, a neighbor was, and I don't even know these people. And, they, just saying, "Oh, isn't it, what a great day for you to go on a bike ride." Really strange, exuberance and such. And then when I finally got onto the bike path, it seemed like everyone I was passing was, acknowledging me, saying hi or, thumbs up or saluting or, however they would usually kind of, say hi or,
right.
And usually you may get maybe half the people to do that, half the people might, do that, but it seemed like everyone I was passing. And so I was kind of feeling good, about
Sure.
all that. And then I get to the end of the path, and it empties out into this sleepy little street. But this car comes, racing around the corner and slams on the brakes right in front of me. And I pulled out right in front of me. And I said, "Oh, you gotta be careful here. You know that name." And then the whole tenor started to change because I would get onto this other bike path. And now everyone is, if they do look at me, they're staring at me like, with a puzzled look, like they're trying to figure out what's riding this bike, type of thing.
Wow.
And I remember one time there was a family of 4, two bikes, and you just like the 4 sets of eyes are staring at you as you ride by and such, and and now occasionally people wouldn't look, so they just drive by, but anyone who looked at me, they just had this stare and and puzzled look, and I was wondering, what are they seeing?
Right.
So it was really freaking me out, and no one said hi. It was all, if you either ignored me or you stared at me.
Okay, but this all changed when this car screeched and just barely missed you.
Yeah. And so I get to the end of the path and then turn around and then go through the gate, and all of a sudden I'm thrown to the side of the path. I'm knocked down, and I go, "What was that?"
Right off the bike?
Yeah, I was thrown right off the bike, And then I see my bicycle seat with it's like 45 degrees off. I said, "Oh, it's a loose seat."
Yes.
But then I went to turn it. I couldn't turn it. That's pretty solid. And in fact, I had to, go to the gate and pound on it to get it so I could ride it. So it was, super tight. So it wasn't that, but something had the force to move that bicycle seat 45 degrees off and knock me down. And then And I know one thing was, you can't be intimidated by these things. If it gets you to stop doing it, then, doing what you're doing, because I was kind of thinking maybe I should,
At this point, you had the name of this demon that you were going to use in the exorcism, right?
Exorcism, yeah. And
you're lucky you weren't killed.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. So, but I said, well, okay. I mean, I'm sure it would have wanted me to, spill out onto the pavement and, be scraped up and everything.
Yes.
So I felt was protected. I did, it was a close call, but I was all right. But then I go about a mile, and there's a series of S curves, and there's this guy. He's zooming. I mean, he's like all dressed up like Lance Armstrong. He's just focused, looking at the ground. He's pedaling as fast as he could through these series of curves, but he's right in my lane, coming straight toward me, not looking where he's going. And, and I was thinking to myself, do I get out of his way? But I didn't want to, get into a dance with him, and so I was about ready to jump off the bike, and he looks up and then gets out of the way. I go, oh man, that was almost a head-on collision. I mean, on a bike. I mean, wow. So, and then I go another mile, and we come to, there's these two mothers towing their babies in these little bike trailers. And so they go through the gate and line up on the street there, and then the other one comes through. They take up that whole area, and it's the only place where, there's a ditch on either side. So I don't go to that one. I couldn't get in between them. I go to the other side, and there's maybe about a foot or so to get around them as they're waiting for this car. But I'm kind of shaking and such, and I just got thrown, off the side. I'm kind of praying, please don't throw me into their babies and such, silently. And the car passes, and then I do go around them, and then I hear them say, I'm sorry, because there was another bike coming across the street, but I think he had to stop right in the middle of the street so that one of them could get out of the way so he could get by. And so, but I was, thinking, okay, at least I didn't, that didn't happen.
Yes.
And so I go about another mile or two, and there's this mother with her little boy, maybe they're like 3 years old. He's pulling a plastic wagon behind him. They're in the other lane. And so I'm about ready to pass them. And all of a sudden, the boy decides to dart out in front of me. But luckily, the mother just as quickly grabs him and to not go, because if she didn't do that and he just would dart, I mean, I wouldn't go in front of him, but I would have to go behind him and hit his wagon and send him flying, send me flying and everything else.
At some point in all of this, Father, aren't you beginning to realize this is way not normal?
Yeah.
I mean, something's
this was I had 20 bullets, and I know I can't stop it, because if it knows I will stop at this point, it has the upper hand. It knows what will get me to stop. And so I have to keep on plugging along.
Yes.
And so, and then we come to, there's this bike tunnel under a very busy street, and it's kind of a narrow bike tunnel. And there's, it was, the last day of school. And so there was, either a set of kindergarten kids, they're small kids, or there's also a nursery kind of school, kiddie corner on the other side. But as I was going down into this bike tunnel, and it was a bright sunny day, and so as my eyes are adjusting, I hear, get to the wall. And all of a sudden I see about 15 kids. Luckily, they all go to the one wall, and I could, get into the other lane and go past them all. And then I'm also hoping that another bike's not zooming down on the other side. And then and luckily there wasn't.
So you were headed straight for those kids.
Yeah. So, and luckily, and if the kids didn't, if they all went, some went one way, some went the other way, some froze. I mean, it would have been disastrous. I mean,
right.
I mean, really, I don't think I could,
couldn't have avoided them.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So it would have just something, and also if a bike was coming down the other side, I mean, we either would collide. I don't know. It would have really been tight squeeze. So it was, and I got, beyond that, and I was thinking, man, was that dangerous? Why would you? But luckily the kids did obey their teacher and knew where to go and everything. And I go, boy, was that, and I go, man, luckily that was the last thing, because I don't remember anything. I mean, even seeing another person after that. So, but it was, I mean, that
was plenty.
I was sweating both. It was.
That's an incredible story. Okay, so you've got the name of this demon, and you've still got your life in your hands, barely. So there's one more exorcism coming, I take it, and this would be the one.
So this one I used the name. So before, so again, it was like nothing happened. Got to the, with the crucifix, nothing happened, and then I asked for its name, and nothing was said. Then I said, "Is your name such and such?" And then she began convulsing.
Wow.
And then once I had that, then I just kept on using that name over and over, and she got more and more, the convulsions got bigger and bigger, and then eventually they kind of lessened, and she fell asleep, and so that took care of that one.
That one. Have there been others since?
Yeah, so we kind of knew. Okay, we took care of the. She never spoke, so we kind of knew. The kids would do these rhyming type of things, and so there was a speaking demon with the kids. Also, the levitating one or the throwing one. So we knew that one was still kind of there, and so. And since we had no other name, well, we did have another name. She kind of pointed it out.
All right, now you're confusing me a little. You exorcised the demon in her, right? In mom. But even that done, you're saying the children still experienced.
Yeah, so the children were still experiencing, these things in there where they were at in the foster care and such.
Even there,
and we knew and she didn't manifest those, and so we decided to go to the Latin exorcism and the old rite. Let's just try that, and so when we did that one,
this was on the child. This was, on the child or children.
No, they were still locked up. They were still, away from her.
Yes.
So we're going to see if we wanted to get, them all out of her, so that, and then see if, then work on the children once we had access to them. And so the next plan was to do it in Latin, the old rite.
Okay. Again, you're talking about Latoya?
With Latoya, yeah.
So when you got one demon out, you did that by name, the name you had retrieved, right? And and so that demon,
that one was out. That one was out, yeah.
But that wasn't the only one.
So there seemed to be So she felt there was 6 of them in her, but but we were kind of trying to identify them by personality. Look at like what the kids did. So one would seem to make them do rhymes. One would throw them around. One would kind of, now we're not sure if the throwing around is with the levitating.
Yes.
so those didn't manifest yet. So we thought we had to at least deal with those. And so, we would do the one in Latin. Now, the interesting thing with the Latin one was I was the only one who knew Latin. And in fact, there was someone who would do the responses, but I had to train her how to phonetically do those responses. So she didn't know what she was saying. She was just, mouthing it. And so what was interesting is as long as you were praising God, it didn't bother this one. But when you started condemning it, then she would convulse again. And so, and it would know. And immediately when he went to praising God again, it would stop.
Did you have a name that you were after this time, or not?
No, I was just doing the Latin right. It didn't give me a name, but it was reacting. So, and then so it was going back and forth, and that happens 3 times. And so I decided just to do the condemnation part of the right. And just attack the demon because it just can't stand it. And so it got more and more violent, her convulsions. And then, like before, then it finally dissipated. And then she finally fell asleep. And then when that was happening, I saw that she was trying to speak something, say something. Her mouth was moving, but nothing was coming out. And she also mentioned she felt like, did she lift up? She felt something was trying to lift her up. I said, no, we didn't see her lift, but she's not, it's in a church, so it's hard to get the energy that they need to do that. And also, she's a bigger woman, and it's a little different with a child. And so we weren't sure if those left or not, and so.
All right, I'll tell you what. We're right up against a break. We've got one more segment to go, Father. So take it easy. I'm sure this is not easy to talk about. Every time I think I'm hearing the end of the story, it's like a horror movie. There's more. It just keeps coming. But maybe that is the way it is. And do I want to say real life? Scary, scary stuff. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Father Michael Maginot is my guest, and you've heard a description of some pretty terrifying stuff. God, beginning to end, how it was detected, what was seen by any number of medical witnesses, how it progressed through one church and then finally to this Catholic priest, Father Maginot, and what he did. So, Father, is this where it ends? Is this the end of the story? I have thought that the story was ending any number of times, and then something awful happened again.
Yeah, so after the third one, we just would always set up for everyone present, when we can meet again, if need be. And so at that time, it was around 4th of July. And so there was so everyone had plans and, different things. So we're kind of working out when she could get back. The third was a possibility, or that Friday again.
Right.
And so, and we kind of got everyone's schedules so they could do, the third or that Friday. and I think the 4th was on a Thursday. So so we were going to wait for her to let us know which day she preferred, if need be. And so she never called us back. And so there was like no news is good news. Right. And so we never really heard from her. Next time I would hear from her was in October. She would give me a call that she's having her final hearing for her children, and to get them back. And if I could give her a rosary. And I said, oh, sure. Okay. And I was kind of expecting to, see her after her hearing and then talk about how everything was going. But for some reason, she didn't even show up for the rosary, so I never heard anything until, after the story broke. And I found out that she did get her children back. They had a big party in November, celebrating, that, and that things have been fine ever since. And it seemed like it stopped, affecting the children after her final exorcism.
I see.
So,
I understand that you have no book, you didn't write a book, you have no website, but there are plans, apparently, to make a movie of this story. Is that correct?
Yeah, documentary is in its final stages of completion. And that's with Zach Bagans doing, in fact, he could almost do it in 2 parts. He has so much material, it's really hard to kind of keep it, because he wants to keep it to like a feature length, documentary, movie length, so 2 to 2.5 hours. But he's finding it very difficult to keep it, get it down to that.
Right.
So that's in the plans. And also, there was a plan for a movie, but that was Relativity was going to be the company doing it, and they went bankrupt. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of opening up, for other companies to kind of get back into that picture there. But right now it's kind of tied up in the bankruptcy thing.
I see. So, well, I can understand why they'd want to make a movie of it, that's for sure.
Yeah. So.
This rate's right up there. I mean, it unfolds slowly, but in the totality of the story, it is absolutely terrifying. One quick question. The, in quotes, boyfriend, what became of him, or did he just, disappear?
Yeah, Zach did try to interview him, and wanted to give him equal time and such if he wanted to dispute anything or whatever. And he wasn't interested. And I did say, most likely because he's probably possessed and would probably need an exorcism himself, and maybe even his wife. And if they wanted that, I would be willing to help them out that way. Uh-huh. And Zach even proposed that to him, and he thought about it for a while, and then decided, against that, So but he didn't come out kicking and screaming that, he's going to sue us, that we're defaming him or anything like that. So he seemed to consider what we were going to propose, but in the end, decided against it.
Is there anything else you wanted to get in that we didn't include in the interview? It was certainly a very detailed interview. Mm-hmm. Did we get it all in?
Well, there is also probably the other aspect, because it also affects the house. The house, it is kind of a perfect storm. And as I mentioned, the policeman discovered that there was the basement was poured concrete, but underneath the stairs, it was broken, and it was sand. And so we were thinking, when I went and blessed the house and that, I didn't realize that was underneath the stairs. And so I said, we do need to see something's buried in there. So we need to figure what that is. And there is mention, because the Yamans would also be seeing kind of, there was the guy coming up and down the stairs with even the footprints. There was also the boy, the youngest boy was always talking to this other boy in the closet that only he would see.
Right. So did they dig?
And so we first of all got a dog, and the dog didn't react to anything. So we then started to dig, and about there seems to be 2 levels, about 2 feet deep and 2.5 feet deep. So the 2 feet deep would have meant the second thing that was buried, and it was coming up with things kind of relating to an older woman. First of all, the first thing we found was a fingernail, and we weren't sure if it's a real fingernail. We were thinking it was an applique, fake fingernail for a woman, but we weren't positive on that yet. And then the next thing we found was it looked like a pair of old woman's panties or a slip, some sort of undergarment.
Yes.
But it was kind of old. It was very plain as far as cottony. It was very sandy, but it was not a fancy thing. But it was kind of something that you kind of would think would be around the World War II or Depression era.
Right.
And then we found also the third thing was this red, looked like a top of a tea kettle. And we were looking for the, container, but we didn't find anything there. So there was 3 objects that seemed to be to an older woman. Then we went about 2.5 feet deep.
Yes.
And then we found a pair of like boys' socks. And what was interesting, what we didn't realize it till later, but when we saw it, it looked like the ankle portions of the sock, and the foot portion we thought was cut off. Later on, we would discover that actually the foot portion of the sock was tucked in underneath the ankle portion. And it was the ankle, it was, again, like a cottony sock that would be around the, 30s or 40s, very plain.
Listen, Father, at this point, I would be thinking somewhere under there is a body.
Yeah. So that's why the policemen were doing this.
I see.
Then the next thing we found was this weight. And it weighed about, it was heavy metal, 10 pounds or so, all corroded, been there a long time. Had a little hook-like thing at the top.
Yes,
We're trying to figure out what it was. And the thing is that weight to a grandfather's clock. But that house didn't seem like that kind of type, and it wasn't that big. And then they were kind of saying, the Gary policeman said, in these old houses, they used to, for the cord to open the drapes, they would put this weight on it and to hold the cord down. And then the next thing we found, was this long brown thing. And now they were thinking, oh, this looks like a bone, and so they were going very carefully, taking pictures.
Yes.
And brushing and all this kind of stuff, going very easy on it. Then they kind of tapped it and some plastic-like, and so they pulled it up, and it looked like it's one of those old-time shoe horns, but it was, for some reason, was broken in half, lengthwise. And so we were kind of thinking that these look like objects that would be tied to necromancy, to conjuring up the dead,
Right.
And so the first thing that was buried was probably we were trying to find out if the house was built in 1926 and sold to a newlywed couple, and we were trying to find out if they ever had a boy, and we haven't been able to find that yet. But we're maybe thinking if that's the boy that was appearing in the closet, and maybe he accidentally killed himself by, maybe twirling around that weight and it conked him in the head or went off the wall and knocked him out, or, wrapped around his neck or something like that and choked him. So that might have been the thing that killed him. And with his socks and, the tied to the feet type of thing. So, and the other one could have been either the woman's mother, because the kids also, when they came off the bus one time and coming home from school, they saw this old lady in their backyard, and they came and they were walking back to her and going to ask her, "What are you doing in our backyard?" And when she turned around, she had red eyes. And so they ran into the house and got their mother and grandmother, and they came running out, and she wasn't there. And a second time they saw the woman in the backyard, and they came running into the house to try to get their mother to go out there, and again it was missing. So there seemed to be three human ghost-like figures tied to the house as well. So it's kind of a perfect storm.
Does that house now stand alone? Is there somebody living in it now, or what's become of it?
Zach Bagans bought the house, and it is interesting. He kind of boarded it up because it's very active, and in fact, he was doing some filming on it this past winter, and one of the cameramen ended up seeing this goat head thing, and he quit and he went back to it. he gave up on the project.
It's amazing. Have you, Father, stopped doing exorcisms, or have you now done others? I mean, I guess you've done it once, and people know you have done them. Mm-hmm. You probably get requests for them, don't you?
Yeah. So I did do three others.
Three.
Beside that one.
Each one you went to. Did you go back to the bishop?
Yeah. So each one. All four were approved by the bishop. The one was tied to the house. So that one I had permission for. Anything with that house I have permission for. But the other two were two separate people, two separate cases.
Mm-hmm. I have never heard. I've never heard anything like this story, Father. It's just amazing. I don't know what to say about it. There's very little I can say about it. It is what it is, and what it is sounds to me like clearly possession.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, do you think it's completely gone, Father, or are you still concerned?
No, we're still concerned because, in fact, when after the cameraman incident, he boarded up the house.
Right.
He didn't want anyone there messing with it. And now we recently did some more filming, so they unboarded it. And when they walked inside, they saw no one has been in there since the wintertime, and so there's dust on this table. But then there was this handprint with long fingers.
It just never ends, does it?
And also, there was this hole in the ceiling, and so they were thinking some animal like a raccoon or something must have dug a hole. It knocked all the, debris and such to the ground, and all kinds of water and mold and everything kind of got in there. And they were looking for the animal that would have done that, and they couldn't find anything. And they didn't see any exit. It didn't climb up the wall again. So it either just, for some reason, dug a hole in the roof so that the water could get all in. So, so the house is kind of ruined now.
Father, as I said way back in the show, I would imagine something of this magnitude would be an affirmation of your faith. Yes?
Yes.
I want to thank you for being on the program. It has been incredible to hear this story unwind. Just absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome, Sherrod. Thank you.
Good night, Father. Wow.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, which tonight is peaceful, wonderful, calm, no storms around. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in God's universe. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. It's great to be here. This is night number 2, so I know that, a lot of you are new, and you're going to have to excuse me for this, but I'm going to roll over a few of the basics because, man, they're joining in droves. It's unbelievable. Thank you all so much. And thank Telos for great sound. Joe Talbot, great guy right here in Pahrump. I want to thank Keith Rowland, my webmaster of, Keith, one of these years you're going to have to tell me how many years it's been. I don't even know. Dr. J is my producer. He's just a great guy, lines people up for me, like tonight, for example. We're going to talk to a spy. Charles Faddis, we're going to talk to a spy, CIA, well, retired, but spy. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the BellGab website for so much support. The Stream guys, Stream guys, I'll thank you. And, maybe you throw in another month. LasVegas.net. They get the internet here, and they get it from here to there, and so forth. And our new one more, Peter Eberhardt. I want to thank you too. He's our sales guy up in Anchorage. And then I want to roll over the rules. There are only 2 of them, really. No bad language. We don't need bad language, and only 1 call per show. That's it. Those are the rules. No bad language, 1 call per show. Oh, and now, the way to call, I know it's tiresome if you already know how to call, but really the cool way to do it, if you've got an Apple product or you've got an Android or whatever, if you put Skype on it, you can call us, and you'll sound like $1 million. Or you can call from your computer on Skype. You'll sound like $1 million if you have a headset mic. So please use one if calling on a computer. So put Skype on your phone or your tablet, whatever. If it's a tablet, then you have to kind of talk into the, the mic part of the tablet. We have 2 ways for you to get in. North America calls at MITD 51. That's Midnight in the Desert 51. MITD. All you need is the initials, 51. And then, set it up like you're going to call me, but you don't really have to. And then it'll be in your list, and you can call it any time. And then overseas, that means everybody outside North America calls MITD 55, MITD 55. Important things to go over. When you do call on a phone and you're using Skype, boy, does it sound good. Really, really good. Okay, Charles will be with us at the bottom of the hour. I've got a couple things I want to go over. I've got the drone blues. I've got drone blues tonight. I have a DJI
drone. I got one of the early ones. It's wonderful. It does exactly what it's supposed to do, takes high-definition video and everything, and is just awesome. And being a ham operator, of course, I toyed around with it a little bit for additional range. But I've got the drone blues tonight. Now, not as much as this leader of the Khorasan group has in Syria. They flew a drone silently above his head, and I'm sure he never knew what hit him. That's one of our big drones. And so he's gone. He was an important leader, Khorasan, in Syria, so bye-bye. I don't think you ever hear them. I don't think you ever hear the drone. I don't think you ever hear the missile that comes from it. You just cease to exist. I still got the drone blues. And I have the drone blues because all day today, CNN was showing some guy. Oh, man, he put a semi-automatic handgun on a drone, and he was firing it, and the drone, of course, was GPS-controlled, so it took the recoil, went right back to where it was, fired another shot, boom, 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 boom. We're going to get new laws. Already the FAA is descending on us drone people. But, I mean, now the guy with a gun, sheesh. So I've really got the drone blues, but as I mentioned, not as much as our friend from Khorasan group. He's really got the blues. So drones are a thing. What else to say about it? They're a thing. I'm just afraid that, they're going to make laws of it. We've got laws for everything, right? So we're going to have severe drone laws, I'm sure of it. Briefly, mayors around the world, that is, declared Tuesday to be climate change day, sort of. I mean, they said climate change is real. What happened is the Vatican invited all of these mayors to sort of proclaim that climate change is real, man-made, and we have got to do something about it. Then there's Donald Trump. This is actually what I want to talk to you about. I'm not a real political person, but I can't stop myself. Early on, let me just level with you. Early on, when the Donald began what he's doing, I called my to-be producer at the time, and I said, Dr. J, you have got to get me the Donald. I really want the Donald. Not necessarily because I'm going to vote for him, but because he's a really interesting guy. And really rich. That's what he says, right? I'm really rich. 10 billion, he's rich. But anyway, he's a very interesting guy. I really do. I think he's interesting. In fact, I may have a couple people, if I have time, comment on it here on the show. He may well not be somebody I'm going to vote for, or you never know, maybe I will, but oh, God. It's incredible. What's going on is just too incredible not to comment on. Here's a copy of the ABC Washington Post poll. Now, this is unbelievable. I mean, even after the gigantic shot leveled at McCain, even after that, listen to this. Trump leads the pack, and not by a little. Actually, after he took the shot at McCain, it went up. Trump, 24%. Oh, man. Next to him, Scott Walker, 13%, followed by Jeb Bush, now only 12%. Huckabee, 8%, Rubio, 7%, Paul, 6%. So, holy Jehoshaphat, Trump is leading everything. I mean, he is just wiping the Republican Party out. They can't seem to cover anything else. He opens his mouth and all the cameras are there because they're sure he's going to say something crazy, and, well, he will. Now, there's a number of ways of looking at this, and I think it's a really important story. Why? Why is it an important story? People are going, Trump, come on, that's not important. It is. It is important. Why? Well, because, in my opinion, and you can either be with me on this or not, there's only one way to explain it. Because he is a wild man. There's no question, a wild man. Here's what I think. For years and years and years, at every election that we all trudge through, there are candidates out there saying, we've got to take America back, right? We've got to take America back. And it never really amounts to much, no matter who we elect. We pretty much get the same America, whether you vote Republican or Democrat. Yeah, there's a little difference, but we pretty much get the same America, and people are fed up. And then I don't mean just a little bit fed up. I mean really fed up. So what accounts for Donald Trump's 24% being so far ahead of Scott Walker at 13%? So, I mean, he's really out ahead now, even after the shot fired at Senator McCain. In my opinion, the American people are very close to being so fed up, they're ready to burn it all down. I really mean that. I think they're ready to burn it all down. I don't mean rioting. God save us from something like that. But, I mean, politically, burn it all down. They're ready. I mean, they're so fed up with people from the right, people from the left, and then new boss, same as the old boss, right? So they're fed up. And I've never seen the American people this fed up. It's the only thing that can account for Trump at 24%, for Trump at 24% after he goes after McCain. No matter what you think about that, the fact that he is still rising in the polls, in my opinion, can only mean that people are ready to burn it all down. That we are at some kind of, I don't know, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore and I'm going to vote for Donald. So I would love to interview the Donald, but of course now he's such big news that I don't know that I'm going to get that opportunity. But if anybody knows the Donald, I would dearly love to talk to him. I surely would. I was asking back before he was even getting going. I thought he was interesting. So, yeah, I think we're at a really important, interesting place right now in America. And I don't think that we've ever been here before that I know about. How about the rest of you? Do you ever recall a moment like this? Do you ever recall a time when Americans were so on the edge that they're ready to vote for somebody who has said the things that Donald has said? Candidate Trump. They were even talking about not allowing him into the debates. How do you not allow somebody who leads the Republican pack into the debates? Answer, the other guys are afraid to talk to him. They're afraid to debate him. They're afraid of him, period. And I can't say that I blame them. They've got good reason to fear the guy. When anybody says anything about him, he comes back and just levels them and seems to get away with it. Now, again, that's all I can think of. I would love to hear from you on the subject. So if you want to call on that subject, by all means, pick up the phone and call me. In other words, I guess I want to know, do you think that I'm on the mark? Do you think that accounts for it? And if that doesn't account for that kind of leading the pack number, then what does account for it? Just pure entertainment? No, I have no idea. No idea at all, but I would like to hear from you. So if you have a comment on that we can get to before the bottom of the hour.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
That man's voice is so intimidating. I'm surprised I use it. It's hard to come on after that, but that's what I have to do. All right, Midnight in the Desert is underway, and we're going to try a few calls and see what people think. Let's see, where should I go? All right, how about Michael? Hello, Michael, on Skype.
Hey.
It's midnight and you're on. Go ahead.
How are you, Mike? This is Michael.
Yes, Michael, I've got that.
I can barely hear you. It's getting better.
I hear you just fine.
I actually met Donald Trump a couple years ago.
Was he good to you?
we were in Trump Tower.
Yeah.
And he had a press conference.
Uh-huh.
My wife and I were walking out the door and saw an entourage of cars there.
Yes.
I realized, you know what? They're fixing to walk him right through here. So we kind of held around in that corridor and waited for him to come out. And here come all the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And we stood there. I was standing by a counter, and he stopped right next to the counter.
When was it? How long ago? I'm sorry. How long ago?
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay. Way before.
And there was some discussion at that point while we were in New York about him running for president. And they were also talking about Alec Baldwin running for president.
Oh, yeah.
But at that point, I looked at Donald Trump in the face and I said, "Are you going to run?" And he laughed and he said, "God, no."
Yeah. Well,
so
did you get that on tape?
Yes, it is on tape. My wife was filming.
Really?
It is on
Oh, man,
tape.
You should have had that ready to play.
Oh, it's on a video camera from our trip, but I will have it.
I'll tell you what. Get it off the camera, put it on audio, and call me back with that.
I sure will.
All right. Not tonight, but another night. And by the way, what do you think about, 24%? He's leading the total pack. All the cameras are covering nothing but the Donald.
I just hope he stays in it. That's my only thought. I think that I hope he doesn't just drop out after he has the potential to maybe hurt the pool. If it's
he's right. They're already wounded beyond redemption.
That's right. But if he's not really in it to be in it, then at that point he's hurt us.
I hear you. All right. Thank you very much. Well, people are saying the same thing about me too. Stay in it. Stay in it, right? So there's somebody who actually met him and got I'm not going to run from him. So that's I would actually like to hear that. Hello there, Andrew. It's midnight and you're on the air. Andrew, it's midnight and you're on the air. Going once, going twice, gone. Oh, Andrew tried so hard to get through. So many calling, and he didn't. Okay, let's try Ronnie. Midnight, you're on the air.
Oh, me.
You, yes, you.
Wow. All right. Well, I just clicked dialed, and it just went right straight to you. That's awesome.
That's how it's supposed to happen, buddy.
All right. Oh, yeah. Donald?
Yes.
I was thinking about him. If he gets the White House, is he going to actually stay there?
I don't know. Every president we've had lately, they always say, there's going to be martial law and the president will never leave and he'll just stay there. But, with the Donalds, that's actually a legitimate question. I don't know, Rob.
Okay. Well, anyway, I know you was having suggestions the other night, and I was give you a suggestion.
Please.
It's not a debate, but just the interview and having callers call in for you.
Yes.
And crap. Who took your spot?
You're all nervous, aren't you?
I am nervous. I didn't know I was on air all of a sudden.
What you really meant to say or ask was something about an interview.
Yes.
Something about somebody who took my spot.
Yes.
But I'm not clear on it.
He took your old show.
Took my old show? Oh, you mean the person doing my old show?
Yes.
What about him?
Do an interview with him and have people call in.
Oh, all right, Ronnie. Thank you very much for the call and the thought, and you can be sure I'll mull it over. Let's go to the phones and say hello to Hawaii. Hello, Hawaii.
Aloha. How are you?
I'm really well, thank you. Proceed. I'm not a call screener. You're on the air, so go ahead.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Art. It's a pleasure to be talking to you. I just wanted to say I think Trump is appealing to people because he really doesn't have any filter. He's not surrounded by political insiders, and regardless of if you agree with what he's saying, it's unfiltered and he's speaking his mind. And I think that's one of the things that people are attracted to.
Oh, clearly he's got no handlers. I mean, if he did, they'd be saying, Donald, no. But, that's not happening. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's part of the appeal. But some of the stuff he's saying, oh, my goodness.
I know. Absolutely.
But to me, it says that the American people are so incredibly fed up that, they're ready for this.
I agree. I think the ironic thing of it is, and hopefully people will, as the race continues and people start to dig into the details, he's really flipped on every issue you can name out there. On immigration, he supported amnesty. Now he's absolutely against illegal immigration. A few years ago, he wanted amnesty. In 2006, he supported.
I don't think any of this matters. He could do flips and flops, and I don't think it matters at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I would love to listen to you interview him. Maybe we could arrange a Trump-Hillary debate on Midnight in the Desert.
I'll get right on that. Thank you very, very much. All the way from Honolulu. And let's try Lakeland, Florida. You're on the air. Lakeland, Florida.
Hello?
Yes, now is your chance.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm doing really well.
Wells.
Thank you.
I am familiar with many Republicans within my area and haven't talked to them.
You admit that, huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
One thing that they like about Trump,
Yes.
he's fighting.
Boy, he sure
We're
is.
so used. Yes, he really is. We are not used to having a lot of Republicans that are willing to put up the verbal fight that he is. And he may be, very abrasive, but he's getting the point home.
Well, we're not used to hearing people say the kind of things he's saying at all, period.
Absolutely.
Especially not people running for office. But again, to me, it says the American people, if they're accepting this, and the polls say they are, have got to be so fed up, they're just ready to, set it all on fire.
That might be the case. Secondary about the drones.
Yes.
Previous rulings from the ATF about electronic triggers that may be used on drones, on the homemade drones.
Yes.
They are legal. However, there's some concern about them being altered, in which they would fire multiple times per press or per pull.
Well, the guy had a semi-automatic on it, and he was firing, and you could see the drone absorb the recoil, and then the GPS put it right back in position to fire again. That's potentially, I don't know, we're going to get new laws out of it. I know it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that kind of concerns me. We already have the framework in place. We already have the regulations in place. We don't need more laws. We don't need more regulations.
Nah, but brother, I'm telling you, here they come.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so very much for the call. I appreciate it. Very quickly to, I think, New Jersey. It's midnight. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
And if you'd like to learn a little more about Donald's comments about John McCain, I suggest you look up the book, An Enormous Crime, by former South Carolina Congressman Bill Hendon, which details how the Treaty of Hanoi ended the Vietnam War, and the United States promised to pay $1 gazillion to North Vietnam to rebuild the infrastructure. So in good faith, they released half of the 600 POWs and said you'll get the other 300 back when you pay the reparations. But they've never been paid to this day. And satellite photos, when Hendon wrote the book about 10 years ago, showed the walking K symbol in the rice fields.
And all of this has what to do with the Donald?
Well, what you're going to do in that book, you're going to find transcripts and testimony from the congressional hearings with John McCain, chaired by John McCain, blocking every effort to get the POW MIAs back.
Oh, well, I know about all that. I mean, the Donald has sort of laid all this out quite well. I'm going to have to drop you. I'm sorry. We've got to go. He's laid all that out, and there are people who say that his comments were in some way justified, that he hasn't done enough, for POWs and all the rest of it. But I'm telling you, what's going on is amazing. Charles Faddis coming up. He may have comments on this. I'm Art Bell.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft.
The comet Eurydice.
Earth is on a collision course with the comet's tail. Irreversible collision course.
Astral debris, solar radiation.
I'm up to 10,000 miles. 10,000-mile wide electrical storm.
Electrical disturbances are already electrical disturbances will be catastrophic.
Last night on Midnight in the Desert, while speaking with Graham Hancock about possible past comet strikes on Earth, Art mentioned all the internet chatter about something headed towards us from space with a possible September impact. Both NASA and the Federal Emergency Management Agency have been preparing for a global catastrophe. NASA has launched its hypothetical asteroid impact scenario, while FEMA's begun stockpiling on emergency supplies. Is an asteroid Armageddon just around the corner? In a YouTube video, author Lynn Liaz shares about a phone call with her friend who was given inside information about a 2.5-mile-wide comet, which is expected to hit the Earth between September 15th through the 28th, 2015. She says that almost a year ago, the foreign minister of France 3 times publicly announced at a White House press conference a 500-day countdown to climate chaos, which will end on September 24th, 2015. She says they know what is coming, and they've already told you, adding that chaos will erupt on this planet in September 2015. You can watch the full video at artbell.com. This is Dark Matter News. The conspiracy theories grew wilder as the massive military exercise grew closer. Some said food riots and martial law were coming to the United States. Dissidents would be assassinated. Walmart stores turned into prison camps. Foreign troops brought in to help. Jade Helm began last week, but so far no one has seemed to have seen any of the troops or the out-of-town conspiracy theorists who vowed to watch their every move. Closures of up to 6 Walmart stores around the country seem to add credence to these theories. Walmart claims that the stores have been closed for plumbing problems. However, several months after the closures, necessary permitting has not been applied for from the local municipalities. The timing of the closures and lack of real disclosure from Walmart hasn't helped the paranoia. Then the governor of Texas added to this paranoia by ordering the state's National Guard to monitor a weeks-long special operations training exercise called Jade Helm 15, involving 1,200 troops in 7 states. Some people reportedly buried their guns so government troops couldn't take them away. Others stockpiled ammunition and supplies. A group called Counter Jade Helm helped organize quasi-militias to keep track of troop movements. But while the wildest theories, like how the government is building re-education camps for Christians, libertarians, and other enemies of the state may seem outlandish, the underlying fear is widespread. Some 60% of Americans see the government as a threat to individual liberty, according to a poll conducted by Rasmussen in May. The Army spent months trying to reassure people that the public would experience little disruption to their normal lives aside from a slight increase in vehicle traffic and the limited use of military aircraft and its associated noise. Efforts to create a realistic exercise by having some troops conduct suspicious activity while dressed as civilians and a map that labeled Texas and Utah as hostile territory played into the fears of people convinced the government is out to get them. Gary Franchi of the online Next News Network ominously warned his viewers, this is by far the greatest public conditioning exercise in American history. Martial law may not happen this summer, Franchi intoned, but some say that when the time comes, troops will be ready and trained to take over your town. For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft.
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest. This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's the way to do it. And Leo Ashcraft, our news guy, and this is really special news you're getting. Thank you. And with regard to Jade Helm 15, I've already decided I'm going to just, I'm going to turn myself in. and ahead of time. And that way I can become a trustee and slave the rest of you around. It's awful. All right, coming up now, when do you ever hear a retired CIA, he won't like the term spy, but spy, Charles S. Faddis, is a 20-year veteran of the CIA's clandestine service. That's a better word, right? Clandestine. He served throughout the Near East, South Asia, Southern Europe, conducted operations against rogue states, WMD smuggling networks, and the world's most dangerous terrorist organizations, so we can speak about a lot tonight. Took the first CIA team into Iraq in 2002 in advance of the invasion of Iraq. He retired in 2008 as the head of the CIA's WMD terrorism unit. Since his retirement, Faddis has written extensively. He is the author of 3 works of nonfiction, 3 novels, and dozens of articles and opinion pieces. He lives near Annapolis, Maryland, and continues to consult for the intelligence community. Prior to joining the CIA, he was a combat arms officer in the U.S. Army and a trial attorney. He's been married for 34 years. Congrats on that. And has 4 children. When he's not working or writing, he sails, makes wine and beer, travels, and reads extensively. He describes himself politically as a libertarian. Congratulations, me too, with a small L. He believes government has a vital role to play, but that it's too big, too intrusive, and too efficient. He wants to cut the size of government, trim the size of the budget, and free the American people to pursue their own destinies. God bless you. Welcome to the program, Charles.
It's great to talk to you again. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, you sound great. All right. You know, before we launch into what we're about to launch into, Charles, I'm sure I kind of made sure that you heard my rant at the beginning of the program about Trump. You know, I've really thought about this. How can his poll numbers be this high, even after the shot over the bow, actually midsection at McCain? I figured he'd drop like a rock, but no, he went up. How do you account for that?
Right. Well, I have to say, because I was listening to your comments, and I think you and I are on the same wavelength. I mean, I'll throw out the caveat up front so nobody misunderstands that, you know, I don't agree with everything he says, particularly what he said about Senator McCain. But I think it is absolutely a measure of the fact that the American people are fed up with business as usual. Right. They're fed up with politicians who won't answer a question with a straight answer. They're really hungry for change, and they're hungry for somebody who just actually tells them what he thinks. And I think that's, you know, they're saying that loudly and clearly by expressing their support for him. Whether they will ultimately vote for him or not as president is another matter. But, you know, at this point, they're saying, hey, this is the rest of you need to pay attention. This is the kind of thing we want to hear, at least honesty.
Yeah. So is it fair enough to say that people are so fed up that they're almost, I use the term, they're ready to burn it all down. That has bad connotations as in, you know, real action, but that isn't what I mean. Politically, I think they're ready to burn it all down.
I think people are very fed up. I think people are disgusted with the status quo. I think they recognize that we have massive issues in Washington that we are not resolving. And they feel, many of them, that no matter which party we vote in, that they don't fix it. You know, whether it's the budget, whether it's anything, they don't fix it. And at least the Donald actually, you know, sounds like something new and fresh. And my God, you can actually, whether you agree or not, you could at least understand what the answer was he just gave to that question.
That's right. And that it is boiled down to that, boy, it says just an awful lot. So I'm fascinated with it. He did say, this will be in your category, he did comment on ISIS. And I think he said he would bomb the hell out of the ISIS oil fields.
In other words, for the Donald, it's probably all about money, right? And he's not all that wrong. I mean, if you can take the money away from the bad guys, you've done something fairly serious to them, right?
Well, taking away oil money from ISIS would be a great thing. But it's not to say that there hasn't been anything done in that direction already, but not enough. So that, as a piece of the puzzle,
yes.
However you do that, taking away their oil revenue would be a huge benefit.
Okay. Wow, it's a wow. The whole thing is a wow. ISIS is a wow. I've been going nuts now for months wanting to talk about this phenomenon called ISIS. And tonight we're going to do that. I guess my first question to you, Charles, would be, how did ISIS get so big when apparently we weren't watching?
Well, I mean, there are at least two sides to that. I mean, one is what's driving the growth of ISIS, and the other is the issue of, are we collecting enough intelligence, and are we getting the picture that we need? I mean, so, you know, it just as kind of a preamble on both, we're not collecting the intelligence that we need.
So we weren't looking.
Well, we were looking, but not looking closely enough, not looking frequently enough, not looking intensely enough, however you want to characterize that. Clearly not collecting the information we needed to collect. Mm-hmm. But then there's another side to this, which is their capacity to grow is driven by fundamental issues in Iraq and Syria, and also by American policy. I mean, they're growing out of this thing that we call ISIS is growing out of fissures in Iraq, which is kind of an artificial country, and basically out of this Shia-Sunni divide.
Right.
So if you're a Sunni Arab in Iraq, you may or may not like ISIS, and you may or may not wish they'd go away. But you certainly are not happy with the Shia-dominated government in Baghdad, and you don't feel like that represents you, and you definitely want to resist them. And if you're pushed to the wall in your choices between the Shia or siding with Sunni Arabs, even if they're ISIS, you're probably going to go in the direction of ISIS. In fact, one of the things that, just I'll throw this out, and then I'll, go whichever direction you want to go.
Sure.
One of the things that people don't talk about at all in the news is that actually there are a substantial number of individuals cooperating with ISIS, and not just cooperating like as individuals, but as organizations in numbers, who were formerly associated with the Ba'athist regime, in other words, with Saddam Hussein. I mean, you have guys that have a history of being completely secular individuals with no real radical jihadist background, who are in league with ISIS, with radical Islamists, because their common enemy is the Shia. Is this government. Let
me try this. There's obviously something the average American does not understand about ISIS, the appeal of ISIS. They chop off people's heads, they kill people, they overrun towns and just slaughter immense numbers of people. It doesn't seem like a really appealing organization. So there is something we're missing about the appeal there of ISIS, that they're able to gather so many so quickly who are so obviously actually dedicated to fighting. There's something we don't understand.
Well, they are drawing a lot of energy from what I was just talking about. I mean, what you have is a nation of Iraq which didn't exist historically. This is a creation of the Brits post World War I, and we've cobbled together areas that never existed as a country. So you have a very large number of Sunni Arabs. The Sunni-Shia split, is the major divide in Islam. It's like Catholics and Protestants, except it's not like Catholics and Protestants today. It's like Catholics and Protestants in 1200 AD, when you burn cities to the ground over the fact that, and slaughter everybody over the fact that you're the wrong breed of Christian.
Yes, sir.
That's the way this divide works. And you have a very large minority of Sunni Arabs in Iraq who now feel They are at the mercy of a Shia-dominated government in Baghdad. So their inclination is to band together. And then, even if you're not inclined outright, though, to support ISIS, the fact that they are so brutal and that the cost of resisting them is so huge is that unless you really have something to fight for, you're really going to think twice about standing up to them. And the choice that they effectively Sunni Arabs have right now is this. You can either go with ISIS or you can fight on behalf of the Shia-dominated government in Baghdad. And the reward for fighting for the government is that when it's all over, ISIS is gone, but you still get to be dominated by the Shia, which you regard as unthinkable, unsatisfactory.
Let me quickly go back to something Donald said. He said, there is no Iraq. Is he right?
Well, he may be right. I mean, as it stands right now, Iraq does not really functionally exist as a nation state. The Kurds in the north are all but independent. Soon, the western portion of Iraq, this whole area that I'm talking about, filled with Sunni Arabs, is basically almost all of it under the control of ISIS. So what's left under the control of the national government is whatever that breaks out to, probably 50% of the land mass of Iraq. So it doesn't exist now. Is it going back together? I don't know. I have said for some time that it is possible that Humpty Dumpty has fallen and it's not going back together again. And every day that goes by, and the more we allow this situation to continue to exist, the more likely that is the case, that it will never go back together.
Wow. We are in the middle of a battle with them, sort of. I mean, we've got the drones going overhead, hitting a lot, missing a lot. Actually, I think we hit more than we miss. But we're fighting a war. Are we losing the war right now?
The best I could say right now is that it is possible that we may be maintaining the status quo right now. That's about the best I could say. It is possible that we are losing. We are definitely not winning. We definitely do not have them on the run. And the current strategy, such as it is not going to defeat them. I wrote an op-ed piece a couple of weeks ago, and my basic premise was it may be time for us to begin to start contemplating the fact that ISIS is not going to go away, that we are actually going to be left with, if we don't get our act together, be left with a radical Islamic terrorist state in the heart of the Middle East. It's something, that will actually be a nation state committed to our destruction and sort of perpetual war with the West, if we don't get our act together and get rid of these guys now.
That's a frightening possibility and a strong possibility from what I can see. CNN trots out military analysts all the time. They've got a map, showing the ISIS-controlled areas and so forth. And every time I see it, it seems to be more ISIS-controlled territory. So I'm not sure how you measure winning and losing, but we're not winning on the map.
No, we absolutely not. And every time that somebody announces that they're losing territory, within a week or so, we hear that they've taken another city. Right. They are increasingly staging really large attacks inside of Baghdad and on the periphery of Baghdad.
Oh,
huge car bomb attacks and other attacks. And it's, no, they're not losing strength, and we're not driving them back. And we won't with this strategy. And by the way, there's no body of military men who sat down with the president of the United States and said, hey, here's a strategy. We think this is the plan. Let's just bomb them and that'll win the war. That's not true. That did not happen. This is driven the other way around. Political decisions are made about what we're willing to do, and then the military is told to implement it.
Of course, the president was in a very tight spot. He said he was going to get us out of and keep us out of land wars in Iraq and that sort of thing. Right?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. In effect, you've painted yourself into a corner, haven't you? He's staked his reputation on the fact that he pulled everybody out of there and that everything is fine. Now the place is going up in flames. Now he feels like he can't just watch it, because then that'll be hung around his neck that he's the guy who allowed Iraq to burn to the ground.
Sure.
So we end up with a middle course of action, and that middle course of action is not recommended by military experts or anybody else as this is how the best way to fight these guys.
Okay, well, I understand
your political decision.
Right. Yeah, I understand you're retired CIA, but if shouldn't there be some analyst from your old organization who would sit down with the president and say, Mr. President, I understand your political difficulty. However, if we continue on the present course, we're going to end up with a nation state dedicated to our destruction in the Middle East. Something like that?
Should be, and are people who tell presidents all the time the reality of world situations, and then presidents make their own decisions as to whether they feel like listening or whether they don't. We've been doing that in regard to Iraq for some time, long before this president was up there. People back home who decide what intel reports they will pay attention to and which ones they won't.
Kind of like there's weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and intel like that.
Yeah, kind of like that. You mentioned that I took the first team into Iraq. We were in Iraq for close to a year before the invasion. We reported on a lot of things. We were actually the only people in the country. We never sent intelligence reports to Washington saying we found weapons of mass destruction.
What?
What?
Wait a minute. You didn't send those reports?
No, we never reported to Washington that we had found weapons of mass destruction. But that's. I
know that's okay.
Reality.
Gather your thoughts and go.
No, that's. It's going to amplify, but quite frankly, that's plenty clear. We most certainly did not, and I can remember my deputy and I sitting there, many months into that adventure, looking at each other and saying, they keep talking about this stuff, and they were talking about it before we ever got here. But there was nobody here then, and we haven't picked up any sources since we got here, and we are not telling them that. So where's this intelligence coming from?
Must have been a real puzzle for you.
Where could this intelligence be coming from if we're the only people here and we're not reporting it? Anyway, there have been books written on that whole subject, but that is a classic example of an administration that has a preconceived notion of things.
Yeah, but isn't it fair to say that if that war had not happened as it did, if we hadn't gone in as we did, that we wouldn't be where we are now?
Well, I think that is fair to say. Whether we would be, where we would be, though, is unknowable, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So that Iraq somehow that the whole region would be in a better place, or there would not have been bad developments, I don't think follows necessarily.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking about the Middle East, and let's not forget that, and this is not intended as an excuse for the WMD issue or anything, but Saddam Hussein was a monster.
Okay, but is it fair to say Saddam bad, ISIS worse? Hold your thought on that. We've got to take a break. We'll be right back. Charles Faddis, CIA guy, now retired. We'll be back. My guest is Charles Faddis. He's retired CIA, and I say spy. You don't like that word? or can you get along with that word?
You know, I have gotten used to layman speak for espionage terms. In the trade, of course, the spy is the guy you recruit who works for you. So the guy inside the Kremlin who sells me secrets, he's the spy. I'm an intelligence officer. Makes it sound a lot more antiseptic that way.
Or clandestine guy?
Operations officer is the technical parlance in the Central Intelligence Agency.
Okay, operations officer doesn't sound as cool as spy, but
doesn't sound cool at all.
All right, so circling back, Saddam bad, ISIS worse.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not downplaying the danger of ISIS at all. I'm the guy that just finished saying that if we're not careful, we're going to have a permanent terrorist state in the Middle East.
Right.
You know, Saddam was a monster of epic proportions. I spent a lot of time with the Kurds in northern Iraq. You know, there are entire towns, sizable towns, that were gassed to death by Saddam Hussein.
Yes, I know.
I was up there for a year. Our base, as we built it up, you know, all of the ladies who cooked for us and cleaned and so forth were all Kurdish women, and they did that work. They were all either the daughters, wives, whatever, of men who had been rounded up in what's called the Anfal campaign, which means anvil, where Saddam basically would go into towns and take every Kurdish male 12 and above and just line them up in front of mass graves, machine gun them, and bulldoze them into the ground, entire towns.
Right.
So he was a creature.
Okay, so since you mentioned the Kurds seem to be the most effective fighting force against ISIS right now. Is that fair?
I think that's absolutely fair. Yes, without question.
Okay. They're holding their own against ISIS, yes?
Generally, most of the time.
Most of the time, okay. Hopefully ISIS doesn't get any stronger and that equation changes. That's one of the reasons we're here tonight, because I've never seen it. I was about to say I've never seen anything so horrible, but we had the Nazis, of course, and as you just mentioned, Saddam was pretty awful himself. So the world has always had unbelievable things going on. Maybe ISIS just manages better PR for their awfulness.
Well, ISIS uses as a very, very deliberate tactic the PR, the publication, the social media, whatever we want to call it, the broadcast of these atrocities. You know, they are consciously looking all the time in a very deliberate, horribly sick fashion for more gruesome, terrifying ways to kill people. And then they want everyone to see it. And it is a deliberate tactic. They want you to be terrified. They want you to be cowed into submission. They want you to be afraid to resist.
What kind of person does that appeal to? Now, I'm going to pull myself away from the zone itself and come to Europe and the United States. Frankly, when I see somebody get their head cut off, not that I watch those because I don't, or I see people mowed down, shot in the back of the head, one after another, it doesn't encourage me to even remotely think about, go to join that group. Gee, that looks like fun. So how is this working? Or why is it working?
You're talking in terms of people who were actually attracted to it and joined them.
Yes, mostly outside of that specific area. I understand the fear locally, but I mean, people in Europe, people in the U.S., how in God's name does this kind of stuff attract them?
Well, you know, I'm not sure that I can completely wrap my head around it either. I mean, I think what you have to be is you have to be somebody that is really, really alienated, somebody who feels like an outcast, somebody who feels lost, and somehow or another the power of this organization attracts you. And it is, I mean, this is hardly the first group, right, that has managed to take people. I mean, you made reference to the Nazis. The Nazis, in some ways, did the same thing. They take people and the next thing you know, they've got this group think going, and people are capable of engaging in the most horrible atrocities.
Right.
Things you think a human could never do to another person.
So, in other words, there's no way to really understand the attraction of this kind of a PR. I can understand it, again, locally because of the fear involved. But in terms of recruiting Americans or Europeans to go and do something awful like shooting soldiers or shooting up a shopping mall or whatever it is, or encouraging people to do, I just don't get it. And I guess you don't either.
Well, I mean, ultimately, the basis for this is obviously that you have accepted this ideology so completely that you believe that anything is justified. There are no limits. And if you go back to sort of the early days of when Al Qaeda was standing up and really beginning to take the first steps in the direction of mass casualties, suicide attacks, and then things like this, there was actually a lot of discussion in Islamic theological circles about can we justify this, and a lot of argument. And amongst mainstream Muslim scholars, there remains a lot of argument about that. I mean, not much argument, that clear consensus that no, you cannot possibly justify it. But by this point, there's this whole jihadist mentality that, basically we're on the side of God, and therefore anything we choose to do is justified, because from their viewpoint, they're fighting pure evil. So anything they do is sanctioned.
Okay, let me try this question. Our president, whenever he speaks about this, and frankly, most other politicians, except maybe the Donald, strike out and make it very clear that we are not at war with Islam, that we are at war with these very radicalized people calling themselves ISIL or ISIS, whatever. Now, here comes a real sensitive one for you, Charles. How much unvocalized sympathy do you suspect there might be inside the larger Islam community worldwide for what's going on?
For groups like ISIS?
Yes.
I do not think a huge amount. I think that what you're witnessing, I mean, we're not at war with Islam. We are at war with a certain group, a certain, what's the right word? A certain sect, a certain strain of thought within Islam that I think is basically trying to hijack this entire faith and drag it off into their own crazy vision of the 7th century. And I don't think at all that the vast majority of Muslims have any sympathy for that. I mean, in the course of my career, I ran a lot of operations where people were killed, and I mean killed on our side,
right?
Fighting against the crazies. 95% of those guys were Muslims on our side, fighting against this kind of ideology.
Okay, that's very comforting for me to hear. I was really actually worried about your answer to that, so thank you. There's not any change that you can see going on in that as this wears on and on and on and on. I understand how it works. I mean, as we kill people with drone strikes or whatever it is we're going to do to kill them, there are relatives of those people who then become our enemies. I know how it works. And so the longer it goes on, it seems to me, the more people will hate us. Yes?
Well, there's certainly that danger, and there's certainly going to be a reaction in some situations. And the other thing is this: even if we're not just talking about religion, and this is not necessarily an argument for or against drone strikes, I'm just pointing this out. If you're living in a nation in which another country, the United States, is routinely operating drones in your airspace without the permission of your country, potentially, and carrying out at its discretion attacks inside that country where people are being blown up and killed.
Right.
Whether you are sympathetic to the people being killed or not, that's got to probably rub you really the wrong way.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if somebody was operating drones over Kansas from another nation, making decisions about people to hit, we would probably react pretty strongly to it. Now, again, I'm not saying whether that, I mean, it may be, in fact, that in some situations we don't have any choice, that we don't have a cooperating government. There's a threat on the ground, and this is the mechanism we have. All I'm saying is when you choose that mechanism, you have to accept the fact that you're going to, even people that are not on the side of the bad guys are going to have good reasons why they may not really like the fact that you are making drone strikes in their territory without their permission. That's just that goes with the territory. You cannot expect otherwise.
Sure. And if a 12-year-old sees his dad get killed, then we've probably got somebody who's going to be thinking about buttons they can push when the time is right to get revenge. So it's hard.
And you're also going to face the fact that, again, this is a reality. It goes with the territory. The enemy is going to do everything they can to make propaganda value out of every strike.
Right.
So maybe there was a strike and civilians were killed, because there's no such thing as a war without unintended consequences, except in the movies, I guess. But maybe nobody was killed except militants, except targets that we knew were there. But by the time the ISIS or the Taliban is done portraying that strike, you know, they're going to bill it as you just blew up a nursery school. You just killed a family on their way to the mosque. They are going to absolutely sell it locally as, oh my God, here's another example of American brutality.
Sure.
All these people were just sitting around and doing nothing, and they never hurt anyone, and they were all murdered by the Americans. And that's, you can't stop that. That's just going to happen every time you attack.
All right. If you were in a position and you could be the one advising the president, or even better yet, you could simply implement policies that would win, policies that would get rid of eventually ISIS, what would you think we should be doing?
So back to what we were talking about earlier. ISIS draws its strength from this fissure in the nation of Iraq, assuming we're going to consider that Iraq still exists, between Sunnis and Shias. You need to give Sunni Arabs something to fight for other than for a Shia-dominated government in Baghdad. What is that? Well, I would submit to you probably something like the autonomy that the Kurds have in the north, which is not really technically an independent state, but a tremendous amount of control over their own affairs, and, big issue, their own defense forces, their own capacity to guarantee that Baghdad will not come push them around. If you provided that kind of alternative to Sunnis in western Iraq so that they could oppose ISIS and fight for something other than going back under the thumb of Baghdad, I suspect that you would find there are plenty of people that, with the right support, would be happy to fight for an alternative to the crazy Islamic State of ISIS. But you've got to give them something to fight for. I'll tell you what I think we don't want to do is you don't want to start putting American ground troops there, conventional forces, I mean, and put us right back in the middle of this, ongoing war where they're fighting ISIS on one hand while you've got Shia militias running around. We do not want to do that. I mean, special forces, intelligence officers, fine. You do not want to start putting armored divisions and infantry divisions back on the ground in Iraq in the midst of this mess. Bad idea.
Okay. Were you surprised when whatever Iraqi forces did exist that we supposedly had trained and armed and financed turned tail and just split when ISIS came?
No, not really. I mean, because again, these guys have nothing to fight for. I mean, you have these crazy legions of ISIS coming. You know that they're fanatics, and you know what the price you're going to pay and your family's going to pay if you fight and lose is. It's going to be hideous. And you're supposed to stand up to these guys and risk all of that on behalf of a government that you don't believe in, that frankly you think is oppressing you. And increasingly, Sunni Arabs would tell you it's a puppet state of Tehran. There's no way. No, you're going to put down your weapon and you're going to go home. That's what you're going to do. You're opting out. At a minimum, if you don't join ISIS and you don't help the government, you're going to go home and sit this one out and wait to see who wins this thing. So no, it doesn't surprise me. They're going to melt away. They're going to continue to melt away. We're training a whole new army. Why are we training a whole new army? We just spent, I think, $26 billion in 9 years training an army that gave its weapons to ISIS and ran away as soon as the fighting started. Why do we think this is going to be different this time around?
Okay.
Round by the wind, thrown down in a spin. I gave you love. I thought that we had made it to the top. I gave you all I have to give. Why did it have to stop? You wrote it all sky.
What's said in the dark stays in the dark. Call Midnight in the Desert at 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Again, note those numbers, but don't call them just quite yet. Charles Faddis is my guest. We're talking about, well, we've been talking about ISIS, and I'm going to move it away from ISIS a little bit, I think, because it's sort of depressing in a way, because I just don't see our way clear to a victory. Hopefully that'll happen. We just concluded an agreement with Iran, and apparently they're saying, we promise not to make a nuclear weapon. And in return for that, we're going to give them money, I guess. Allow them trade, selling oil, all kinds of goodies go their way in return for, we promise we won't make a nuke. Number one, in your position as not an analyst, but if you were an analyst, have we made a good deal or have we made a bad deal?
So you left ISIS because it was too depressing. You sure you want to talk about this topic? Or
I'm good.
Talk about puppies and rainbows.
No, I'm good. Let's head right over here.
Okay. No, it's not a good deal. It's a terrible deal. It's a really terrible idea. It's anytime we talk weapons of mass destruction, which for good or for worse, I've worked with for a lot of years, we could get lost in a lot of technical stuff, but just to break this down, I mean, first of all, even if it was effective, even if they actually intended to abide by this, handing them, $100 billion in frozen assets that they're going to get, opening them up to trade, allowing them to now import the most advanced weapons they want from all over the world, and they'll be flush with cash to buy it.
Right.
All of this is a horrifying prospect. I mean, we're worried about ISIS. if we don't defeat ISIS and ISIS grows up, it'll look like Iran. That's what Iran is. Iran is a militant, radical, Islamic, anti-American state, armed to the teeth, and now we're handing them $100 billion and going to let them restart their economy, and we're going to let them go forth and buy weapons from everybody on the planet. Terrible idea. That's one. Two is, no, they have no intention whatsoever of abiding by this treaty, and there are loopholes in the treaty big enough to drive a nuclear missile through. So we're not winning on either count. Very bad plan.
Was this deal cemented for political reasons?
Well, I think there's a huge prospect, a huge element of this, which is that the President of the United States apparently really wants to conclude what he believes are these historic agreements that are somehow supposed to be fundamentally altering the nature of our relationships with the countries around the world. So, for instance,
exactly,
he's clearly focused on we got to renew relations with Cuba. He really thinks we need to have a new era with Iran. And he kind of, I think, just basically wants to ignore the reality of the situation in pursuit of these things. There's even actually a notch further than that. When you listen to some of the administration officials and you read the things that they're saying, read the things that they're writing, what you hear is actually this idea that somehow they believe that Iran can be a force for good, for stability, a positive force in the region, which is so misguided. I mean, the first time I heard that, as a guy who's worked Iranian stuff for a long time, the first time I heard a whiff of that, I almost went into anaphylactic shock. I found it so mind-boggling that anybody could have that conception of this current Iranian government. But they apparently do believe that in the White House, at least some people, that the Iranians can be a positive force in the Middle East. And of course, all of our traditional allies in the Middle East are horrified by all of this.
Sure.
They think we've lost our minds.
Have we?
Well, I don't know if we've lost our minds, but the scope of what we're doing in our foreign policy in the Middle East, we're doing things all over the world that are crazy. But what is happening with our foreign policy in the Middle East right now is incredibly damaging. And, the average American doesn't have time to watch all of this. They're worried about paying the mortgage and their jobs and the kids and the stuff that real people are focused on. And I think probably every day they're just have to operate under the assumption that somebody's got their eye on it and they know what they're doing. And I think, that's not the case. I mean,
are they going to be able to continue to construct and be on their way toward building a bomb during the time this agreement's in force?
Yes. So let me give you a couple of aspects, again, without getting lost in all the technical things, maybe three. First, this is a military nuclear weapons program that we're worried about. We're worried about them building an atomic warhead to go on a missile.
That's right.
Military installations in Iran are not covered by the inspection regime under this deal. That the provisions that specifically apply to everything else do not include military installations, and the Iranians and there's a lot of dispute about what will happen when we want to inspect a military base. Now, just as a matter of common sense, if you were trying to build a nuclear weapon for military use and you were trying to hide it, I think it would be fair to assume you would locate it on a military installation.
Sure.
So saying that we're just kind of not going to address that issue, that's a huge deal. Let's see. They enriched uranium that they have, something like 98% of it has to be sent out of the country. Not specified exactly where it's going to be sent, but the smart money says Russia is going to take it. That means that we're going to take all this Iranian enriched uranium and give it to Vladimir Putin. And then Vladimir Putin's good faith is the only thing that will stop it from being handed back to the Iranians. So if that makes you sleep well at night,
not at all.
It doesn't make me sleep well at night.
No.
What assurance is that? That's none. Last thing I'll hit. They have spent years and ungodliest amounts of money on developing ballistic missiles that are of use militarily only for one thing, to carry a nuclear weapon. There's no other payload that you can put on them for a lot of reasons that I won't go into here that makes any sense militarily. It is a nuclear weapon delivery vehicle.
Well, clearly you're trying to cheer me up.
From the beginning of the negotiations, they stated as a precondition that they would not even discuss getting rid of those missiles. Now, why would you want to retain this incredibly expensive delivery capability if you did not intend at some point to actually finish building the weapon that goes on?
Well, to carry the weapon that you and I are talking about that they're probably going to keep building anyway, despite the agreement, hold tight right where you are. From the high desert, great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, and I'm Art Bell.
Doing all right. A little driving on a Saturday night. Come off me. Running down the day way.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Scientists have proven a robot can show a glimmer of consciousness. In an experiment, neobots were programmed to think two of them took dumbing pills to prevent them from speaking, while one had been given a placebo. They all tried to respond to a question about which robots took the pills, with one able to recognize its own voice and reason it could speak. While all of them tried to answer, only one was able to respond aloud by saying, "I don't know." It seemed to take a while to consider the question before standing up and answering. The robot that spoke recognized its own voice and said, "Sorry, I know now. I was able to prove that I was not given a dumbing pill." Its response demonstrates a basic level of self-awareness, as well as good manners. The test also shows that the robot could understand a question as well as demonstrate reasoning and recognize its own voice. The last visible feature of a suburban Pittsburgh mall that appeared in George Romero's 1978 zombie classic Dawn of the Dead is being given a new life. A small footbridge from the Monroe Mall will be removed and taken to the Senator John Hines History Center in Pittsburgh. Romero has said he chose a mall for much of the film's undead action to serve as social commentary on mindless commercialism. The bridge will be packed up and moved on Wednesday. This is Dark Matter News.
One of the hardest things I had to live through was knowing when Jared disappeared. I was part of that circle that he could count on, and I wasn't there for him.
The fact that hundreds and hundreds of people have gone in to national parks and forests, tried to enjoy our public lands, and disappeared or were killed, it's something that the public needs to know about.
A National Park Ranger told 30-year investigator and author David Paulides a troubling story. Over his years of involvement with numerous search and rescue operations at several different national parks, he had detected a trend that he couldn't understand. The ranger explained that during the first 7 to 10 days of a disappearance that he would witness massive search and rescue activity and significant press coverage. Following his initial week-long effort, there was almost always an immediate halt to the coverage, a discontinued search for the victims, and no explanation from the search authorities. It bothered David enough that he began asking questions, yet he got no answers. So he conducted research. What he discovered shocked him. People of all ages have been disappearing from national parks and forests at an alarming rate, all under similar circumstances. Victims' families are left without closure, and the Park Service refuses to follow up or keep any sort of national list or database of the missing people. Thousands of missing people. David's instincts told him that this was a story that needed to be told. He devoted 6 years to investigating missing people in rural areas. He believes that there's more to the story, and he's begun filming a feature film which he hopes will force the government to show their hand, to tell the real story so that thousands of families can heal and thousands of other disappearances can be prevented. He says they've interviewed experts, eyewitnesses, victims' families, and national park employees to ensure the real story is told in order to hold up a lens to reality and portray as accurate a depiction of the situation as possible.
He called me and said, they're not telling you everything. One of these days I hope you find out the truth.
Just find me a bone. Just find me something for actual proof.
He has invested thousands of his own dollars to begin filming. The story is so compelling that experts in search and rescue, investigative reporting, and a multiple Emmy-winning videographer have dedicated months of their time and talent without pay. The Missing 411 Kickstarter campaign has begun and now reaching more than 50% of their $100,000 goal. The theories of the missing vary widely, from Bigfoot, serial killers, cults, alien abductions to government conspiracy. Whatever is happening in the national parks, David Paulides intends to find out and expose it. For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft.
Oh, tonight is my world. City lights, painted girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night, time that matters. In the light, no control. Through the wall, something breaking. Wearing white, as you're walking down the street of the soul. You take my self-control.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
We will get to the calls. We'll do that at the top of the hour. I'm going to run through several questions quickly with Charles because we've spent so much time on ISIS, which is fine. So, Charles, if we might move quickly, what do you think is the biggest WMD threat?
If we're talking, well, regardless of what we're talking, terrorist biological weapons attack, head and shoulders above anything else.
The little things that get you.
Well, you know, in the business of weapons of mass destruction, that sounds horrible even saying that there is such a thing as a business of weapons of mass destruction. But in terms of people studying that and looking for it and preparing to try to stop it, right. You know, they call biological weapons the poor man's nuclear weapon. Chemical weapons are horrible, realistically very hard to kill thousands of people with them. Nuclear weapons, not impossible to build, but very, you know, engineering intensive, expensive. Radiological weapons, realistically, dirty bombs, not going to, also a concern. All these things are concerns, but not going to kill huge numbers of people. Right. Biological weapon potentially kills thousands, you know, many thousands, depending on what it is and how successful you are. That's the number one concern. And I think every WMD expert you talk to who studies terrorist threats would tell you exactly the same thing.
Well, if you're going to kill people that way, you've got to be able to protect yourself against what you set loose, right?
Well, if you're a rational person.
That's right.
Yeah, but, you know, I don't know that that's necessarily a guarantee. I mean, again, in jihadist circles, there's been a lot of discussion about exactly those kinds of issues. But these days, we are entering a world where there doesn't seem to be any barrier to anything anymore. So I don't know if we could necessarily count on that.
I have heard it said, and I hate going back to ISIS, but I have heard it said that ISIS, one of the central tenets of ISIS is to bring about Armageddon. Anything to that?
Well, they believe that they are sort of there. So there are elements of, in other words, when I say there, that they believe that they are basically at the end of times. So there are elements to some thought in Islam, similar to some strains, some elements of the Bible and some strains of Christianity that are focused on this idea. And they actually, they talk about specific towns in the Middle East that are referenced in scriptures, if you will. I mean, they believe they are in a battle at the end of time, and they will emerge victorious. And this is, if you will, the final battle.
All right, let's move around the world a little bit. The Chinese are doing some interesting things. I lived, as you may know, in the Philippines for a long time, and they're kind of invading, frankly, the Spratlys. The Chinese are building islands that didn't exist in the South China Sea. When they're looked at by satellite, they look like gigantic airports. What are they doing?
Well, what they're doing is exactly what you just suggested they're doing. They're basically annexing the South China Sea. They've been in, which is a huge expanse of ocean, sort of from Malaysia to Indonesia to the Philippines up to the coast of China. And they have for a long time been claiming it. And now they've just decided to effectively occupy it by building artificial islands. And yes, they are moving. They have military forces there. They have ships there. They have weapons there. And now they have airstrips there on which obviously they can put military aircraft, and they're effectively aircraft carriers. So they're presenting us with a fait accompli in that they have effectively occupied this big chunk of the Pacific Ocean. And we have watched and occasionally protested mildly from the sidelines while they keep doing it.
We're trying to make an agreement right now with the Philippines to once again allow our Navy into port and to have a base there. Any thoughts on whether that might be successful?
I think that there will be, I think we will end up with some sort of limited basing there. We're never going to go back and recreate what we used to have at Subic Bay, because to begin with, we just spent a lot of years and a lot of our money recreating a lot of that infrastructure on Guam and other places. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to, I mean, the Filipinos kind of made that decision for right or for wrong, that they wanted us out. And once we left and spent all that money recreating things elsewhere, we're not going to go back and do it all over again.
Are our creations elsewhere, you mentioned Guam and other places, are our creations elsewhere sufficient to deal with the Chinese threat?
Well, what they're not having any impact on things like the South China Sea. So, you know, they're not stopping the Chinese from what they're doing right now. And I don't see, and the Chinese, and where the Chinese threat goes and how we react to it, we'll see. I mean, the Chinese are embarked, as you well know, on a very ambitious military expansion, and particularly in regard to naval forces, and they're developing a lot of capabilities that are specifically designed to defeat U.S. aircraft carriers and other things. So they are moving from a defend their coastal waters stance to a be able to project power way offshore stance. If we don't counter that, if we just allow that to continue, then at some point, the balance tips the other way. Right now, we're not doing enough.
Okay, here's a hard one for you. If they decided they wanted to digest Taiwan, would we stop them?
Well, I started to say, of course, but then we seem to see all sorts of things going on these days that we thought we would never see. I still have to think that if there was an overt Chinese attack on Taiwan, we would absolutely step in. But, you know, right now, if I'm on the Chinese side of this thing, looking at the totality of American foreign policy worldwide, I'm thinking right now time is on my side. I'm not thinking that I'm going to precipitate a crisis right now, because we're allowing ourselves to be pushed around all over the globe. Mm-hmm. And so everything's running in their favor, I guess, is what I'm saying. So let's not precipitate a crisis now. Let's just let things continue to go the direction they are.
Charles, with the exception of the size of our military, there are many who think that, I don't want to say America's day is done, but America's time as, being at the top of the world, how can I put this? The British had their time, and then the sun sort of set. And the Americans definitely had their time. We had our time. Is our sun beginning to head toward the horizon?
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. And I have to tell you that I absolutely fundamentally reject that notion. I don't think that's true at all.
Good.
I don't think that's anywhere close to right. We have issues we need to confront. Probably the biggest ones are domestic issues, starting with spending, size of government, budget, all of these kinds of things. But, I'm incredibly optimistic about the country and about the American people. We have the capacity to get those things under control. And there's still no country on earth that has the energy, the drive that the United States has. I mean, you unleash that potential, and I think you're looking at a new American century, not the sunset of anything. But
we sure have the innovation. We've really got the innovation.
Absolutely. And work. I mean, come on. I mean, in America, you look at what people in this country did. I don't want to sound like some sort of a commercial here, but you think about what Americans did, who are people who've come from all over the globe, right? Every color, race, creed, and built this place from the ground up, from nothing to the most dominant military, political, economic force the world has ever seen. That energy and drive and imagination has not gone away. Now we need to confront problems. We need to get the government out of the way in a lot of places and unleash that potential. But there's a reason why people are still coming here from all over the planet, legally and illegally, to start over, because they recognize that immediately, that there's no better place on the planet to build something, to build a future.
All right. In the interest of time, I've heard the Russians are moving military into Arctic areas. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely true. In large numbers. It's all about oil and gas. Russia his entire economy basically is driven by the export of oil and natural gas. Without that, they're Bulgaria with nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of oil and gas in the Arctic, and there's a lot of dispute over who owns it. And the Russians are doing in the Arctic exactly what we just talked about the Chinese doing in the South China Sea. Wow. They're moving forces in. They're going to present us with a fait accompli. They're going to be there. They're going to have occupied it. They're going to have forces there. And then they're just going to look at us and say, you can give us all the international court opinions you want, but the bottom line is we're not leaving.
Now, see, this is the first I'm really hearing of this. So this is another one of those things that's occurring under our nose, but I don't hear CNN screaming and yelling about the Russians in the Arctic. Why not?
No. Well, you'd have to call CNN and ask
or Fox. I don't hear Fox yelling either.
I don't. You're right. Nobody's talking about it. In fact, here are just a couple other points to make it even worse. U.S. Army is in the midst of a drawdown. They're talking about another 45,000 troops they're going to cut.
Right.
On the chopping block for this next round of cuts are the Army brigades that are in Alaska, which are actually the only forces of any size that we have anywhere close to the Arctic. We're getting ready to cut them as the Russians are moving in. In Norway, the Norwegians have a base built in northern Norway. It was built at the height of the Cold War, built into the side of a mountain, like something out of a James Bond film. You can drive submarines into this thing, everything.
Wow.
So they decided they don't need it anymore. They sold it off to a private entity, I think a Norwegian company. That Norwegian company has now leased it to the Russians. So the Russians actually have a military base on Norwegian soil from which they use this old Norwegian base to now project power into the Arctic. That's how crazy things are.
That is crazy. All right. Yeah. Again, in the interest of time, we have wonderful satellites. We have satellites, I'm told, that can read license plates, that sort of thing. Although that seems impossible. I'd love to understand how you can read a license plate from a satellite, but I guess you can. See small stuff. We have great technology, no question about it. But do we have good human intelligence on the ground, the kind you really need before you act?
No. I mean, the short version is we do not have the human intelligence we need in the quantity and the quality we need. Doesn't mean we don't have great people. Doesn't mean we don't collect a lot of stuff. We don't collect enough. We don't collect the right stuff. And that's been true for a lot of years, and it's going to take a much more aggressive posture and changes in how we operate to do that. So a lot of times we are way too reliant on technical means for our collection.
Why is human intelligence not in a better place? I mean, why not?
Well, if you're going to go, we could talk about that for hours. But if you're going to go into an area that is radical Islamic controlled area, you're going to go up to the Northwest Frontier Province. You're going to go to an ISIS controlled area. If you're really talking about putting officers, our people on the ground operating in those areas, then you're talking about a very high risk operations. And the bottom line is you're going to get people killed and you're going to get people captured.
Right.
Because there's no such thing as an op that's, all ops go right. They go wrong for a million reasons. So it starts at the top. It's a matter of political will. If you want people to be that aggressive and push the envelope that hard, then the guy that sits in the White House has to give that directive. He has to be willing to stand behind that. When there's a CIA guy being executed by ISIS, when there are people being killed, wrapped up in these places, he has to be willing to take those hits. And that's not where we are right now. We want this, but we don't want to take enough risk to get it.
Well, you mentioned it yourself. I mean, the average probably agent that we would attempt to put somewhere really has to recruit somebody else because he doesn't look like, he looks probably like just exactly what he is, and that'll get him killed. So I don't know how we develop these assets.
Well, it's doable, and you're right. I mean, you're not going to take the guy that looks like me and put him inside of a terrorist group in the sense that he's going to pose as a member of that group.
Right.
Doesn't mean he can't operate in that area and recruit people who are inside of that terrorist group to work for him. But even being in that area to recruit those assets is going to put him, the CIA officer, at tremendous risk. You're really going to be hanging people out on the end of branches. And trust me, there are plenty of guys in the outfit who are more than willing to do that tomorrow. But somebody is going to have to stand up and say that they're politically standing behind that, taking the risk, and that's not where we are. When you get risk aversion, then everybody's going to draw back.
Right. I had what I guess is a crazy idea. I got so frustrated at the whole damn ISIS thing that I said, why don't we offer a $5,000 reward for every ISIS body that somebody drags to a reception point in Iraq? That comes from frustration. Now, is that a crazy idea?
Well, I don't think that I would vote for putting out bounties to start with. You'd probably have a lot of bodies showing up, and then have some question as to whether they were all ISIS guys.
True.
But I think the going back to what I was saying earlier, I mean, the fundamental idea that this fighting should be done, and frankly can be done, by the people that are already there, as opposed to having to send American conventional forces, is absolutely valid. I mean, that is the answer. You don't need 100,000 American troops. What you need is special forces, intelligence officers, and the right political inducements to get people to side with us against ISIS. I mean, that starts with the political strategy. Offer those people on the ground something to fight for. and then put with them the guys who know how to work in those environments. And then if you're still providing air support, now you got a winning combination. Now basically you have what was the winning combination the first 5 months we went into Afghanistan that drove the Taliban from the field. A few hundred Americans, native allies, American air support. Boom.
Okay. One more before the break. How do we fight this current thing that apparently we're facing, and we are facing it? How anybody buys into it, I don't know. But the lone wolf thing, the people that are convinced to do something horrible, it seems to me like there's almost no way to fight it.
Well, as has been said by any number of people, the first thing is this: as long as this propaganda is being broadcast the way it is, and we're in anything close to this posture, you're not going to ever stop every shot on goal. I don't mean to turn this into, by using a sports analogy, to trivialize it. The bottom line is some attacks will get through. I don't think that the majority of them are unstoppable, because in almost all of these cases, after the fact, we determine that there were, in fact, indications of what was going on with the individual who staged the attack, that he was radicalizing, that people around him saw this. What we didn't have was an aggressive posture by intelligence law enforcement personnel to go out and get after these things while they're still at that stage. And that's really fundamentally the answer. You go nip it in the bud before it has a chance to develop.
All right, Charles, hold on. We're going to take a break. We will be back. We will open the phone lines. So all those numbers you've been hearing, now's the time to act. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
He was a friend of mine, and he could sing a song. His heart in every line.
Charles, I guess, would you like to make it yourself?
We're talking about the campaign now.
We are.
Yeah, we've stood up a committee, and I am running for Congress in the state of Maryland in the 5th District.
Holy moly, how did that come to pass?
You know, everybody asks me this question, and what I tell them is, look, I got out of the agency when I did, not because I had hit mandatory retirement or was forced out. I passed up promotion and so forth and made a decision to get out, and really because I felt like there were a lot of things that needed to be talked about, and there is a tension, obviously, between speaking out and being part of a clandestine organization. So I made the decision to get out. And I've been doing that for whatever it is now, 6 years, pushing 7. And that has been very satisfying. But in the end, it's not enough. In the end, there's this little voice in your head that says, that's great, but you're still just recommending that somebody else should do something about all these problems. And after a while, that voice in my head sort of transforms to, so either you should at some point shut up, or you should actually get off the sidelines and jump into the ring, so to speak. And that after That this is not a decision that comes to you in a flash of light. It comes to, you think about it over a period of years, actually. But I decided, look, I think there are major problems. The country's in trouble. I'm tired of watching that, and I'm tired of just talking about it. So no illusions that one guy goes to Congress and boom, everything's fixed. But at least you're in the fight. At least you're making a difference.
Well, that's taking everything you believe and moving it in a direction that if you make it, you can actually do something about it all. So congratulations. I hope you do well. I assume, and maybe I should not, that you're running as a Republican more than
I am. I am running for the GOP nomination. Although, as folks that have followed my writing and commentary over the years know, at various points I have been very critical of the Republican Party and its need to get its act together. But I am running for the GOP nomination. Yes.
So you had to pick one.
Well, fundamentally, I guess you don't have to pick one. Fundamentally, with all of the issues that are rattling around, I am a guy who thinks that the balance between government and the individual in this country is way out of whack. Mm-hmm. A government is too large. It's too intrusive. Everything you said when you set this up at the beginning of the show. Sure. And we need to get that under control. We need to restore that balance. And what is going to put us back on track and get the economy really moving and deal with those problems is not going to be a government program. It's going to be the same thing that built this country to begin with, which is individuals. That's the U.S. government did not create all of this. It was the American people. So, as I said, I have incredible faith in them. We just need to get this balance back. We need to get our spending under control, the size of government under control.
All right. Well, listen, good luck. I suppose when your opponent does opposition research, it's all going to be redacted, huh?
Well, look, by this point, I've been talking on the radio and on television and writing pieces sometimes every week. I've been doing this for years now, so he's got plenty to read and plenty to listen to. If he wants to know what I think about any subject, he could probably find an interview where I was asked.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone lines are open, and that includes Skype. And that includes Skype worldwide, MITD55, Skype North America, MITD 51. And I would only ask that you keep your questions relevant. We have on our hands somebody who was in the CIA, so if it's, in that area, well, or in World Affairs, feel free. Here we go. Let's go to, I think, Seattle, Washington. You're on Midnight.
Hi. Yes, this is Leo from Seattle. I'm really glad that you're back.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask your guest if he thinks that this Iran deal might actually be some misguided attempt to hurt Russia, because with all the tension over Russia in the Ukraine, and they might be thinking that this deal, even though it'll allow Iran to strengthen itself, all this Iranian oil hitting the market is going to cause the price of gas to plummet even further and hurt the Russian economy even worse.
I don't think that that's the strategy. I think it is driven, unfortunately, by what I will charitably call naivete about the Iranians, and I should add, by the way, when I say that, I'm not really talking about the Iranian people. We're talking about the regime in Tehran.
Mm.
Okay, does that answer it?
No, thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And let's attempt to go outside North America, somewhere in the world. Laser?
Hello, how's it going?
It's going very well, Laser. Where are you?
My name's Lisa. I'm calling you from Ireland.
Oh, I'm sorry. Missed your name. It does say Lazer.
Yeah, nobody uses the real name these days, do they?
That's right. Okay, well, go right ahead.
I guess I'd love to know about who, the rest of the countries in the world who have nuclear weapons.
Oh.
Who
has nukes?
Yeah, I mean, how many nukes does the United States have?
You know what? I think if he knew, he couldn't tell us.
Oh, okay.
But no, wait. I don't know that to be true. Charles?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I can pull off the top of my head the exact count of American nuclear weapons, but obviously the two leading arsenals in the world are the Russians and the Americans, and they number easily into the thousands of warheads. And after that, the Chinese. Countries, Britain, France obviously have nuclear weapons. Israel's presumed to have nuclear weapons. India has nuclear weapons. The North Koreans at least have some capability. Probably out of all of these countries, the arsenal that most people are really worried about, if you're talking about danger, is Pakistan. We haven't talked about, because they are furiously building more nuclear weapons all the time. Obviously, Pakistan has a lot of issues with stability and with violence and insurgency, and people really worry about Pakistan and the possibility of a nuclear warhead falling into the wrong hands.
I sure do. All right, thank you very much for the call. And let me ask this as a follow-up. How likely is it that they will end up giving a nuclear weapon to the wrong group?
Well, with the current government in Pakistan, I think that it is extremely unlikely that there's going to be anything where you have a sanctioned handover of a weapon.
Or selling.
Well, if they're going to sell nuclear weapons to somebody, they're probably going to sell nuclear weapons to the Saudis, because the Saudis are very, very concerned about this whole Iran deal. And and one of the options the Saudis have made very clear that they are considering is basically just buying a nuclear arsenal from Pakistan. In other words, they won't bother to develop their own weapons. They'll just send a boatload of cash to Pakistan, and they will get a turnkey nuclear force, probably with Pakistanis to operate it in the kingdom. Now, the danger in Pakistan is that somebody's going to steal it. There's going to be an attack on a base. Somebody's going to take a warhead, or you're going to have military or security personnel that are sympathetic to the insurgents who would grab a weapon and hand it over. I mean, near term, that's what people really worry about.
Can I throw out one more thing, Charles?
Sure.
When you talk about nuclear weapons, obviously, if there were a full exchange, we're cooked. It's pretty well, we're all done. But what I do worry about is the possibility of a high altitude burst that would essentially give off a magnetic pulse strong enough to kill most electronics within a certain region. And a number of them exploded thusly, could pretty well send us back to the Stone Age. Yes?
Right. So you're talking about EMP.
I am, yes.
And, if you're talking about airburst of nuclear weapons, yes, you're going to have, that is a very real effect of the use of the weapon. And the more the more dependent we become on technology, the more vulnerable we are to that. I mean, at this point, it's not, you're talking about your entire financial system, and really,
oh, yes.
The command and control for everything in the country is susceptible to that.
I mean, it could be done high enough that the buildings would, for the most part, survive, as would the people. It's just all the electronics would suddenly be gone. Unless they were really hardened, they'd be gone. And we are such a technological society that seems to me that's something to be afraid of.
Well, a lot of people are worried about it, and obviously, for the same reasons for the same reasons they're very worried about cyber attacks, because it's not just a matter of stealing people's credit cards or causing inconvenience. You're potentially talking about, what happens if the banking system, if your bank electronic system no longer exists, effectively your money no longer exists.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Snowden, hero or traitor?
I'm not a fan of Mr. Snowden. He's a criminal. He's a traitor. I've been on record for a long time that doesn't necessarily mean that I support all of NSA's programs, but when you fly off to communist China and then to Russia and sit there and lecture us on democracy and human rights, you've kind of lost me. That's that. I think that there was another option.
All right, Mojave Valley. I think this is midnight, and you're on the air.
It seems like you just asked the question I was going to.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Considering national security, well, I wanted to ask, considering hacking, sabotage, or an EMP, wouldn't our electrical grid be the most important thing to worry about? I mean, with the possibility of wiping out literally millions, and like you said, set in respect of the Stone Age.
It really would. There you go. So I'm sorry I asked your question, but the caller's right. The electrical grid is part of that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we didn't talk specifically about that, but absolutely vulnerable to everything that we talked about. Also vulnerable just to plain old physical sabotage. I mean, the most of the grid is not hardened in any way. The transformers and the transmission lines and everything else in the world are out there with effectively no security whatsoever. What makes it even worse is if you're talking about big substations with very large transformers, a lot of those transformers are not made in the United States anymore. And typically, if you order them, we're talking like 18 months delivery time to replace them. So you take out a component like that, you're not just talking about it's going to be a day or two until they truck in a new one, unless they happen to have stockpiled spares. You're potentially talking about causing problems that will persist for a very, very long time.
Dangerous world, isn't it?
Yeah, and that kind of stuff can be done with very rudimentary techniques, which for obvious reasons I won't go into.
Andrew on Skype, you're on the air.
Roswell's, Art.
Thank you.
And good evening to you, Charles.
Thank you.
One question and a few thoughts I had going back to Saddam and Gaddafi. Both of them wanted to change the oil trading currency, obviously with Saddam from the dollar to the euro and Gaddafi from the dollar to the dinar, which I'm sure you know, gold-based currency. I'm wondering how much of an effect that played, those two financial factors played in the toppling of those two dictators.
Okay, good question.
I guess the short answer would be I don't know of any indication at all that it played any role. Now, I was directly involved in a lot of preparations for going into Iraq by virtue of the fact that I took the first team in and we were the only guys in the ground for a long time. I really didn't play any role in Libya. But I don't think either one of those things was driven by those kind of factors.
Okay. Off to Hilo, Hawaii. Midnight and you're on. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Paul and Hilo. Hello.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi. Okay. Hi, Charles and Art. We love you. Thanks for coming back.
Right, thank you.
My question, thank you for being on tonight. My question is kind of going back to the last callers, is where we talk about Pakistan has so many nuclear warheads. Are they signatory to the I don't know the terms, but the world agreement, where our inspectors go in and know where all of their warheads are?
So the short answer in terms of people knowing where all their warheads are is no. And that's no matter what anybody is a signatory to, unless you're talking about sometimes when the U.S. and the Soviet Union were signing specific agreements, by and large, nobody's going to tell you exactly where their nuclear warheads are because that's just a matter of national security. Okay. So the short, in regard to Pakistan,
really does feel like we're all riders on the storm, doesn't it?
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
A big storm, too. My goodness. He was CIA for many, many years. Now he aspires to be in Congress in Maryland. Charles Faddis is my guest, and we're going to go quickly back to the phones and squeeze as many as we can in. Let's make it an anonymous person. Hello there.
Hi there.
Hi. You're not like in
Montreal, Canada.
Montreal, okay.
Quick question and a comment from your guest. I'm sure we would both agree the economic conditions in the United States have really deteriorated despite what the government has said. And people with simple solutions like Donald Trump seem to be more easily looked at. And you look at Germany and the rise of Hitler. I'm not comparing the two, but I'm just saying people with simple solutions and right-wing solutions are looked at. I'd like your guest to comment on that. And the other thing is, I find the news in the United States, especially CNN, is totally slanted to the government viewpoint, especially when they put on specials like the Kennedy assassination with CIA pawns like Victor Bugliosi saying the old government, single shooter theory and stuff like that. I'd like your comment. Does the CIA really control CNN? Maybe CNN should just be called CIA. And that's my questions. Thank you.
That's pretty heavy duty. Okay, Charles.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go with a comparison of Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
But
Wise.
I do, but back to what you and I were talking about earlier. I do think that absolutely people are frustrated, people are angry, people are tired of politicians who don't seem to be able to even answer a direct question. A guy who will actually say what he thinks, give you a direct answer, whether you agree with it or not, you actually understood what the answer was, is refreshing. And I also think there's an element of people expressing support for him as a mechanism for saying, we're angry with the rest of you.
Mm-hmm.
We're tired of the status quo. CIA and CNN. So no, the agency doesn't control CNN. And
although, you know what? I would like to add that I recently learned that Anderson Cooper has something of a CIA connection background. Were you aware of that?
Of that I am completely unaware. What's his connection?
It's just, he's actually acknowledged it. I guess it was when he was much younger. Now, whether you're once connected and then you remain connected, or you sever and then become a unbiased news person, or a biased one, I don't know, but I had heard that.
Well, I mean, the broader point that the caller was making, that that he finds CNN's viewpoint to be slanted in a particular way. I mean, I find it to be slanted too. I don't necessarily find it to be slanted toward the government, but it's toward their own viewpoint on a variety of things. Actually, just the rules regarding American intelligence and American news organizations are, I mean, not that I'm in a position to go into them on the air, but are incredibly strict on prohibitions about any kind of interference with American news programs.
Mm-hmm.
That's an outgrowth of the Vietnam era and Watergate and so forth.
So you say they don't interfere, but it does really seem as though, I mean, frankly, I think the American people are to some degree propagandized, as are people in the rest of the world. I mean,
well, I'll tell you, I mean, this is a slightly different tangent, but I certainly find that trying to keep up on what's going on in the world, or really understand what's happening in the world by watching major American networks, is a losing proposition.
Hear, hear.
I get up every morning and fire up my iPad, and I'm on 100 different news sites, most of them small, local, regional news sites all around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And every morning I am finding hundreds of developments of great significance, like the Russians rolling into the Arctic.
That's a big one.
That you could watch CNN all day, every day, and not hear a word about it.
I hear you. All right, Michael, you're on the air on Skype if you're there.
I'm there, Art.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Charles, do you believe that at one point the Israelis will just have enough and just go after the Iranian sites?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Thank you. It really is a good question. They probably view this agreement about the way you seem to, Charles. Are they going to throw up their hands and go in?
Well, unfortunately, this deal makes the danger of that happening much greater. We talked about the East China Sea right earlier, the Chinese, and how we're not doing anything about it, or the South China Sea. They're doing the same thing in the East China Sea. One of the byproducts of that is the Japanese are now rearming and really adopting a much more aggressive military posture. Why? Because they're not comfortable anymore relying upon us to the extent they have. The Israelis are very much in the same mode now. And keep in mind, the Israelis don't have any strategic depth, by which I mean they are a tiny country. A handful of nuclear weapons hitting Israel, and Israel effectively ceases to exist. That means they have no choice but to have a hair trigger. And this deal, does it mandate that they're going to strike them? Maybe not. But it certainly pushes them very hard in that direction. They're thinking, we're on our own now.
Isn't it possible, after seeing the construct of this deal, that the Israelis have already made their decision? It's just a matter of when?
Well, that absolutely could be possible. I don't know that by any stretch of the imagination, but yes, at a minimum, they're now in a different world than they were before, as far as they're concerned. They're in a world. The Saudis are saying the same thing. They're in a world where increasingly they have to think about managing their security without the reliance on the United States that they've been used to for decades.
Okay, very short on time. Very short on time. Lawrence, I think Massachusetts, is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
You are on Midnight.
Well, I got to say, I never thought in a million years I'd ever get a chance to call in and into your show. And it's such a great feeling to hear your voice again.
Thank you.
My question for your guest, Charles, is concerns control remote viewing. I was wondering what his views were in terms of the validity, accuracy of the past use of controlled remote viewing and possibly present, possibly.
Okay, that's a tough question. Were you aware of the remote viewing program that the CIA did have, Charles?
So I've not ever been involved with such a program, and I don't think that any such program existed during the time I was with the agency. I am aware that there was a program related to that I don't know what the exact dates, but preceded my involvement with CIA. And beyond that, I don't know really anything about it or the details or how it ended up.
All right. Thank you very much. Hold tight. We'll be back. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Did you see the lights as they fell all around you? Did you hear the music of serenade from the stars? Wake up, wake up, wake up.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Fallen angels came to Earth and using their own DNA, and that of apes fashioned man to enslave in order to mine gold the fallen angels or aliens needed on their planet. Out of this breeding came giants of whom God attempted to rid the earth, considering them an abomination through the Great Flood. So say several investigators, archaeologists, and theorists, using information not readily available to the public. Some of this information includes the discovery of gold mines and miles of terraces found in South Africa, which date back thousands of years. Anderson, Indiana, about 30 miles northeast of Indianapolis. Always proud of its Indian heritage, the town celebrates the Delaware Indian tribe, who founded the city first known as Andersontown. However, most inhabitants still have no idea that long before Chief Anderson brought his tribe westward from Pennsylvania and Ohio, ancient giants inhabited the area. when told about a late 1800s newspaper article telling of the discovery of 6 giant skeletons in the burial mounds. Micheline McWilliams, who has worked in the Mound State Park for 6 years, said she had never heard such a story. Were the skeletons the known mound builders who first settled the area, almost exactly where the Delaware would set up camp, or were they some other race of giants? To this day, none of the tourists to the mounds, its docents, or even the school children of Anderson, Indiana, were taught about the giant skeletons or that the Smithsonian took the bones away, never to be displayed. During the time of discovery, the Smithsonian was taking possession of nearly every giant skeleton found throughout the entire country, including the largest discovery of skeletons found in the Great Mound in Ohio. Romania is tapping into the Dracula legend, offering concert-goers free tickets in exchange for their blood. The campaign is part of a push to increase blood donations in a country where only 1.7% of the people donate blood. Mobile blood collection units will be set up in 42 Romanian cities for 10 days this month. Donators in Bucharest will be eligible for free tickets to an electro dance music festival in the Transylvania city. Transylvania is the home of the fictional blood-sucking Dracula featured in Bram Stoker's 1897 novel. This is Dark Matter News. Spontaneous human combustion. It is the term of reported cases of the burning of a living or recently deceased human body without an apparent external source of ignition. In addition to reported cases, examples of spontaneous human combustion appear in literature, and both types have been observed to share common characteristics regarding circumstances and remains of the victim. A war veteran has recalled the horrifying moment his body suddenly burst into flames while he was sitting on the sofa. Frank Baker, who served in the U.S. Army in Vietnam, is the only known survivor of the unexplained phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion.
The doctor was completely baffled, and he said, looking at it, Frank, this burned from the inside out. And he said, I've never, ever seen anything like this. I wasn't smoking. There were no flames around. There was no lights on, no microwaves. All that was coming in was the sun from the far end of the house. When this happened,
the highly decorated former soldier had been preparing to go on a fishing trip with his friend when fire suddenly engulfed his body.
Frank Baker appears to fit all the criteria for survival of partial spontaneous human combustion, and he's had to deal with it. He's had to come to terms with something that was said to be impossible, something that could not happen.
Larry E. Arnold, in his 1995 book Ablaze, proposed a pseudo-scientific new subatomic particle which he called pyrotron. Arnold also wrote that the flammability of a human body could be increased by certain circumstances, like increased alcohol in the blood. He also wrote that extreme stress could be the trigger that starts many combustions. This process may use no external oxygen to spread throughout the body. Others attribute these sudden combustions as paranormal phenomena. For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft.
Every time I think about it, I want to cry. The bombs in the devil, and the kids keep coming. The way to breathe easy, time to be young.
To reach Midnight in the Desert via Skype worldwide, if on a computer, please be sure to use a headphone mic and call MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
We'd be glad to have you, no question about it. The desert and bombs. Keith Rowland is now taking on, by the way, the job of running all the commercials. We had another service that we tried, and they sort of got it wrong. So Keith, who frankly doesn't have much to do anyway, is doing it. I'm kidding. The guy is like a one-armed paper hanger. Really, really a busy guy.
I've got something called the wormhole. They can, you can fire me if you're a member of the Time Traveler group. You can fire me a message. Keith has done so. Hey, Art, could you please ask Mr. Faddis about suitcase nukes? That's a curiosity for me, too. A, do they really exist? B, are they on the loose out there? That'll do.
So they do exist, although they are not really suitcase-sized. What we're really talking about is what are called man-portable nuclear weapons. But yes, they do exist. And there's been a lot of speculation over the years of some of them getting loose out of the Soviet Union and into the hands of terrorists. And to the best of my knowledge, we have never confirmed any such thing, but remains a big concern because the delivery vehicle for a suitcase nuke is a guy. You don't have to have a missile.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Interest of time. Middletown, Connecticut, I think. Hello.
Yes, this is Romero, Minnie Roswell there.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say this has been a great show, and suddenly I became aware that we have a politician now.
You're right, we do.
Well, I've been...
I want to be politician, right? Unelected, but hopeful. Yes.
I've worked on 2 Senate campaigns and 2 governor's campaigns in my state.
You looking for a job?
No, not
okay.
at all.
All right, okay.
No, you're causing me to drink again. But, I worked in communications, and basically that means whatever you see come out of a politician's mouth that's somewhat formulated, we would write. And there's going to be a few questions that your guest is going to be posed with right off the bat. And I never want to miss an opportunity to hardball them right away.
Okay.
I'm going to ask 3 easy ones. Okay? What's your position, pro-life, pro-choice? What's your position on gun control? And how do you feel about the new U.S. deal with Cuba? All right? Now I'll take it off the air. Have a good one, guys.
Ooh, good call. Good call. I love it. 3 quick ones, too. All right, so life?
Here's my stance. I reject these labels. I am not... I don't support trying to roll back Roe v. Wade. I don't think outlawing abortion wholesale in the United States is the answer. I do think we perform way too many abortions in this country.
Guns?
Particularly amongst minority women.
Right, got
Ridiculous numbers.
Right, got it. Guns?
I believe in the Second Amendment. I don't have any problem with reasonable gun control laws, but I don't really think that most of what we discuss that in regard to gun control has much of anything to do with what's really happening in terms of gun violence.
Okay. Cuba.
I don't oppose the idea per se of normalizing relations with Cuba. We have relations with communist China, Russia, all kinds of people. What I oppose is the attempt by this administration to paint the Cuban regime as somehow having changed its stripes. I mean, they haven't changed anything. So if you think it's better to have a diplomatic presence there, fine, say so. Don't try to paint it as something that it's not.
Okay. Scott, Skype, you're on the air. It's midnight, and Charles is right here. Hi.
Oh, it's so great to hear you again, Art.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Okay.
About, have you ever used what's called brain fingerprinting or in interrogation of, terrorists or whomever?
Well, how about first finding out what is brain fingerprinting? Charles, do you know what it is?
Never heard the expression before in my life.
What is it, caller?
It's a technique where if you ask someone a question about, what was the color of the guy's shirt who gave you orders to do something, if he has that memory in his brain, there's what's called a T300 wave that goes off. It's viewable in his EEG.
Okay, so
that
in other
comes
words,
about
this,
3 times a minute.
I think I've got it. So this is an interrogation technique, really. So it's sort of, is he telling the truth or not type deal. Charles?
Never heard. I mean, I've heard generally about the principle that you're talking about. I've never heard the expression brain fingerprinting. Never used it. Don't know of it ever being used. I believe in shoe leather and sort of basic things. And when I've interrogated people, I did it by sitting in the room with them and asking them questions.
So you didn't mean you kicked them?
My rule that we adhered to at all times was we never laid a finger on anybody.
That was a joke. Really, it was. The shoe leathers. Anyway, Mountain Home, Idaho. Hello, you're on the air with Charles Faddis.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
I have a quick couple of questions for you and one for Mr. Faddis.
Well, listen, we're going to do open lines on every Friday. And so we're going to have like 3 hours of total open lines. Ask me anything you want then. I mean, if you've got a really critical question, I'll do my best. But.
Well, Mr. Faddis, I'm not going to bury my head in the sand, ignore everything that you've said, but just other than our great potential, do you see anything hopeful or good on the horizon?
Okay, that's fair.
Look, I think that if you're looking at the United States of America, that there is all kinds of things to be hopeful about and optimistic about. I mean, in a world that is increasingly chaotic, this is a country where, by and large, things are under control, where you have the rule of law, where there is order, where there's a banking system that functions. If we were doing things right, this economy would be booming. This is the kind of place that people from all over the world would be investing money and building new factories and building plants. So I see all kinds of optimism. We just need to make the necessary changes to make that possible.
Well, if you're in the market right now, things are great.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things I do is I'm already wandering around sort of in the campaign mode is I spend a lot of time at fairs, festivals, public events, and one of the things I always ask people is what's their big concern in their lives? And then I shut up and listen for a while. And the number one answer is always the economy. And it's the same thing. It's the middle class. And it's not just necessarily just unemployment. It's, you got a job, but it's not the job you used to have. Mm-hmm. It doesn't pay what you used to.
I was going to say Main Street, not so much, but the markets are going nuts.
Main Street, maybe some people on the stock exchange are making a lot of money, but the average folks are running as hard as they can to stay in the same place.
That's a fact. All right, let's go to all the way to Kansas. Hi, Kansas. Midnight, you're on the air. Hello, Hiawatha, Kansas.
Hello. Yes, hello, sir. Sorry, I'm still hearing the program in my ear as well.
Okay.
But, I have a question for your guest. Why do you think that the United States government seems to be solely responsible for making a deal with Iran? And why do we think Iran doesn't have the right to have a nuclear program just as much as we do?
Okay, you're breaking up on us a little. The U.S. indeed took by far the leading role in this deal. There's no question about it. So, yeah, it's a pretty good question. Why were we the ones to step out? Are we the only ones who could do it?
Well, we've always been the ones that have had to take the lead in regard to the Iranians because the Europeans, left to their own devices, would just continue to do business with the Iranians. Mm-hmm. It has always been the situation that we're the ones having to push everybody into imposing sanctions. So naturally, we're going to end up in the position of leading any negotiations with them. Regarding the Iranians having a nuclear weapon, I mean, look, this is a hostile, radical Islamic state. I'm not talking about the Iranian people. I'm talking about the theocracy that runs it. They arm Hezbollah. They are destabilizing governments all over the Middle East. These guys are not a force for good.
Right.
And you give them a nuclear weapon, and it is a very, very bad thing. It is a very bad day.
Arlington, Texas. It's midnight, and you're on the air.
Yes. First, I want to say welcome back, Art.
Thank you.
Charles, a question I wanted to bring up for you. I'm I deal on the cyber side of things, and along with the information you were talking about with Russia, there had been a previous report. Granted, we all know how things on the internet are, but there was a previous report that had come out that prior to when Putin sent 80,000 troops into the Arctic, that the group Cyberberkut had intercepted a communication coming from the Equation Group out of Houston that supposedly they had found out. Supposedly, the Equation Group was writing all of England's nuclear missile telemetries, and Putin had stated that those telemetries were all pointed at Russia. So his reaction to it was basically a show of force, moving troops into the Arctic. And we also know that there's this back and forth between all of our cyber side, whether it's Equation Group, whether it's the Chinese and their PLA hackers and so on. But then also Cyberberkut also released this past week that they had supposedly hacked one of John McCain's staffer's cell phones and posted a video showing that one of the ISIS executions were staged and showing it, and it correlates with a arrest that had happened 4 months ago from a group called Final Solutions.
I think. Is there any indication at all, Charles, that the videos being sent by ISIS are put up?
No, not to my knowledge at all. In fact, very much to the contrary. We were talking before about news sources. There are a lot of news sources, smaller regional sites, that are producing a tremendous amount of coverage from inside ISIS-controlled territory and painting a very clear graphic picture of what's going on. And no, not staged. I mean, what you see is as horrible as it really is.
Okay. JW on Skype. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, sir? Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a question for Mr. Charles. First of all, thank you for showing up, Mr. Charles, and for you, Art, for doing this show.
Thank you.
I served in Iraq in 2003. And a lot of things that you've been talking about, I saw myself. And I was wondering, you had made a comment earlier about it wouldn't do any good for us to be back over there where the situation it is. Why wouldn't we want to go back over there and be in a strategic place that should anything happen with Iran, we would be better suited and able to defend it and actually do something about it?
Well, my comments are not so much that we should not be involved and we should not have anybody there as they are, that we should not reintroduce conventional ground forces, particularly in the current situation, because what we have right now is fundamentally a political problem that is tearing this country apart. And if we put American troops back in the middle of that, they're inevitably going to be forced to take the side of the Baghdad government against Sunni Arabs. And as far as the Sunni Arabs are concerned, frankly, they're going to be fighting on the same side with the Iranians. We are going to be in the middle of this political struggle with our guys on the ground. And that's not the answer. I don't think it's fair to our troops. I don't think it'll resolve the situation. No question, our guys can go find ISIS in the field of battle and defeat them handily. That's not the issue. When you're all done doing that, you're still going to have a bunch of guys stuck in the middle of a political mess in an unstable situation. And I don't think that's the answer. And I don't think it's fair to our people to put them back in that situation where they're getting shot at from both sides.
I understand. And so I don't think any of us would ever want to be caught up in, dare I say, another Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much. So you actually agree with the president on the no boots or few boots or very selective boots on the ground. I'm not sure how to put that.
Well, I mean, I suppose to that extent I do, but the thing is, what's missing from his approach is any strategy. In other words, is air power alone and not confronting the political issues and not putting our special forces personnel on the ground lashed up with tribal units. All of these things are critical. I mean, we have aircraft now flying around dropping $1 million munitions on pickup trucks.
Yeah.
While we're ignoring the underlying major political issues that are tearing that country apart. This is not a strategy.
All right, Charles, on that note, I'm going to wish you very, very good luck with Congress. We're going to have you back again. You're a fantastic guest, but we're out of time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank you very much. Good night. Boy, that just went like that. That's all there is tonight. I can't believe it. Listen, I want to remind everybody that coming up after this program is Richard C. Hoagland. And it'll be interesting to stick around and see what he's going to do. So thank you very much for tuning in. And from the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Good night, all.
Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening to you. Midnight in the desert, and there's wisdom in the air. I've been looking for the answers. All my life I felt you there. As the world we live in quickens, are we heeding all the signs? Have we lost our intuition? Are we running out of time? Midnight in the desert, and we're listening. Ooh, we're listening to you. And we're listening. Ooh, we're listening to you. Bitch better have my money.
It's the Movin' Morning Show.
99.7. So, come on, get moving.
With Baltazar and Maria.
You hate a lot of things, Maria.
I probably do.
Because you are playing sassy black girl up to the hilt, and I'm not afraid of you. Everybody in here is afraid of Maria. I can feel it. Everybody.
You can feel the fear?
Watch out. Here come Maria. You don't scare me. You don't scare me, and I'm looking you right in the face. You don't scare me. I'm on a lot of levels. I can feel her energy.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Maria mad. And but whatever she do, what's her everyday thing she do for anger? Like that silent look. I don't care about that either, Maria. This either. I got business to discuss with you. I'm here for 4 days. What you want to do?
What you gonna
turn
do?
out her hatred into passion.
I may have met my match.
This old Maria with
No,
her
she
anger.
suppressed it.
See, no, you know what he's trying to put my eye out over here with all this ice. That ain't working.
Let's see the bling. No,
I
yeah.
don't need this. This
See,
is like
you
this
try
is
to-
this
try
is
to
like
put
my
the hulu on
cheerleader.
me.
My diamond rings is only like my cheerleader for lower level women. But for you, I don't need that. Sometimes it's just all you need is a cheerleader to do that.
Now, what I've heard, Patrice, is that you have an open relationship with your girlfriend. Is that for real?
Me and my girlfriend, we'd love to meet and say hello to Maria.
Now wait, is it open? Does she know it's open, or is it just open?
I said it on the radio right now.
So it's wide open.
It's wide. Well, it's wide open now. If it wasn't, but it's
you pretty much kicked the door down with that last statement.
Yeah, but if you know, this just is what it is.
How is that working out though? Seriously.
Well, because sometimes you have a philosophy, and if you discuss it with enough logic, it will happen. And the fact being is sometimes you just need a little different, even on her end. You just need a little different. I'm not in complete great physical condition. There's guys walking around with washboard abs. She should have a chance to touch
do a light load of laundry.
Yeah, just because look, it's only fair. She's a soldier. She's proven she loves me. She has done a lot of things to earn her stripes in my life. So
wow.
If she wants to have a little R&R sometimes for my nonsense, she's allowed to do that without me blocking. If there are more eligible women around. There's a fact that there are more women born than men.
True.
And there are more eligible women around. Women ain't in jail. Women aren't getting shot. Women aren't doing a lot of things that make it less men.
Right.
Why, if there's less men, why can't I have 2 or 3 or 4 girls? Why can't if you meet me and you like me and she likes me too? Why can't I have enough? Why can't both of y'all be my woman? Because you're not likely, you or her aren't gonna find a man because one got my if you with me, you my woman, but what about the other one that wants to be my woman too? Why can't I just have 2, 3 women? Why?
Patrice with the rules of engagement.
I'm asking.
The answer.
Oh, look at! I asked her to be logical.
Her
reaction is emotional. Be emotional, then, Maria.
I got nothing for that. I'm like, it makes perfect sense in
Why,
in the context of this conversation. Can you handle 3 women?
I think I can, because what it boils down to
like
is
in a long-term relationship. I'm not talking
my
about
soldier, if you are a soldier in my army, if you love me, you are the main one.
I'm down with you.
Maria buys into my nonsense.
Right.
I really don't talk to the other ones. You're Queen A or Queen, then there's Queen A, Queen B. Queen runs it trickles down from me. So if I got a problem, I go, listen, Maria, can you handle
these other people?
They acting up. And then we one big happy family.
This is like the HBO show.
No, actually, this is like a pimp.
No.
Wait a minute, let me put my ring back on.
Yeah, put your ring back in. There we go.
At the punchline, they're going to be through Saturday.
Maria's like, look, if we wasn't on the radio, I'll smack you upside you. I feel like her passion, her hatred, just because she has a lot of passion.
How does 1% the idea of an open relationship?
Well, you do it before y'all, before she decides to join. You tell her what it entails. It's like the mafia. You don't eat pasta all the time, but you crave pasta.
Right.
And you crave a different woman, dude. It's good to have your woman involved because you don't have to sneak around. You don't have to do nothing.
Right.
Because she's...
See, it's honesty. Right? See, Maria? Now, how would you approach someone? Suppose, we're hanging at the club and you are interested in my partner.
Well, I would never approach... She has to... Here's the key to it is she has to like you and be willing to not go, get out of my face with that crap. She has to think you have a charm to you. And a lot of times women are very, very, very competitive. So they think they can just change you. They could go, okay, this is a little flaw about this dude that we can get him out of his happiness. So I'm going to try to convince him that this threesome problem that he has, we'll fix it with pills. And the pills being my constant.
Give us your batting.
Talking.
Give us your batting average on success with this threesome idea.
Well, if the key is your woman. The key is your main woman has to fall in. Even and like she said, the word pimp. Even pimps don't do it themselves. They get one woman that buys into it, and then it trickles down from her. It's hard to talk to a billion women and convince them of anything.
They have to recruit the other women.
They have to because women feel safe. It's like, no, it's not like that. And you go, well, what about this? No, it's.
You need to come out of the house. You need to see what it's like.
Yeah, you need to do that.
You need to check it out.
Absolutely. You need you team players. It's the army. Generals don't fight the war.
Be all you can be.
I'm a general. I got soldiers. I don't fight that war. I don't go out there trying to. I go, sweetie, she likes you. Just make it happen. Don't talk to her.
Okay.
Women don't want to listen to other women. They want to, they want to all look like and they talk mess about you, just like they talk mess about generals. You don't even come down here and fight. It's like, hey, I'm a 4-star, baby. What I got to do? I'm not in a
Schwarzkopf over here.
The General Norman Schwarzkopf.
I know women hate that stuff, man, but it's like, what? what are you gonna do if it is what it is? If me and you together, I cannot. And another thing, if you find me attractive, how you can't be with me if other women don't find me attractive. You can't do that.
That's true.
I need to be attractive to other women. I don't want guys not to want to sleep with you if I'm with you. I want guys to want you. I don't want a woman that nobody else want to sleep with.
It's Hollywood Dirt with Maria Todd on Moving 99.7.
All right, it's official. Oscar winner Charlize Theron is carrying a new title this morning, Sexiest Woman Alive. According to Esquire magazine, the actress outshines all others when it comes to being sexy.
And who's the highest on the blacklist? Who's the highest black girl on that list?
Well, if we made a list right now, who would you put as the highest on there?
Well, you know, I'm gonna not say Halle Berry because that's just the average thing. Plus, she's 40.
Stop, Patrice.
You know, women.
What do you want on that?
Women's beauty is like their value is like cars. It ain't like houses. I'm sorry. Like, this is.
Dude, you want to stay around? You want to stick around?
I see. I'm just bothering Maria. I'm just joking, girl. Come on, girl.
I see how it is.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones. All covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, and it's a joy to be here. I'm going to foray tonight that I'm not used to. We're going to talk about werewolves. I don't frequently talk about werewolves, well, with one exception. All right, so anyway, werewolves coming up with our guest, Linda Godfrey, and I'm looking forward to that. The rules of the program are so simple, no bad language, and only one call per show. A couple of news items and then a shock for you. Donald Trump signed the pledge. He pledges that no matter who the Republican nominee is, he will support him. So I guess he's to the point now where he figures he's so number one that he's going to be the nominee, so why not? Right? Because there were threats looming if he didn't do that. And threats for the Republican Party, too. Tom Brady also having a good day. He will start in the game because he beat the league, Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell will not be at the beginning of the game. Well, probably because he figures the crowd will boo him. So Trump signs, Brady plays, and that's about as good as the news gets. Oh, well, there is sort of one different news story. This again comes from a website that I visit regularly. It gives a perfectly, I would say, rational and scientific explanation. It explains autoscopic phenomena. That means like, out of body, right? Or doppelganger encounters. These explanations discard the notion of an actual soul becoming temporarily separated from the human body and instead insisting it's nothing more than powerful hallucination invented by the brain. Now, this is such bunk. Anyway, let me read it. Frankly, the possibility that our brains are powerful enough to cause us to hallucinate leaving our body is even more unnerving than simply believing the soul can travel. Discussions on subjects like these lead to wondering how come some people can believe in the paranormal at all. Well, apparently the answer lies in the way some people process things. This really gets bad. Intuitive thinkers generally tend toward believing in things like UFOs and ghosts and other supernatural phenomena, which honestly sounds like a vaguely insulting way to say that intuitive thinkers are kind of dumb. That's absolutely awful. And really, really, really untrue. Oh, yeah, one more item. This is pretty freaky, actually. Scientists in Russia, actually in Kazakhstan, are puzzled because it seems 60,000 antelopes have died. It is a mass die-off, not of a species, but damn close, you know, in a way. Can you imagine that 60,000 antelopes got sick and just keeled over? It is a die-off. And they have no idea why. But the story caught my eye because it made me wonder if there could be someday. I mean, how many die-offs have we seen, huh? Things from the sea beaching themselves, birds crashing to the ground for no reason that we can figure out, bees committing virtual suicide. I wonder if one day Mother Nature doesn't say, you know, we need a balance. And right now it's tipped toward Earth having problems with so many humans. Let's have a die-off. Now, how would that come? I don't know. Maybe, you know, just a little thing like a germ or a bacterium of some sort. Or who knows? But I mean, if there can be these die-offs that we continually see in the animal world around us, then it seems to me that we should always be on the lookout for all the little things that at first don't seem a big problem. Anyway, this is, one more thing, the shock. If that all wasn't shocking enough, tomorrow night. Now, some of you know and some of you don't know, but a number of years ago, on another show in another galaxy, I interviewed the most amazing guy whose name was Mike Markham. Now, I affectionately dubbed him, and it stuck, really stuck, Madman Markham. I called him Madman because of, well, frankly, some of the things he did. Well, I'm talking with Madman, and he'll be here tomorrow night. Madman has agreed to come back on the radio. This is not a guy who likes the limelight. Not a guy who likes the limelight at all. And for a guy who doesn't like the limelight, it might be recalled he gave out on the air his phone number and address. He's not there anymore, so... Anyway, the ensuing 4 days, I think he got no sleep. He got a bunch of money in the mail. The world went nuts. Madman Markham back on this program for the first time tomorrow night. And I know that news is going to quickly go far and wide. Madman has not been interviewed. And I might add, although I'm not going to give it away, Madman has big plans. He's got big works underway. He's done amazing things since we talked to him. So, there you have it. Coming up, Fortean investigator and former teacher, newspaper journalist Linda S. Godfrey is the author of 16 books on strange creatures, people, and places, too, including The Beast of Bray Road. You got to love that name, The Beast of Bray Road. Weird Wisconsin, Weird Michigan, Real Wolfmen, True Encounters in Modern America, and her most recent, American Monsters, A History of Monster Lore, Legends, and Sightings in America. She has been a guest on many national television and radio shows. She's an amazing woman. I mean, first of all, when have you ever heard of a woman talking about werewolves? Lots of TV and radio. She is also a commercial and fine artist. She illustrates many of her own books. lives in southeast Wisconsin on the edge of the cryptid packed, what is this? Kettle Moraine State Forest. I hope that's right. With her husband, dog, and youngest son. Her next book is forthcoming in 2016 from Tarcher Penguin Books and will explore the even stranger side of strange creatures sightings. So, strange creature sightings, and there are plenty of those. So coming up, Linda Godfrey, and we're going to talk werewolves. I know my wife has her ear plastered to the phone at home, listening to this show, Werewolves.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's it. All right, now comes Linda Godfrey. We originally were going to have her on Skype, but our Skype connection was bad. And so here we are on the phone, and she sounds great anyway. Linda Godfrey, hello.
Hello. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. So, Linda, I am fascinated by werewolves. And so the first question I actually have to ask you is, are werewolves real?
No. In my opinion, not the traditional, usual way that people believe in werewolves. Not the every corpuscle, every atom of the body, the DNA changing and the bone growing and the Jack Nicholson fur sprouting out of the face and all of those changes that you see in Hollywood. Most of that is pure Hollywood, special effects, things made up, and a really new mythology even created back in the beginning of the 20th century when all those monster movies, those black and white wonderful monster movies, the Wolfman, Lon Chaney, were being made. These mythologies about being bitten and then turning into a werewolf, the werewolf coming out only in the full moon, all those kinds of things, the physical, completely physical transformation. I don't believe it, and I say that pretty clearly in every book.
Oh, come on, Linda. My wife dragged me to see Twilight. I know what a werewolf is.
And the Twilight wolves are the least possible of them all. They don't make good boyfriends. You know, they take you out to the woods. You have to eat really terrible food. I mean, it's just not the way it is. And I don't really mean to make light of it because I know many people who've had really terrifying, there's something real. I mean, what I write about is not a non-existent fictional thing.
Oh, wait. Now you're going the other way. I ask, are werewolves real? And you say, no, totally crushing the entire interview probably. And now, not less than a minute later, we're talking about people who have had terrifying experiences with animals that you're talking about maybe werewolves.
They look like werewolves.
Well, if they look like one and bite like one, then they must be one.
Well, what people say is if there was such a thing as werewolves, this would be it, because they look like, when you think about it, when most people picture a werewolf, they're thinking of something that looks at least part human, at least with some trace of humanity. Really, I'd say 90% of the reports that people send to me don't have any sort of humanity in them, except they walk upright. But they're still on their little dog feet, with the hock up off the ground. They're not walking flat-footed like humans. They don't have any human characteristics, really. Although there's another set that do. We can get into that later. It gets a little.
Well, then what are they like, really? Would you describe them more like some sort of canine variation or what?
Well, that's what I thought for a very long time. And I still, when I look at my reports, I have to say probably at least 90% of them show nothing more than what could be some kind of large adaptation of a timber wolf with slightly elongated paws. That's the only thing that's really different than most of them. But they have the natural canine color of eyeshine, which is the yellow-green.
Right.
They have the shaggy fur. They have the long snout. They have big fangs. They have pointy ears on top of their heads. They snarl and growl. And the interesting thing is that most of the time, I mean, they can chase cars, chase people. People feel that they're going to be eaten imminently. And then at the last second, what they do is they run off into the woods or the cornfield or whatever cover is near them. And it ends that way, so that's unusual. And there are a few other things about them, but just to look them, I've said for a long time, if you found a dead one, you would just say there's a kind of weird looking, really big wolfish looking dog lying there dead.
All right.
But you wouldn't see a human.
All right. This brings another question to mind then. A number of years ago, and even fairly recently, Linda, there have been reports of what people down south call a chupacabra. Now, what you're describing sounds damn close to a chupacabra, to be honest with you. You're obviously, you would be aware of the chupacabra. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they're actually, and now we're talking about the original Puerto Rican style chupacabra, not the recent Texas blue dog or the drowned raccoons that people mistake for chupacabras. But
okay, I'm not sure I could make the distinction, but okay.
Well, they're the ones that were reported in Puerto Rico and parts of Mexico and even up into Texas, where with all of the huge mutilations and the goats were having their blood drained, that sort of thing.
Yes.
And that's actually what the name means. It means it sucks the goats. That's literally the translation. And they were smaller than these wolfmen type creatures or dogmen, whatever you want to call them. Sometimes they had scales. They were occasionally described with wings. They had a different looking sort of claw. The wolfmen or dogmen leave wolf or canine prints. They just look like a very large wolf or canine print with the claws and everything. The chupacabras had different looking claw. So there were many different distinctions. Most importantly was that they were seen by those witnesses who were able to describe them from close range as having what looked like these hollow tubules protruding from their mouth that supposedly were the instruments that they used to actually drain this blood from all of these animals.
Right.
And that's something that you would not see in any canine. So they were smaller, had some oddities. They also had a pretty noticeable row of kind of spiked appendages down the back and right down onto the tail. So they did have sort of a different look.
Huh. All right. There are many things we can talk of. Let's talk a little bit about what's called the Beast of Bray Road. This sounds so interesting. I've never heard any of this, Linda. Never.
Okay, sure. Well, we'll start. That's right at the beginning, so that's a very good place to go. That's what got me into this whole thing in the first place. I was working in 1990, 1991, first as an editorial cartoonist and then as a reporter for a county-wide newspaper here in southern Wisconsin. And one of the first stories that came my way, partly because nobody else wanted to touch it, was a tip-off that I got that people around my own little hometown of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, were saying that there was what they were calling a werewolf out on this stretch of country road outside of town called Bray Road. And I know I laughed. And it wasn't that I was skeptical of all things unusual. I had been kind of a UFO fan and had read about Bigfoot. My dad was a science fiction fan, and so we always had these things around the house. But I had never thought about such a thing as a werewolf being real or appearing out where people, especially people I knew, could see it. And so I still was curious, though, as to where the rumor was coming from, and I started asking around and discovered that there were people who were talking about this. A few of them were people that I knew, And I happened to be working with the county animal control officer on another project at that time. He was looking into some local puppy mills and things like that. And so I asked him, his name was John Fredrickson, if he had heard anything about it. And he said, oh, sure. And I'm sitting in his office, and he pulls out from his official desk, official manila file folder, which he has labeled werewolf.
Oh, really?
Now, when you've got a county official with a file folder marked werewolf, that's news.
It is, actually, yes.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what comes of it.
You were there. Were you there at that point as a reporter?
Yes.
And you saw a file marked werewolf?
He pulled it out. Yes, he had it marked werewolf. And inside were the contact information and notes that he'd been taking from people that were calling him and saying, I saw this thing out on Bray Road or nearby it. I don't know what it was, but, it was doing various things. One woman saw it kind of squatting, kneeling by the side of the road, holding some kind of maggoty roadkill, like maybe a dead raccoon, she thought, in its upturned palms, which is not the way that you see canines sitting and eating things. And it was huge.
Right.
Another woman thought she saw something coming out of a cornfield, and she slowed down and felt kind of a bump. She didn't know if she'd hit something, so she stopped, got out of her car, and looked and turned around. And she said, I saw this thing. I mean, that's the word people consistently use, pounding toward me. And she said it was running on its hind legs. She said she had a relative who was a very large wrestler, and this thing had at least as many muscles and was bigger.
Back up just a little. Running on its hind legs.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that includes, that seems to be bipedal, right?
Yes.
Now, what animal do we know of on Earth other than maybe the kangaroo? I don't know. How many run on their hind legs?
Well, not a lot. I mean, there are certain lizards that do. There are lots of mammals that can run on their hind legs if they want to or need to. I mean, if they're motivated, if their front limbs are injured, perhaps, or they're born without them, they can very often transition. There's some wonderful YouTube videos about a bear with an injured forelimb that is able to run around on its hind legs. There are dogs trained to dance beautifully on their hind legs.
Trained, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or the thing is that in the wild, they usually don't last very long, because if it's a prey animal like a deer, which can also, I've seen a deer walking on its hind legs to get at a bird feeder, for instance, but if they're restricted to that, they usually can't get away from predators very easily. And if it's a predator, they usually can't hunt very easily. So they're usually not around too long, and they're not going to be bothering humans a lot. But these animals that people were reporting seemed large. Usually the height was estimated between 6 and 7 feet, and very healthy with abundant fur all over the body. And the only really odd thing besides them running on their hind legs was that people would say, I had a strange feeling that it was leering. They would use 3 words: leering, jeering, or sneering. Mm-hmm. These were the ones they always picked. Like, it was sussing me out the same way I was looking at it. It was curious of me. I felt like it was superior to me, or, it just had this weird attitude that you don't see in normal wild animals. And that freaked them out more than anything else, I think.
It certainly would me. No question about that. Inside this folder, did he happen to have any photographs or video or drawings or whatever?
No, just the notes, that he'd been taking. He'd been speaking mostly by phone to them, but he shared the contact information with me, and I went out and interviewed them, and I did get some of them to draw some rough sketches. And I was kind of surprised at several things. One was that these people just didn't seem like hoaxers. It was a widely diverse group. It included men, women, children, blue-collar, white-collar, farmers, professional people. It was a very wide spectrum. There were more than I expected, and they just didn't seem like they were lying.
Sure, common sense says when you have that many people in one area reporting, you're onto something.
Exactly. And a few of them knew one another, but most of them didn't. They weren't all exactly on the road. The Bray Road is a connector between two highways, and then there are other roads kind of branching out from the ends of it. And so there were people all around this sort of nexus. You know, you could kind of draw a little circular area. And I just thought, well, this is something really unusual. And if it's nothing but folklore, well, folklore is something people write down and keep track of, then that's worth it. If it turns out to be nothing than just some strange fluke that all these people had the same hallucination at different times and places, often years apart, I might add.
Folklore mostly doesn't have you calling the cops. You might make note of it, you might write about it, but you don't call the cops.
Exactly. Yeah, and the other thing was, if you're a hoaxer, you don't usually call the cops, because who, knowing that they're committing fraud, are going to call the local officials and leave their handy information to be tracked down and charged with fraud? Or
no, and I've interviewed Bigfoot investigators, and I've always thought the dumbest thing that anybody could ever do would be to put on a Bigfoot costume and go roaming around to freak out the local populace. You know, like I've described little gray aliens who would land. They'd be so full of lead by the time, you know.
Yeah, and that's really true. And, well, I think it was the year before last, there was some guy in a ghillie suit out in Montana who I think got hit by 2 vehicles when he ran out onto the road. Now, there have been hoaxes on Bray Road. I know of a few of them where one was a farmer who wore a bear suit because he wanted to stop parking kids from coming out on his land.
Dumb.
And, yep, and I know another guy who was a county official who... But this was after these things had occurred, and I've never been able to hook up the time frame with one of these known hoaxers with any of the known sightings. But yeah, this was a guy who was a government official, and he thought that it would be funny to put on a gorilla suit and run across the road, but he only did it once, and it's very dangerous. And I've often thought, really, they're not thinking about, they could cause a car to go off the road for all they know, you know, so, but there are people who do it. I know that. And
there are many county officials, Linda, that act like gorillas. We'll be back. Linda Godfrey is my guest. She knows about these creatures for real, the real ones, the real beast types of Bray Road. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
We're talking with Linda Godfrey about creatures, and I've really got to tell you all that I walk at night a lot. In fact, every night I walk at night, and there are things moving here in the desert, big things, little things, big things, and you can hear them moving because the desert is so quiet at night. You know, generally star-lit from end to end and very, very dark, and things move in the night. And, of course, you don't know what they are. Oh, my. Anyway, Linda, back to your side of the world. Or the country, and the Beast of Bray Road. So he had this folder full of info about this, well, werewolves. It was called werewolves.
Right. Well, I chose the word beast because even right from the beginning, I was uneasy with that term werewolf and all the baggage. But I will say that you find it in a lot of my book titles because most publishers consider the word werewolf much sexier than my preferred term, which is unknown upright canid. so the word werewolf gets used there, and it does serve to give people a fairly accurate mental picture of at least what they're talking about. It's different sound. It's a different thing than Bigfoot. It's a different thing than a centaur or a satyr or anything like that. It's an upright, wolf-like looking creature.
Well, I can see what you described, being upright and very furry, could be described as Bigfoot, really. And what you described also was tall. And so there's a lot of similarity there.
There is some, right. But anybody who gets a good look at it is usually quite sure that it's one or the other, because there are also some really big differences. The Bigfoot, for instance, is usually not only taller, but weighs probably 2 or 3 times as much. It's much more muscular. It's got the long arms that come down much farther than a human's or a dog's would. Right. You don't see the ears. It's usually, you might see the crest on the head or the round head covered with fur all over. It does not have that long muzzle. Some of them have a slightly prognathic jaw or slight protrusion, but you can see that in some humans too. But people describe with the dogman is this long jaw full of canine teeth, fangs, whereas people that I know that have seen a Bigfoot mouth up close, an open Bigfoot mouth up close, have described teeth that look more like really big human teeth. They're the flat, flat type. So that's different. The biggest difference is probably in their legs. The Bigfoot is some sort of primate. We don't know what kind for sure, but it walks flat-footed. That much we know. Its footprints are very much like a human's, very large, whereas the canine walks, I guess the official term is digitigrade on its toe pads. And people will say, I still hear it continually with almost every case report. People will say, it ran or it walked really well on its hind legs, except its legs were facing backwards. Legs were turned backwards. And by that, they're meaning that they observed that this was walking on its toe pads, and then there's a little thin leg area leading up to what would be analogous to the human heel and ankle area, which we would call the hock in an animal.
Right.
And they're expecting, because it's above the ground, they're expecting it to be a knee projecting forward. And what's analogous to our knee joint is really up a little farther by what we would call the thigh. So they're looking at it and they're thinking of it in terms of, if it was a human, the leg would be bent backwards. But that just tells me that they're accurately describing a canine rather than a primate.
All right. Here's something from Curtis. I get these messages by computer. It's called the wormhole. And Curtis says, I have seen a werewolf-like creature face to face in southern Indiana near a farm/woods. It had red eyes, emanated pure evil and hate. Has Linda had any reports like this from the Midwest?
Yeah, most of the time reports like that are near, not always, but quite often they're near some sort of Native American reservation or land like that. When I hear red eyes and exuding pure evil, and another trait for that usual type is that it will seem to have actual shoulders. Canines do not have shoulders, but they will describe big shoulders, bigger muscles, and hands rather than paws. And that I relate to a type of it's considered not an apparition, but a projection or some sort of an apparent transformation that certain people who take the bad medicine path are able to make. And there are different names. It's called the skin changer, skin walker, different terms that people might recognize.
Did you say people who take bad medicine?
Who follow the bad path of what Native Americans would call a medicine path. That means a spiritual way that they take. And no, it's not like getting a bad dose of Maalox and you turn into
you take a bad dose of something or another, and you'll probably see something.
Well, yeah, there's another whole world there.
Yeah, there is. Okay, so what really bothers me about this, and I don't scare easily, not much scares me. I've dealt with, reports of chupacabras and all kinds of things, but I must say I have a phobia about red eyes. I don't know what it is about red eyes, red glowing eyes. Linda, honest to God, it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, because it's not what we're accustomed to seeing, you know, and the eye shine at night is scary enough if it's green or yellow or white, whatever, you know, because you know you're looking at something that can see you while you can't see it.
That's bad enough.
purpose.
That's right. But red,
Exactly.
red is bad.
Yeah, and you know, I do get, I mean, I've been at this now for 23 years, and I started getting reports, all types of things, right from the beginning. And one thing I've noticed, and I try to go not by my own thoughts, but by what the reports are telling me. And when I started sorting these out and really looking, after I'd amassed quite a few, what connections were between eye color, I realized that anyone who was sure they were seeing a Bigfoot and it was giving off eye shine was seeing a red color. These skinwalker types that seemed to be somewhat more on the supernatural, if you will, for lack of a better word, side, had invariably had red eye shine. And the other upright canines that just seemed like maybe a strange wolf that got up and started walking one day would invariably have the yellow, yellow, green, normal canine eye shine color.
All right. You know, obviously, some of these things are out there. The question I have, I guess, is what I ask a lot of Bigfoot researchers, and that is, how do they stay, for the most part, hidden? How do they stay away from human beings? We are so, or are we? I mean, there are a lot of open areas left, and I need to keep that in mind. But you know, civilization has spread, concrete has spread. It must be harder for them.
Yeah, I agree. And that always is one of the very most germane questions. It's one thing that has led me to kind of reconsider my position on both of these being totally natural animals, because as we do start moving more and more into the interiors of all these giant national forests and state parks that people never really got into so much before, but it's becoming much more of a popular pastime. And people are out there looking. People are much more aware of all these types of things. Some are carrying guns. Some are using drones. You'd think that, and trail cams have been invented. You know, we've got trail cams everywhere.
That's right.
And cougars or mountain lions are one of the most elusive of all known natural animals, and even they will sometimes show up on a trail cam, or we can spot them. The one that ended up near downtown Chicago 5 years ago was able to be shot and and we capture bears. And these things don't seem to have a big problem with being seen on trail cams. When it comes to the dogmen and the Bigfoot, I know this from experience because I do a lot of field work and have a trail cam, work with people with trail cams. No matter how hard you try, you can have the trail cam working perfectly. It will take wonderful shots. You can see a raccoon coming, sniffing around. Most of the time you'll see something like a dog or a coyote or some other mundane animal taking whatever the bait is. But on times when you can tell because there are prints or it's something that's impossible for something else to get, when a bait is taken, either the trail camera will be somehow wrenched to the side, or it'll be something standing in front of it. It'll come out completely black, completely white, or there will be a misty thing covering what you see of the site that is being photographed.
Okay, so that indicates intelligence, if not perhaps super intelligence.
Right. When it's all done, the bait's gone, and you don't know who took it or what took it or how it happened. And it implies not only an intelligence, but an awareness that this is something that it shouldn't be seen on.
And maybe some kind of supernatural ability as well.
Yeah, it's something beyond what normal animals would have.
Okay, other than a guy named Bugs, who I'm still worried for, who claims he shot and buried a couple of Bigfoot in Texas. I don't know of any reports of any of these animals being shot and then being put on display. So this is something I ask Bigfoot investigators, but it seems almost as though these things cannot be shot. And that leads one back toward the paranormal explanation. What do you think?
Right. It's inexplicable. I have a number of reports of people who ended up emptying automatic rounds into both Bigfoot and the Dogman.
Really?
And it just looks at them. It usually leaves at that point, but they don't, and those who are brave enough to try and follow it find broken brush, evidence that something has walked that way, and then all of a sudden they just lose the trail and it's gone. It's like it got out of sight. And then my Native American friends would say it went back to the spirit world. And honestly, I've heard that for many years, and I have to say that this paradigm that so many Native American friends have told me from different tribes, that these creatures are they have dual existences. When they're here, they're physical, they're corporeal, they need to eat, they can breathe, they need energy, but they can go to what they would call the spirit world, what we might call a world in another dimension, a bubble world attached to this world.
And you're saying that Native Americans understand these creatures perhaps in the same way we do, using different language to discuss, for example, the spirit world. We might talk about different dimensions.
Right.
So it's right. Sort of all explaining the same thing.
That's how it seems to me. To me it seems a difference in terminology. And what they've said to me is that these creatures, and they're usually speaking to me about the Dogman and the Wolfman, have been here longer than people, and they know how to get between the worlds. They have their own reasons for being here, and you'll find variations. Some believe they're evil, some believe they're benign, some believe that if you see one, it means someone's going to die. So there are different interpretations that way. But when it comes to the actual nature, in most cases, and I've talked to some pretty interesting people. I know one person who told me this was a woman who is not only has a doctorate in anthropology, but is also an elder in the Ho-Chunk tribe here in Wisconsin, which is notoriously closed-mouthed about revealing these sorts of things. But it's just so parallel to this idea of different dimensions that I think it's almost impossible not to make that comparison.
And so that is, if you had to make a guess, that's your best guess?
Well, it suits the large majority of the facts given in these reports the best. It's the paradigm that fits everything the best, because after a while you get so many reports from credible witnesses saying things like, it was running from me and all of a sudden it just disappeared. Mm-hmm. I saw footprints. I heard it going through, but I couldn't see the animal.
Okay, so the footprints remain to be measured, Linda? I'm sorry to interrupt. They remain to be measured?
Yes, in many cases. And that happens both with the Dogman and with the Bigfoot. I've seen Bigfoot prints. I've cast some. I've never had a good enough, deep enough one that it was a great cast, but I've seen them and measured them and that sort of thing. I've got lots of photos of Dogman prints that just look like very large, larger than wolf prints, even canine prints in many cases. I've got one place where I've been working with a property owner for 2 years, and we have several different kinds of footprints. And in one instance, the footprint started in the middle of a snowy field, 6 inches of snow with a delicate crust on the top, and all of a sudden something appears, rolls around in this area a little bit, and then gets up and walks off in a biped fashion towards some woods.
And these footprints begin in the middle of a pristine field?
They begin in the middle of the field. And then they walk out. The alternative is that it walked backwards bipedally from the forest and then turned around and then somehow, but then it doesn't show you where it goes from there. It's
a mystery either way.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Yeah, and we have, and that is a crazy place, I'll tell you that.
So in other words, it appeared kind of out of nowhere, like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's like, the only ways I could think of is if a helicopter lowered an animal down, off a little rope ladder.
Oh, they're going to do that, I'm sure.
Or a flying saucer or UFO beamed it down. It's just, where did it come from? There's just, and I've got photographs of it. They're slightly imperfect. They were taken by the homeowner when he wasn't exactly sure, yet what he was doing there, but they do show them.
Well, of course, after you, I suppose, have published a number of books about this kind of thing, people come to you, I'm sure, in droves with these stories. Well,
yeah, it started, this was the weird thing, going back to when that Beast of Bray Road story broke. I remember talking about it to my editor, and we agreed that people would locally have fun with it for maybe a couple weeks and forget about it. And immediately it went national. And this was before things went viral on the internet. Almost nobody was on the internet. People had to write me snail mail or find an actual phone and number and call me there. And what happened was, the media began coming right away. I was on radio shows everywhere. The local Milwaukee and Madison TV channels came, and then it went out to Inside Edition came when Bill O'Reilly was still on Inside Edition. Right. Different shows, and that caused a great flood of letters from people.
Of course.
Who said, I saw the same thing. I never knew who to tell before. And this continued. I worked for that newspaper for 10 years, and even though I wasn't doing really things to promote it, it just kept up. And finally, it was 2003 when I decided to finally write the book so that there would be a permanent record and people would have a place to go. And the book then brought a huge spate of new ones, and that's just continued for the 11 years I've been writing books.
Linda, are you aware of any human beings being either harmed, maimed, killed by any of these creatures?
Not in cases that are reported to me directly. I've heard of other cases where people have claimed this, but they weren't things that I investigated. I didn't have any way to vouch for their validity. But in 23 years, the only personal injury that I've had is from a man in Quebec who wrote me that he encountered an upright wolf-like creature on a trail. He wasn't armed or anything. He kind of panicked. He said he felt that it was going to jump at him, and he kind of jumped the other way. It accidentally, he feels, tore his hip and his flank with one of its fangs, and he had to go to the hospital and get stitches. He sent me a picture of the scar, which doesn't necessarily prove it, but it sure looked like something that was made.
Pretty good proof, actually. All right, yeah. Linda, hold tight. We'll be right back.
On the crest of a wave, it's like magic. All rolling and riding and slipping and sliding. It's my...
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
We will get to the telephone, so hang in there. Linda Godfrey is my guest. We're talking about werewolves, and things like werewolves. Creatures that move in the night, and they do indeed move in the night. I hear from so many people. Linda, here's one. Jason writes, I'm partially, I believe it's Lumbee Indian, and I'm very interested in where you think the show Hemlock Grove's rules for werewolves, how werewolves can change without a moon, but it causes a curse to incur and drive the wolf either insane or demonic based upon the traditional werewolf lore, I guess.
I'm sorry, did he say about a show? I didn't quite understand.
Okay, I'm partially Lumbee Indian. I'm very interested in where you think the show Hemlock Grove's rules. Is there a show called Hemlock Grove? I don't know.
I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Okay. Haven't either. Sorry, Jason.
A lot of TV. Sorry, I wish I could answer better to that.
Okay. Well, you must have seen Twilight, right? You laughed.
Yes, yes. Yeah, the thing is, I have actually tried to correlate full moons to the sightings of these things.
And found nothing?
And found really nothing. The closest I've found is, and my most recent study, everything that's in my new book that will be coming out in 2016, that's at the publisher right now, I went through the whole thing, and everyone that had a date that I could go back and look it up on a full moon chart, I did. And the closest correlation was not a full moon, but a 1/2 to 3/4 moon.
Here's something I can tell you. I don't know how a full moon would affect a werewolf or any other weird creature we're talking about tonight, but it sure as hell affects humans. When I was in the Air Force, I worked as a medic and somewhat in a hospital. And let me tell you, Linda, full moons brought it on. And police officers can tell you, look out for people during full moons. I mean, it's just, even talk shows can tell you. The calls get pretty weird with full moons. So they affect human beings. And if they affect us, then they probably affect things with fangs and red eyes.
Well, they could, definitely, and there may be something to that, although, as I said, I haven't found it. But there's also a flip side. And the thing about being a reporter for 10 years is I still have this little devil's advocate sitting with its claws firmly entrenched into my shoulder, making me give the other side. And the thing is that when there's a full moon, there are more people out at night, and people can see better than they normally can.
True.
See animals and creatures and things that might be lurking around that normally would just be part of the darkness to them. So is it that animals are doing more, or just that we're out there and able to see more? That's another possibility.
It's a possibility. But I don't know. I really don't know. I think the full moon has an effect on behavior of mammals. I believe that.
I agree with that too. I think that it does. And there's another thing that I did find had a stronger correlation than full moons, because this was the other thing that I began to look up whenever I could find a close enough, something with a close enough date. Sometimes things happen like 10 years earlier and people have no idea,
right,
what the conditions were. But solar flares seem to have a higher positivity rate than full moons. And to me, that makes a lot of sense, because when there's a sunstorm, what does that affect? Electromagnetic systems. What is the human body? What are animal bodies? We generate our own electromagnetic fields. That's what we are. The electromagnetic field holds all these atoms together that make up our body.
Look at our brains, Linda. Have you ever watched an operation where they're doing brain surgery on a guy?
Yeah.
By the way, who is awake while they're doing it, because you don't really have feelings in your brain. They give you a little anesthetic when they cut, and then when they put you back to sleep at the end, when they're going to stitch you up. But in between, you're awake, and they touch a tiny electrode to a part of your brain, and pretty soon your hand won't move, or your speech is different.
Right.
That's all it takes, is a little tiny bit of electric current. So you're right. When we're getting hit with solar storms, we are being bombarded. And sure, it may have an effect, yes.
Well, there have been some pioneering researchers. Persinger and Lafreniere have this book, Transient, I'm blanking on the name of it, but people will understand what it is. And Janet and Colin Board have both done studies where they've looked up spots of major known strange creature or anomalous creature sightings, and then tried to see where there might be some deviation in the electromagnetic field of the area. And they found a correlation between natural geological features such as quartz formations, granite formations, that kind of thing, and hot spots of these creature flaps.
What's out there that's likely to... I mean, we get these reports of ripped out throats, and again, I guess I'm headed toward the chupacabra, but these things are so real, Linda. You know, they empty the blood of the victim. Whether it's a goat or whatever it is, they come out bloodless. What do we know about creatures that drain the blood of their victim and otherwise leave them alone?
Yeah, that's a good question. And it's true that these things are found. The place where and that happens a lot in the cattle mutilations that have been occurring around the country. I know there are bigger experts on that than me, Linda Molthow, for one. And they find these animals bloodless. There's no blood splattered around the area. Things are surgically removed.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got pictures of the same thing right here in Wisconsin, different areas. I've got one from a farmer in central Wisconsin that shows an entire front leg quarter perfectly removed. It looks like somebody took a scalpel and cut around it, and certain other things are cut out. And there's no blood splashed around anywhere, hasn't been dragged. And I've got a very similar picture of a deer that had the exact same removal made. And this was, I know for a fact, not a fresh deer, nothing that a human would want to eat or be able to eat. And yet something did this, it was bloodless. Something in that same spot picked up a 60-pound deer, carried it over through one or the other, a barbed wire fence, leaving bipedal canine-like prints, and walked all the way through a field. 2 men were able to track it until it crossed the road. What can do that? They knew it had to have been carrying it over its shoulder because there were no drag marks.
Have you begun to experiment yourself, Linda?
Well, I experiment myself in smaller ways, but I've been working on a larger study with a property owner who has some acreage, kind of a hobby farm, who began finding strangely mutilated things on his property and eventually called me, and we've been kind of working together on it. But I do investigations. I mean, I'll go out and, find footprints. I've had encounters myself.
Like what? Like what, Linda?
Well, the only dog man encounter that I've had, and I believe that it was, although I can't totally prove it, it starts out my book, The Michigan Dog Man, titled The Michigan Dog Man. I was on site with a History Channel cameraman on a very remote gravel road in Michigan, kind of near the huge Manistee National Forest, with a couple of witnesses. And it was about 2:30 a.m. It was like 90 degrees and almost 100% humidity. We were just, drenched in sweat, and we kept hearing sounds like some large dog shaking its fur out like 30 feet away in the bushes. We kept seeing yellow eyes shine. We kept hearing things trotting around us. And finally, we had a spotlight set up on the road. And finally, I happened to look one way and saw something start to run across the road, and its fur was just the edge of its spine. The fur was caught in that spotlight. It was gray fur. I could see very clearly. I wasn't that far away from it. And it was vertical. And we know that it was at least 7 feet tall because it momentarily blotted out a reflective road sign when it crossed to the other side of the road. And one of the other witnesses saw it too. Of course, the cameraman had his camera aimed the opposite direction during the few moments it took for that thing, to cross. And at that point, the witnesses just started trembling because they'd had one of them. They'd seen a tall gray one and a shorter dark brown one, and one had chased their car, and they insisted we leave at that point.
My God, you have one actual, real, no question sighting. The History Channel there with a cameraman. He's pointing the other way.
Mm-hmm. And I had taken pictures. I had some really interesting pictures, and my camera disappeared. And there was no person there. Yes. In fact, it was so inexplicable. We searched the ditches. We searched all kinds of places. There was nobody there.
You're telling me that you had a camera, even though the History Channel guy was pointed the wrong way. You had a camera. You had the presence of mind to take pictures?
Well, not of that. I mean, that was too momentary. But before, there had been other things I had taken pictures of, like footprints and the eyes, and that kind of thing.
Then your camera was gone.
And I finally ran out of battery and film, and I placed it inside the van, the History Channel van, where nobody would have been able to get it. If either of the two witnesses had gone for it, I would have seen it. I was standing, leaning next to the van, and at the end of all that, it was gone. There was absolutely no explanation, and the History Channel actually bought me a new camera to replace it because neither the cameraman nor the witnesses nor I could explain where it went.
Here's Greg from Caledonia. He says, Art, I'm originally from southeast Wisconsin. I've ridden my motorcycle down Bray Road at night, and I must say the area around is kind of marshy, and at night it's often foggy. I've heard of the beast, and I was really on edge the whole way. So a lot of people have heard about this Bray Road thing. Bray Road thing. A lot of them.
Right. Yeah, it's quite well known. There's a movie I had nothing to do with that's sort of a old-fashioned style horror, gory flick that bears no relationship to anything real that happened, but that helped to make it a lot more famous.
All right, I'm going to ask you something now that is a total turn in the corner, but I think it's in an area that you cover as well.
Mm-hmm.
You remember 9/11, of course, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does.
Yep, sadly.
And I can't remember the specific picture, but I am telling you, Linda, somewhere in the array of 9/11 pictures, photographs that were taken and video, there was a picture, and there was scale for the picture, so you could tell some kind of gigantic bird or winged creature of some sort was in one of these photographs. And if you didn't see it, if nobody called your attention to it, I can't because I don't have it right now, but I know it's out there somewhere. Somebody will send it to me or something. And it brings up the whole subject at any rate of these gigantic winged whatevers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I remember seeing that at some point, but it's been a very long time. So I'd be reluctant to talk about that one thing, but you do get this recurring theme of winged things being thought of as harbingers of doom of some type or another, and of course the classic would be Mothman in Point Pleasant, Virginia, which began to be seen around this community, and then the Silver Bridge goes down and all these people are drowned and killed before it. I've had a sighting of what some people call the bat squat, these bat-winged, 20-foot wingspan, bat-winged things with furry humanoids in the center. That it occurred 3 days before a drowning, an unexplained drowning of a university student in La Crosse, Wisconsin. I don't think all of them are, but it does seem that there are quite a few that have this harbinger of doom or prophecy.
Something that big with talons grabs you, it's not a harbinger. It is doom.
Yeah. You would not want to be grabbed. No.
But seriously, there have been photographs of incredibly large winged flying things.
Mm-hmm.
And that, it opens up the possibility, again, that Bigfoot, werewolves, all these creatures that we can't account for, chupacabras, things that fly, may come from elsewhere and blink in and out of existence from our perspective.
I cannot refute that anymore because I've just had too many eyewitness reports over the years. And then I see everybody, other people's work too. It's just not my own work, but it's something that occurs over and over again. And people like John Keel, a lot of my present day colleagues are all sort of coming to this, not all, but many are sort of coming to this realization that there just isn't any way to explain them via only the natural realm anymore. It's just, how can you have birds flying around with 20-foot wingspans? And actually, I've got one of the best examples of one of these giant bird sightings I've ever seen anywhere, if I do say so myself. starting out my monsters book. This happened in Hayward, Wisconsin, where a man, middle-aged, prosperous businessman, is riding around this kind of upscale resort community near Hayward, not too far from the Mississippi River and Minnesota, I might add. And it's a beautiful day. He's on a bicycle. He didn't even bring his camera because he was just going out for a bike ride before breakfast. And he looks to the right, and there's this meadow with this high grass, and he sees this bird. Now, this man, John Bolduan, didn't mind giving his name, he's about 6'2", and he realized that this bird standing there, which was of a type he couldn't recognize, was at least a foot taller than him, maybe more, that it was standing 7 to 8 feet tall or more in this meadow. And he was so thrilled and fascinated with it, he put down his bike and he started just walking into the meadow. And then he stopped cold thinking, uh-oh, what if this is a female sitting on a nest? And it was kind of a stork-like bird with this long beak.
That's right.
And he's starting to think about what it could do to him with that beak. And suddenly it turns and sees him. So that was kind of the do or die moment. But luckily for him, the bird decided to fly away. And so he sees its wings come out, and they were so big, it had to flap them in a billowing manner to get enough air underneath them to take off at all. And then it moved over toward the road that he'd riding on. And when I went up there and interviewed him and measured the road, that asphalt road measured between 20 and 22 feet wide. And he said that its wingtips spread from side to side, minimum. And he watched it flying up the road toward where he knew there was a small airport that serviced mostly the private planes that came in. And he thought, oh, good, somebody's there is going to have caught it on radar, or they'll have seen it or something, get some corroboration. And when he inquired, it was completely denied. Nope, saw nothing weird on radar. Nope, we didn't see it. And yet, I mean, this was over, several minutes. It was broad daylight, close range, and, a man in perfect health with good eyesight in the daytime. So the trouble with most large bird sightings is they're up in the air and you have nothing to compare them to really get a good idea of their size. And that argument is completely taken away in this case.
All right. Well, here's a hard one for you, and it's the one that goes to all the Bigfoot guys, and that is, if something this out of our normal frame of reference is seen by somebody, whether it's in the woods or wherever it is, there are some people who say, look, take a gun, shoot the thing, we'll get it, we'll dissect it, we'll do all the things that a lot of people hate to think about, and we'll find out what it is and everything we can about it. And for that reason, it should be shot. Other people say no, never would, that a lot of people don't want anything to be shot. And which camp are you in?
Yeah, this is a really controversial thing going on right now. And I have to say, first of all, I am not a vegetarian. I eat meat. I come from a long line of hunters. My dad was an avid deer hunter. My husband's an avid deer hunter.
No, I'm not asking you to eat it.
But I'm just saying, I'm not one of these no gun, no kill anything people. But
right.
I do believe that it is wrong and crazy to go out and kill something that when you don't know what it is, just to find out what it is. Because how are you going to know if you're going to like what you find? There are crazy people who wear ghillie suits and bear suits and things like that are out in the woods. You might be shooting a human without knowing it, and then you're up for murder.
Well, maybe. Well, hold on, Linda. I've got a break. I get so interested in what I'm doing that I sometimes blow my brakes, but I need this one. So we'll be right back. We're talking about werewolves and much, much more.
Part of the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. And Linda Godfrey is here. We're talking about, frankly, all manner of creatures that are just not normal. And if anybody out there has that 9/11 picture or knows the one I'm talking about, boy, I sure would love to get a copy of that. It showed one of the buildings. I can't remember who took it, where it was, but I went, oh my God. Actually, I think I said something on the air about it. I believe I did. And I haven't seen that picture in a long time, but you could tell by the scale of the distance in the building that whatever it was absolutely gigantic. Well, okay, Linda, we're back on. One quick question from Mark in Huntsville, Alabama, and it's a good one, too. Please ask her if anybody has reported any sort of smell emanating from these biped dog-like animals, and it really goes for all these animals. They generally have odors associated with them, right?
Yeah, that's something that it's one of my standard questions when I interview someone, and oftentimes they'll just volunteer that. I won't even have to ask it, but they vary slightly. For the dog man, they'll say it smells like the one example is they'll say it smells like the worst wet, filthy dog smell. That, like, if your dog needed
I know that smell, yes,
in its life, and very sharp and ammonia-like, and sometimes with a sulfur tinge to it. And then with the Bigfoot, they seem to have a range of smells, ranging from mildly offensive, where it's just like kind of a smoky grass type of smell with a little bit of musk to it, to something that's a little harsher, more sulfur-like, and even more skunk-like. And I have smelled that smell myself, and describe it. It's almost like it was exuded in the place where I was. I had just had a 35-foot long, 8-inch diameter living oak branch ripped from a tree right in front of me, and the smell was that slightly skunky but musty grass smell. Very overwhelming.
Oof. How many actual encounters have you had? You described the one. I would think if you're out in the field a lot, which I guess you aren't, really. You're more of an author than you are an investigator, right?
Well, I have been, whenever there's an incident that I can get there and look for prints, examine for hairs, that kind of thing. I like to interview the people in the field.
Sure.
I do my own research. I have trail cams out. I, assist people and do different things. So I'm not just an armchair person. I'm not just a writer. I feel I like to do my own work and be able to report firsthand. And that's why, I actually have had a number of things happen. More with the Bigfoot than actually with the Wolfman, maybe. Because
really?
Well, Bigfoot sightings are a lot more common than the Wolfman or Dogman sightings. There are many, many more of them. I'm not sure why that is, if the population is higher or the Dogmen are more reclusive, or they're just not quite so huge that, they're as easy to see. But, I've had other experiences with them.
From listeners?
Sure. And I don't call myself an expert, but I
call you that.
Information.
That many books, that many investigations. Trust me, you're an expert. Thank you. I'm Art Bell. Calls when we come back.
I'll surely miss your tender kiss. Don't leave me this way.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That may be my favorite. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Linda Godfrey's here. She's talking about things that walk on two legs and you probably don't want to meet. Call them werewolves. Call them what you will. And let me give my quick speech. I'm sorry, I have to do it every night. It's a mission of mine. You can call us on our public number at area code 952-225-5278. It's 952-225-5278. Or you can call us by Skype worldwide. And here's the way it works. If you've got a smartphone, listen very, very carefully. You simply install Skype. It's free. Go to your toy store, Android or Apple, doesn't matter. Go to your toy store. Get Skype. You'll love it anyway. When you get Skype, you go in there not to where you dial a number. I get a lot of people making that mistake. You go to where you add a contact. That's an actual thing. Add a contact. It'll say that. And there's a little plus sign. And when you press the plus sign, you add a contact. That would be us. And the only thing you've got to type in there is if you're in North America, MITD 51. That's MITD 51. In the rest of the wide world, you don't dial. You put in or add contact MITD 55. That's MITD 55. And I know that this is getting old for a lot of you, but it results in way better connections with those who call in, and it gives you command. If you sound better on the air, you command much more attention. So there's my little lecture out of the way. And by the way, after you do all that, we will then appear on your contact list. So when you want to call us, you just go bloop, hit it, and it will dial us. And no matter where in the world you are, you call for free. That's the new digital world. Linda, welcome back.
Glad to be back.
I would like to add, Linda, that I found one of my listeners, they always do, bless their hearts, found for me that picture, the 9/11 picture that I was talking about. I have now sent that to my webmaster, and with any luck at all, he will get that photograph up pronto, and we'll all be able to look, including you, at what all right, he's already done it. How's that for speed? Do you have a computer there, Linda?
Yeah. Are we on artbell.com?
Yep. Artbell.com would be the place. Be the first thing. It'll come up, and then you have to click on it, make it a little bit bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Damnedest thing you ever saw.
Well, it's there. I see it.
Oh yeah, there you go. Now, take a good look at the blow up of the size of that thing, Linda, compared to it's on the other side of the building, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That is big. That's really, really big.
It is.
There were a lot of people taking pictures, of course, during all of that. And what do you think? I mean, how big is that thing?
Yeah, it's like I was saying, when it's in the sky and all that's really next to it is clouds, it's hard to say with any certainty. But I mean, it looks
gigantic
at first glance. Yeah, like it's one of those 20, 25 foot or more wingspan birds, and it's hard to tell just from that what the species is too. It's maybe somebody who's
it's obviously, look, Linda, it's not in the foreground. Take a good look at the picture at the bottom there where you see it with reference to the building.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously far, far away. Then when they blow it up, and they did a pretty good job of blowing it up, that's a damn monster.
Yeah, it is. And why weren't people seeing it and pointing? It's just very, very strange. Yeah, in that case, you're right. If you're thinking it's on the other side of the other building, then it's got to be double that, maybe 40 feet, 50 feet.
And those look like big wings. I mean, even if it was a close-in picture, you can tell a small bird and a monster.
Right.
This is, to me, it's a monster. Anyway, that came to mind.
Very cool. Wow.
Yeah, cool, I guess, unless you happen to meet it. Let's go to some questions. Let's go to some questions. Ty on Skype. You're on the air with Linda. Hi.
Can you hear me?
I do.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask Linda if she had any comment about the Yi Naldushi, the Navajo legend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Also known as skinwalkers. I just wondered if you had studied that at all.
Yeah, quite a bit. The Yinalbushi is the Navajo name is, I think it actually means something like it goes fast or it goes on 4 feet. And it's considered, I mean, I know Native American people who will not even say that term out loud for fear of drawing its attention to them. But it's supposed to be something that is considered sorcery by the other people, and it does really bad things when it goes out. Normally that's what it's supposedly sent out on bad errands by those who create it. And every tribe seems to have its own version. For instance, the Canadian Cree have what they call the bear walker. And in this instance, there will be a bear that goes forth. And there was a bear walker curse put on one of the Michigan colleges not too long ago when there was some argument over some remains that needed to be repatriated to that particular tribe. And I've got this in my Strange Michigan book that I wrote. You'd think that these things are from another century or that nobody's practicing them anymore, but from what I understand, they are out there. And people who feel that they've been visited by this will describe something that looks different than the usual dogman, canine type of thing. It's what we were talking about earlier with the red glowing eyes, the supersized height. It often does things like stare in windows at people, track them around at night. Usually it's a very dark in color, has shoulders. It will show hands and sometimes seems to go to sort of take pains to show that it has hands, laying them right on the windowsill or where the person can see them. So it does have some humanistic features compared to the normal canines that we see.
Very interesting. And we're really glad to have you back, Art.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and take care. That's on Skype. Let's go to the phone, and I think Seattle, Washington. Hello there.
Hi there, Art. Listen, I don't know too much about werewolves, but what I've been listening is very interesting, and it brings to mind a theory of mine. I'd like to ask Linda what she thinks of it. Is it possible that what some people might be thinking they're seeing as werewolves are maybe just drunk Italians?
Drunk Italians?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that there's any one nationality or even human connection to most of these creatures. And, I assume that you're being facetious.
Well, he's being a creature, not a very nice one either.
Yeah. I happen to like Italians. I have a lot of Italian friends.
I've just heard walks on 2 legs and is really hairy, that kind of stuff. So,
that's what I usually get is, no, that was my brother-in-law or something like that.
At least it wasn't your sister-in-law.
There you go.
Okay, let's go to Washington, Georgia. Hello.
Hello, Linda. Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hi.
I saw a creature when I was camping in Pennsylvania. I don't know if you're familiar with that area at all.
Somewhat. I get a lot of reports from there.
Okay, great. Well, I was with a couple friends of mine, and they saw it as well. And it had yellow eyes. It had almost like a human face with very long, very big, almost kind of wrinkly ears that had hair on the fur on that as well, and on their faces, like all the way on its face. It had very large hands, but very skinny arms. And it also had, I noticed that its legs were, like the knees bent backwards, like hyperextending, in a way. And
classic description.
The most disturbing thing about it that I didn't hear you comment, that still haunts me to this day when I think about, is its head movement. It kind of moved its head almost like a pigeon, and very kind of darty, very quick head movements. And
it's funny you should say that, because I just recently had somebody write me the same thing. They said it was, as they looked at it, it was moving its head sort of back and forth as if it was kind of trying to measure when was the best time to pounce.
Mm-hmm. And when I saw this, it was maybe about 2 feet away from me. And I don't think it knew I was there, because I was sleeping in a Volkswagen van, and it was in a campground called Otter Lake in Pennsylvania, and there was a couple of hunters that were up fairly late by the fire, and it seemed to be very engaged in what they were doing, and it was paying a lot of attention to them, peering its head around at the campers very, suddenly. And at first I thought it was another camper, and when my eyes adjusted and I saw it was, I was absolutely terrified. And for the rest of the night, me and my buddy just, cowered in the van, and we even called the state police, and, they acted like they didn't know where we were and thought we were drunk.
Wow.
How did they treat you?
Basically, they kind of laughed and said, well, we have no idea where that is. We wouldn't know how to get to you. We suggest you stay in the car. And that was basically it. Not very helpful.
That's the usual reaction. I actually have had 2 sheriff's deputies from a nearby county here approach me not too long ago to tell me that between the 2 of them, they had seen 4 different upright dogman-like creatures over the past couple of years. And their official thing they were supposed to say when they went out to check on a place was, I went there and I didn't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yet they will come privately. And now you're going to think this is going to seem like a setup, because I happen to have in my lap one that I got just this last month from a deputy sheriff in Frederick County, Virginia, who actually saw what I was just telling you about. And when he described it, he said he originally thought it was a bear with mange, and then he noticed it had a curled up long hand paw with curled up looking claws that brushed it. He saw it brush a tree, and he felt every hair go up, telling me to leave it and would be okay. So he left. But he said the thing was that its head looked like it was twitching constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Which is exactly like what you said. And he said the claws, I will never forget, they were upturned monster claws on long hand paws. Remember, I had said elongated paws is one of the things that they have. And this is from a deputy sheriff.
Wow.
Okay.
And another thing, I heard it. I don't know if it was related, but I heard a very weird call. It was almost like a two-toned, like a scream and another call all within one. And I don't know if that had been reported as well, or if you've heard anything about that.
Yeah, I have. Although you hear the same sort of description in regard to what are thought of as Bigfoot calls too. You know, I've heard that applied to the Bigfoot. So it's hard to say when you don't see the animal actually emit it. But if you go to lindagodfrey.com, you can find where to email me. And if you want to just send me an email report of this, I'd really appreciate it, because it really
might make it in a book.
Absolutely. I can probably get you the other two eyewitnesses. They were brothers. They were there as well. I can probably get them to contribute as well.
Oh, that really counts. When you bet. When you get 3, then you've really got something. Do that. Get it to her.
Great.
All right. Thanks a million, caller. Right. Take care.
Thank you.
There you go. Sassy Abby, you're on with Linda. Hi.
Hi. I just met you the other night. Is it echoing?
Little bit, but not bad. Go ahead.
Okay. I just met you the other night when I was scared of the ghosts that I don't believe in.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So we listen to you every night. And tonight I was thinking, okay, this won't scare me because werewolves, But I had a really weird experience about 3 months ago, and I was driving home. I had gone to, I had to move my mom to from Minneapolis to Madison, and I was driving home on one of my trips, moving her stuff alone. It was about 1 a.m. and I was in the middle of nowhere. So I wasn't in a town or anything. And I was really tired because I've been driving all day. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I distinctly saw a person running out of the woods straight towards the side of my car. And I was going about 65. And I thought, oh, okay, I've been driving too long. I'm seeing things. And all of a sudden, smack into the side of my car. And I was terrified because it was pitch black out. There's no traffic. There's nobody around. And there's nothing near me. I was just in the middle of nowhere. This came out of the woods.
So you're telling me you hit this thing? Or it hit you?
Me. It ran into the
car.
side of my car.
What? Any damage?
Yeah.
Yes.
My car was dented.
And it looked like a person,
hard.
you said?
What?
It looked like a person, you said?
Yeah, like out of the corner of my eye, I was really tired, so I don't know what I saw, but I could have sworn it was on two legs, and it was probably about 6 feet taller, and in my corner of my eye, I saw it, and what I thought I saw was a man wearing a gray sweatshirt with his hood on.
Holy smokes! All right, listen to me. Let's have the rest of the story. I don't want this hanging. So obviously, you would stop your car, right?
I was too scared. I was in the middle of nowhere. And it was pitch black. And I didn't understand why someone would come out of the woods and run straight into my car when there's no traffic or anything. If they needed to cross the street, why would they wait until there was a car coming?
Right.
So I thought I should call the police. And I thought, what did I just see? And what was that? And I was like, what do I say to the police? That somebody darted out of the woods and ran into my car? So I drove home. I was probably about 30, 40 minutes. And I was shaking. I was scared. I didn't know what had just happened to me. I got out to see if there was damage to my car. And I thought about calling police, and I decided it had to have been an animal because there was nothing around there.
Yeah, but 6 feet tall?
That's what it looked like out of the corner of my eye. So then the next day I looked in the papers and I looked through everything to see if anybody, if there were any dead bodies in the road, because that would have made the local news, and there wasn't. Nothing. So I don't know if it was an animal. I don't know what it was.
Hold on. Linda, what would you ask?
Well, I would say that it's very common that when people spot a dog man and they're looking at it and it's moving quickly, their first impression will often be that it's somebody with a hoodie or with a gray fur jacket or something like that on until they can get a better look at it.
That's exactly what it looked like, and it was really terrifying. It was running very fast, very fast. And that's why I thought they couldn't have been a person, because
that's something else that I hear. Yep, for some reason, I've got a whole chapter on this in my new book. There are a certain number of them that seem to be very attracted to cars. They'll run straight into them. They'll run alongside them. They'll run right behind them. And it's very unlike normal animals, other than like farm dogs, that chase a car. But it seems like there's some other agenda, and it just terrifies people. And don't worry, you're not the only person. I've never had anybody really say that they just stopped when it was in the.
All right, listen, I'm going to hold on. Both of you, ma'am, hold it. Both of you, hold on. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good. We'll be back.
Hi, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Linda Godfrey is here, and we are talking about creatures. And we've got a lady, Abby, on the phone, who was driving along at how many miles an hour, Abby, when this happened? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I was going about 65.
55. Okay, so you were going good and fast, and this creature, 6 feet in size, smacks into the side of your car. That's where we were, and Linda, that's incredible. And you're telling me, I don't want to say it's normal, but you've had other reports.
Yeah, it happens fairly frequently. And, it's just inexplicable as to why they would want to take such a chance with themselves. Most wild animals will try and just go across the road and get away from you. There are also those who cross in front of the car almost as if they're sort of daring it to stop or playing a game with it too.
All right, caller, here's a question for you. It comes from the computer, and it's a good one too. There would have been, if it was that heavy, it hit that hard, how much damage to the car was there? And was there any blood or hair on the car?
No blood, no hair. I checked for blood because I was afraid that I'd hurt somebody.
Obviously, yes.
No blood at all. And the dent, you can see the dent. It's on the driver's side of the car because that's where it smacked into me. And you can definitely see the dent, but it wasn't as big as I thought it was going to be. It was, just a slight. Well, it's a good indentation. You can see it, but it wasn't like serious damage to the car or anything.
Sure.
But you can see it where it hit.
I have had people send me a package of hair. I have a package of hair sitting right and a few feet away from me that I just haven't been able to get it identified anywhere. But it was taken off of the bumper. It was taken off the bumper of a similar incident.
Okay. Well, Abby, thank you very much for the call and the story. That's just absolutely amazing. Whew. All right, let's go to our next phone call, whoever that is. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Cruiser from Arizona.
Yes, sir.
Okay, first time caller ever.
Thank you.
I was going to ask Linda, and I give her credit for speaking about this subject because not many people are upright and people will think you're crazy or something. But in Mexico, these creatures are known as nahuales, the dogmen. Mm-hmm. And the last 3 months, I've been getting the oral stories from the family about their encounters with the nahuales, whether it's my aunt or an uncle. How familiar are you with the Carlos Castaneda's works?
Yeah, I've read some of those, and I am fairly familiar with them. Not everyone agrees that they're entirely accurate. I've had a lot of correspondence with some Central and South American people who study these things quite a bit. But did you have a special question about him, or?
No, it was just that because he talks about the being able to become a creature, and I got somewhat tie that to that, and just talking to my family and I've got them on camera talking in Spanish about what they've seen. I just started doing my own research. I also came upon an author known as Daniel Britton Garrison from the 1800s. I don't know if you're familiar with his works as well.
No, that one doesn't ring a bell. It's interesting.
Are there legends in Spanish about humans that can become creatures?
Oh yes, it's something that's like she said. The tribes don't talk about it because it'll come to you. A lot of it is sorcery, they say. But a lot, like I said, I've had a lot of families. I've been interviewing family members about it. Some don't want to talk about it, or they'll tell me it, but they don't want to do it on camera. But I have had some stories on camera, and it's telling about it in Spanish, and it goes pre-Aztec times.
So yeah, it's very, very widespread. I know another, I think Central American name. I can't remember exactly which country, but it's known as the lobizon. Is another term, and it's quite widespread. It's all over North and South America.
Duncan in New Zealand says, Art, no, that's the wrong one. Gary in Czechoslovakia, my goodness. He says, I'm Hopi on my father's side. The spirit world is not paranormal. It is simple reality. It is the norm that for some reason modern people simply cannot understand. I've been close to the spirits my whole life. It's just real.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, whether you take it from a certain religious view or from the many physicists that are coming up with actual plausible scientific explanations for the idea of other worlds. It's just not the everyday reality we perceive with our five senses.
No, it isn't. And there are psychological explanations for a caller we had earlier. On Skype, Trey, you're on the air.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
Greetings from your Steam group.
Thank you.
I was wondering if Linda had any plans on talking about the Mothman or any future stories she would do about that.
I think we could probably encourage that.
And I'd also love a whole show on that, by the way.
Well, we don't have a whole show left, but Linda, what about Mothman? A lot of people have a lot of interest, like this caller.
Yes, yeah, that's a really well-known and popular topic, and it should be. It was very well studied by the late great John Keel, who sort of actually moved into the area for a while. And if you read he wrote the Mothman Prophecy, and has written about it in quite a few other places. And the interesting thing that not many people realize is that there was a lot more going on there than these giant, strange, bird-like creatures. There were hundreds of UFO sightings that he personally investigated, and also men in black were appearing. It was a whole combination of phenomena that took place in this area over that time frame. So I think it's a much more complex thing than just the Mothman, the one. And sadly, I guess the man who created that Mothman statue that's become sort of, or sculpture that's become sort of iconic right down in downtown Point Pleasant, where they have the festival every year, just passed away, I think in the last week. But, and maybe that's bringing that, the thought of that story to a lot of people's minds. But, yeah, there are lots and lots of witnesses. There are many other materials. There are some really great photographic books that have been brought out recently about it. If you go looking, you can find a lot of interesting material. Did you have any special question about it, or one certain angle?
Actually. Do you think this is something sort of spiritual or otherworldly, or do you think this is maybe an alien thing? I mean, what are your opinions on it?
Well, I tend to go more toward the otherworldly thing than straight out other planet alien, just because all of these creatures, even when they're composed of different parts that shouldn't belong together, they're still recognizably, in most cases, earthly type animals. It's a Mothman, which has bird wings or a long beak. The giant birds are obviously versions of smaller birds. The dog men resemble wolves, whereas I would think if they were coming from, some far-off quadrant of the galaxy, they would look more unrecognizable. Not that we don't have those too. It's just that's another subject. We do have grays and reptilians and all these other things that people describe seeing, but they're not quite the same thing in my book.
How often? I've got a caller. Thank you. Anything else?
Yes. I was going to ask if she found this to be some sort of harbinger for things, or if we moved away from that perception of it.
All right.
I do believe that many of these things seem to be perceived that way by people, and I think we talked about that earlier in the show. But quite often, if you look, it seems like they do show up just before something bad is going to happen.
All right. How about this? I have heard you now mention any number of times a UFO report connected to a nearby sighting of one of these things that we have talked about. Mm-hmm. So how frequently does that connection get made?
Fairly often. That was another thing that I've explored in my forthcoming book. I've been really, really looking at this. And it ties into the idea that a lot of people like to believe that especially Bigfoot, possibly Dogman, are actually aliens, and that they're either piloting the UFOs, or that they're sort of left out as agents or pets, or there are all sorts of different theories. But very, very often, where you've got especially a flap area or a hot spot of sightings, you will also find UFOs or spook lights and or other types of strange lights. And It's kind of like the Skinwalker Ranch in Utah, where they had the whole panorama of things happening. And I actually had a UFO experience myself in this very field I was talking about earlier, where we've been finding the enigmatic footprints and having deer carcasses mutilated and all that sort of thing.
You know, I interviewed Robert Bigelow.
Really?
Yes.
I would like to do that.
Yes, he's a rare catch, to be sure. Bob and I are actually kind of friends. He's an amazing guy. And what went on up at that ranch is nothing short of amazing. I actually think that what happened at that ranch closed a chapter for Robert. And he moved on. He's now very much into space. You know, putting hotels into space. He's got contracts with NASA. He's really turned a corner. But I think with that ranch, he answered some questions, Linda, and I think the answers are amazing answers. And he just
I would like to know those answers. Did he share that with you?
Not in every case. He shared with me the impossible things that happened there. He bought it because those things were happening there. And then he documented them. I believe he found out what he wanted to know and moved on. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's terrific. Well, and I do know that he had a lot of the scientific equipment and real scientists to throw at it.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So, I mean, it was studied as best as it possibly could have been. And, I kind of envy that. I've been working with my property owner out there in that field, and we are not funded that way. And yet we still find ourselves coming to conclusions that we thought we never would have come to before.
Mm-hmm. All right. On the phone, you're on the air with Linda.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello. Hi.
Oh, okay. Hi, Linda. Hi, Art.
Hi.
I just want to tell you guys this story. It happened about 25 years ago with my children. My children would cross the road and go up in this guy's driveway and play all the time. Well, one evening, they came running in the house. They said, Mom, we heard a werewolf. I thought, well, now they've heard this weird dog, and I went back outside and I could hear it too. And it wasn't like a regular dog. It was very, very odd. Well, I didn't know what to think about it. And, I was typical housewife, cooking and taking care of stuff. So I just went in the house, and it was just when the sun was going down when this happened. And I lived kind of in the woods area. But this guy had, like I say, a big, long concrete driveway that my kids would play on. Well, that evening, though, I want you to know, God will strike me dead, but it is the truth. We had a big picture window in the house, and that guy was a doctor that lived up on this hill, and he would come home late of the night. Well, I heard a strange sound, and I went to that picture window, and I looked out in my yard, and I could see the car lights of him coming up the road. And right there, I always thought it was a joke. Werewolves were a joke. But I saw this thing that had a huge back. And when it turned its head around, it had a snout at least 1.5 feet long on it.
Wow.
Its body was huge. I have never seen anything like that. And you mentioned about UFOs. There were some weird lights that we'd seen just prior to me seeing this. It scared me so bad. I ran in the back room and locked the door.
You said it made a sound. Can you describe that sound?
Well, sort of like a weird dog screaming, sort of like that. I'm not really sure exactly how to describe it.
Did it have a relationship to that doctor?
Okay, hold on a sec. Linda, go ahead.
Were you saying, did it have a relationship to that doctor? I wasn't quite sure. Were you saying that the doctor transformed into this, or it was just outside when the doctor was driving home?
It was Yeah, it was just outside when he was coming in. This guy came in late at the evening because he was like an emergency room doctor, and he worked late. And I had been staying up a little bit later. I guess this was close to midnight, maybe around that time. But I never expected anything. I just thought, well, there he comes. But the way the car drove into where the lights came into my yard, see, and I did not see any hands or arms, but I did see it move its body, and it had huge shoulder. I've never seen anything like that in my life, and it had to be at least maybe 6 foot tall, maybe, but its back was so large when it turned its head. Now, I want you to know, I thought all that stuff was a joke. And I never believed in anything like werewolves because I grew up, I'm an older lady, and I watched all those horror films years ago, and I just thought that type of stuff was a joke. But when I saw that, and that freaked me out so much. Like I say, I ran in
well,
back
that's where the jokes stop. When you actually have an experience like that, the jokes stop and you become different. Yeah.
That's really true. And I have such a great respect for all the people who come forward and share their stories. And if I would love also if you'd like to send this one to me, and I don't mind giving my email, it's just lindagodfrey99@gmail.com, or you can go to lindagodfrey.com and find the link to send me that. But I would really love to have that report.
We've had actually a pretty good number of pretty good reports, short the Italian tonight. They've been very good.
I agree, yeah, and I mean, especially when I'm sitting there, I can't get over the man talking about the head movement, and then I just happen to have one out because it's very, very recent. But yeah, I was afraid she was going to say that the doctor changed into the creature. But it's interesting because again, I have gotten some transformation type of experiences, which I usually don't, and enough for me to kind of devote a whole chapter to them in my forthcoming book.
Can you relate one of those? I mean, of course, that's stuff of the movies, but you have witnesses who have seen humans transform into something else?
Yes, either that or that they've seen what is obviously a human, part wolf, part human type of thing.
Really?
That is, yeah, really, really. For instance, there was one woman who, she and a boyfriend were walking through a Los Angeles park about dusk, and there weren't many people in the park at that time, and there was a jogger coming toward them, and it ran right straight up to them, and she felt actually kind of nervous, like she was trying to make her boyfriend move farther out of the way from this jogger. There was something about him, and he got closer, and it was a human body in a jogger suit, but with a complete wolf head, and it was breathing hard enough that she could see it wasn't like a mask or a rubber over the head type of werewolf costume.
Yes.
And it just looked at them and then leaped completely over a park bench and ran down to where there was sort of a tunnel under this bridge sort of thing.
Okay, for a lady who started out the show by saying werewolves aren't real, it seems to me like you're pinning down werewolves as being real. If I saw a human transform into a wolf-like creature, particularly a really big one, big teeth, maybe red eyes, it's a werewolf. And if it isn't a werewolf, not sure I want to know what it is. Either way, I don't want to know. We'll be back. months from Minnesota.
I have to say, I've also heard Bigfoot screams described the same way as that. I have, and I like to ask people if they actually saw the creature making the sound, because it's the only way to really relate it to it. And several times when people have actually observed it making the sound, what they've described is more like a variably pitched growl, kind of like those old-fashioned. Remember when everybody had a cappuccino maker, and it would kind of be this up and down sound, like
Sure.
like an octave in between, only really chilling in a much lower and higher octave. Very scary thing that sounded like nothing I'd ever heard. And I had very unrelated people. This is completely unpublished, and they would make the exact same sound for me. Somewhere I have one recorded. But yeah. But yet you don't know. If you don't really see the creature, that creature making that sound, unfortunately, you can't say for sure.
Yeah, you know what? That sound as described, I don't want to see that creature. Not me. On Skype, you're on the air. Matthew?
Art Bell, praise the Lord, hallelujah. I finally got through.
Yes.
Now, this woman is a very good guest, but I have to say that West Virginia has been a state since 1861, and Mothman is not from Virginia.
Wait a minute. West Virginia?
Yes, West Virginia.
And then Virginia?
Yes. West Virginia has been a state since 1861.
Oh, okay.
Point Pleasant is in West Virginia, not Virginia.
Okay.
Right. If I thought that I said West Virginia, I may have misspoken. I apologize if I did, but I do. But you're entirely correct, of course.
But I have to say, werewolves are very real, Mr. Bell. They are satanic influences, and the werewolf call sounds like the cry of the unborn baby whose blood these people have been baptized in, and the mothers who never got to hold their baby. They are witches.
Are they? You know, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are you related to anybody who used to call this show called JC?
I am his spiritual son, Mr. Bell.
No, I thought you might be. Blood tells. That's all I can say. Blood tells.
Well, I'll take my answer off the air. Thank you very much.
I don't know what your question is.
Yeah, I think it was more of a statement. I didn't hear the question.
Exactly.
Wasn't there myself.
I know that voice. I swear to God. Even if JC has passed to the great beyond, that caller's got the blood in him. Do a script, very quick Skype call. Hello, tongue. Nathan, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
Hey, I'm sorry. Let me just turn this off.
Yes, always do that, please.
Yeah, you haven't. I was on hold on the
infamous turn down your device.
I'm a huge fan, Art. Thank you so much for taking the call.
Sure.
I grew up, Art, and Linda, hello too. It's a great show. It's great stuff. I grew up in Bordentown, New Jersey, really old town on the Delaware River, where Joseph Bonaparte, one of the original witnesses to the Jersey Devil, he had an estate there. He also had this weird, like, cave structure on the river called the Rock Gardens in the town I grew up in. And I'll make this short, Linda. I was just curious what your thoughts or theories on the Jersey Devil were, and also one of the questions I had already been answered about cryptids appearing at the same time as UFO sightings. Some in southeastern PA I've read about, where there's those strange, like, deer with the bent back legs being seen in conjunction with UFOs. And that's really interesting. But that question obviously already been brought up. And
all right, we have this real quick break we have to do. So what we'll do is do it, and we'll come back and we'll talk about the Jersey Devil a little bit. You know, it seems like everybody, or everywhere, I should say, has some kind of devil or monster connected to it.
Walked into the room. There was voodoo in the vast. I was captured by a step. Don't bother asking for explanation. tell you that she came in the year of the cat.
Hi, I'm Asia Bell, and it's very late, so I'm sleeping now. But you're awake, so call my daddy because he's awake too. The number is 1-952-225-5278. That's 1952. Call Art.
And that's Asia. All right, Linda, welcome back. I want to remind everybody I have found Madman Markham. He'll be here tomorrow night. Linda, it's great to have you back. And, boy, we've been through a lot tonight. A lot of really good calls. I'm
very great.
Very impressed with everybody. Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, you're on with Linda. Hi.
Hey, thanks for having me back on. All right.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, so.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just get good and close to whatever your device is.
Okay, it's this tablet here.
Okay, well, you find the little hole in the tablet and you're talking to that.
Sorry. Is that better?
Much better, yes.
Okay. Sorry. Again, thank you again so much for having me, Art. I've been obsessed with the Jersey Devil since I've been a kid, obviously growing up
right
in the town that he'd been spotted in. And that's a very interesting thing for me. I'd love to hear what Linda has to say. But also, just out of curiosity, I'm wondering why there aren't more cat, if there are cat creatures or more cat-like creature sightings. That'd be really interesting to hear. I know there's a lot of dog creatures and whatnot. But yeah, I'll take my question off the air. And thanks again for having me, Art.
Sure. You bet.
A shout out to Bordentown, my dad John, who I experienced lost time with, and turned me on to your show,
right.
And my uncle Bob, and keep it weird, New Jersey. I love you so much, Art. You're a huge influence in my life. It's so great to hear you back on the air.
Thank you, my friend. All right, well, there you have it. The Jersey Devil. I have no idea. What is the Jersey Devil anyway?
The Jersey Devil is, it's actually a really famous cryptid, although it's very hard to pin down exactly what it looks like. And it's kind of confusing because it's supposed to have started with this old legend dating back to 1735 where a woman had one too many children and cursed it, and it turned out to be a demon that ate family and ran into the woods. That's one version. There are different versions. And then it surfaced again, not until almost 200 years later, in 1909, went into Haddon Heights and 30 different New Jersey communities. And in Haddon Heights, all the passengers on a city trolley saw the creature at the same time. Policemen saw it. The fire departments were shooting it with water hoses. And it was said to look kind of like a kangaroo with wings, and it would fly up onto houses and leave footprints shaped like horses' hooves. So it was this really, really weird thing. And not so much doing destruction as well. Pets and farm animals would go missing, basically, was what happened. And then it sort of went away again. Supposedly, it still shows up now and then. I know people from the area who study it at great depth, and they say there are still some sightings of it. But I don't know if the gentleman also wanted me to address the cat-like creatures, because that is something that's much lesser known, but does happen. And I talked about that in the Real Wolfmen book. I started getting reports, especially out of California, out of something that I call the Doberman lynx, because it seemed to be, and especially seen around the canyons around LA for some reason, where it looks kind of like part bipedal lion combined with these high ear tufts and some of the facial features that remind people more of like a Doberman, which is really strange. And I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't know if it's just some strange special dog breed that has cropped up there. But then you go into the southern states, and there's a very widespread legend of something called the Wampus cat, which is something like, again, a mountain lion walking upright that has a blood-chilling yowl and screams, and again goes back to a very ancient legend that may or may not be connected with modern day science.
The only cat I ever saw, Linda, I drove for 10 years between here and Las Vegas. One night coming down the mountain on the Vegas side, this thing walked across the street. It was a mountain lion. I'm sure of it.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure of it. It was gigantic. And I'm telling you, Linda, it covered both lanes. It was only one lane going each direction. And I slammed I was doing 70.
Wow.
Slammed the brakes on, went every way but sideways, and I missed the thing, thank God. But it scared the poop out of me.
I don't blame you. Yeah, they're scary. I'm much more afraid of those than Bigfoot or Dogman.
When I say big, it covered both lanes. It was that big. I wasn't going to miss it unless it moved enough, and it did, thank God.
Yikes.
Yikes is right. All right, let's go here to the telephone, and I think Florida. Hello.
Hi. I want to ask your guest if she's familiar with the story. I've seen several stories this summer about sightings in the Milwaukee area of some sort of big cat. One story I'm reading right now from July says, Milwaukee's Beast, the mysterious mountain lion terrifying Wisconsin. Can you give us an update on what the latest on that is? And then second question, have you ever, I know you did a book on ghosts. Have you ever seen a ghost? And what is your feeling about the credibility of EVP recordings as evidence? Do you think that's credible or not?
Okay, that's quite a wide range.
It is.
but I can start you off. Yeah, definitely. I've been following the mountain lion very closely because I've been gearing up for a very big blog post. I did a preliminary blog post. If you go to lindagodfrey.com and go back just a couple of spaces in the blogs, you'll find one on that Milwaukee mountain lion and some previous ones that were in the area. I happen to live right smack in the pathway. My husband was stalked and almost attacked 2 years ago in October by a mountain lion that he then saw the next day, and two of our neighbors saw it too. They come from the Black Hills, they go through Minnesota, they come down through southeastern Wisconsin, and that's how one ended up in Chicago 5 years ago that ended up being shot. And that same one had been identified by DNA as being within 5 miles of my house. So I like to keep tabs on these. I took a walk in the Kettle Moraine with some friends last winter in February looking for some Bigfoot signs, and instead we saw hundreds and hundreds of mountain lion tracks following us in and crossing. We came back out. So these things are around, and I've got a huge documentation of them all around the central area of Wisconsin. So they're here, they're on the move. These are real animals, and I'm just hoping that there isn't any sort of tragic accident before it will be admitted that they actually are here, because they're one of these creatures that the authorities do not like to admit is here. It costs them a lot of money to have to fulfill certain things in the law to take care of them if that happens. That's one big reason.
All right. He wants you to jump then to ghosts and EVPs as proof.
I have seen ghosts, and shockingly enough, it was when I was looking for them. I co-authored Weird Wisconsin and authored Weird Michigan with the Barnes & Noble Weird US series. So one of the things that I had to do was go to many of the very known, very haunted sites in both states. And in each state, I saw one ghost in a place where it was supposed to be. And they were both just surprise visits. The host had no chance to send anything up. It was both times it was in daytime. And they were both times I was so shocked that I had a camera in my hands with a strap around my neck, and I never got the camera up in time to actually take the picture of a ghost. It would take me quite a bit of time to tell you both stories, but they are in the Weird Wisconsin and Weird Michigan books.
Okay, you know anything about EVPs?
EVPs scare me even more than mountain lions. And I've heard some really good ones. I don't know for sure what they are, but I think there's some credence to the idea that there are things floating in some other reality. I'm not sure if they're from actual dead people or if they are other entities
I don't know that
are pretending to be dead people. But what I've heard, and I've heard some really creepy ones from people at different conferences, they're usually really, really frightening and scary, the things that these things are saying. And if anything ever seemed demonic to me, it's EVP.
Okay. James on Skype. Hello there. You're on the air with Linda Godfrey.
Hello, Art and Linda. I just wondered
Hi,
if
James.
Linda had ever heard the story of the Woolly Burger in Ohio, Central Ohio.
The Woolly Bear?
Woolly Burger.
Burger?
Yeah.
Woolly Burger?
Yeah.
Does that come with fries or?
No, it's the last name of the gentleman that it's a werewolf story.
Okay.
And there was a gentleman that there's a town called Darbydale. A lot of people will call it a Bigfoot, but it's not because they don't know. Anyways, the remnants of his home, which is brought from Eastern Europe, you can still see a couple pylons that are in the creek. It's called Hell's Branch. And what ended up happening was a bunch of the people started dying. Well, they figured it out that it was Woolly Burger, and they destroyed his home. So most of the homes along the river have parts of his old castle.
So you're telling me you're telling me this is a guy named Woolly Burger.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And he transformed into what?
Into a werewolf.
Into a werewolf and killed people.
Yeah. And so he was killed. They shoved a rock in his mouth, and there's a cemetery called Woolly Burger Cemetery after that. It's not Willie, it's Woolly.
Woolly,
Like
I'm sorry.
Woolly
All right,
Mammoth.
Woolly.
What is that near? Do you mind my asking?
Yeah,
what that
it's by
is?
the town Darbydale in
By
Columbus,
Dar-
or outside of Columbus, Ohio. I grew up
near
there. That's why I know
Columbus.
this.
Oh, okay.
Near Columbus.
Okay. I've had a long-standing werewolf habitat or wolfman habitation situation going on not too far from Columbus, and I found quite a few sightings in Columbus. And I'll also say that Wisconsin has the same sort of historic background to what they call the werewolf, or we now call werewolves, where you have these German immigrants who bring these cultural tales and cultural beliefs with them, and they seem to manifest here as well as they did there.
Exactly. It's lycanthropy. And that's what I'm saying. Anyways, he still exists. I have an experience with him that I talk about sometimes, but it's a long story, and I'm sure you'd be bored with it. But
please email it to me. I would love to see it.
No, she's not going to be so bored. Email it to her. And
it will not bore me.
Your email is, again?
LindaGodfrey99@gmail.com. Or you can just go to lindagodfrey.com.
All right.
Anyways, Bell Gab Roswell's art. God bless.
Okay, thank you. Yo, Belgab. Okay, let's go here to, I think, Kentucky on the phone. You're on the air.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
This is AR from your biggest and most loyal online community, Into Infinity.
My goodness.
Anyway.
Welcome.
Hello.
I got a Bigfoot story from years ago, but I'd rather ask a question.
Okay.
That's okay.
It is?
People talk about why there is no bodies for Bigfoot or the dogmen.
That's right.
I've considered the thought that possibly they're intelligent enough that they don't leave bodies behind to be found. They either bury them,
before.
Yeah.
hide them, possibly eat them. I just wonder what the guests thought about that possibility or theory.
Well, I've heard that suggested before, and there's another thing too concerning the dogmen. Now, let's say you've got a dead Bigfoot. You find that lying there, this 8-9 foot tall like thing, and you know you've got something really weird. You find a giant dogman of the type that's usually called into me, and you would probably just say, "Wow, that's a really weird, kind of weird looking big dead wolf." You know, you wouldn't think as much of it. I do believe that these things are seen and may be seen, and people don't know what they have. With the Bigfoot, people do believe, I've often heard it said that they think they probably take them and bury them, or just, remove them. My Native American friends say they go to their world before or as they, if they're going to expire, that's where they go and do it. And that's why we don't find the bodies from the Bigfoot. I don't know how to prove either one, but I think if you're going along with the partly physical, partly but fully physical, partly but fully otherworldly creature, well, then it makes great sense that they would go to some lengths to remove themselves. And then other people also think, pardon?
I was going to say, from what I saw, it was purely physical. But this thing was definitely physical, but it was as solid as the chair I'm sitting in. But
right. And that's
I was going to say, anyone that goes in,
right.
Anyone that goes into the woods knows you won't find a complete body. You'll find bones or scraps of fur. Or you're not going to find a complete skeleton of anything.
All right.
Especially not apex predators. You just don't find, dead bears or things like that lying around. Definitely not.
All right. We'll squeeze one more in. Chris on Skype.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Fine.
All right, so this is a weird question. My buddy was in Iraq about 10 years ago, something like that. He always tells a story about he thinks he saw a werewolf, but this is definitely a female werewolf, right?
Okay.
How he knows this, it sounds gross. I don't know how to describe it in a better way, but he rescues dogs, and some of them aren't neutered. So that time of the month happens.
Right.
He said that this werewolf, it had like the female attributes. It had boobs, if I can say that. And it smelled. It smelled like that time of the month for a werewolf.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that in the right way, but he says he knows. It was on the side of the road, and they stopped on the side of the road, and it crossed like right in front of them. They were in a truck or something.
Yes.
And they got out of the car, and it turned around and looked at them, came back. He's saying 3 feet away, this thing comes up to him. And it stinks like so bad. He can't even, he's like, the only thing I could describe is a dirty dog, like that he would get from a pound.
I've got it. Listen, our show is ending here. I
but
hate
that's
to rush you.
Yeah, my question is, what does this smell like?
You described a dirty dog, right? I said that earlier on the program too. A dirty dog in need of a bath, bad dog urine, that whole.
Almost everybody knows what that smell is like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, Linda. Man, what a great show. Thank you very much. You have a website, right?
Yes, lindagodfrey.com. That's my WordPress blog, and there's a page there with frequently asked questions, my book list, all kinds of things.
All right. Well, thank you for the great education on things that I'd rather not meet up with, frankly, but it's been a great show. Thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
You have a good night. Take care. What an honor to have you on. All right. That's it for this night. And again, you might want to pass the word. I've found Madman. He'll be with us for some period of time tomorrow night. I don't know. Madman is one of the world's unique individuals. Madman Markham. Till then, all the time zones around the earth, good night. Have a wonderful night. See you tomorrow.
I watched the Bin Laden. Of course, we all seen the film.
Yeah.
And there's the conspiracy, what they call conspiracy nuts, and there's whatever. And the thing that gets me is that when there is one little question that makes you go, what? That we don't galvanize and say, no, you're not allowed to say anything else till we cover this. Give me a
straight answer.
A straight answer, because flushing Bin Laden down the ocean like he's cocaine from the Goodfellas.
You don't feel that was
it doesn't prove anything. Somebody like Hannity will make me sound like a complete idiot if I went on the show and went, he flushed him down in the fucking ocean. It's just, you go, there's nothing that just makes you. Makes you go, what?
Does it just reek of cover-up of something?
But it does.
Yeah.
But can we focus one day on one issue that bothers us as a country in terms of this whole, let's say.
But they'll never answer it.
So let's say this, whatever news you follow, because what it is, I listen to Fox or listen to CNN
or listen to the conspiracy guys, which is, my source of news.
Sure.
So there has to be something where we go, okay, let's take out all the fucking shit, right?
And just concentrate
and let's
on
concentrate on our own logic in our own scenario. And in anyone's scenario, do you fucking throw Bin Laden in the ocean? In any of your own scenarios?
I love Patrice's take on this.
Not the news is telling you this, because Fox will just go. The difference to me between like the Alex Joneses, the Webster Tarpleys, the fucking Farrakhan, and Alan Watt. Those are the 4 guys I get my news from.
Yeah.
Okay. There's always a way for you to go fuck you, and then you go look it up.
Yeah.
It's always that. It's historical. The regular news does not allow you to fuck with history. If you see people that go, don't go for Duncan, and people go, they dismisses that.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. Go for Duncan. Suck a dick. But there's no weapons of mass destruction. We're there for nothing. Shut up. You don't support the troops, and you're just babbling. But you go, wait a fucking minute.
Yeah.
The go for Duncan's fake. We died. The motherfuckers died. It was fake. But they go, suck my dick. So the thing about the quote-unquote conspiracy guys, you can go fuck you and go look that shit up and go, holy shit. This happened. It was fake. So my thing is, okay, fuck listening to people. Now just go with your own fucking mentality. There's a lot of things that's going wrong with this Bin Laden
now,
shit.
what's your take on the whole thing of the Muslims have to be fucking disposed of, now whatever it is, in a day?
Let me tell you something. If you Google any criminal, Babyface Nelson, there's a picture of the guy that shot him in his face, taking a look at what the fuck I did shot.
You're right, yeah.
Bonnie and Clyde, that bitch, they will never show a bitch that, but you go Bonnie and Clyde, bullets all in her face. And fucking
G-Man is out
G-Man,
there. With a Tommy gun.
Like so.
Break it down. What do you think happened?
This is
break it down.
In conspiracy world.
Right.
Okay.
No, in Patrice's world.
But I get a lot of my shit in my world.
But
okay,
you're
what do I believe?
You're a thinker.
Yeah.
What's
I believe. All right, here we go. But I don't have any fucking endorsements to lose, so
yeah,
I'll just say it. I believe, and this is the thing, you can't prove it. I believe that he had lent himself, that Bin Laden, because if this is the history of it. We were in cahoots. We're in cahoots with everybody. And this is why Muslims hate America. Not because we living in America and live how we want to live and do radio. Live in America.
Very good.
They can't hate that song. They got to dance to that fucking song.
You love that song.
There's no song that they do that's better than living in America. Really? Being not here is better than living in America?
Rocky's fucking working out to it.
There we go.
Yeah, this is fucking great. You can't hate. You can't hate on this song.
I don't. Let's not bomb today. Let's listen to this. Enjoy, because I enjoy living in America myself.
We don't like Americans. We want to kill them. But this song, James Brown.
Living in America. The reason they hate us is because we support the evil regimes that so Egypt and all these like dictators who suppress their people.
Yeah,
we help them.
Right.
We make sure that they stay in power. So that's why they hate us. First of all, I think, and listen, there's a new Bin Laden that they already setting up. This guy that had dinner at the White House. Al Asari or something. He's the new.
He's had dinner at the White House.
Yeah, they've been talking about it. He had dinner at the White House like in 2002 because he was one of the good ones. Now he's the next Bin Laden. This guy from Yemen. I think it's Al Asari or something. I think Bin Laden was in cahoots with them a long time. I think he was getting sick. I think they needed a war. And I think that they set him up in this compound, okay, and let him live his last days out being the face of evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think he died somewhere because who's to prove that he wasn't? They fucking caught him and threw him in the ocean, like I said, like how you would flush cocaine down the toilet when the cops kick in your fucking door.
We needed that terrorist, Karen! Karen!
How could you flush Bin Laden?
They wouldn't have found him! We needed that terrorist!
I'm sorry! Do you understand?
The only bad guy we had!
What I'm saying, this is all conjecture, but I'm saying what I believe.
So it's just time to tell the world that he was dead.
It was time, and it was time for Obama because he's not done yet. His mission ain't done, and this helped him a lot. They didn't count on something that I knew about.
But why wouldn't
is that white racism is more powerful than he thought it fucking was.
Really?
So now he has to almost become Bush.
Yeah, he is kind of slipping.
Gun-ho, and we killed the motherfucker.
And that white racism you're correct about because his poll numbers only went up a tiny bit after that.
Because I heard
if that happened with George W., his fucking ratings would have went to the roof.
They would have made sure that you could do 4 terms.
I think Obama only went up 3, maybe 4 points.
Because white racism is
only
it's
at 52%.
It's a lot more. It's deep, man. And so I think personally they needed a face to this. Okay, he's not only was public enemy number 1. People would argue he was next to Hitler in terms of
right.
He just didn't have the numbers.
His cachet.
Right. Yep.
Of
what he wanted to do.
Yeah, of his evil.
Evil.
So you go. Look, I think he was a sick old man. I think he died a long time ago, or he died in that place. They staged that shit, plastered he's dead, so Obama could get elected. They're gonna put another guy in, and here's one of the guys, Webster Tarpley, who I like him. He's just one of those machines. Those conspiracy, but he's a historian though. He goes, look, and he said this shit in 2007. He said, I'm nervous about this guy because, see, the thing about Bush, and they call the neocons, the thing about Bush, he was a cowboy. He was like, we're going to go in there and fucking bomb him, fuck him. But Obama's not that kind of guy. So basically what he's saying is, look, the people he worked for, which is the beggars, okay, they want, Britain and America wants to keep power. They want this white people to be powerful. I tell people this, they're not going to let brown people rule the world. They'll destroy it first. These white bankers, man. So basically this guy, fucking Brzezinski, who is the face, he's the puppet master. He wants to stop China and Russia. And if he can, he wants to pit them against each other to destroy each other. And what they would do is, now they're talking about going to Pakistan. They're starting trouble with Pakistan.
Yeah.
Because how could you harbor this guy? What they're going to do with that is take Pakistan so they can strategically have things. They want to control Pakistan because Pakistan's friendly with China.
But wouldn't Pakistan have said something like, hey, by the way, this guy's been dead for fucking years. We know it.
But they have.
Wait. And
you remember this lady that got fucking the prime minister of Pakistan? It was a woman.
Yeah.
She said, oh. She goes, what was the guy with the fucked up head? Looked like the guy they caught, and he was in a T-shirt. And he was,
yeah.
They caught him, and he was a big timer.
Yeah.
She says out loud, this lady, fucking her name, the prime minister, she was murdered in 2007.
Right.
She said Bin Laden's dead. He was killed by something.
We could see that online?
Yeah, absolutely. She said Bin Laden's dead. She was dead. After she said that, they murdered that bitch.
Let me go with what Ann said. Hold on. Let me go with what Ann said, though. I mean, the Republicans and the Democrats fucking at this point hate each other. So why wouldn't there be a Republican saying, look, I know the deal here. Fuck that. Osama's been dead for years.
Why would they tell us the truth?
No, the Republicans to get a little foothold on the power.
Because they're in cahoots.
So
they don't.
Wait. All right. I have an open mind here. So the Republicans and the Democrats, as they show on TV, they fucking basically can't get along and hate each other. They're actually in cahoots behind the scenes.
It's staged. It's the bank runs the fucking show.
It's divide and conquer. So
that's why they need racism. That's why anybody who ever comes close ever to galvanizing the people, they get murdered. Martin Luther King was dangerous because he had white people going, wow, this is wow. And he was doing it out of love. Barack did it because it was, the next thing they're going to do is, if you notice, they do a lot of shit in Africa. It's the Sudan, but it's under peace. But Sudan gives China, evidently, and I just get my reports. I'm just going. I didn't go over there and test the fucking oil. But supposedly Sudan gives China a lot of oil, maybe a third of its oil. So we got to go in these places to take these places. That's why dictators are so important to us, because we can't fuck with a democracy. So we need Pakistan to have a dictator so we could say, hey, do this, motherfucker.
Well, that's why we pay $3 billion.
That's why we hate as a country. We're supposed to hate Ahmadinejad from Iran and the motherfucker from down South America. Chavez, right? Because they're dictators who actually look out for their people. They're not corrupt.
Why can't we turn them?
Because they're not corrupt. They say, fuck America. And they work with China. Because China has just as much power as we do. We are horrified of fucking China. So what we're trying to do is somehow get a foothold and have a standing army and get control of any place where people can go fuck America and sell their oil to China. We want to control those places so that then China has to then fight with Russia to get their oil from like Siberia, or if the Saudis want to deal with them, they just make it so because China needs oil.
How come all these conspiracies pretty much come back for many years now to oil? Yet we are fucked with oil and paying through the nose, and we never have enough. And it's like, is that part of the ploy?
The thing that gets me. I think it's an easy answer.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck, about any of us.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason that don't forget, I buy a lot of sneakers. Here's the pimp game. I think I might have said the pimp game is this. Whatever you're into buying, okay? I remember my sneakers were $30.
Yeah.
You buy a sneaker for $30, and I remember my mother bought me a pair of sneakers for $30. And she was like, damn. Then what they do is they hit you with the $60 right after the 30. You go, oh, Lord, I can't afford sneakers no more. And just when you're getting ready, they find out who got money and who don't. They lower it back down to 40. So you go, oh, I could buy sneakers. But they just bumped it up $10. Gas in 2003 was 99 cents a gallon. It's $4 now. Why didn't they just bump it up to 4? Because we would revolt.
Right.
But now
like
it's a slow
burn.
fucking.
Yeah. Just do it slowly. Slow burn.
They just have the appreciation to know people enough that people want it with Vaseline. You know what I'm saying? So they slip it in slow, and you go, okay. And they take it out.
So pretty much everything is a lie. Everything's a lie, and so how does this lie perpetuate without somebody really coming out and leaking it?
They do, but we dismiss them. Anybody who says, hey, this is the anti-idea of what happened. Like people, look, here's the problem. The problem is they have a term. It's called, they have two terms for what we're dealing with now.
Yeah.
One is blowback. The other term is what we all know, which is collateral damage. Why would you even invent a fucking term called collateral damage, which is innocent people die? Basically, hey, this number of innocent people die so that we can. What's the word I'm looking for? It's innocent.
How do you?
It's like okay, this many people like they
It's
calculated.
really the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
We've heard that over the years.
They're expendable.
So, I mean,
I don't want to get past the Osama thing.
Okay.
Al Qaeda comes out and says he's dead. So what's that about then?
Al Qaeda supposedly, and this is what you believe. This is why.
All right, but why wouldn't they have said, "Look, we all know he was dead years ago"?
Al Qaeda, and this is where it starts to sound crazy.
Right.
It's CIA created, CIA run. Bin Laden fought Russia for us.
Yeah, we know
the
that.
whole story about him going "fuck you" and that's what they told us. But that Al Qaeda was created and funded by fucking America.
So what was in it
but
for
it wasn't
Osama?
that outrageous back then
A
because
bunch of fucking money.
Yeah, but then he had to live the rest of his life in kind of shitty terms.
But he was
That compound
dying anyway.
sucked.
That's what they showed
So
us.
why
Did they show him with his legs crossed chilling in that compound? That's what they said. This is what I'm saying. It's just
Oh,
what
you
they
think he was
said.
living much better than that? But
Dude, he was chilling.
But
We'll
hey,
show you
hold,
the footage
hold,
that's
hold
kinda
the phone.
shitty.
Hold the phone here.
Okay.
The Russian thing. Obviously, it's like, the CIA was funding Bin Laden and Al Qaeda. It's the same people. When they were the Mujahideen or whatever it was, when they were fighting the Russians. But yet, that isn't. Why do people think that's so outrageous? Sometimes our allies become our enemies and vice versa.
Okay.
Back then, we hated the fucking Russians.
Yeah, we still do.
wanted to fuck with them. They wanted to fuck with us. So whenever they got involved in some military action, we supported the opposing team, which at that point was Bin Laden and the rest of the people in freedom fighters in Afghanistan. Then things changed. There is no more Soviet Union. So we became the bad guys. And of course now they're going to come after us. So why is that so unbelievable?
No, I don't not believe it. I don't even not believe that. It's what I go with is like what makes sense. Now some of it you go, like, look, I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in this thing where they're trying to get us to believe aliens because NASA just released
Area 51.
I'm not with it.
Every
but
time.
I'm gonna say if you tell me 2 + 2 is 4, and I know it is, but then you shove marbles in your ass, and I go, Jesus, Anthony shoves marbles in his ass? That doesn't discredit 2 + 2 is 4.
Okay.
So I'll let motherfuckers to fight this battle, and I'm gonna tell you, if you know Alex Jones or if you know Alan Watt, if you listen to Farrakhan, if you listen to Webster Tarpley, all four of those dudes have the tenacity of crazy.
Right.
And you need that tenacity.
But it doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is
I don't
bullshit.
have the tenacity of crazy. Because you need that, because I do comedy and I see the faces of people who just go out and party when they announce Bin Laden's dead. The puppets, the sheep. Those are people, a lot of those people come to comedy shows and it makes it difficult to communicate because you can say something that just will make somebody turn on you.
Right.
But this is the one thing that opened my mind up that I never move off of. The Federal Reserve Bank ain't federal. It fucked me up to know that we pay a private loan by a private bank to our government who doesn't borrow money based on our wishes. We are fucking slaves to the bank. And everything else is believable. Once they tell you that the gold standard, do you know what our standard is now? How we weigh our wealth?
It's a debt standard.
Debt! If you owe me 1,000, I'm worth 1,000.
Yes.
But it's not real.
Let me ask you a question about the Alex Joneses of the world. And
Yes.
I hate using that term, but because there's a bunch of them you name. Aren't they bad for the planet?
Yeah.
So why doesn't the government do a little something with them?
Because they're
putting marbles up their ass.
Yes.
I understand what Patrice says. If they say this shit, but they're so crazy when they're saying it, and so many people are like, oh, listen to this fucking guy. So they can make the lie better by exposing it and being crazy, because then you'd have to be crazy to believe
Let
it.
me go with that then. So why isn't there a guy that doesn't put the marbles up his ass saying the same shit?
They
And
all,
hold on.
Like,
And
that Pakistani woman?
Well, I'm going to ask, and has there been a guy that didn't do it with putting the marbles up his ass, and what happened to that guy?
Ready though? Oh,
I'm talking about talk radio,
I know. Wait, ready? I'm not a crazy guy. Hi. In about 3 years, aliens will be visiting us, and
you just put marbles up your ass.
No matter, I can go, motherfucker, aliens is coming, you bastards, and you go, yeesh. Then you go, I talked to God yesterday. God said we had a drink together, and that nigga's crazy. No matter what you say, that ain't regular. With the regular shit that the news is telling you and everything.
You're saying
you're crazy.
But you're saying it today. I don't know what I believe. I'm listening to you. It's very interesting. But you're saying it without putting marbles up your ass right now?
No, I'm not.
You're putting marbles up your ass.
Because someone's getting mad. Because here's the thing. Here's something that I've never said in public. I'm gonna say right now, and it scares me. But at least I'm here and I can get a chance to say it correctly. I'll never say it on Fox and stuff because they'll just chop your head off and I'm evil. They always throw, so you don't support the troops? And people get fucked up with that. But I go, the troops are not an entity to be supported. They do what they're told to do. So I'm not supporting anyone that gets killed in the line of duty and go over there and in their mind, they're protecting me and your liberty. I'm saying that they don't do anything for you to support them. They just do the bidding of the banks and the government, whatever they see fit. So if I say I don't support the troops, it's not saying I don't support those people that are dying. You go, I don't support policy. And for people like on these news to manipulate that, knowing that they're intelligent people and they put that at you and they make you sound fucked up, you know that they are controlled by, because the banks own the networks and they own propaganda and they own so of course if you take out the fact that you are racist, listen to Farrakhan. When Farrakhan talks about the banking system, and what they do to the kids, he ain't talking about black. He's talking about, and he cries. This motherfucker starts crying.
But then
Alex Jones is losing his mind because people won't.
But then Farrakhan puts marbles up his ass by talking about flying pyramids and fucking.
But he has told you 2 + 2 is 4. You can pick up a book and go 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah.
But this motherfucker got marbles in his ass.
I love the marbles.
But
it's the best analogy ever.
But 2 + 2 is 4.
Right,
So you don't even have to really listen to him no more. All you have to do is get your math book and then go, wow, 3 times 3 is 9.
But it turns out, a lot of people think of it in terms of like a witness in a trial. If you find any part of the testimony to be false, or you don't think there's
belief
any
is
truth upon
circumstantial.
it, then you can throw out all the testimony.
Yeah, it's
like
all conjecture. We're all repeating. I'm just basically parroting what I hear, and then with a little bit of research
and a little bit of your own intellect and
what do we
experience.
know?
I believe we shot Osama. I can't prove it. I just believe it.
Okay, let's again cut out the news.
I just believe it. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see the death shot because it would shut up a lot of conspiracy guys. But the White House comes out and says, "Well, they'll always not believe."
And here's what this girl, a friend of my woman. She was in the army. Now the army's fucking her bad. Won't give her GI Bill and shit. So she goes. Well, if we didn't bury him, it would incite what? More anger? Like the fact that Al Qaeda is supposedly threatening us now with violence. They weren't yesterday before this motherfucker got shot.
There'd be more threats of violence. They hate us to the umpteenth level.
They're
on 11.
Osama got killed. They went to level. Oh shit.
Yeah.
They was just gonna basically kill us, but then But
why raise suspicion in so many people
because
by not showing the death photo?
Cover up. He's dead.
But you could find some kind of lookalike then at that point and show a death photo of some guy.
Because
even if they released a death photo, people would have questions like, "Oh, that's not him."
The sophistication of technology fucks up this game.
Yeah, but the government has shit. They're telling us, Bill Burr. Bill Burr says the government has shit we don't even know about yet.
Dude, I'm not talking about the shit we don't know about.
Because LBJ had an iPad.
But
what I'm saying.
Hold on. Okay. Because Bill Burr made a great point. He went to the Reagan Museum, wasn't it, or the library out there in California, and they have a part of his plane, Air Force One, where it had a phone on it. Way before this technology was available for anybody else.
That's not my point, that they have all this technology.
They might have other technology.
My point is this. The fact that we have it fucks the internet. They are trying to destroy the internet. It fucks them up. Photoshop fucks them up. They can't treat you like complete dummies. They did release a death photo, and motherfuckers went, "This shit Photoshop."
Oh, you think that was supposed to be the fucking
yes.
God damn it, I never heard that one
These
before.
are 80-year-old white guys who are fucking still.
So wait.
Why do we still have the Nielsen? Why do we still wait? Why the fuck, with all this technology, we still depend on a rating system that one family is in control of 100,000? It's
Hold on,
bullshit.
I gotta slow you down because your point is so brilliant that I want to just explore that a little bit. So you think the government kind of like, all right, like let's just get this out there and see if let's see how they bite.
Oh shit! Someone found 2 pictures that we put together.
They looked at that shit. And Obama's birth certificate. Motherfuckers, technology looked at that and went, "What the fuck is this shit?"
See, that's just funny.
I
gotta take the other part of that too.
Go ahead.
If the government's so powerful, they would just find some fucking Muslim that kind of looks like him and then kill that fucking guy and then put that picture out there.
Really? And then
why not?
His
Why
technology.
Not? What happens then?
I'm looking at Valley Bertinelli. That's not really that. Dude, technology fucks with the
So you
thing.
think they threw that picture out hoping?
That was
hoping
the
we would
picture.
bite.
That was the death photo.
That was the picture.
And they thought they would just let us flush. And this is the thing that kills me about Fox and all that. They're not arguing. They flushed them down the fucking ocean. They're arguing. Why didn't we get to see the death photos? It's like, wait a minute. You're not questioning the fact that you had a Muslim burial for public enemy number 2 all time? This is public. If we, do you think we would have just? We still want to find Hitler. We're still trying to find his bones.
Looking in South America.
And some shit, him and Ava Braun, who supposedly killed him, and speculation. Do you think that they would just flush the of our time, the worst motherfucker that ever was born? They would just throw him in the ocean, and under the guise of having a respectful Muslim burial. Do you fucking believe that? You believe that? This is what I'm saying. The frustration is I can't move on. Fucking believe that?
Right.
As a person. Just as a person who doesn't have a television, if I told you that. And I was me and you talking no TV, and I go, yeah, man, Bin Laden, who's Bin Laden? Yeah, this is the guy responsible. We killed 3,000 people, and he wants to kill millions, and he runs the most sinister terrorist group ever created. This guy may be on par. His intentions may be on par with Hitler.
Wow, this guy's fucking evil.
Found him, caught him, and killed him. Whoa!
Oh, great.
What did you do with the body? Threw it in the water.
This is your new set, by the way.
I love the fact that
a thinking man's comedy. That's your new gig.
He's
but Danny says
kind of turning me.
No, but Danny says that death photo's been around for a while. So what's your take on that, Patrice?
Rehashed after.
Well, that's what Danny says. That's what this is what I'm saying. This is a guy. That's what I'm talking about. I discredit what Danny says.
And he
discredit me. Who gives a fuck what Danny says? And not because it's Danny, but because anything.
Anybody says anything, you could just say no.
No.
And people,
and that's the simplicity of
and
it.
people are saying, why aren't we beating up Patrice like we do Troy? Well, because Troy Kwan comes in here with questions, but doesn't give us any.
No, he gives
anything.
us nothing.
Like, at least Patrice is giving us some stuff to think about.
Patrice has.
That's the difference, by the way. I can't go to that guy on the phones right now.
15 levels of involvement with every subject he brings up. You could peel away the layers. He explains what he's talking about. But when you get somebody that comes in and just goes, yeah, the Pentagon was hit with a missile. How? Explain that when they were plane parts. No, they weren't. No, I was hit by a missile. You believe in everything the government says? It's like, but when Patrice explains things like, look, why the fuck would they take the biggest fucking criminal of our time and just throw his body away without anyone
like
seeing
cocaine.
it? No one saw it.
Like evidence that you
and they
get rid
threw
of.
it away without at least. Now think about this also.
It does bother me.
They took Jeffrey Dahmer after he was killed and examined his brain to see abnormalities and maybe things that could be worked on in the future. Wouldn't you want to check out bin Laden's brain and see if there were abnormalities? Why didn't they do an autopsy? Hey, did he have those kidney problems? Let's cut him open and maybe see if this guy had some kind of physical, mental problem.
Have you heard this on Fox? What are you saying?
No, I
Have you
haven't
heard it on CNN? No.
They just wrapped him up and
they
flushed him
accept
down
that.
the ocean, like what you said. Flushed him down the ocean. I love flushed him down the ocean.
Here come the cops. Here come nosy people with their bullshit.
Quick, get him in the drink. Oh, man.
I'm just saying.
You're getting me thinking.
That's all it is. And then you just go and you just look at. Basically,
I think the government gave you diabetes. They don't like this power you got.
Nigga, if they want to get rid of me, I'd rather have AIDS and drop dead than have this shit. Because diabetes it has to be government. AIDS ain't.
Government diabetes.
Because diabetes is hilarious. Because if you say I'm dying of sugar, it just makes you smile.
Like, aw, what a sweet
I'm
way
dying
to go.
of a fuck virus, makes you scared to death. But I'm dying of something that invades your body and destroys everything, makes you go, oh, and I catch it by fucking. But to go, hey man, if you eat a lollipop, things go bad. Bubble gum, really? So it's maybe so.
Sound that bad.
We really got a break.
Yeah, we got to take a break.
I got Laszlo outside the studio.
Yes, Laszlo.
We also had the Larry King thing. Should we play it here or just save that?
Might as well save it.
Just save it for another time? Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Patrice, you plugging anything?
I'm in Florida at oh shit. I'm sorry, man.
If you make it. Jesus. Fucking government.
Big Mama Prods on Twitter. You'll be tweeting.
Wait, but
dates, I'm sure.
wait. Marcos Island.
Marcos Island.
Right, okay.
That gig.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys do that.
Oh, that place. Sure.
Sounds like a blast.
I haven't never been there, but I'll get the name.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it out there. Believe me,
I'm near this
you want to
weekend.
see Patrice.
It's been a while.
Fucking
Patrice
great.
O'Neill in studio. Laszlo next. Stay there.
I've heard you say before that girls want to be tricked into being whores. What do you mean by that?
Let me say that anything I ever said, I believe in, but it's like sometimes you practice how you play. Right now, I'm playing probably a different game than I played then, but basically, you learn things from repetition. So when I say general things about women at the time, I would call it field research because I was messing with a lot of women at the same time. So after a while, you start to see what a lot of women have in common. And at the time, what I meant by that is that women don't really take responsibility for their own evils. If you watch TV, there's always some shit on about, there's some shows about women who kill their husbands, and the show's called Snapped, or the show's called Drawn into Violence. It's like it's always something to help a woman who fucking cuts his man's balls off and shoots him in his face while she's asleep, an excuse to do foul shit. So when you catch a girl, and being a whore is some foul shit to a girl. So they need a good story. That's what liquor is to them. Liquor is excuse juice, It's something to make them feel like, oh my God, it's not my fault. And so if you're the guy, you're with a girl that's not a drinker or not a drug user, you have to talk her into somehow feeling like it's not their fault that they're about to do some dirty shit. It's your fault, you know. So, you know, a technique I used to use is explain to her that if I'm eating your pussy, I'm being a whore. You're not being a whore. You're just receiving something I'm giving. I have to say, well, I'm a whore just like you. If I'm down on my knees, you know, licking your vagina, or if I've cajoled you and coerced you into some kind of sexual act, it makes them feel like it ain't their fault. So when I say that it's just any technique that makes a girl feel like it ain't on them. Because, you know, girls don't ever take responsibility, but society doesn't set it up where they need to either. No woman has ever, in your history of your life, you've never heard a woman actually take full responsibility for their actions. It's not set up that way.
And I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's our culture that's making girls feel like that? Is that something that's just innate to women in general, or where is that coming from?
I mean, you got places, man, where motherfuckers, look, I enjoy our society where you know, women have a voice. It makes it more satisfying to see a woman be a woman when she's in a society where women are set up to be the boss, but they're really not the boss. There's other societies that just straight up say fuck women. You know what I mean? Like, we'll if a bitch, they'll bury a bitch in the dirt up to her neck and throw rocks at her fucking head.
Right.
So see, women here don't deal with that kind of shit. So I'm not saying they should, but I'm saying we live with a bunch of not even self-made bosses. They force you to think that they're I don't want to say the word equal and shit, but it's like you're gonna respect me because you're told to, but not earn it. Like women's basketball, it sucks. I don't know what nobody says. See, women don't want to be sexual objects. That's their problem, but that's what they are to men. And then they build from there. They start off as sexual objects, then they ascend to something more. See, men in a woman's life, we start off as more and then ascend to pussy. We're trying to ascend to pussy. They're trying to ascend to our life and to our love and our commitment. See, we start off like, oh man, I want some pussy, and they go, well, what do you do for a living? And then they start off at, what do you do for a living? Oh, he's a nice guy. Here's some pussy. So let's take women's basketball. Why would I want to watch an exact replica of a man's game played at a lower level with no other contributions or no other benefits except for I'm watching girls play the same way as a man. No panties, no titties out, nothing. I got to watch slower, weaker product. Why would I want to do that? And they're not even being sexual. Like you got the lingerie bowl girls who say, we're going to play football, but we're going to do it in our panties and our tits. And that is a huge success, as opposed to let me watch women play football because they love the game. I don't give a shit. That's why volleyball is a great sport. You get to see those nice little booties and some athletic ability. But if I want to see full athletic ability, I watch a man. But why is that sexist? I don't know. I don't think it's sexist. I just think it's true. And I think that. It's when you say is it society, yeah. And here's the bad thing, it's not women, it's men. It's men policing, this kind of shit. It's like you can't even talk shit about women. It's like what happened to the old saying, sticks and stones will break my bones, and names will never hurt me. Why can't I say a woman ain't shit without fucking being a troglodyte or asshole? Why can't I say how I feel? So, do I feel like any woman can kick my ass? No, I'm sure there is one. But I always said the best, like if I run into fucking Chris Cyborg, that fucking MMA girl, she'd beat the dog shit out of me. But she's not going to beat the dog shit out of a fucking man MMA guy. So it's like the best man is the best. And I don't understand why you got to be a villain to say that shit. Why do you have to be a villain if you fucking say that? Because there's no best nothing in the world overall that's a chick. Maybe the best porn star, but again, sexually, women have it. That's why women porn stars get paid more. But you tell me the greatest pianist, if somebody considers the greatest pianist, the greatest artist, the greatest athlete, the greatest thinkers, women are there. But if you go, who's the greatest thinker? You would think nuclear physicists are the greatest thinkers. I don't know any. I mean, I'm sure there's a fucking asshole that knows a couple of women, but the greatest is like Michio Kaku or the guy in the fucking wheelchair there, Stephen Hawking.
Right. All right. Well, I have a question about that then. Do you think that's because they don't have the innate abilities, or is it because they don't have the ambition? Because
they do, but it's women don't like being women doesn't want to be the best woman. She wants to be the best man because she knows best is men. So she don't want to be just like my girl. If we watch a movie and she sees a cool role for a woman, she says, see, that's cool. I go, okay, fair enough. I go, but she's cool as a woman. See, my girl wants to be as funny as my male friend, as cool as my male friend, that she's just not going to be. But her value is that she's going to be the coolest chick is the shit. She's the queen. See, here's the thing about the queen that people don't understand. If you look at England, okay, and you look at how the royal family set up, okay, it's like the queen gets to be the queen because the king is the king. Like, so let's say, for instance, and this is talking about the weak position that men are in now.
All right.
Okay. In order, if I'm a king, okay, and I marry any woman on the street, she can be a complete bum. Okay. If I marry her, she is now the queen. She's the highest level of title, I think, in the world. If a woman's a queen, that's the highest female title on the planet Earth, is the queen. Not the prime minister, not the secretary of state, not the president. The queen. Any queen is the top. And every woman understands that. Now, in order to be a queen, all you got to do is marry a king. But the Queen of England is the queen because her father didn't have any sons. So she was anointed to the queen. But still, here's the problem. Everybody's waiting for her to die so that Prince Charles can be a king, because the country wants a king, because that's the highest level. But the Queen of England right now is married to a guy, but that guy isn't the king. So the point being is, the natural thing is, a guy comes in at his highest level and comes in with a woman, and being a queen is her highest level, but it's not the highest level. And women hate that they feel like they can never be at the highest level, but they can if they fucking be at the highest level as a woman. Do what women do. Stop trying to compete with men, and it's not even a fair competition. Men are being what's the word when you take your balls? Euthanized. No, that euthanized is killed.
Castrated.
What is the word? Castrated. Yes, thank you. Castrated and fucking euthanized. Really, our spirit. So if your balls are getting castrated and they're forcing you to submit to the fact that you're not the best, and then they want the best, it's really that we're really abdicating our position. I don't abdicate my position. You have to earn it. You have to take it. I don't fucking sit. I'm not gonna say you're fucking funny, you're smart, you're witty, you're interesting, if you're not. And most funny, smart, witty, interesting people are dudes. How many fucking women do you really know that's your real tight, main fucking shit stain friend that you can trust? with some horrible information or some real fucked up knowledge about you. Who the fuck do you know? That's like some girl that's like, this is the person that I confide in. No, because they're girls. They can't trust each other. They hate each other. So and they not only they hate each other, they hate the lack of camaraderie and the lack of mentorship that they have for each other. They hate that we have that shit. As an older man, I'm getting older, man. I mentor young guys. That's what I don't try to compete with young soldiers. I mentor them.
What do you teach them?
I behave like a general. I behave like a general or a lieutenant or a fucking captain. I behave like when I see a young man that wants to hear me, I give them advice. I don't try to bring him down and compete with his young strength and his young determination. I try to say, one day you're gonna be older. Let me help you be older better.
What do you teach a guy? A guy comes to you for advice. What do you tell him?
It depends on what he needs. If I got that knowledge, now I couldn't tell a guy how to keep in shape because I'm not in shape. But I could tell a guy how to have a better relationship. I could tell a guy how to be a better comic. I can't tell him how to be a rich and famous comic. I could tell him how to be respected. And I'll say, how you be respected. You don't steal. You take it in the face like a man. You respect the game. You do it. You be righteous, and I don't mean righteous from the Bible. I mean righteous. You just follow your path. You do the right thing, and you'll get what you want. You know what I mean? And it depends on what that person needs at the time. What kind of mentorship? If you're a friend of mine, or we kicking it, and you tell me you got some kind of problem, and I've experienced it, I can share how I got through it, with you.
All right. Well, let me ask you something then. Like within a relationship, you've got to bend a little bit as you've got to compromise. How much of that is giving up?
Why?
You don't compromise at all in a relationship?
Here's the thing. Compromise means one of us is going to be unhappy. If your girl, see, I have enough money to where I don't have to compromise for certain things. I'm not rich, but I have 4 televisions, and I'm just giving an example of compromise.
All right.
If my girl wants to watch the Grammys, see, here's the problem. Compromise for a woman means we both have to do something she wants to do. That's what compromise is.
All right.
So if the Grammys is on and I don't want to watch that horse shit, I got 4 TVs. But she wants to watch the Grammys with me. She doesn't want to watch the Grammys alone. I bought 4 TVs, so at any point you can go watch anything you want to watch. Matter of fact, you can watch 2 things if you want at the same time. But I want to watch what I want to watch, and I don't want to watch it with you.
So you tell her no, or
compromise? I just go, I'm not going to go watch it. I'm not watching it. So one of us is going to be angry because here's the thing. If I don't watch it with her and she's angry, what's the difference if I watch it with her and I'm angry? Who would you rather be upset in the situation, you or her?
So you never do things that you don't want to do, but your girl does want to do just because?
Never.
And do you think that's tenable for like most other men? You think they could get away with that too?
Well, I've been with the same bitch for she is going on 10 years.
And you think other guys could?
See, what happens is here's the thing. You're on a journey with this woman. Here's the thing about men. Men are very, and this is from doing field research, and of course I'm generalizing, you know. So the women who get upset about this is the ones that should get upset. The women who don't are the ones that have a sense of themselves and a sense of honesty, and then they move on from there. Here's the thing: we're on a journey together, and let's say our journey is in a car, our hypothetical, figurative journey in life. If I'm driving, okay, and I control the wheel as a man, and I'm driving, see, let's say every gas station we stop at is to emotionally fill up our gas tank. to fill up our emotional gas tank. If my girl runs the emotional gas tank, how many times you think we're gonna fucking stop on our journey? When she's mad at this, or she's tired, or she's on a fucking, her monthly, and I gotta stop and ask the guy, all right, give me 10, 12 roses on 2. All right, give me a nice meal on 3. Give me a movie and a fucking thing. Give me Valentine's Day on pump 4. If you're a guy and it trickles down from you, you're going to only stop at the gas station when you truly need to, so that your journey can be fruitful and your journey you can get the most out of the journey, as opposed to every single second you got to keep filling up her emotional gas tank.
Now,
it's counterproductive.
Is there anything attractive to you if a girl does like stand up and say, I'm not okay with the way you're treating me, or here's what I want?
Yep, and here's what you could do. I've done it many times, and I'm telling you, Frank, Matt, I'm not talking shit either. See, of course, I'm a very, you talk to my girl, I sound like an ogre to people who don't know me,
right?
But my girl's well taken care of, man. I take care of her. But to take care of her, I need to be, I need to have desire, and I need to have happiness on my own. So if she's making me miserable and I still have to take care of her, that's not good. But if I make sure that I'm happy, and then, because for real, if you got a girlfriend, she's gonna love you Monday and hate you Tuesday. You can't function like that. So if I have a girl that stands up to me, I don't have weak women. I don't attract weak women. I attract strong women. I attract abusive women. Women who will stomp on your guts if they get a chance. Now, you don't think there's any abusive women? Like, not you, but people? Like, come on. There's some abusive women. Ask any woman who her favorite guy ever was. The love of her life was an asshole. It wasn't they hate the guy. The guys that they should marry, they do marry, then they divorce him because it's like, he doesn't do it for me. Women marry and date the what they think they're supposed to date. But let's put it in terms of an animal. Like I said, like some women, might be a tiger. Tigers are aggressive animals. So in order for her to feel like a woman, she's gonna have to date a male tiger. She can't date outside of her species. But a lot of women date outside of their species because they're more perfect than a tiger. They do anything she says. They compromise, quote unquote. They do what they need to do to make her feel comfortable. So then she doesn't realize, why do I hate this fucking lane? Because it's not tapping into how she wants to feel. See, my girl wants me to say no, but again, like I said, they don't take responsibility, so they want me to stand. Their women want you to stand up to them, and at the same time, she's mad, but she's attracted to you. Because hate is the same thing as love. So if you get a woman that stands up to me, it doesn't matter. That's the woman I want. The woman that goes, fuck you, and I go, fine and dandy. And then I stay logical, she stays emotional, and eventually her emotions are going to run out, because that's why they have to get their gas tank filled up, because they need emotions to continue to run correctly. I don't need emotions to run correctly. I need logic and reason. I reason myself through my emotions. Women emotion their way through logic. It's not a good, this sounds like men from Mars, women from Venus, but it is. It's the fact. Anything that you can think of, if you apply opposite to a woman of how you behave, that's how they behave. They behave opposite. Their instinct is completely opposite to ours. So it's a battle of attrition. It's either your logic and reason gets destroyed, or their emotions get destroyed. It's fucking, to me, there's no challenge. There's absolutely no challenge at all. My girl's emotions make her crazy, makes her unreasonable, makes her nuts. And in order for us to stay together, we cannot both be emotional. We can't. It can't be like she's gonna be the Hulk anytime she decides to be, and I'm gonna run for my life because she's the Hulk. And then when she decides she's gonna be Bruce Banner again, or if she's gonna be the Lon Chaney or the Wolfman analogy, okay, I'm getting ready to turn into the Wolfman. You better lock yourself in the house, and then you turn back into Lon Chaney, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's like, yeah, but you still, as the Wolfman, you killed the whole village, motherfucker. So, what are we gonna do now that you're Lon Chaney? You cut me and scratched me and bit me yesterday. Now today everything's fine. Nah, that's what I'm saying. What do you think? But if you look at it, man, that's why women are miserable. They got no men. They don't know how to get one. They don't know how to have one. They don't know how to keep one. But yet and still, they want to lead the way all the time. Whatever. I mean,
No, I know I know where you're coming from. I'm curious. You talked about the animal thing, and I've heard you talk about before, like, bears and salmon and sharks, and it seems like a lot of your analogies, you look at the animal kingdom, and I'm wondering, do you think, we've got this concept of monogamy and, one man with one woman for life, and you look at other animals, that almost never happens. Do you think we're denying?
Well, because the animals are pure. Even murder for animals is pure. When you watch one of those antelope get killed by a cheetah, you feel bad for the antelope, but you can't. The cheetah's not a villain, and the antelope's not a hero. They just live life, and they live according to the rules of nature, right?
Right.
Now, but the reason, let's say, deer and wildebeest, they get killed all the time because they don't have any natural order. They don't have a natural enemy. So the reason that alligators get to eat wildebeest all the time is because wildebeest don't know that alligators are out to get them. They go alligator for alligator. So people, right? Here's what makes us different from animals. It's the idea of God and the devil. It's the idea of good and evil. It's the idea of right and wrong. It's the idea of karma. It's the idea of death is what makes us different than animals. So if you think purely as an animal, it's like it makes you a lesser being, to be honest. But some of the things we fight are not to be fought because, okay, if we submit, now if I'm not homosexual, if I'm a heterosexual person with a heterosexual woman, basically I have submitted to something that I believe has been set down by the cosmos. So if I'm attracted to a woman and a woman's attracted to me, then we have decided to live by a nature's law. Now, I'm not saying being homosexual is unnatural. I'm using a traditional man and woman scenario.
All right.
That's what I'm using. I'm not saying, it's an unnatural thing to be gay. I'm saying if you're using that, you submitted. And even if you're gay and you're sexual as a gay person, you're submitting to the trappings of sex. So even if you're not heterosexual, you're still submitting to your nature's amorous callings, man.
All right.
So you're submitting to something. So if you're going to submit to that, or you're going to submit to hunger, or you're going to submit to sadness, then there's some other things that we should submit to that could possibly make our lives better. And I'm telling you, trying to make this woman-man thing, this 50-50 shit, it makes everyone miserable. Because women are trying to obtain this respect that they're not going to get from men. Women are not going to elevate past their pussy no matter what they do on the front end. When I see a woman, I'm looking at that ass and them titties, and I'm like, man, I want to fuck her. Then it builds from there. Women are looking at, I wonder if he can take care of me. I wonder if he has the ability to take care. I wonder if he has the ability to have good sex with me. I wonder if he has the ability to protect me. It's nature. But we convoluted with the idea that we're so much better than animals, man. But the fact being, women feel way better being a woman. My girl feels way better when I pay for food. She feels way better when I drive. She feels way better when there's a problem and I handle it. she feels way better. And I feel way better when she looks good, and she fucks good, and she smiles good, and she's witty, and she doesn't cause me problems, so that I could continue to be the man she wants me to be. Then it enables her to just relax and not try to fucking fight. Women are always trying to fucking be a dude. Why would you want to fucking fight? Why would you want to arm wrestle? Why would you want to be physically hit? Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Because they know innately that men are the shit. We really are.
So
we are the shit.
So why not have a harem?
I hate that.
Why not have a
I would have a harem if I could.
Yeah, why can't you?
What the fuck? You wouldn't have a harem?
No, well, why can't you? What's stopping you?
Well, what's stopping me is that I need the help of women. Women have to be involved. Women have to see something and go, you know what? I have to realize that sharing a man is the way to go. For every woman to have a chance to be happy. Because if you look at the census, I mean, I'm pretty sure that women outnumber men. If you look at the census.
Uh-huh.
And what happens is, how the fuck are all women going to have a chance to be happy? That means that they're playing some type of lottery. They're scratching lottery tickets. Every woman who is lucky enough to have, every woman who has a man, right, started off the same way. Started off a chick they just met, started off a chick that he was fucking, started off a chick that he was dating, started off a chick that he saw instead of 1 time a week, 2 times a week, then 3 times a week, then later moved in. It's a process, man. So that woman was lucky, but she forgets that she easily she used to be and could easily still be the chick that's sitting around that gets a visit at 3 a.m, gets fucked, and nigga uses a good towels, and then he just leaves. You only 1 step from that bitch. But what did you do to obtain your husband or obtain your committed relationship? You didn't do nothing. You just waited, and you got lucky, and you got caught. So you should have respect for the women who ain't you. Because for real, I love my girl, man. I would never want to hurt her, but she knows how the fuck I'm going to look at. I would love to go through life and not look at other women, but it ain't the facts. I drive around. I go walk through the mall. I go in the city, and there's just delicious women walking around everywhere. What am I going to do? Say, I don't look at them because I'm in a happy relationship. That's fucking nonsense, and it's lying. It's fucking lying. Because love is, there's a 1,000 ways. Women want to give away love, man. It's harder to get sex than it is to get love. All you got to do is date a woman for a little while, not sleep with her, say I love you, and then she's going to be with you. It's harder to get sex. Well, if I wanted love tomorrow, I could find it. I could just go, oh my God, look at you. I mean, here's my number. I want to just be with you, and she'll be enamored with that horse shit. But if you go, damn, I just want to look at your panty line, baby, because that's really what I want to do. I don't want to fucking be with you the rest of my life. I want to see your panty line. I want to see if you got hair on your cooch. I want to see your nipples. That shit is against the norm. That's horrid. The women who let you do that, they're prostitutes. Well, you got to pay for it. But if it wasn't a market for prostitution, there wouldn't be none.
Right. Well, speaking of,
men just want to look at some titties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you: if a guy came to you and he's like, "I want to be a pimp," how do I do it? What advice would you give him? What's the dynamic?
I used to think being a pimp was amazing. But I realized something about what pimping is. See, what I don't want to do is be a pimp. I want more than one woman. And I want to love those women. I want to fucking hug a woman that needs to be hugged. I want to hug 4 women. There's nothing, see, the sex is what confuses it. See, if I have 4 sisters, I can love all my sisters because I'm not fucking them. But if I have 4 girlfriends or 4 wives, then I'm a creep or I'm a weirdo because I want to fuck my 4 wives. But I still can love those 4 women. If I was a gay guy and had 4 girlfriends and I love those 4 girlfriends, that's acceptable. But sex is what convolutes it. Because to women, sex means love and sex means commitment. sex is the confusing part.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't want to be a pimp because pimps. I realized what pimps were because in my mind, a pimp was the only person that had the tools to make my idea work, and that's not true. You need the help of a woman. And pimps have the help of a woman. It's called his bottom bitch. It's his number one woman. But here's the issue. All women can be pimped, and I'm going to tell you why. And this is why pimping is not attractive to me like it was when I was younger.
All right.
See, if you have a girl that loves you, she'll do anything for you. And what a pimp is a guy who abuses. He's a charming, witty, lovable guy. He is. Pimps are amazingly charming. And women fall in love with them, and they abuse women's love. Because, see, all the things you think a pimp is, smacking bitches and putting bitches on the street and what all this shit, you couldn't walk up to a chick in the middle of the street and say to her, hey, baby, sell some pussy, right? I'm going to leave, and when I come back, you better have all the money that you from selling pussy, or just smack a girl in the face. Bam! Hey, bitch! You know, it don't exist. The women, think about women who get hit by their men. They fucking love them. It's like, how can you let them do that? Oh, no, I just love her. I don't know. Or some chick, right? Instead of selling pussy, right? She works all day at a job, 9 to 5, plus overtime, and brings her money home and buys things and does things for a fucking bum that's sitting on her couch playing PlayStation. Because she loves him. So all it takes to be a pimp is be willing to abuse the love that your woman has for you. Pimps and hoes are love. So when you have a bottom bitch that loves you, you know, me and my girl would do threesomes sometimes. And what would happen is really it would be me being charming to the other chick, and then my girl kind of mentors her through the process of being with me. She goes, oh, he likes this and he likes that, and this is cool, and she cajoles her because it's like sisterhood. And then we both get together, and we all get together, and we have a good time, but it's based on me and my girl loving each other, and then that girl loving us and loving what we are. And that's what pimps do. They got one girl who cajoles the rest of these girls into doing the right thing, and it's like, here's our man. And that girl convinces the other girl that your man is, or our man or her man is the coolest motherfucker that ever lived. And if a woman sees a guy that, like, can convince them to can convince her and then convince another woman to be with her and him, that's like, it turns them on, because it's like, my man is making me think completely out the norm. That's what I mean. When you ask that first question, tricked into being a hoe, when you can make a girl go, holy shit, this motherfucker got me so in love that I'm willing to fuck another girl and be with another one. It turns her on. Then it turns the other girl on. That's what it is. It's charm. It's wittiness. But the thing is, to put a girl on the street to sell her pussy, the reason I couldn't do that is because I'm a man. Like, meaning I could never feel comfortable living off my girl's pussy. I want to take care of my girl. And if I do threesomes, really, she's taking care of me. That's what I want. I don't want her to sell pussy because I want to take care of her. But I do want another woman. And I think most men do. It ain't a harem, but you got one girl, you see another, you would love to have your girl. If your girl's pretty, she's going to have pretty friends. So if you have your girl and another pretty girl and they love you, come on, man, that makes you feel better. That makes you work harder. That makes you live better. That makes you walk straighter. It does. It just makes you, that's like having a mutant power, man. That makes you better than the average fucking square bum walking around. Matter of fact, even if I'm not living this, talking about it out loud makes me be a little more, powerful than the average square. Just even talking about it free.
Sure. Well, let me ask you, like, how about then when you're viewing, your mother or I don't know if you have any sisters or anything like that, does that color, when you're like, oh.
My mother is my mother. I love my mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my mother was somebody else's bitch sometimes, man. It is what it is. Your mother was your father's bitch sometimes. It is what it is. You didn't come here on the store. Your daddy fucked your mama. And at one point, she wasn't always your mom. She was some bitch at the club or at the bar or waiting for the bus or at the taxi stand or at the donut shop. That's what the fuck everybody's mother was.
And how about the way she raises her son? Like, should she teach her son to respect women, or should she teach her what you're saying? Like, what?
But she can't teach her. She can't teach her son. That's why it's rough when a woman has to raise a child by herself, because she can't teach a man anything really. What can she teach him? You love your mother anyway. There's mothers, right, that love their kids with such like painful passion that has nothing to do with respecting women or not. She puts you on the boob milk, then she's putting you on oatmeal and apple juice. She nurses you, cares for you, fixes your cuts. That ain't got nothing to do with respecting women. That's your mother. That's two different things. Let me tell you something. Pussy and your mother are two different things, man. Your mother is an asshole. To you, she's the woman that raised you and cared and loved you, unconditionally. So it has nothing to do with respect for women, man. Getting your dick stuck ain't got nothing to do with your mother's love.
Well, I know.
People always doing that goofy shit. Oh, you don't respect your mother? She's not a woman to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
My mother's my mother.
But I think what I mean is,
she's a woman to somebody else.
But the way she's taught you to behave around women and to,
She doesn't taught me shit. She taught me how to respect adults and she didn't teach me how to behave in front of women. She told me to get your ass in there, take a shower, motherfucker, brush your teeth, go to school. When you get home, don't eat this food.
All right, well then no, that's fair.
Son, don't pull a bitch's hair when you're fucking from behind. What are you fucking talking about?
All right, fair enough. Let me ask you this: is there anything about women that you don't understand?
Yeah, I do. This sounds superficial, and I think, but this goes to the core of all the problems. If I didn't want to sleep with her, like if a girl, how old are you?
37.
37. Okay. So if a beautiful woman, you meet a girl on a Friday, y'all talk to each other Friday night. Y'all will go on a date Saturday, and then Sunday she goes, look, can I just give you some head? Most, 9 times out of 10, you go, why would you even ask? Like, yeah, please do. You enjoy that just on a level that you enjoy head and she wants to give it. I never could really understand how women get the offer of a favor, because a lot of guys will go, I just want to eat your pussy, or I just want to kiss you, or suck your titties, I just want to hold you naked, and he wants to be a really enjoyable and really it's very, very legitimate and very passionate and very genuine, and she might be attracted to the guy, but women somehow they can always be talked out of feeling good when it comes to sex. And I never understood why. I assume it's because they attach that to love, and maybe it's nature. I don't know, but I never understood why a woman won't feel good in between husbands and boyfriends. They just won't feel good and not expect nothing out of it. Just feel good like because a guy wants to enjoy them. The concept is strange to me. Like, and I've never got a woman to truly go, here's why. And maybe it's just because everything that they are is very attached to sex, I guess. But they seem to be very, very miserable. And then they put it on us because we're very clear. Sex is on the left and life is on the right. And sex and life are two different things for men. You know, matter of fact, maybe sex is life. But for women, sex ain't life. It's life in sex. Men is sex in life. We love, like, you meet a girl and she likes you and you go, hey, let's mess around. And it's like, hey, we getting along and we cool. Let's just mess around. And it's like, well, I can't because I'm trying to concentrate on my life. It's like having no sex makes you concentrate. Like celibacy makes you a better person. Like not having sex fucks my concentration up. Like if I'm not having sex for long periods of time, I get crazy. I don't know why. I don't even know how to do math. Basic math. But a woman goes, I can't. But I think because if they're having sex with a guy, it makes them lose concentration because they're doing what they naturally want to do, is let him do his thing, and they get to just be a girl. They want to be girls. It is what it is. They want to be girls. They need to be girls. They hate doing what we do. They hate being how we are, the way we are. We're naturally distant when it comes to sex. We're naturally distant. The thing that makes us closer is we get a girl that's so pretty. It's like, wow, she's so out of my league. I don't want to lose her. Then we get attached in a possessive way. But we don't get attached like, oh, my dick has a connection with her vagina. It's just like we want to stick it in something. It is what it is.
And has that balance, that sex life balance for you, has it changed as you've gotten older? Has it evolved? Has your desires shifted at all, or it's always been the same?
Well, yes, it has, because I'm with a woman that, you know, I she loves me enough, because you start to think of death, you start to think of mortality, you start to think of a person that you want to make sure is okay when you're not here. You start to think of a person that, in case you're down and out, she's going to hold down the fort for both of you, and she loves you. If you go to jail for a couple of years, she's going to be there for you. You do start thinking of love, but you think of it more as of a trusted ally. You know, like if you look, when you first meet a woman and it's a pussy pie. And when you first meet a woman, the whole pie is made up of pussy. You know, if it's a pie, sex is the whole pie. It's trying to get it and having it is the entire pie. Then as you move along, you get closer to this person, sex becomes a way smaller piece of the pie. The importance of sex becomes a slice of the pie, maybe two slices, but there's a lot of other things that make up the pie as you grow together. You trust her. You love how much she loves you. You love that she's a good person, and you love that she loves you. You love it. It's just you're into this woman as a joint partner in how you want to do things, man. It's good to trust a woman. You know, when she's there for you. It's good to be able to get some pussy anytime you want. I mean, I realize sometimes I go on the road and I don't fuck around on my girl, you know, and I'm you know, my conscience is clear, my life is clear, everything's good. And I don't see it for a couple of weeks. I get back, man. That pussy's brand new, man. Ass is new, pussy new, titties new. I just fought through that, didn't jerk off, and you go, oh, okay, this is what it takes, because she's not new anymore. But you got to figure out how to make her new. I mean, threesome sometimes makes everything new, because you get that thing out, and then you really are into the fact that you have a girl that'll let you mess with another girl, and you like, damn, that feels good. you know, because she knows that I need a little something, and she let that happen without, you know, with relative ease. And you go, man, you don't love this other chick. You love your girl. You go, oh, thank God she let me do that. And what a trooper. And then you love her more because of that. You know, you love her more because she's doing what you need to be happy. It's basically she's selling you what you need. And again, all the demands that are set for us, it's a lot more than that's set for them. So when you set a demand for us, you know, we got to be happy to give them their demands. They just have a lot of wants and needs, and I have to be on top of my game to give her those wants and needs. So it takes a little bit of happiness. And really, what do men need though? I mean, if you look at what men need, and then you look at what happens when men fuck up the relationship, it's usually he cheated. So all this is to come off this traditional third world or prehistoric ideas about monogamy and commitment, and look at what we need and look at what we are. Look at. First of all, see, cheating has always seemed to be some shit that pieces of shit guys do, low level doggy bums.
Right.
Look who's getting caught cheating. Look who's getting caught cheating in the last 4 years. Look at the names, the list of high level dudes who get caught doing scumbag shit in an alleyway with a dirty ass waitress, and he's a billionaire. That tells you something. That tells you something interesting. And women refuse to submit to our issues. But we always submitting to theirs. You know, we don't have periods every month, but we fucking have a feeling like we wanna get some side booty, and most men do, and they won't submit. But we submit to the fact they bleed every month, but with no problem, because it's a visual proof of their issues.
Well,
see, we don't have no visual proof of our issues.
Isn't it that we do allow it in our society? We just lie about it? I mean, doesn't everyone really know that this is going on?
Because we lie about it. We have to.
But
we have to.
And I think women lie about it too.
When people listen to this, I'm an asshole. When people listen to this shit, I'm gonna be an asshole to most people. But I'm not saying anything that's wrong.
Don't you think on some level most people know there's some element of truth to it, though, especially about the cheating thing? I mean,
the truth hurts, man.
Yeah.
The fucking truth hurts. Look, medicine is medicine is interesting. If you have a cold, there's two kind of medicines you can take. You can take cherry flavored Robitussin, or you can take Buckley's. Okay, and if you've ever had Buckley's, you would think that Buckley's was poison. You would think you took a shot of poison. It's so horrid. But you feel better tomorrow. Cherry flavored Robitussin might take you 3 days. So I could give it to you in cherry flavored Robitussin, but if I give it to you in Buckley's, you'll be fine right after. You'll be fine right now. You'll start to feel better because you know that here it is in your face. But if I give it to you with a little cherry in it, then you're like, okay, and then you can feel better, but you really won't get better. It'll just taste better. Mm-hmm. So the fact is, we know, and women know. Women know. That's why they're so mad, because they really hate the truth. The truth is they sit down to pee, man. That's it.
Good evening, YouTube world. I'm your host, Paul Italia. If you haven't already, please make sure you subscribe to my channel. So what's up, guys? We got a new show that we're starting off. It's the new launch tonight. And what we're trying to do with this is we're trying to just make like a community hangout, you know, a place where everybody in the junk community could come together and we could talk about any topics going on. Doesn't just have to be junk related, or we could talk about junk related topics as well. Whatever the chat wants to talk about, we're open. So what we're going to do is we're going to put, hearing an echo. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry about this. So what we're going to do is we're going to put hearing an echo. Yeah, I don't know where this echo is coming from right now. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. All right. So, yeah, let's kick it off. With that being said, I'm going to introduce the panel that we got in right now. And just like I said, we're going to share in the chat. Anybody in the chat room wants to come in and join us live and talk and ask questions, you're all welcome to join. Everybody's invited. So with that being said, let's bring the cast out. This is like the who's who of junk removal, guys. Take a look who we got here. So we got Ricardo from Junk Guys. We have Kevin Hess in the house. We got Andrew Thompson from Autopilot. We got the man Matt Fitch, who's got a big event coming up in Austin, Texas. We're going to be talking about, and we got the legend Sonoma Strong in the house. What is up, guys? And we got my man Ronnie Knuckles from Spearcrest Digital, making amazing websites. So, guys, I want to just kick this off and kind of just, you know, catch you guys up with what I'm trying to accomplish here and all. This is kind of like a laid back, not so serious kind of spot. We're just going to kick back, talk any topics you want. We don't have to talk just junk removal, just kind of a place for the community just to meet up and just, you know, kick it. Wherever the conversation wants to go, we could go with it. So with that being said, I want to first start off. Kevin Hess is wearing an Eagles hat. So let's talk about the Super Bowl, guys. You know, we just had the Super Bowl this past weekend, and, you know, I got a big smile on my face because if you guys know, I'm a
Are you from Philadelphia
fan. Yeah, I'm a Philly fan. I'm from New York, but my girl's from Jersey, so she's been a lifelong.
So you live in New York, but you like the Philadelphia Eagles.
Say that again?
You live in New York, but you like the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, I live in California, New York, and Florida, you know, so I'm all over the place.
How about you, Kevin? You live in Philly?
No, I'm actually not a Philly fan. I just lost a bet to Paul, so since Kansas City lost, I have to wear this hat for a week.
Yeah, so the deal was if I lost, I had to wear a Kansas City Chiefs jersey on my podcast for a week, and if he lost, he was going to have to wear an Eagles hat and make a post every day about for a week telling about how the Eagles are a great team and all. Oh, we got somebody else joining in here. We got Todd. What's up, Todd? How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, man. So Todd, where are you from, bro?
Kansas City.
Oh, very well. Oh, sorry about that, man, with the Kansas City Chiefs, bro.
What can you do?
So, hey, guy, who was everybody going for that day, man? Ricardo, who was your team that day for the Super Bowl?
I don't really care. I wanted the Chiefs to win, but I betted on the Eagles. I thought they had a better defense, and it proved that they had a better defense. But I didn't think Mahomes was going to take it, just because he won the first one, and you know it's difficult to beat a team twice in the Super Bowl. So,
oh yeah.
But
Matt,
win.
What about you, Matt? Were you had any interest or any bets on this game?
Which Matt?
Oh, I'm sorry. Matt Fitch. I'm sorry, Matt Vick. I already know you're a Kansas City Chiefs, man. I'm sorry, man.
No, I'm a Raider fan. I wanted Mahomes to do a 3 repeat, but he fell off. I lost $200. I never
almost bet you, dude.
Huh?
I almost bet you put that post up for like $100 on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I almost took you up on it, but I got too nervous.
Yeah, he was trash that day. I couldn't believe it, man. I almost turned the TV off. I was like, what the fuck?
It wasn't that he was trash, man. That's the number one defense in all football. And, you know, I said it the week before. I said, if the Eagles passing game is on, which, you know, they discovered the last 2 games of the season, I said, if that is on, Kansas City's dead. They're not going to have a shot because they're going in there completely just to stop Barkley, which they did. They accomplished that, but they weren't expecting, you know, the passing game that Hurts has and all that. So, you know, I called it from there, man. I knew on paper it was a bad matchup for the Chiefs. Everybody else was against me on that, so I did pretty good on the bets.
You asked me about who I was going for, man. When Tom Brady left the Patriots, dude, I checked out of football. I grew up a Patriots fan ever since like 94. I watched football every day religiously, but man, I think I was just a Tom Brady fan because when he left, I kind of checked out. I watched football for a couple of years when he went over to Tampa Bay, but dude, I haven't really been keeping tabs on football for a couple of years. I was rooting for the Eagles to win though because I don't want Patrick Mahomes to overshadow Brady.
That's same thing with me, bro. Before this, I was just a Tom Brady fan. So whatever team he was, that's who I was rooting for. When they left, I was just going with my girls' team with the Eagles. But then just recently, my boy is actually the backup quarterback for the Chicago Bears. So we've been kind of following them around, even though they're not doing too well. But we're waiting for him to get his chance because he's going to be a starter one day in the NFL for sure.
Very cool. Yeah, I need an excuse to follow a team. Dallas ain't giving me any reason. Houston, I don't even know what's going on. So we'll see, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, now we got baseball season coming up, man. So I'm a little excited about that. Yankees are looking pretty good, even though the Dodgers are doing like crazy, spending billions and billions of dollars. But, yeah, I'm a baseball guy, so I can't wait for that for sure.
I almost made it to the Giants, right? San Francisco Giants. I almost went pro.
Get out of here! Are you serious?
No, just
oh my god! Because I seen a picture the other day you posted that. I was like, wait, maybe he's not kidding with that.
I decided to be a trash man. Fuck. Oh shit!
You're built to be a pro ball player, damn it.
For real, right? Dude, the Giant. Yep. Did you guys go to the Giants game at all since you've been out here?
Who, me?
Yeah, you guys.
We used to always go to the A's game all the time. We used to take the BART, go to Oakland, and go to the A's game like every once in a while when I was younger.
Are you upset that they left now and they're over in Sac, or?
Yeah, it's sad. Oakland left. I mean, the Raiders left, and then the A's leave. I feel bad for Oakland, really, for the people out there.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Everyone was leaving. I mean, they got to put some money in there, man. They weren't spending no money. That was the problem.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's get into some junk talk, guys. So I wanted to just kind of throw out a basic, topic. We could start off with that and all. There's some challenges unique challenges that you guys face since the opening of your junk business. Anybody that wants to answer first, take it. Well, no rush for the answer, guys.
Hey, guys. All right. I think the first aha moment was realizing that people needed to book online. Trying to give quotes over the phone via text, you're not going to be able to get the most out of each job. So once I switched over to online booking, setting up free on-site estimates, closing deals in person, that was a game changer.
What's the limit for distance for you to go do an in-person quote?
I would go about a mile radius around where I live, and I would allow up to 2 jobs for every 2-hour block, throughout the day. So like 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., 2 people can book, and that schedule's wide open, 7 days a week. So starting at 8 a.m., we'd have 2 people book between 8 and 10, 2 people book between 10 and noon, up until 4 to 6 during winter months, and then 6 to 8 is, during like the summer months.
Matt, how do you do it, man? Because, I know you're not actually, you're subcontracting a lot of the jobs that you're getting. So how do you go about like giving quotes and all that? Are you the person that's giving the quote, and are you doing that via text?
Well, before I was subcontracting, I was running it just like everybody else does, locally with my own employees and my own trucks. And so they would book an appointment. We would show up for a free on-site estimate, close the deal in person. I did the same thing when I was subcontracting most of the time, except for I had like one big commercial client that was a commercial property manager who did a lot of retail work. They didn't need any pricing. All I would do is I would send a hauler, they'd get it done. I'd charge their card on file and send the client a receipt. So there was like no pricing issues with there. Those are easy. So like if you're going to subcontract, commercial work's the way to go with like your repeats that aren't, questioning pricing or anything. You don't even need there's no customer interaction usually with those deals either. So
Matt and Jojo, can you give us some unique challenges that you've come across since the beginning?
Unique challenges?
Yeah. Maybe like something like a learning curve that you had to go through to and learn through experience, and that maybe you change something from that?
I would say that with junk removal, it is so, it can be physically challenging, junk removal. Not every day is really easy. And then sometimes the jobs are just nasty and smelly and gross. And I would say that one big hurdle that pretty much everybody faces after a while is having to get some help, right? Because it is physical and you can't always tackle everything yourself. And just finding a good worker, I think, is a hurdle that a lot of people are confronted with.
How do you go about that process? Do you guys have like a set formula, or it just run across somebody over time that fits?
So we got so lucky with the employee that we have. I mean, really, it is luck because he never complains. He's always smiling. He tackles everything, and we work side by side. So we don't ask him to do things we're not willing to do ourselves. But I do have to say that we were extremely lucky in finding Julio. But I just strongly suggest that when you do, hire someone, have a process, have set questions that you want to ask them, and then always give them a trial run, because this type of work is not for everyone. It really isn't. It takes special people. It's a different kind of person. And to me, not complaining and showing up with a good attitude and just wanting to get the job done and having just good positive vibe all the time is super important to me. So I would want to work with somebody for a while and make sure that they mesh well that way, because I don't want to be stuck. I don't care how hard of a worker they are. I don't want to be stuck with anybody that's a negative downer, because I don't want that to be put on me.
Hey,
so
Paul, real quick, I just text blasted 5-10 minutes ago, so I cranked the viewers up to 40 people now. So if there's anybody out there who has questions, now's the time. Thank you for joining, and everybody who got my text blast. If you guys have questions, ask. So Paul, hope you're okay with that. There might, we might creep up to 50, 60. We'll see.
Bro, and they're more than welcome to actually come on. If you guys want to come on live and ask your question, you are more than welcome. This is open for all the communities. This is, just for everybody.
And I got your text blast, man.
Hey, I saw your live. I saw your live. Oh, you got the text blast? Thank you.
I gotta say, bro, you were on top of it, man. I've never seen anybody else doing the text blast for a YouTube channel. That's genius right there, man. I gotta get on that.
Yeah. So what I do is, I have a list, and every time I go live or post a video that I think is worth seeing, I'll text blast my customers. But I'm not gonna lie, my list is 3,500 people. 1,500 people have now replied, stop, after, because I've been posting it so many times. I've been doing this for 2 years now. So now
people are probably having nightmares at night of Andrew Thompson texting them throughout the night.
Stop texting me, Andrew. I'm like, freak you, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
Andrew, those people that haven't dropped off yet, man, those are your diehard followers, man.
War torn.
Yeah, they'll drop off. They'll drop off no matter what. We used to do that through that veteran nonprofit. We'd blast people hey, come to this event or whatever, and 500 people every time be stop texting me, and I'm like, dang, bro, we're just inviting you to this event for veterans.
Yeah, you gotta. Luckily, it hasn't been too bad because they all have opted in. These are my people from my YouTube channel. But iDaddy Pounds, nice name. I like that. iDaddy Pounds.
I want to mention, I don't know if this is a question or not. He says, I need this here, some good help. I'm dealing with a sciatic issue that I've never dealt with before, but I'm still out here doing the work. Hell yeah, way to go, man. I don't know if you're asking kind of a question, some recommendations, or if you're just making a statement. But if
I think he was talking probably to Matt and JoJo. She was talking about their team member there.
Oh, good call, Ronnie. Good call, man.
I think he was asking for muscle relaxers.
Matt's on top of it. He'll email you right away. Carlo, Paul, did you grow up in New York? Yes, I did, bro, and I still live out there as well. Howard Beach, Queens is where I'm from.
You didn't get that accent in California?
No, right?
Oh.
Hey, so I'm gonna tell you a little story real quick. I did have this one guy that was working for me, right? And we're tackling like a $40,000 job out in Hillsburg, and maybe we're like halfway through it. And the guy actually slid the lady a business card saying, "Hey, I can do the loads a lot cheaper. Give me a call." So you gotta be aware of who you're hiring, who's helping you. You know what I mean? And thank God I had a good realtor that let me know and told the customer, "Hey, this person isn't insured. I wouldn't go with them. You have no idea where he's going to dump it at." And he was trying to undercut me like $200 a load.
That's wild.
Yeah. So I see that guy every once in a while. He started a trash business. You know what I mean? He seen the money was good. He did have a dump trailer when he was working for me. And yeah, he just, you know what I mean, try to be a snake on it too. I never, ever hired his ass ever fucking again. I see him every once in a while. He's doing hella bad now. So just be aware of people like that. There's people out there being snakes.
We got a question from Tracy Williams. She says, do you all have any suggestions on how to possibly start business credit to start a removal company?
That's a really good question. And actually, I take this shit serious. There's three. I'm actually curious if any of you guys have started building business credit, because it's a completely different world. You have Duns & Bradstreet, Experian business, and Equifax business. It's completely different than personal credit. You have to. Has anybody here actually built business credit where you can go pull out a loan without a PG, without a personal guarantee? Has anybody gotten to that threshold out of curiosity?
So we get my junk removal business gets offered that quite often. We've gotten to a point where we've got good business credit, but if you're starting, you really have no other option but to start with your personal credit. But right. you can use your business almost as a cosigner. So you can use your business as collateral. If your business is associated with the debt that you take out personally in any way, it can help build that business credit over time. Now, I'm not an expert in that,
so Tracy,
and how that process works, but.
Yeah, so Tracy, there's no way to pull out a business loan unless you do a PG, a personal guarantee. To build business credit, there's a lot of things you can do. You obviously have to pull out business credit cards, but you got to make sure there's a lot to it. There's vendors that report to the credit bureaus. You want to open a Duns & Bradstreet, a D&B, that's a separate credit thing. And then there's certain business credit cards that report to all the bureaus. But like Ronnie said, it takes time to build business credit. It's a whole different world than your personal credit. You're not gonna be able to build business credit if you have a banking relationship and you actually build business credit that reports to business bureaus. It takes time. So you're just gonna have to PG everything. So yeah.
I want to ask
PG means personal guarantee with your own personal credit.
I thought you were meant point guard.
I wanted to ask Ricardo, I want to get from you some unique challenges that you've come across since I know you began 17 years ago and all, so I'm sure you've come across some unique challenges along the way. And also wanted to know, what is some personal character traits that you look in a possible employee that you're going to hire?
Ooh, Ricardo, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Well, I'll just go down the list. I think finding, retaining reliable labor, managing logistics, vehicle maintenance, repair, how to recycle properly, equipment management, insurance, liability, competition, pricing, profitability, marketing, advertising, seasonal business, customer service, how to manage your cash flow, startup costs when you first start the business, dealing with difficult customers, handling hazardous material, and keeping up with technology.
Wait, what? Wait.
Some of the challenges that anybody.
I thought I heard a different question.
Well, I gave him the second one was with the character traits that he looks for hiring an employee.
Ricardo.
Character traits. So I don't have. I used to have employees back in the day. I don't know how long ago. It's been 10 years. So if I do a big job, I just contract those jobs out. I'm there, and then I hire people, and I pay those people to work for me. And I just did a couple of videos where I had like 6 companies, and then I had one where I have 4 companies and 3 companies help out. And I mean, they're glad to. I mean, it's slow for a lot of people right now. It was slow for me for a long time. These last 3 weeks have been really incredible for some reason, but I'm helping out the small. I got some Canadians working for me. I have some local guys, young kids, 23, 24 years old. I just help them out, give them jobs every once. So I 2 away today because they were just too far out of my range. So I don't deal with employees. Like I think Jojo was mentioning that it is very difficult. And I think they've had difficult times with employees. They found a good guy in Julio. And of course, he's Mexican. He's a hard worker. And, you know, whenever you're coming over to the United States, I mean, that's one of the things that you got a job and it's paying you. And they're surprised when they see, you know, $300 in their hands, because $300 for a week's work is $300 that they make in 2 months in Mexico. So it's a lot of hard work that any immigrant will put into an American job. But of course, I don't like paying for employees, so I just contract employees. And it works for me when I do big jobs. Now, if it's a small job like a mattress or something, you know, something small like a fridge or something like that, of course, I'll do it myself.
You know, actually, Paul, Ricardo does something very unique. And Ricardo, actually, like, this is something that is very strange and very cool that you do, because I don't see anybody else do this. So maybe you could like talk about it a bit more. Like, I'm sorry, like, people say competition, be friends with your competition. No, not me. I'm trying to take down the competition. I'm sorry. So you're different. You like literally, you're on the truck with your competition all the time. GPTX all the time. So you're always constantly subcontract, like working with tons of companies in Texas. My biggest fear of doing it that way is having them steal the customer from me and then getting the customer's repeat business. So that's why I never, like, I've thought about that before. Like, oh, here's a 20 load job. Why don't I get another junk removal company to help me? Then I'm like, what if Sarah likes him more? And then Sarah takes, you know, like, likes his personality and then works. Doesn't that ever scare you that like you're going to get your jobs and clients taken from you with all this? Like,
well, that's a great question. Great question. So I think Matt's from Texas. So we both know, by the way, hey, Matt. We both know that in Texas, things run a little different than they do in California, than they do in New York. I mean, the people are totally different in Texas. So we can do a handshake for $10,000, a handshake for $5,000. I mean, Matt, you know that. That's a cultural difference when it comes to that. So when I work with other companies, my platform on YouTube and my platform on TikTok, surprisingly, TikTok's really good for me for some reason. My platform on these things really help me get out there so people trust me. So when I hire these companies and I call them up and they actually reach out to me, I'll get texts. They'll send me texts. Hey, Ricardo, if you got any jobs, can you help me out? And I'll test out these people. I'll test them out first. I always look at the size of their trailer and how much they're selling their trailer. Just a fast example, the Canadians have a 14-foot trailer, and they're selling their trailer for like $675. And I told them, I'm not going to give you $675. I'll pay you $400 for a full trailer, but I'll keep on giving you jobs whenever you're slow. See, guys, business is slow right now, and people are starving for jobs. So the guys I work with are, well, actually everybody's slow in my area, but the business is a slow business right now. So I'll be able to contract those jobs over to them. And how I contract them is really easy. I had a $3,500 job last week. I think it was last week, $3,500 job. I used 3 trailers. One was a recycle trailer, and the other 2 I paid for. I paid for $400 and $400, and that took all the trash. The recycling one, I only gave the guy $200 because he took about $300 worth of recycling. So he made $500, while the other trailer made $400 and $400. So I got paid $3,500. So it's $800, $900, $1000. I spent $1,000 to make $3,500. So I profited $2,500. Now my van, my little van that I have out here in my front yard, which I use, did not put any trash inside of it. And that's why I like contracting my jobs. And plus I don't have to do any work, and I kind of do my videos and stuff while I'm there. And the kids like it. They appreciate me helping them out, but I don't see them as competition, man. I see them as helping me out, to be honest with you. And of course I work with GPTX. I work with B&G Junk Removal. I work with Southern Junk Removal, the Canadians. I work with TNT. I just had all these guys with me just recently. I worked with DTX, and we're all friends. We went to go play pickleball the other day, and we just. I will tell you this: the reason they don't steal jobs from me is because they know that the day they steal jobs from me, they're going to hear it from me. And then the second thing, it'll be the last day they work for me.
And you'll put them on YouTube. They know that they know YouTube's coming, buddy.
Yeah.
Can I jump in here? I got to see video of you playing pickleball.
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
I put some on Facebook. I put them on Facebook. I was wearing my glasses. I was recording them. And they flew off me, and I was like, yeah.
Me and my girl just played pickleball for our first time last month. We hired it.
It's actually pretty fun. I'm going to try to take it
up.
It's
really fun.
So I've got an interesting story here too that I'll come kind of behind you there and explain my view on competition. So I'm a pretty competitive person, and when I started my junk removal business, it was at the time Lee Godbold was like the man on YouTube, right? So he was like teaching everybody how to start their businesses.
He still is. He still is the man.
Oh, he is.
He'll be on next week.
Look, Matt and JoJo have taken the crown.
Guys.
Matt and JoJo have taken the crown on the in the YouTube game. Back then, it was all Lee Godbold when it came to junk removal. But anyway, so like we get started with him, kind of following his guidance on YouTube. I had some one-on-one calls with him and stuff. Well, this new guy came on the scene, and I'll Right Way Hauling here in Louisville. And I don't even remember exactly what happened, but somehow we got crossed up, and I ended up having my guys go put like 500 yard signs, like all in this dude's neighborhood, because we were beefing. And I was like, all right, you want beef? We'll beef. So I put like 500 yard signs in his neighborhood. He put like 500 in mine, and we were like back and forth for months. And finally, I called him one day, and I was like, look, man, this is dumb. What if we just work together here? And since that time, like we meet for coffee maybe once a month, and we're always collaborating and figuring out how can we provide the most value to our clients, even though we're competitors. We come together. How can we give the most value back to the community? And today we probably referred each other $40,000, $50,000 in jobs back and forth. And it started through a beef, but I think that there's a lot more to gain when you work together. And in the digital marketing side, you guys know Lewis. Lewis and I are heavy referral partners, and Lewis is, I would say, if I had to guess, probably close to 6 figures in referrals to us, and vice versa. Wow. And so it's, as far as I'm concerned, I'm always here to refer. I mean, I'll compete. If people want to compete, we'll compete, and I can compete with the best of them. But why would we do that when everybody can make money? And that goes for junk removal. It goes for any kind of service-based business. It goes for marketing. It goes for any industry. So. I don't know what it looks like from an autopilot perspective, but I would assume that there might be some leverage there for you to look at
I'm taking them all down. I'm not sharing anybody. I'm taking all the customers.
I actually have a pretty good story when it comes to the competition. My biggest competition.
Who's that?
Actually,
Raylan, can you turn on your camera?
Sadly, I don't have a camera. My bad.
Wait, who's talking right now?
Kevin Hayes talking.
Kevin Hess is
talking.
Oh,
shit. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay.
No, what I was saying was I actually went and trained the team of my biggest competition. I went to their location, spent 5 weeks with their team and trained them. And they are one of the best teams in my area right now. You've seen the Taylor Chastain. You've seen him on a lot of podcasts. He was on with Matt Fitch, and he's been on a lot of them. His team is really, really up and coming. But I actually spent 5 weeks training his team, and he's probably my biggest competition.
Let me ask you a question. Is this was this back in the 800 Got Junk days, or is this right now?
No, this is just 11 months ago.
So, and you had Survivor Junk Removal?
Yep.
And you went and trained up and away?
Yep. I went and trained them, and man, they have an amazing team. I actually went out there at the end of December to follow. They invited me to come sit in when their sales meetings, the end of the year sales meetings, and he offered to pay me for it, and I told him hell no, because the thing was 2 of his teammates were the ones running the meeting, and when I went in there, 11 months ago, when I went train these guys, he had 2 guys on his team they're just a couple of goofballs, and they were, here it was 10 months later, and these guys were actually leading the meeting, and these guys were superstars at this point and actual leaders in the organization. And so it was a really cool thing to see. I was really proud at that moment, and, but seeing them grow like they have, it just kind of creates a legacy for me. So it's not just about competition. It's about adding value to other people.
So, I just want to piggyback real quick, and then we could, if you guys ever see me giving secrets and trade secrets to workies and jobber and like there's a problem. So I believe in giving value to my customers, not to my competition. If you guys see me going and hanging out with workies and jobber, and then like you guys have invested all this money. So that's how I look. Like maybe in the local home services, cool, that's fine. Help out competition. In tech world, bro, if they figure out one thing that I'm working on secretly and they go copy and replicate it, we're screwed, right? Like, so just from a tech perspective, I'm kind of going on a, side like tangent here, but I would like to give value to only autopilot customers, not go help workies, jobber, but maybe
technically with your YouTube channel, you've been helping your competition this whole time.
But I talk about junk removal, not about the trade secrets that autopilot.
Well, no, not for autopilot. I'm talking about in junk removal world.
In junk removal, yes, I've absolutely been helping tons of people. So, and I believe in the whole karma thing, and I definitely believe in that. But in local services, man, I don't know. Maybe I just,
Andrew's out with the gas can blowing up everybody's dump trucks in the area.
But
okay. Hey, I'm not an a-hole, okay? I'm not an a-hole. But hey, I love hearing oh, Gary, my man.
What's up, Gary? How you doing, brother?
In the building. What's going on, Gary?
Gary, my guys just called you, dude, like 2 weeks ago.
Cool.
One of my guys called you and talked to you for like an hour. Said, I think that guy knows you. I said, yeah. I know Gary.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
So,
I don't want
Gary,
to interrupt, but I saw this guy with the eagle hat. His name is Kevin Hess.
Yeah.
Kevin, what business do you run? What's the name of your junk removal service?
Survivor Junk Removal.
Okay. And then I saw a guy over here to my bottom. He's wearing a black fleece jacket. What's your name?
My name is Todd.
Todd, and you run what?
Clear Path Junk Removal.
Clear Path Junk Removal? Okay. And then there's a guy with the pickup truck that doesn't have a camera. What is he? Who is he?
That's my name's Andrew with Wranglers, Holland, and Junk Removal.
Wranglers out of where?
Yeah, where are you?
Out in Southern California, Temecula.
Okay. And then you have a guy named Gary. I've seen Gary on Facebook. I think I've seen him on Facebook.
How's it going, Richard?
Hey, how's it going, brother? And you run what business? What's the name of your business?
Easy Go Junk Removal.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay, I have seen that. Okay.
Yep.
All right, that's it. I was just trying to clarify who everybody was.
Ricardo, real quick. I know I just met you. Your name's Ricardo. What business do you run, and where are you located?
He has a haunted houses.
I think I've seen you. I think I've seen you somewhere. I can't put my finger on it, but I've seen you somewhere.
You act like the lady that saw me at Chili's and knew me from somewhere. She just kept on pointing me out.
I saw your freaking live. I can't talk about it. It's inappropriate.
Oh, yeah.
It was funny.
One this morning?
Yeah, the one this morning.
You going off on that fat ass?
Yeah. Hold on, we got to keep it PG here, but yes.
I wanna just read this out real quick. We got Tom Price. He says, "Hey everyone, former software developer and implementation guy here, 20+ years. Just started in the biz about 8 months ago. Welcome, Tom. Welcome to the business, bro." And we also Carlo, first dump truck coming in 2 weeks. Congrats, Carlo. Where you at, brother?
Andrew, you might want to send that dude a message, man. He might be able to hook you up.
Tom, I've been doing software my entire life as well. Hit me up. I had a lifestyle change in COVID, and my whole world got flipped upside down. So I went from software engineer to picking up trash, junk, and now back to software engineer. So if you ever want to chat, because we have a lot in common there, hit me up, Andrew at autopilotapp.io. Welcome.
That was slick cliff notes right there, man. Hell yeah. So, guys, let's get into some other conversations here. So, what's other topics do you guys want to bring up? Ricardo, you usually good at bringing up some good topics. What do you want to talk about today on here?
I mean, how does everybody see the future of junk removal? Like, which way are we going? I mean, it's about junk removal. It's just the future of junk removal with the economy, with Trump being in the presidency. How is the outcome for everyone else? Does everybody have an alternate business?
AI robots are going to take over. We're screwed.
I have my fallback business, which is my haunted house, which was never meant to take over my junk removal. It was never meant to be that. I just made it that. And I didn't know. Also, I did not predict that the economy was going to tank in 2024. I never thought it would
fall to that where I was used to doing 5 to 12 jobs every day. And now I'm doing 3 to 4 every day. You know, I never thought it would be like that. I thank God that all I need is 30 days to make more money in 1 month than I did on the whole junk removal in the whole year, which is pretty sad. Does anybody else have an alternative business that they do? We all know that if you made $300,000 last year, I mean, in 2021, you did not make it in 2024. And that's just that's just the truth. I'm just saying the truth, okay?
Hey, Ricardo, bro, we do an Easter egg hunt out in my backyard. Dude, I make $6 million a year doing it. We do it for like 5 minutes, and like 2 million people show up. And like, I'm not even lying. Like, this is serious. Like, we're going for like 13 million this year on the Easter eggs.
Damn, that's a lot of eggs. Damn, really?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Are you being serious?
No.
Wait,
come on,
no.
Eggs right now.
But he didn't
What
say
kind of fucking eggs you got?
He didn't say just kidding. So
Texas is different.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, going back to the serious question, somebody mute Matt here. Matt,
Yeah, Ricardo, I'm into a bunch of different businesses. I'm an entrepreneur. I get into everything. I'm in the marijuana business. I'm in antiques and collectibles. I own a promotion company, bunch of YouTube channels. I'm always on the move, investing in real estate, crypto. I got my hands in everything.
You invested in tech too now. Your first, I don't know if it's your first tech, but
oh yeah. I'm very big in with Oh yeah, I forgot with autopilot. Yes, I thought you meant with the crypto and all. Yeah, no, you're right.
No, I meant like a software company.
How about you, Kevin? Are you doing something else other than junk removal, or is it all hands in? Because listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was doing all hands in on junk removal for the last 14 years, and you know, I just happened to open a haunted house that did really good. You know, I poured, but I also realized this, Kevin. I'm gonna tell you something. I also realized I will never be a millionaire in junk removal. Ever. And I know that there will never be $1 million in my bank account in profits just sitting there for me. I knew that from the start already. So do you have an alternate business that you do or have thought of running?
Oh, right now I also do a lot of coaching and mentoring for other junk removal companies. I'm going to be teaching leadership to other industries as well. You know, a lot of people know I also wrote a book, so I'm going to get into more to public speaking and, you know, just different, you know, facets of teaching. You know, I love the teaching aspect of it. And, you know, it's the one thing I miss about when I worked with 1-800-GOT-JUNK is just the actual teaching and, you know, being significant to others. So that's something that I'm dabbling in right now.
Oh, cool. How about you, Matt and JoJo?
Me personally, I don't think trash removal is going to slow down for us at all. I look at the future as Trump's going to be in the office. Interest rates are going to go down. It's going to be booming. People ain't going to be scared to spend money. And we have other incomes coming in too with coaching, doing events, investing. So our eggs ain't in one basket, but I do believe that this year is going to be the year. I mean, we're slammed out here in California right now.
We were slammed last year too.
And every year we're growing more and more. But I think you got to be the go-to company in your area. You got to get out there and really hustle for it. And I don't see it slowing down. I think there's always going to be trash out there for people. Not everyone wants to pick up trash. People are lazy as fuck. Like tomorrow, we got a hoarder house, a 1-bedroom hoarder house we have to go tackle. We landed a huge job that's like, damn, right in the middle of wintertime. So we're like busy. But the reason why we put in the work and we're the go-to company besides 1-800-GOT-JUNK out here. So I don't see it falling off.
I agree with that, because like when Gen Z finally grows up and they become our age and everybody's so involved in tech, once you're involved in tech, the last thing you do, I did junk removal today. I built it was so hard. It was so hard because I've been sitting in front of a computer for a year. So I think once Gen Z starts to grow up and everybody's doing their AI this and AI that, nobody's going to want to take out the trash. So I think there's going to be more opportunity.
We actually were just talking about that yesterday. I don't know. It's just here, it's an epidemic. So maybe it's a nationwide epidemic, but young people are so lazy.
Lazy as
They are
fuck.
just not. They're just. I mean, I don't mean everyone. I'm sure there's some hardworking kids out there. They are hard to find. We have.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's bad. So I worry about the future of, blue collar, just hardworking.
Oh, I
and get
100.
and get to work.
I agree, JoJo.
Huh?
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I do. I actually, if you don't mind, guys, I want to go back to something Ricardo said.
Hi, Christine.
That I have a question. Ricardo, you said something, and this has actually been something I've been arguing about my entire life since I was 18 years old. What defines a millionaire? If I have a house that's worth $1 million in equity, but it takes me 10 years to sell it, am I a millionaire? Am I a millionaire with a cap? What if I make $300K a year? Am I a millionaire in 3 years? Or do you define a millionaire by cash in the bank? But what if I have a $100 million company that takes 6 months to sell? Am I a millionaire? So millionaire is what is a million? Because some people have assets that'll take years to sell, but they'd make $1 million. Some people make $500,000 a year. Then after taxes, it's $250,000. So it may take 4 years to get. But if they've accrued four years in $1 million, so what's a millionaire to you, Ricardo?
It's just different ways of looking at wealth, right?
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, what I'm getting at is, you can become a millionaire in junk removal. It would be tough. It would be tough, Ricardo. You would have to be able to exit you get to like a couple million a year, then you could sell your company in like 5 to. So I just wanted to say, what's a millionaire to you?
And it's a really basic common sense question. Okay, when you ask somebody if you're a millionaire, if you have 7 numbers in your bank account and there is no liabilities to it, you are a millionaire. If Matt and JoJo, if Matt Fitch has $1 million in the bank and there is no liabilities on the end of that.
Okay.
We're talking about net worth.
Wait, let me just the number one profession that are millionaires are teachers. By the time they become at the end of their
teacher,
there are so many millionaire teachers. What it comes down to, Ricardo, is what you do with your damn money. If you're banking $250,000, $300,000, $400,000 and you're not doing anything, meaning reinvesting in it, you're absolutely right. But if you're reinvesting in it, you could become a millionaire in literally 7 years and still live a hell of a life.
If you're willing to live in a tent and go bag groceries and save 90% of your money, you're gonna be a millionaire in 10 or 20.
But we don't make grocery money like that. So what I'm saying is that this is the problem. You talk about an epidemic of people not being able to work at these younger ages. The other epidemic is there are people making a shitload of money, but they don't know what to do with it, and so it comes in and it goes out. Obviously, Paul doesn't do that. Paul is diversified. Now, as far as other gigs, I'm at the other end of it, guys. I'm 65 years old, so I don't have a whole lot of other gigs. I do have other things. I have a t-shirt company. I have other avenues, but the reality is this: I'm going to make this sucker work. I don't just spend my money. I bought a truck last year. That sucker's paid off. I don't pay somebody for that. It's what you do with your money. You take 10% over a period of years. There's no reason you can't be a millionaire. That ain't shit anymore, man. You pay $500,000 for a house.
Oh yeah, in California, it's crazy.
Yeah, but again, like you said, Gary, you make a great point on this. So you buy a house, right? Okay, you buy a house for. I own some property. It cost me $240,000. It's in Azle, Texas. I have that property, and it's my property. But really, is it my property? Because I'm still making payments on it, Gary. See, it's not my property until it's actually paid off. And not only after that, JoJo, let me tell you something, JoJo. It's not my property because I'm still paying taxes on it. Let's say I stop paying taxes, JoJo.
Yeah.
Is it really my property? No, because it's taken away if I stop making payments on the taxes for 10 years.
That's semantic. That's totally semantics, Richard, because that's what every billionaire and millionaire do. They literally are taking other people's.
Yep. And they take a loan off it. They don't actually use their money. They take a loan off of their money. They don't actually take it out of investments.
So they don't realize capital gains until they absolutely have to.
Hey, I'm just curious because this can go on forever, but I just want to ask a yes and no out of everybody, just real quick. I just want to get, if you have just real quick, yes or no, Paul, because I just want to get the brass tacks. If you have a $10 million company, all the P&Ls and tax statements, and a broker could sell it within 6 months. You have no money in the bank, by the way, guys. You have no money in the bank. This is a yes or no question. You have a $10 million company that will sell and can sell. Are you a millionaire? Yes or no, Paul?
Yes.
Ricardo, yes or no?
After it sells and you have that money, yes.
I'm sorry. That money's not in your hand.
Okay, so
You're not
no,
Kevin,
Kevin, are you a millionaire? Yes or no? If the company can sell and will sell,
No.
No. Okay. So most people say no. Okay. So
it depends.
Now hold on. I'm getting to a point.
No.
I am getting to a point.
Never ever count your chickens.
Okay, then
if it's not in your hand, you don't have it.
Let me get to my point. Then by definition, what you guys just said is because we define millionaires and billionaires by their net worth. So when you say Elon's worth 300 billion, no, he's not.
Because he doesn't have one penny of that.
He does not have. You do not know how much money's in his bank, so he is not.
He has nothing in his bank. He doesn't take tax. He doesn't, because then he would have to pay taxes. He doesn't take profits.
What you guys just said is he is not worth 300 billion. We got to look at the money in his bank.
No, see, that's not how it works.
I
ask a bank or any lending institution whether or not he has $300 billion to leverage.
Exactly. You can leverage off of your So exactly. That's why.
But that's how all the rich do it, so they don't have to pay taxes.
I love this question because I talk about this all the time. The true answer, guys, is yes. You are a million. At the end, fine. If you have a legit company and you go to a bank, you can leverage it and take out $5 million. You are technically on paper a millionaire. Anyway, sorry. It's a very interesting question. I love this question. So we can move on though because we'll talk about this forever.
You know what a better answer I would give is it's not about being a millionaire. It's about setting up your life that you're free. That's when you've made it in my eyes. When you could wake up and you could do anything you please. You could leave, go away for a month, shut your phone off, don't contact anybody, and come back and still be rich. That's when you've made it. And that's what we're all going after. It's the freedom.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually more important than any money whatsoever.
I agree with that for sure.
I'm second most important. Actually, your health is the most important thing. So, I mean, I'd rather be dead ass broke and healthy than all the money. I've known people who would give everything they had just to have another month of health.
I agree too. I'd rather be healthy and have a lot of money. Money. Some people say money will make you happy. Let me tell you one thing. Money makes me happy. Makes life way fucking easier. When I go out to eat and I want that big steak that costs $70, you know what? I'm gonna get that fucking steak. You know what I mean? Life's way easier with money.
Amen, brother. Amen.
It was like a Friday night, and we had a 3-hour wait outside our haunted house, and we're sitting there. And I go up to one of my sons because both my sons work at the haunted house. And I go to my younger son, which is not very money. Well, he's money educated. He's just not there yet. And I talked to him and he said, "Dad, I just looked over the fence. There's a line. The line goes down the street." I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Dad, what you've done here is incredible." I said, "No, son." I said, this is crap. I said, "This is your business. You think I want to do haunted houses forever?" I said, "Son, you're going to be running this business when I'm done with this." I said, "Whenever I hit a certain mark of money that I make, I'm getting out of this business. I'm done with this." I said, look at this. All these employees, and we have 35 employees.
Ricardo, what's your number to get out? Like, what is the number? Do you have like a set
I get
number?
like $2-3 million, and I'm cool. And I think in 5 to, I'm never going to make it in junk removal. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to repeat it again. Junk removal will not lead me there. I make money off of Houston, Austin, San Antonio, San Diego. I make it off of Phoenix. I make it off of RGV. I make money off of all these companies. I make money off of Arlington. I make money off of Frisco. I make money off of Junk Guys, DFW. And I will never have $1 million in the bank. I've realized that over time. I have 6 trucks. I have 12 trailers on my property. Andrew saw him. I have 2 facilities, one 25,000 square feet, another.
I want to ask you this, Ricardo. Though. Is there anybody? Because I honestly don't know this answer. I'm new. So, is there anybody in the junk removal business that does have $1 million from junk removal sitting in a bank account that you would consider a millionaire? And anybody else knows of somebody? Can you let us know?
I do.
Who would that be, Andrew?
I can't verify his bank account, but based on his numbers, I think he does. And if he leverages,
Andrew, you just said you just say you can't verify it.
Stand up. I can't verify it, but I can almost certainly guarantee it. Stand up, guys.
Where are they at?
He's been in business for 20 years. He's got 15 locations, and he's all corporate owned.
Let me reassure you something about Casey Walsh, and I love Casey. He's a great friend.
He does $10 million a year.
He's from Dallas. Casey Walsh is originally from Dallas. Me and him, we kind of like started junk removal at the starting. When I was in like my 4th year, he calls me. I subcontract jobs to Casey Walsh. Okay, I subcontracted jobs to him. Me and him did about 28 Metro PCSs, and I was subcontracting jobs to him. For every job he went to, I was giving him $175. I was making $150 off each job. I think the job was like $325 or something like that. But we did it so many times. And I reassure you, the bigger overhead that he has, no. I bet you that easily. No, he's a great guy. He's a good friend of mine. Yeah. But I just know that for a fact.
So I know for a fact that he does $8 million a year at 15% margins. That's 1.2 million profit, like 1.2 million. So what he does with the money, I don't know. But he's probably a millionaire. He cashed in the bank.
Richard, did your junk removal money invest in your haunted houses, or did you just pull it out your ass?
No, it definitely is my haunted house business. It's my junk removal business is my haunted house. Yeah.
How did you, Richard? Did you start off by buying your haunted house, or did you rent?
What'd you say,
Richard? When you first started the haunted house, did you buy it or did you rent it?
So the first one I rented, which is at 201 Yorktown. I had that one, and then I rented 2700 Sylvan, and then I bought Chester, and that's the big facility that's over there in Fort Worth. That's my first purchase.
And how many years have you been running with the haunted houses?
5 years.
And how many days are you actually up and running during the season? Is it like, exactly?
About I think 4 weekends.
4 weekends. So like 8 to 12 days or something like that.
14 days.
Okay.
Because then we have the marathon week also. Because if like Halloween's on the 31st, we'll run it from the 25th to the 31st.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's like the hardest part? Is it like getting like the regulations and getting a place with parking that could hold everybody?
Okay, that's a great one. That's a great question. So whenever I go and look for, and Gary, I think, did I answer your question, Gary, really quick?
No.
Okay. Well, the question was, did I start junk removal, and then did I use my junk removal money for my haunted house? Is that exactly 100%? 100%.
So real quick. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Is if you're using your junk removal money and you invest in something like Paul, let's say Paul takes his check and he invests in marijuana or whatever it is, and he becomes wealthier and wealthier. Well, yeah, you can become a millionaire depending on what you do with your money. That's my point.
Agreed.
Yeah, because Ricardo, let me give you an example, man. So say you go and you make $150K a year in junk removal. If you go and take $50K of that and you start putting it into mutual fund investments and crypto and all that, over a couple of years time, man, you're building that portfolio, and literally you're sleeping and you're making money as well. So it's not really about how much you bring in each year. It's how you're investing it and making that money compound and work for you.
I mean, Gary, agree to disagree. Junk removal is junk removal, and haunted house is off the spectrum. It's a totally different business.
No, but there's no haunted house without junk removal.
I agree with that. When the guy tells me that I need $80,000 down to put on this building, I grabbed all the money from junk removal that I had saved up for years and put it into the building. When I needed $35,000 to put the electric, water, and into the building, I used it from junk removal. And I paid it back. I paid that back. I still owe it some money. I paid junk removal still is owed money. But the future, I will tell you this, that my haunted house will be very successful in the next 3 years. I mean, this conversation might be different then, but in junk removal, doing it for 17 years, I just couldn't convert to that other plethora of making $500,000 to $600,000. It just wasn't there. It was always investing the money in something else. And so the original question was, could I make $1 million doing junk removal? And the answer was no. Could I do it doing the haunted house? Of course I can, and I will do it. And I think it's not that hard. We were just talking about this week. I mean, we have meetings about the haunted house almost like once a week, just talking about the haunted house. Do I want to be doing junk removal and making this much money doing the haunted house? No, of course not. You know,
I'm coming to your haunted house. You come into your haunted house this year, and I want to be one of the scary people. But I have a question. I'm sorry to interrupt, Todd. God damn it! I recognize your face so much. Like it's been driving me crazy. I'm like, I know this guy, Todd. Where have I seen your face, man? What's your?
We're both from Colorado, so I've talked to you a couple times, Andrew.
Okay. I knew I recognize. I'm from Denver, Colorado.
Todd, what part of Colorado?
Littleton.
Oh, very nice.
Are you serious?
I used to live over there, man. I used to have a dispensary over there.
That's where I was born and raised. I went to high school and everything. And you're from Littleton?
Yep.
That's a small little Chatfield High School. No way.
Holy shit.
Did you go to Chatfield?
Me and Matt are like, what the? Me and Matt Fitcher.
They're gonna find out that they
anyways. Hey, Paul, I had a suggestion. You're blowing up with questions. You guys.
Yeah, I'm going to get on that right now. I didn't want to cut anybody off involved. Yeah. So
I got one question real quick. I got one question. Sorry, Paul.
Matt. Yep.
Real quick. So Ricardo, I just want to know: was this staged or not staged? When you scratched that person's floor with the piano, was that real or no?
Oh,
that was real. That was real. Me arguing with the customer was real. Matt, y'all don't see the insides of this fucking video, first of all. You asked a great question because I gotta ask it. This house was a complete shit show. The couch in the house had when we pushed the couch over, there was dried up dog shit under the couch. Okay? When we pushed the couch over, the couch was a pleather couch, so all the pleather had been rubbed off the armrests and stuff. When we got into the house to get to the piano, there were stacks of paper, stacks of pillows, stacks of crap that we had to move out to get the piano out. Now, the question is, how bad was the floor? But just by telling you that, Matt, how bad do you think the floors were, the hardwood floors of parquet? Hardwood floors were in the small, and it was not that much. It was just a little small entryway, right? Like maybe a 4x4 entryway. How bad do you think they were in condition, Matt?
I don't know. I would never treat a customer like that. I thought it was fake.
I thought it was for like,
that guy, the audacity.
All right.
I had to ask you for a discount.
Richard. All right, put this into perspective. What if Elon Musk walked into your nice house and he thought it was a fucking piece of shit because it wasn't worth $100 million, and he put shit all over your house because it's a piece of shit? In his eyes, you know what I mean? Like that guy might not have,
No, Matt. Both Matts.
I thought you were playing. I thought you were acting. I didn't think it was real.
These houses were a complete shit show. They were bad. It was like a hoarder house, but the guy called me to remove a piano. It was bad, and it was a bad condition. So when the guy asked me for a $50 discount, I told him, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "Bro, look at your," and I edited a lot of the video, Matt, because you don't. It pissed me off. It made me so mad that I told Orson, "Get in the truck, Orson. I'm about to go off on this guy for asking for a discount." And of course, the guy ended up paying me. And you don't. Here's something you don't know. Matt, here's something you don't know. The guy, after I left and I was driving down the street, about 30 minutes later, he sends me a text, and this text says, "Brother, I apologize to you for the way I was talking to you, and honestly, the scratch is that bad." And I was like, "You motherfucker."
Oh man, thank you for scratching my floor, Richard. I really appreciate it. Life is really better now.
And he sent me a text, and we did scratch his floor. Man, the scratch was like this big, man. It was a bad scratch, it was. But man, this guy's
so Ricardo, I love you, but you scratched his floor, and because his house was dirty, you got mad at him.
There was dog shit next to it, man. There was literally dried up dog shit. Gary.
Maybe he's into that. Maybe that's his thing.
But the reality, so this is the difference, though. For me personally, I don't give a shit what people's houses are. You know what it comes down to is what you're making and what you're taking. And so I'm not going to treat any of my customers like shit. I'm just not. I'm gonna take their money and smile, but I'm not gonna treat them.
Gary, you know, we all treat our customers totally different. You're right. You have your business, I have my business.
That's right.
I've been doing this for 17 years, and I think I'm using my seniority to just tell this guy, dude, I'm not giving you a discount. I've dealt with people like you. You know what I mean? You get that after so many years, you start getting that.
I've been working for myself for 35 years, and I've never talked to a customer.
I'm talking about injuncable.
Okay.
So we have a guy, iDaddy, he's asked this question kind of multiple times.
I know. I'm so sorry.
That it would be really cool if we answered it. So he went back, because he asked it multiple times. He was like, Matt earlier said you want to be the go-to company in your area, and he was like, what does that mean, and how do you do that? And then he's like, what do you guys do? How are you the go-to person in your area? If everyone were to start over with no connections, what would they do? And when we started, we had 0 connections and 0 money. So I think that's one reason why we were able to tuck big money away really quick with junk removal. And that is because we didn't spend it on somebody doing our website. We didn't spend it, we didn't go in debt getting the perfect truck. We just used what we had. We had no money to advertise. We did no Google ads. We did everything social media, free. It's the reason why we ended up at the YouTube channel to begin with, was just so we could get our name out there for free. When you first start a business, you have to remember, ain't nobody know who you are. Nobody knows who you are. Just you don't start a business and have your phone start ringing off the hook. It's a slow process. So you want to post so much and wear your gear everywhere. And you want people to see you so much on social media that when you walk into Starbucks, they're like, you're that trash lady. I know you're that trash. You're that woman that picks up trash. And it takes a while for that to happen, but that's what he means when he says, be the go-to person. If somebody sees trash or junk, they picture you in their head. You branded your business in your area, and that takes time and it takes a lot of hard work. Doesn't take a lot of money. You just got to get out there and do it.
And the big job we just landed was a referral. So you got to treat your customers right. We landed a $40,000 job off a referral. At first we thought it was around $35,000, but now it's over 40 grand. All because if someone liked our customer service and liked the way we did things. So all off of a referral, no ad or nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I was starting back over from nothing with no connections and no money, that's how I started.
So here's the next question, and I talked about this in a video this morning. It says, how do I deal with people on Nextdoor, Facebook, etc., who lowball everyone? They don't have to pay taxes, insurance, and licensing. Do I hope they go out of business? The question here is this, and I look at this and I'm thinking this. I see this on Facebook all the time. Stop worrying about what they're doing. Worry about your own business. This is what happened to Russ Berry. Now, Russ Berry, and I laid into him this morning in my video, Russ Berry is mad at me because in Texas, or a state he's never been in, because I do my refrigerators for $45. I do my refrigerators for $45, and I do about 20 a week of these fridges. I do mattresses for $85, couches for $75, and he's mad at me because of that. And I can only tell you, mind your own business. This is my business. I have to put up with my wife. I have to put up with my bills.
Hey, Ricardo, he's coming after me too in all the Facebook groups, so you're not the only one.
And Gary, I'm going to tell you something, Gary. If you start doing refrigerators for $45, for God bless fucking Russ Berry's going to kill you.
Well, this is the reality. I don't have to do refrigerators for $45, but There are some. This is where junk removal is very personal, because no matter where we are, that area is going to dictate what people are going to pay. You go to California, man, they got to get rid of the Freon. They got to gut the mattresses. Everything's different. That's why I
Let's
love
compare
that.
the prices right now. So, Gary, what do you pay at the dump for a refrigerator?
$80 is the minimum, and I never have a problem with that.
Todd,
and
what
it
do you
doesn't
pay
cost me a dime
SoCal?
to dump.
Same out here in Los Angeles. It's the same. I don't got to get. I've heard people say in LA they got to get rid of Freon, but I never had to do that. LA, it's nothing. It's part of the dump fee.
Ricardo, what are you paying in Texas?
I don't dump in Texas.
He uses them as walls for his haunted house. he makes a maze out of his fridges. It's really cool.
That is
smart. I put dumpsters on my property. I rent them from Bubba Tubbs, and they cost me $408 for a 40-yarder. And I'm pretty sure in California that'd be like $800. Hell, I'm pretty sure.
It's around 800, 900.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Because I talked to Honario from Junk Guys Tampa, and he pays $780 for a 40-yarder. It's not worth it to him, but to me, it's worth it. I put a 40-yarder in Fort Worth. I have a 40-yarder in Dallas, and I'll just go there and dump my shit in there until it gets filled up. And I haven't been to the landfill in the longest time, but I mean, I've been to one, and I used to go, but I don't dump into them anymore. But it's $72. It's $72. If that's a question.
Matt, what are we paying up in North Cal?
So we're paying $30 at the scrap yard and then $49 at the dumps.
Damn, that's cheap.
That's for refrigerators.
That's what we have to pay.
Yeah, just for a refrigerator fee. Our dump fees are like $140 to $160 a ton out here, so it's expensive.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah.
Has it always been that expensive, Matt, or does it just keep going up year over year, like $10, $20 a year?
Yeah, it's going up. If you go to the next county over, it's like $60. Super
When you
cheap.
started 5-6 years ago, what was it, Matt? What was your dump
It was
fees?
around 130, 129, something like that.
Okay, so it didn't go up. It's always been expensive where you're at then.
Yeah, for sure.
So the refrigerators, I don't dump them. I keep the refrigerators and I use them in the haunted house. So I don't recycle them either because we only make like $10 per fridge. But I guess right now I'm up to like 250 fridges right now because we're expanding the other haunted house. So we're going to use them as walls. When you use walls as refrigerators, you don't have to get a permit because you're not erecting walls. You're just using fridges. So that's how we get away from that. And when the fire marshal comes in, he actually laughs at us and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is the way y'all get through this." And I'm like, "Damn, dude, this is the only way." If I had to erect a wall, I would definitely not be owning a haunted house because I couldn't get a permit.
Ricardo, how many rooms do you have in the haunted house?
Shit.
And like, how many do you add a year?
Well, this year we're adding 8,000 square feet to the Chester one. I think we had 14 rooms on Chester. In Dallas, we had 10. We're adding about 21 to Fort Worth, and in Dallas we're only adding like 1. It's just no room for it. There's just no room for it.
So if you don't mind me asking, what do you net on those, like per house? Per year.
Golly, that's a good question. So I know exactly how much it is. I mean, this past year was our best year ever. So we were like in the 600. And then the other haunted house hit about, it was a newer haunted house, so it was about 190. So yeah, so we're pushing it. We're pushing the limits of the haunted house. We're gonna get there eventually. And our expenses is our employees. They're the highest expense, but we pay out the employees every night. I mean, you're talking about 35 employees, 40 employees. There's 75 employees in the haunted house. There's 4 managers per haunted house.
So how do you deal with people calling in? Like, I'm assuming every day you're having a couple people calling sick and stuff. Like, how do you deal with that last minute?
We move forward with that. That's a great question right there, because and this is going back to you, JoJo, because you mentioned this before, that the employees, when an employee calls in, we always have someone step up, and I love that about our crew. We have such this they're called haunters, which is new to me, but these people are called haunters, and they love scaring people. And I just don't get it.
I'm not a haunter. I just run a haunted house. And these haunters will step up. I went over to Joseph. Joseph, Kyle just called in sick. He goes, I got you, brother. Dude, I'm in the game. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm thinking, what? He's going to do double duty for 4 hours straight. It's a lot of work. You work up a sweat. You work up this dirty, it's miserable. It's just miserable. And then there's no restroom breaks. You're going to have to slip out and pee outside. You can't go to the restroom that's on the other side of the facility. It's crazy. I mean,
so do you do the haunted house through the whole month of October, or when do you open it? Like, when does it start?
So Jojo, the haunted house in Dallas is different from the haunted house in Fort Worth. In Dallas, you need a permit. We're in the city of Dallas, in Oak Cliff. So they only allow me to run it on the weekends for 1 month, which is actually 15 days. We run it for about 16, 17 sometimes. It just depends if it rains. It just depends how the month falls, okay? That's really all it depends. Now, Fort Worth is totally different. I can be open the whole month of October, Monday through Friday, but there's no money to be made Monday through Thursday. It's just dead. Now, we make money Friday. We make a lot more money Saturday, and then Sunday's a good day too. But it's not like a Saturday, okay? Not like a Saturday. Saturday is a cash day. It's like a money day. And
I gotta read this off. This is a good tip right here from No Limit Hauling and Junk Removal. He says, we never bring appliances to the landfills. Landfills are only for trash. Link up with your local scrap metal guys and network. You save time and space. Trust. $75 dump fees in my area. Thank you for that. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, if you ever seen any of my videos, I put my recycle outside and people just come and take it. It's the greatest thing in the world.
So Richard, I got a question for you. You
Yes,
got 250 refrigerators. Are you interchanging monies with junk removal? Are you selling them to your, and that way you have certain write-offs, or are you just ignoring that fund?
I'm ignoring that. 100% I'm ignoring that. Now, right now, Gary, we have about 100 in Fort Worth. We have about 150 in Dallas. We need 300 in Dallas. We need about 300 in Fort Worth. So every day I start gathering them. And so far I've been keeping a little tab on my videos. Right now I got 22 extra for Dallas, and in Fort Worth I have only 16. But I bring them in all the time. Every day I have one in the back of my van right now. And
that's a shitload of write-off, right? I mean, there's a.
I figured that. But we all know how we do our, at the end of the year in junk removal, you know what I mean? I think we all do it kind of different for all of us.
I'm just trying to help you get to that $1 million.
Yeah, I know, right? Listen to him. You'll get that $1 million in the bank account, Ricardo.
You're ignoring certain facts, man.
I will tell you this. If you ever, and I think Andrew's coming this year. Trust me, Gary. I sit in my car, and I see this line of people, and it's like down the street, and it's taking a turn, and I'm thinking 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 20. That's $300. I think like that, Gary. I'm thinking like the whole time, and I'm thinking I have a 3-hour line. I filled up 3 parking lots. There's over 250 cars in the parking lot. I think like that. I'm thinking every person is helping me feed my kids. Every person is helping me pay for my property. I'm thinking like that. So I do not devalue and scratch anybody's floor that comes to my haunted house. I'm thinking these people are paying for my bills, and I, and just getting back to your question, I value this. I value it as a full-blown business. I mean, think about the amount of people I have to employ in this thing and the amount of payroll. Every night, Gary, it's $3,500. It's $2,900. It's $3,300. Every night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You repeat that 3 more times. Yeah, it's going out really quick. It's going out really quick, but it's coming in so fast. I mean, it's a one lick one time a year, but it's a good lick for us,
Well, very good, guys. I want to just end this on one last. We got a big event coming up, February 21st, going down in Austin, Texas. Matt Fitch has got an amazing event he put together. He's got a whole list of speakers coming through. So, Matt, I'm going to give you the mic, and I'm going to let everybody know all the details. And definitely, guys, this is definitely a great opportunity. Jump on this.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's awesome, man. Coming up just next Friday. So Friday, February 21st, we're doing the Mindset Matters Leadership Conference. We're going to have Andrew Thompson. We're going to have Matt and JoJo. We're going to have Kevin Hess. I'll be there. And my friend Brent Durden with Trash and Dash out in Houston, he's going to be there. And we're all just talking. We're going to learn how to be better leaders. We're going to do some fun activities. Kevin, the man right up here, is going to be hosting a goal setting workshop. So that's going to be an awesome opportunity for us to, get the goals down on paper and set some targets and work towards it. So I'm excited to see that. We are going to do the Trailer Olympics in reverse competition. So I'm renting golf carts and little micro trailers. We've got the whole parking lot to ourselves. So we're going to see who's the king of backing up trailers. I've got a trophy that someone's going to get to take home.
I'm going to obviously win that.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I've seen you with your dump trucks, dude. Come on. I drove trailers. I'm backing up trailers for 15 years. Get out of here. Oh, but it's going to be awesome, guys. There's the food. We're going to have brunch. We're going to have dinner. The food is cooked by an executive chef that's done Academy Awards out in LA. So she's friggin' awesome. We're going to do a barbecue buffet for dinner. So the best brisket. So it's going to be awesome. We're going to learn a lot about how to be better leaders, how to grow bigger, better junk removal businesses. We're going to be shoulder to shoulder with top dogs in the industry. And so really good opportunity. I just lowered the tickets by $100, so you can get them for $250, and we're giving away a $500 voucher in marketing services for everybody that comes to the event. So
Jake Corbin wants to know, is there some kind of floor scratching competition going on that day?
Yeah.
We should definitely do that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're probably going to scratch the parking lot up when you're trying to keep up with me on that trailer.
What happens if you crash the trailer with the golf cart? What if we just
I know waivers.
You guys sign waivers or anything?
I know it turns.
I mean, I told them what we were doing. They gave me the price.
Matt, I'm sorry. I'm gonna win because as the host, you're not allowed to compete. I'm sorry. That
is true, Matt.
No, that is rule number one of being a good host. You cannot compete in the competition. So maybe you would beat me, but I will beat everybody else. I will put everything on it that I will not win.
So I'll bring a ref shirt. Hey guys, I'll have a ref shirt. I'll change into a ref shirt. I'll bring a whistle, and I'll let you guys have it.
Let me ask you a question. How big is this trailer?
Like the little micro, like one of those little John Deere trailers.
Yeah, it's like a mini dumpster. I'm going to practice with my mini dumpster.
The smaller, the harder.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, the smaller, the harder. Wait,
for
you
sure.
barely turn that wheel, that thing flies that way.
Dude, it's gonna be awesome. They've got utility golf carts with friggin' 2-inch hitches on it. So we're just gonna throw some little trailers on there and
Matt, just let them know exactly where it is, because a couple guys in the chat want to know where located.
Make sure you film this too, because it's going to be a great YouTube video.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. We're getting a ton of content out there.
Well, I'm bringing my drones and everything, man.
You
register the guys that are out
backing trailers up with a golf cart. That's going to be a great video.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Matt Fitch, when is the event?
It's in the afternoon after lunch.
No, what day is it?
February 21st. What
Friday.
day?
Just kidding with you.
All right. Hey, you're asking. Someone was asking where it is. It's at Camp Lucy in Dripping Springs. So you got to get tickets at mattfitchevents.com.
Okay, and you only have 2 days left, guys, so you can't sleep on this. If you guys want to get over this Mindset Matters Leadership Conference,
two
jump
days
on
left?
it now, man. You all missed the Junk Expo because you weren't believing it sold out that quick and all. Don't miss this one, guys, for sure.
So we'll see you in 9 days, Matt.
Thursday is the last day, so you got 30 something hours left to buy tickets. So do it.
We before we call it a night, I just got to ask this one last question from Matt Allen. He says, does anyone have experience with JRA Google Ads? Ricardo's putting a thumbs up, thumbs down.
To answer this question, I love this question.
I'm not allowed to answer this question. I have a meeting with.
Let me reassure you, Matt Allen. If you
He
want
knows the stuff, though.
and you want to toss money and you just want to throw it away, dude, just go burn it right now if you're going to do something with JRA. Okay, you should just burn it up, brother. Listen, I forgot his name. What's his name? The owner?
Lee Godbold.
Lee. Lovely, great guy. Just shit don't work. Okay, it just doesn't work. And I'm going to be honest with you. Don't do it. Do your own organic traffic. Do what you can. Build yourself a dominant website. Just build yourself a good website that will work for you, and let it do the job for you. You know, that's just. But JRA is something that you don't want to get into if you don't understand what they're doing for your business. Okay, it's not something that's simple to get into, and if you do it, you plan to lose some money. You're going to make money, but you're definitely going to lose money. Okay.
Well, Ricardo, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tune in next Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. I'm going to have Lee Godblood on from ARA, and we're going to go through an interview and everything. So everybody in the chat, make sure you tune in for that. This is going to be a good one. Definitely have a lot of questions for him. Andrew, what's up, brother?
I got one thing to say real quick. Guys, autopilot. If you guys don't want to pay $1 million for your software because $225 a month, $180 a month, come check out Autopilot. You know, Matt, all of us here are investors, except for one person, and that's Ricardo. No, I'm just kidding.
Ask Matt Fitch why he removed his Fred interview. What's up, Matt?
Oh, what's Fred? Who's Fred? Can you invite Russ Berry? That's a good comment right there. Oh man, hey, this is a very entertaining.
I got one thing for Matt and JoJo, and then Andrew Thompson.
What?
So I started junk removal realistically in January, but my own company in July. Trying to make it work. I do Facebook. I'm all about the organic marketing. Really took that upon with Matt and JoJo. Andrew Thompson, I invested in your Autopilot. Love it. So I do Facebook posts. I'm a part of a BNI, if you guys are familiar with that. We joined the Temecula Chamber of Commerce. I'm all about yard signs. I buy them in bulk orders, 500 at a time. It typically takes us 2-3 months to go away at those. But it's definitely slow season. What would you recommend for me?
Can I say something real quick, and then I think Matt and JoJo or somebody can take this question much better than me. But can I throw one tip in there real quick?
Yeah.
Sure. If you're buying 500 yard signs at a time, hit me up, because you can go to China and get for the same price 5,000 for just like seven. Xavier Caldera has recommended this Chinese company to quite a few people, and I've seen the orders come through in bulk. 5,000 at 50. So hit me up if you're going to keep ordering that many at a time.
Tell me right now.
Well, I don't. It's an Alibaba. I got to go.
You have my number. You text me a lot.
You text me because you text me. Just text me, okay? And I'll get you the info. But to answer that question, I'll let Matt and JoJo take this one.
You know what? It's a long one. So give me a call tomorrow sometime, and we go over some things. There's so much shit you got to do to get your phone to ring. You know what I mean, from meeting realtors, property managers, reading that book right there, getting your brand out there, just being. It's a lot. It's a lot of shit.
Oh, one more thing. Hold on.
Guys, I want to do a quick plug when he's running to the bathroom real quick. We got Leading with Purpose by Kevin Hess. Get over to Amazon, get your order. I'm going to have a couple giveaways coming up in the next couple of weeks. So tune in on the channel, and Kevin actually autographed them. So definitely keep your ears out for that. And just like I was just showing before, we got Junk Secrets from Xavier. Let's help out our fellow junk guys. Get your own copies. Andrew, where'd you go on me, bro?
So Paul, real quick, what are you smoking, Paul?
This one. What am I got? Right?
Is that his name Wrangler?
I don't know.
Yeah, Wrangler.
It is an Olivia. Yeah,
very nice. Very nice.
Give me a call.
But what I do, bro, is I order a variety pack every month, and I get like a stack of like 50 of them, and I go.
Hey, what's my personal book?
You have a humidor and everything, right?
Oh, I got a couple humidors. My buddy in New York, when I go into New York, he always has a box of Cubans waiting for me. So that's like my treat, you know.
And they're legal.
It's not there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It says Andrew Thompson says it's the gray area.
Yeah. The gray area. I'm trying to find something to give you guys a little
And guys, if you're tuned in, man, make sure you click that thumbs up button. I hope you guys like this first show. We're gonna be doing probably a weekly show or bi-weekly. I'll keep you guys posted with that, mattering on everybody's schedules and all. But yeah, I want to get more people in the community to come in. You don't gotta be a big name in the junk removal industry. Everybody's invited. Come kick it with everybody. Just any topics you want to bring up. That's what we're trying to do. And Andrew, are you gonna come back real quick? Because I want to end this soon.
I got a book. I wrote a book, and I was but never mind. I'm releasing a book here soon, and it's gonna change the world. But never mind. Can't show it off. This was gonna be my epic announcement. It's not coming out until October, but I was gonna
I wanted you to change the world for us.
Oh no, I put my heart. I've been writing this book for the last year and a half. So, but anyways,
everybody wants to.
And did you get my text there?
So Joe's asking, he goes, which is more profitable, junk or cannabis? Joe, I'm about to find that out, man. But what I'm hearing from everybody, I'm thinking cannabis, man. It's just, I've been in this from the very, very beginning, and I got 5 huge commercial grows, and so I've been pretty much, I'm like these guys in the junk removal world. I'm like the OG of the marijuana world. So I'm doing pretty good with that. When I went to cultivation, I used to own a dispensary in Colorado. Then I went over to California when it went legal there, and I went the cultivation route, and that's when I went free in life. That allows me to do whatever I want. I don't got to be there every day. I just pop in during trim season, make sure everything's operating the way it's supposed to. So it's very profitable, and it allows me to be free in life, and that's what I love about it.
If you need testers, I'll come in and do all the testing. No,
I love it, man.
I don't smoke. I've never smoked weed, and I never but yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but
well, I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight. I really appreciate it, man. This was just an amazing experience to have all the top guys in the junk removal company here and coming together. Is there anybody like to shout out their social media platforms? Everybody's got a huge YouTube or social media platform, so feel free to shoot it out.
Yeah. Follow me, Andrew Autopilot.
Yeah, follow us, Sonoma Strong Hauling and Junk Removal on YouTube.
Easy Go Junk Removal on YouTube.
Kevin?
I got no YouTube. Sorry.
Hey, damn it. Just say
Kevin, I got to say, bro, you're looking amazing with that Eagles hat over there, bro. I'm loving it. Hell yeah, bro. Ricardo, would you like to shoot out any social media?
I was going to put at the bottom, I lost a bet.
There you go. So, guys, just so everybody knows, Kevin is not an Eagles fan. He lost the bet against me with the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Eagles. If I lost, I would have had to wear a Chiefs jersey for the next week on my podcast. He lost, so he's going to be wearing that hat for the next
Kevin,
week.
did you have to buy the hat too?
Actually, my wife made it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
She made the stitching and everything?
That is
Well, it's not stitching. It's DTF.
Oh, God, because I'd be really pissed off if I had to wear it and I had to buy it.
Yeah. Well, I almost had to buy a Kansas City Chiefs jersey, man. I was like, damn, that would have sucked.
Hey, Ricardo, it could be worse, man. It could have been Dallas.
God,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, that'll never happen. So
hey, calm down. Give us a chance.
Thank you, Islands.
All right, fellas. Well, have a great night, guys. Everybody in the chat, thank you for tuning in. Lots of great questions here. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Feel free to hit up any of these guys on any of their social media platforms. Thank you again. Later, guys.
Peace.
Well, all right. It looks like it's working. Every time I start these streams, since I'm using a little bit of an older Mac, it gobbles up the CPU and the stream doesn't always start right on time. But it looks like things are working now, and I'm seeing that on my other device, it is showing me. So that's good. Welcome, everybody. A week or so ago, actually, it was a few days ago, I was thinking about the fact that a lot of people got my book. And I also started doing some live streaming for Drupal. And I put the two together and I thought, why not just live stream how to use Ansible teaching from my book? If you don't know about it, this is Ansible for DevOps. You can get a paperback copy of it on Amazon, but right now until the end of March, you'll be able to get it for free on LeanPub. I may or may not be able to extend that to another month or something like that, but we'll see. But thank you for joining the live stream. I can see people. You're hearing my voice twice. That's not good. Is anybody? Okay, works on reload. All right, so that's weird. As I said at the beginning, YouTube is sometimes a little shaky with the setup that I have on my older laptop. So if you have any problems, go ahead and put them in chat, and hopefully we'll get them worked out. But thanks for joining the live stream. My intention is to go through examples in the book and kind of start from scratch, assuming you've never used Ansible before and don't even have it installed, and go from there. So I figure we can get started in the preface, and I will grab out my handy little bookmark, which is a Raspberry Pi Zero. It's nice and flat, makes a good bookmark. I have plenty of them sitting around. I also have a Pi A and all these little projects that I'm working on. Here's a Pi 4. It's pretty fun using them for testing with Ansible because they're by nature pretty headless if you're using them for projects around the house like I do. And we might get into that later in this series, but probably not today, unfortunately. So in the preface of the book, I kind of go through how I got started with Ansible. I started using Ansible in 2013, I think it was. And the reason for that was I was transitioning from using a lot of projects that had a single server or maybe 2 servers, something like that, to having projects that had 5, 10, 15 servers, or managing lots of different projects that had servers that had similar requirements. And once you start making that transition, which a lot of people and a lot of companies made in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, you start realizing it's hard to manage all these servers. So configuration management tools that existed, Chef and Puppet were out, CF Engine. There were some other things too. And a lot of people had shell scripts or runbooks that they would do. But there wasn't anything really, really easy and simple. It wasn't as simple as like writing a shell script and running it on your server, especially if you had to install stuff on your servers. So as we made that transition, Ansible came onto the scene and made things a lot simpler because instead of having to know kind of some programming languages or some special DSLs, you could basically take a shell script and turn it into a simple Ansible script or playbook, as we call them. And you wouldn't even have to use any special Ansible modules or logic or anything, but you could make it so it could run on all your servers really easily. In the book, I start from the perspective of you probably have done some form of Linux administration before. This book is written from the perspective of me, who came into it as a junior to mid-level Linux sysadmin, and you go from that point, and we're going to take you through to automating large-scale infrastructure, and then eventually we're going to talk about Kubernetes, Docker, things like that as well. And in the book, there's a lot of different typographic conventions and things, but one important thing is I have in here, if you have the book, there is a section on the current published book version. It's important that I have that because a lot of books that I've gotten in the past, you buy the book and then it's out of date within a week or a month, or in the best case, a year or so, because technology keeps evolving so much. And the reason I push people to buy my book on LeanPub is because on LeanPub you can get the book updates free forever. And I've already pushed out 22 major revisions to the book with hundreds, or I think now thousands of changes, a lot of them from people who found bugs or issues in the code in the book. And the other cool thing is I have almost all the examples in the book in continuous integration. So when a new version of Ansible comes out and changes something, I know that that's broken right away and I can fix it. So if you have the book from Amazon, a paperback version, you can get a free copy of the LeanPub book right now. Just go to LeanPub, search for Ansible for DevOps, and grab it. But it's also important, if you're looking at the book and you see the current book version is like version 1.18, there's a lot of changes from 1.18 to now. And you can find all the errata on the book's website, which is ansiblefordevops.com. And down at the bottom, there's a link to the errata and changes page, which has links to a lot of the fixes that are in the book. So If you have the ebook, you can always download the newest copy, and you'll have that. If you have the paperback, you might want to grab the ebook as well. So in the introduction chapter, I talk a little bit about Ansible and Red Hat and the history, and also DevOps. I think it's funny. I named my book Ansible for DevOps, partly because DevOps was beginning to be a very popular thing at that point. And also, like I said earlier, put stuff in the chat stream, and I will check on it throughout this video. And Jair asks if you're touching on network devices. I probably won't get specifically into networking in this initial series, but I will try to find ways to point you in the right direction for things that might have to do with networking, Windows, other things that I won't cover directly. But in the introduction, I mentioned that DevOps is kind of a loaded word. Some people call themselves DevOps engineers. Other people say that DevOps isn't a real thing, all this kind of stuff. And in the book, I make the point that DevOps, to me, is more of a philosophy than necessarily a job position or a role. It's the philosophy that your development and operations are really tied together. And that's becoming even more so today when developers might be managing build tools and things like, with Docker containers being pushed up into Kubernetes clusters, and with applications using a newer kind of a microservices architecture, or even if it's a monolith with split up code base, all the different ways that deployments happen. A lot of times development has to account for the operational capacity of running the things that are developed. So in that sense, I think it's a good word and a good movement to get around, to be able to have development and operations be intermixed. There's still always going to be a need for SREs and sysadmins who are kind of running the servers and making sure applications work. And there's developers who specialize in building the applications. But it's more and more integrated these days. And I think that's a good thing. And then with Ansible's history, Ansible started out, it started out as a small project that was, the goal of it was initially kind of like an offshoot of a thing called Func, which would allow you to run commands on multiple servers. And an interesting thing about the word Ansible, if you don't know what that is, and if you Google it, there's a few different things with Ansible. If you Google it, I think there's a festival somewhere in South America, like Ansible Fest, which is funny because we have a festival for Ansible called Ansible Fest. And so when you search that timeline on Instagram, you see like some people partying and then other people partying who are not quite the same kind of partying. But Ansible is a device that was in the book Ender's Game. That it's a sci-fi book from, I don't remember when it was published, but it's a relatively modern sci-fi book. And the Ansible is a device that lets you communicate instantaneously with other devices throughout the universe without any delays, no, not even the speed of light. It's like instant communication. So the idea was that you can instantly communicate with all your servers from your local machine or from a CI machine or from Ansible Tower or something like that using Ansible, which is the device that communicates with them all. And Func and Ansible itself, if you just use the Ansible command, can run commands on servers using an inventory, which we'll describe in a couple minutes. But some of the goals of Ansible are that it's clear, fast, complete, efficient, and secure. Those are the things that I put in the book. The idea is that it's easy to learn and pick up quickly, especially if you're used to shell scripting or any kind of basic automation. It's complete in that it has everything included with it. And that's an interesting thing that I'll get into later on. The idea is that it has its batteries included, because when you install Ansible, you get something like 4,000 or 5,000 different modules that do all these different things with networking, with Windows, with Linux servers, even Mac, with Homebrew and things like that. It's also efficient because you don't need to install extra stuff and have them running on your servers. Ansible uses SSH, or we'll get into it, other communication methods to communicate with the servers natively without having to install a daemon that's running on the servers or have an open port on your servers just for the automation tool. It's also secure because of the fact that it uses secure transport protocols. And there's minutiae that we could get into later. But a couple more interesting bits of trivia is that up until Ansible 2, major releases were named after Led Zeppelin songs. And in let's see. In up until version 2, it was Van Halen, and version 2 on, it's Led Zeppelin songs. You might not see that day to day using Ansible, but it's a fun thing to think about. I actually named some releases of another project I work on called Drupal VM after songs from Tron. I exhausted all of the Tron Legacy, or the Tron original 1972 songs by Wendy Carlos, but I have now I'm using the songs from Tron Legacy from Daft Punk. So fun things that you can do in your project. Ansible was founded a little bit after the project was started, and then Ansible was actually bought by Red Hat in 2015. And if you follow the news, Red Hat was acquired by IBM in 2018, I think. It might have been last year. I don't know. Time flies, and the past few weeks have been a little bit crazy anyways. Anyway, so at this point, Red Hat is in charge of Ansible. And Ansible integrates a lot into the Red Hat ecosystem, which makes sense because Red Hat integrates with like everything in the world of Linux and cloud computing and all that. And another thing to note in the introduction is that all the examples that we'll be doing in this book and in this video series are linked from the book's website. So if you go to the code sample section, this is a GitHub repository. It's open source. You can download it. You can fork it and do whatever you want with it. Most of the examples are in here. And on the README, it has a mapping of which chapter the example comes from. I'm actually working on moving some more examples from the book into the repository so you can grab them easily. And hello to everybody saying hi. It's good to see you guys. And it looks like we have a good representation from all around the world, which is pretty awesome. There's also some other things that if you're getting started with Ansible, it's good to know about. One is obviously docs.ansible.com, not docs.ansible.com. Has all of the official documentation for pretty much all of the Ansible ecosystem. And there's lots of great documentation here. My book is not meant to be like a documentation guide. It's meant to be a more practical set of examples to get you started quickly. But the documentation has a lot of good, it has videos, it has information about Ansible Tower, which we'll get into much later in the book, and networking. I know someone mentioned networking earlier. There's documentation for it, and also using content off Ansible Galaxy. All these different things are documented here. And this has grown quite a bit since I started, and it's a great resource. There's a great team of people at Red Hat that work on this documentation, make it one of the best open source documentation sets I've ever used. There's also a mailing list, Ansible project mailing list. I think it's on GitHub, or not GitHub, on Google Mail, Gmail, or what is it? Google Groups. That's what it is. All these resources are in the Ansible community guide, which is on ansible.com. But this mailing list is good for asking general questions or getting general feedback. There's also an Ansible development mailing list. These are good resources. And they're pretty active too. So a lot of communities, you put out an email and you'll never get a response. But here, a lot of times you get some good responses, sometimes from other people with the same problems. And someone mentioned IBM acquired Red Hat in 2019. Yes, that is true. Someone's saying hello from Acquia. Hi. That was I worked at Acquia in the past, so it's good to see some good former coworkers coming in from there. There's also a lot of other guides. If you Google, if you go to the Ansible community section, there's a lot of guides for all the different things you can do in Ansible once you start realizing how awesome it is. There's also the Ansible blog, which is the inside playbook, I think, blog.ansible.com, maybe not. Yeah, well, Ansible blog. We'll go back to the old Google. The Inside Playbook has a lot of good resources, a lot of good articles, and it kind of keeps you up to date when there's major changes in the Ansible ecosystem. There's a good article on here with Ansible Collections, which is a big change that's, I'll mention it from time to time in the book. For this video series, I'm talking about Ansible 2.9, which is the current version of Ansible. In Ansible 2.10, some things will start changing with the way that content is delivered. Earlier, I said something about batteries included. The way that Ansible is distributed will change a little bit so that it's mostly batteries included, but there are ways that you can make it so that you can kind of get Ansible without the batteries included too. Anyway, so let's move on and get started with using Ansible. The first chapter gets into basically how you're going to do your first work with Ansible and see kind of how it works, how it interacts with your servers. And the reason I start here is because I think a lot of people that come into Ansible or Chef or Puppet or any kind of automation work, they realize, that they have what we call snowflake servers. And a snowflake server is a server that, I'm going to get back to my page here. A snowflake server is something that you set up by hand, or you have manual processes involved in managing that server, and you can't get that server back to a clean state with a click of a button or running one command. You might have to do a bunch of steps or use a runbook to get that server back into a good state. So that a lot of times the motivation for automation is you want to get the ability to have servers set up and spin up new servers, or build containers, or build AMIs or images for your servers that are able to be put up very quickly, especially if you need to scale up and scale down, if you run web applications or have jobs that need to be able to spin up new servers quickly. And so there's a lot of different tools for it. I mentioned earlier there's CF Engine, Puppet, and Chef are three of the big ones that were out in the time that Ansible came into existence. Salt Stack is another one that came out around the same time as Ansible and actually has a lot of similarities to Ansible, although there's also plenty of differences there too. But it's, I guess Salt and Ansible are two of the more, what I would call the modern YAML-based systems for configuration management. And one of the things I liked about Ansible was the fact that I could take my shell scripts and shell commands and things that I already knew how to do and just kind of move them into Ansible and let Ansible run them for me. And I didn't have to learn about Ansible's modules. I didn't have to learn Python. I didn't have to learn any special syntax. All I had to learn was how to run that command on my servers. And the first thing that you need to do to be able to do that is install Ansible. There's a ton of different ways to install Ansible, but the way that I like and I use on almost every server that I've installed Ansible on, in my local machine, my Mac, my Windows machine, is using pip, which is a Python package library manager. And if you're using, if it's 2020 like it is now, you should probably start using Python 3 because Python 2 has been deprecated, but there's still cases where people use Python 2. And in the Python language, there's pip, which is the Python 2 version, or pip 3, which I'm using because I'm using Python 3 now. So I'm going to say pip 3 install Ansible. And that's going to install the full set of everything in Ansible. It's going to install the Ansible command, the Ansible playbook command for running playbooks, which we'll get into a little later. It's going to install inventory management commands and documentation commands, all the things that we'll get into throughout this book. And it installs Ansible plus all the packages it relies on. So the first time you do this, it might take a few minutes to download and install everything. And if you have problems with it, sometimes that's related to your Python environment on your computer. You might be using a Python version that's built into your computer and it has issues with permissions, and you might be tempted to run sudo pip install Ansible, and that might or might not make it work. But that's something that I won't get into in this particular video because we could go down a deep rabbit hole with Python environment management. Hello also to someone's from Argentina, the Netherlands. I was going to wear my Holland, my Netherlands soccer jersey today, but instead I have this boring blue shirt. But maybe I'll wear that in another future episode here. So Ansible's installed now. And I installed it via pip, and if I run Ansible -- version, I can check and make sure that it's running. And when I do that, it also gives me some information about how Ansible's running, which package it's using, where the executable is, what the Python version is that Ansible sees. And if you're running Ansible, if you're a Python developer, so I'm not a Python developer, but if you're a Python developer and you use PyEnvironment or some other tool to manage your Python environments, this stuff can be a lot more helpful to make sure you're running in the right setup and not running in the wrong place. Because in Python, you might have like 5 installations of Python at a time running. And someone asked about Miniconda, Anaconda, all that. I am, like I said, I'm not a Python developer, and I'm sure a lot of people on this watching this are not Python developers. And if you're not, you might not want to dive straight into the world of Python environment management. And I don't particularly. I think what I did was I used Homebrew. So on the Mac, it's brew install Python 3 or something like that. That's how I installed my Python environment, and I'm happy with it, and it works, and I only use a few different things. If you're a Python developer, dive into all that stuff and figure it out. The next step here is I want to start running a command on servers. So I actually set up in Amazon, in my Amazon Web Services account, I set up a little EC2 server. I'm on their free tier because I'm saving money. I set up a little T2 microserver, and this is its public IP address. I also made sure it has a security group that has port 22 open, but this could be a server anywhere. It could be a server in DigitalOcean. It could be a server running in your house. It could be a Raspberry Pi. All that I need to do is make sure that the server is on and has SSH available. And by default, it's a CentOS server. So in Amazon, if you want to log into that server, you need to make sure you have the key pair downloaded on your computer and added in your keychain. And then I can log into it right now using SSH. CentOS is the default user at that IP address. And now I'm logged into it. And you can also see that I'm in St. Louis, Missouri, using Charter, which I don't particularly like Charter, but it's working right now. So what can I say? So I'm going to exit out of that server, but I can log into it by SSH. And that's all that Ansible needs to do to be able to log into all your servers. There's other ways to connect to other types of things, network devices and Windows and all that. But this book is targeted at Linux administration. So I'm going to be able to connect to that server with Ansible because I can already connect to it with SSH. So we've gotten Ansible installed. If you're on Windows, so if you're on Mac or Linux, pip is the easiest way. If you're on Windows, there's actually a few different ways you can do it. I recommend using the Windows subsystem for Linux. Hopefully the WSL2 will come out soon. If you're watching this video after the stream is over, it might actually be out by now. But it's easier to manage things that way inside of that Linux subsystem environment because it's basically Linux inside of Windows. So you can install it the same way using pip. You might have to install the Python 3-pip package using apt. But once it's installed, you can run pip3 install Ansible and get it. And there's also a lot of different ways to install Ansible that I didn't cover that the book actually goes through. You can find those in the book or look online at ansible.com. Well, it's in the documentation. Just search install Ansible. So the first thing that we need to do to get Ansible to know about the server, so I know it because I know the IP address here, we need to create an inventory file. An inventory file just says, hey, Ansible, here's the servers that I'm working on. And in this case, we just have one server. So I'm going to go into my sites directory where I have my projects and make a new folder called chapter 1. I'm going to go into that folder, chapter 1, and I'm going to make an inventory file. So I'm going to say touch inventory. Then I'm going to open this folder in my text editor, which is Sublime Text. And the inventory file is empty. It uses, by default, inventory files use an INI style syntax. It's not exactly INI syntax, but it's close enough. And the way that it works is you set up a group, an inventory group of servers. So I'm going to call this example because it's an example. And then you list all the servers beneath that group. So in the example group, I just have this one server right now, the EC2 server. Daniel says in the chat, I recommend installing Linux over Windows as the first step. Yeah, that's an option for some people, I guess. So here's my inventory file, and this is basically telling Ansible I have a group of servers called example. And in this case, there's just one server in that group with this IP address. You can put in IP address, you can put in a host name, whatever it is, however you reach that server when you call it via SSH. I'm going to save that inventory file. And now Ansible knows about that server. So what I can do is I can say Ansible, oops, I think I hit escape, Ansible, and then you pass the inventory file to it. So -i inventory, that tells Ansible where the inventory file is for your servers. And then I can say example, which is the group of servers I'm operating on, and then -m ping. And this tells Ansible to use its ping module to ping the servers. And then I'm going to say use the user CentOS because that's who I logged in as. And when Ansible comes back, it says it was successful connecting to that server. There were no changes made on the server. This will be important for something I'll mention in a bit. And when it pings the server, it got a pong back. And it also is telling me that it found Python on the server, which is great. One quick note is I said that Ansible's agentless, and it doesn't require anything special to be installed on the servers. That's mostly true, but you do need Python, a version of Python, to be installed on the servers, which probably 95 to 98% of servers out there have Python on them already. So this isn't going to be a problem. But if you do have a server out there that doesn't have any Python available on it, you might need to make sure that those servers have Python available for Ansible to be able to interact with them, because it sends over a Python module, it runs it, and then it gets the results back. Anyway, so we've just used Ansible to communicate with that server instead of using SSH, but Ansible actually uses SSH in the background. You might think also this is kind of annoying that I had to put in like the inventory is here and I had to put in the username. You can actually put some of these things into the inventory file. Like I can put Ansible SSH user in here to tell it what SSH user to use. And I can also set up an ansible.cfg file, which I'll do now, to give Ansible some general configuration directives. So I'm going to create an ansible.cfg. And then in here, I'm going to override Ansible's defaults. And I'm going to set, I think it's inventory equals inventory. Let's see if that works. So now I don't have to specify that inventory file. And all of the directives that you can put into your Ansible configuration are available online. If you search for Ansible configuration, the Ansible documentation has that. So I'm going to save that and close it, save the inventory file. So another few notes about this. So I put in here -u sent to us. You can also specify if you don't have key-based authentication. So I'm using the SSH key, or what is it? I forget what Amazon calls it, the key pair. I'm using a key pair or an SSH key to connect to the server. If you want to use password-based authentication, you can actually do that. And I think the flag for that is -k. I have it in the book. You can use -k, and you can also say --ask pass to provide the password in the command line instead of having it in your prompt and in your history. But it's a lot better to use SSH keys if you're not familiar with them. There's some links in the book. You can also, I usually link to Ubuntu's documentation because it's the most complete and simple, I think. But the idea is that you have a private key on your computer and you put the public key pair onto the server so that you can connect from your computer to that server securely using key-based authentication, which is a little easier to use and also easier to automate than using passwords. And it's more secure than having passwords being transported all over the place. It's nice that we can see that we can ping the server, but that's not very useful. One thing that I actually do use, these are called ad hoc commands, and ad hoc is Latin for to this or for this or something like that. I took Latin and I'm already forgetting all of it back in college and high school. But anyway, these commands basically run something against a server. And so I'm going to run the command free-h, which is going to give me the free memory space descriptions on the server. You can see it doesn't have any swap space, but it has a gig of memory and it has 800 megs or 750 megs free, so it has a lot of space available. Sometimes when I'm diagnosing a problem, I might run this against a set of servers just to see, is one of them overloaded? Is one of them having some processes that are locked, that kind of thing. You can also, a lot of times I run a command like date against a set of servers because sometimes you notice one is doing weird things, and probably half the time it's due to either DNS being the problem, as they say, DNS, it can't be DNS. It's never DNS, it was DNS. Same thing with dates. If the date gets out of sync on your servers, sometimes you can have weird problems with databases and other applications. That's happened in the past for me, and then you have to figure out why that server is not connecting to NTP, that kind of thing. So you can run commands using Ansible that way. And at this point, we're able to basically run any command that we want. And you might notice too that in this first command, I used -m ping, and I didn't have any -a argument. So -m tells Ansible what module to use, and -a gives arguments for the module. So if you don't pass any module, then Ansible defaults to -m command, which is the command module that runs a command on the server. But Ansible, as I said, has thousands of modules, and you can use any module that you want on the command line like this using ad hoc tasks. What is in the example file again? Examples of variable. Oh, so yeah, I'll clarify that here. So in this command, the first thing is Ansible. You're calling Ansible to run a task on a host or on a set of hosts. Example here refers to the group in your inventory. So that's example here. I could also specify this server in particular instead of example, but I'm just saying whatever servers are in the example group. Run this command on all those servers. This is the argument passed to the command module. That's the default if you don't specify a module. And use the user sent to us to connect. And then Ansible will use whatever settings are in my SSH config and use any keys that are in my SSH keychain locally. So that is that. And we've hit the end of chapter 1, and it's good timing too. I was hoping we'd be able to get through chapter 2 today, and it looks like we will be able to. Yeah, and Gaurav is saying you haven't passed the M module. And like I said, the main thing is you can pass, I could pass -m command here, but the point is that Ansible defaults to the command module if you don't pass a module. So if I do this, this will run the exact same thing as the above command because it defaults to the command module. And of course, it's being a little slower, probably because it's getting later in the stream and my CPU is starting to fall over and die. So let's move on. And in chapter 2, I start talking about ways that you can develop infrastructure locally without doing it in the cloud. A lot of times, like if I'm working on an airplane or something, I'll be able to do this stuff, and you can work very fast unless you need to download things over the internet. And you probably shouldn't be on airplanes right now anyway, so I shouldn't talk about that example. But if you're in a local environment, you can do things a lot faster a lot of times than working through the cloud and interacting with servers that are farther from your computer. So I usually use Vagrant to build virtual machines locally. And it's interesting, a lot of people earlier on in the kind of revolution of configuration management, a lot of people still would not have necessarily like a development set of servers that they would work on when they're automating them, and then production. They would work on some automation in production, or they would work on a new server automating it, and then they'd kind of like let it sit there and be very careful with it. And so you're still working with Snowflake servers in that case. So I like to always start by building a local virtual machine or a local Docker container, and then I start automating inside of it. Once I'm done with that, I delete everything, and then I start it up again and make sure that everything's the same, and then I keep doing that. And whenever I come back to a project, I can quickly come back to it. Vagrant is extremely helpful for that. And Vagrant's a little bit of an older tool, but it's still extremely useful for building local virtual machines and building in the automation workflow to test them and make sure they're working. And then it can also work with cloud machines too. Jair, sorry if I'm butchering your name there, is also mentioning for networks you use -K so that you can use passwords. So there are a lot of cases where you can't use SSH. And in those cases, yeah, you do need to use different command line flags to be able to send in a password. You can also use a password file on your system so that Ansible doesn't need to ask you for a password, so it's still automatable. And Waleed mentions from what I was mentioning with the airplane, stay home, work from home, wash your hands. Yes, make sure that we work to get rid of this crazy coronavirus. For anybody watching this video in the next decade, it probably won't be relevant in a few years, but still, if you really want to relive the old days, this video was made in the midst of one of the most crazy timelines of my life, of all this corona stuff, all the coronavirus stuff going on. The first sign of how serious it was getting was when I was noticing what was going on in China. And then I also saw that they canceled all of the professional sports in America. Things were starting to get serious. And now it's kind of sad. There's a lot of people are having their lives affected in very bad ways for various reasons and various things, not just the virus itself. So I pray for them. As I mentioned in an earlier video, I'm a Catholic, so I'm going to pray for you whether you like it or not. But anyway, hopefully things will get better. And I mean, things will get better, but hopefully that happens soon and doesn't have too much of a human toll on it. But that's part of the reason I'm doing this video. So let's move along. So I also use Vagrant most of the time with VirtualBox. There's actually different ways to use Vagrant. You can use it with Amazon EC2 instances. You can use it with Docker. You can use it with, what is it? There's a lot of different virtualization tools out there. VMware Fusion on your local machine. But I use it with VirtualBox mostly because VirtualBox is easy to get on Windows, Mac, or Linux, even if it's not necessarily the most optimal on Linux versus some other solutions. It works really well, and there's tons and tons of what Vagrant calls base boxes available. There's base boxes for every known operating system that I've ever seen, and there's lots of different ones that you can download from the community, and you can build your own. And we're not going to work on building our own base box right now, but I actually maintain a bunch and use a lot of them in this book for like things like CentOS 7, CentOS 8, CentOS 6 even. I still maintain one for that, Debian 8, 9, and 10, Ubuntu 16, 18, and now 20, Fedora, whatever system that you want to use in your production servers, chances are there's a base box available for it that you can use without much work. And so to get started with Vagrant, you can download it from vagrantup.com, or if you use a package manager like Homebrew on Mac, you can do brew install Vagrant. And then you also need VirtualBox, which you can download from virtualbox.org. And I already have those downloaded and installed because they're a little bit bigger and take a little longer to install. Didn't want to spend time just sitting watching them install on this stream. But VirtualBox and Vagrant are both upgraded pretty regularly. So you want to make sure you always have the latest versions of both. Because sometimes like when a new version of Mac OS or a new version of Windows comes out, things can break. And if you're on an older version, you're going to have a painful experience. So once you have those downloaded and installed, I'll just run vagrant -- version to make sure it's installed. And it's version 2.2.7, which is the latest version. You can start using them to build local virtual machines. I'll go ahead and close that window out. So I'm going to close this. And for the first server that we're going to do, I'm just going to create a quick CentOS 7 VM. And I'm going to make that in a new directory. So make dir chapter 2, because that's where we are right now. Chapter 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the command vagrant init, which creates a new Vagrant environment using what's called a Vagrant file. The Vagrant file tells Vagrant about what kind of environment you want, how you want it to be set up, how you want its networking to be set up, all that kind of stuff. But we're just going to use the defaults for now. So I'm going to say vagrant init geerling_guy /CentOS 7. And it's going to create a Vagrant file. I'm going to close this chapter window. And I can close that. I don't need it anymore. And I'm going to open this folder. And you can see the Vagrant file it just created, which is right here. And Vagrant files are in Ruby. So you don't really have to know Ruby to be able to work with them. But if you want to do a lot of powerful things, you might need to know a little bit of Ruby syntax. But at its very basic level, the Vagrant file tells Vagrant what box to use. So in this case, CentOS 7. And you can find more boxes by going to this URL, vagrantcloud.com/search. Of course, since I closed that browser window, it went to my other screen. And like I said, you can find boxes for pretty much any OS that you could ever imagine. So if you wanted to use Ubuntu 20.04, which is not yet released, but will be extremely soon, you can find that. Here's my box that I just released a couple days ago. So you can use any kind of box that you want in your local environments. I'm going to use CentOS 7 just because it's stable and will probably still be working in 3-4 years, since CentOS and Red Hat versions are supported practically forever. And that's all it has in this file. It just says that this is the box to use. So once I have that, I can run the command vagrant up, and that's going to download the box if you don't have it on your computer already. I think I already have this box on my computer, so it doesn't have to re-download it. And then it's going to start a VirtualBox machine with that VM running. And while it's doing that, I'm going to glance at the chat because I noticed somebody's putting some new things in here. Default file directory structure to your Ansible project code. I will get into that, not in this video, but as we get into playbooks, I'm going to start talking about that. But at a very basic level, I usually have an inventory file and a main playbook, usually called main.yaml, and then a README file that has all the information about how to use the project and what it's for. And if you have roles and collections and things like that, those will all be in there too. But I'll get into that as we get into further into the book. Internet of Things devices. There are ways to do it. You can use Ansible with any kind of connection. If your computer can connect to another device, no matter what transport it is, chances are there's already a module or a plugin for Ansible to be able to connect to it, connection plugin. But if there's not, you could write one, depending on if it's something that, basically, if your computer can communicate with it, Ansible could be made to communicate with it. However, you might also need to be able to run commands on it in a different way than just using Python. So, you know, you can talk about that later. You might want to pop that onto a mailing list and see what other people are thinking, because people do use Ansible for Internet of Things quite a bit. Need a playbook to see VMs and see what things don't have space. One thing is that Ansible is not necessarily the best tool for monitoring, but if you wanted to check on which devices don't have much space, you could use those ad hoc commands. So you can put an inventory file out, or we'll get into this later again, have a dynamic inventory that pulls all the information out of your hosting system, or like EC2 or vCenter, and then it would look at all the servers and run that command and give you the output. But we'll get into more advanced inventories later. Do anything else? If you can script, you can do it with Ansible. That's basically what I said. Yeah. If your computer can do it already, there's chances are there's already something for Ansible to do that you just need to install, or it might already be built into Ansible. And you can do inventory via other mechanisms. I'm just showing the INI style method, which is not truly INI, but it's very much like INI. You can also use YAML, and there's other ways to do it too. And there's plugins to interact with EC2 and DigitalOcean, all these different hosting providers out there, Azure and Google Cloud. And someone asked, what does Sublime do? Or what does subl do? So on the Mac, opens the file in the Finder wherever you are in the terminal. So I use that a lot if I need to get into here and find out what's in there. And then Sublime has a shortcut. Sublime Text, that's my editor that I use, has a shortcut to open the folder in Sublime. So here's this directory. If I say ls, you can see there's the Vagrant file. Anything else? Yeah, and if you want the book, it's free. I forgot to mention that it shows up with what the default price is. And if you want to grab it for free, just drag the slider, and you need to have JavaScript enabled. I know this audience probably has a number of people that don't have JavaScript enabled in their browser. You live with the pain just so that you can protect the privacy in your CPU a little bit more. Anyway, you have to have JavaScript enabled, and then you can drag the slider over to 0. I think that's all the questions that I saw really quick. And I'll also try to go back and make sure that I answer anything I missed. But we have a VM running now. And if I run Vagrant SSH, that's a shortcut that Vagrant uses to let me SSH into the VM that I just set up. And by default, it sets up a host-only network so you can connect to it, but other computers outside your computer can't see this VM. And this connects me to SSH. If I want to also see how to connect to it, so if I wanted to just use SSH itself, I can say Vagrant SSH config, and that's going to give me some information about how to connect to that VM from elsewhere. And it basically gives you the different instructions. I could put this in my SSH config file to be able to connect just by SSHing to the server name. There's also, I think, actually by default, it doesn't set up, I guess, a virtual private network on an interface like 192 dot something, or I think on my network it's 100.0.10. whatever, or 10. whatever. It's a local private network. It doesn't do that by default, so you have to tell it to do that. But anyway, so now I can also do things like Vagrant halt shuts down the VM. Vagrant destroy deletes the VM, all these different things. And The next step that I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to say I want to use Ansible with this Vagrant VM because I want to start doing some development. I want to develop a playbook that works on a CentOS 7 server, and I'm going to use Vagrant to run that playbook. Vagrant lets me, without having to configure all of this in an Ansible inventory, I can just tell Vagrant, hey, I have this playbook. I want you to run this playbook on the server, and it takes care of those details for me. And to do that, I just go in the Vagrant file. I'm going to clear out all of the extra comments that we don't need, just to make this Vagrant file a little simpler. And all I need to do is put in a little configuration. Config.vm.provision is a provisioner for Vagrant. You can actually use a lot of different provisioners. You can use a shell script provisioner, Chef, Puppet, Ansible. There's other ones too. But I'm going to use Ansible for this one. Do Ansible. And then I'm going to say the Ansible playbook to use is playbook.yaml, and then end. Now you might be wondering, where is this playbook.yaml? Well, we haven't created it yet, so I'll go ahead and do that. I'll do it here, touch playbook.yaml. And in the playbook, I'm going to make a really simple Ansible playbook. We'll get deeper into playbooks later, but for now, I'm basically going to tell Ansible what to do. It's the same thing as running Ansible commands, ad hoc commands individually on the command line, but I'm going to describe them in a format that Ansible can run them one by one in sequence. So first, I'm going to say the hosts that I want Ansible to operate on are all the hosts that it's available. And Vagrant will intelligently tell Ansible about all the hosts that are available, which in this case is just this one host that it's connecting to. I'm going to say become yes, and I'll describe why I'm doing this in a minute. Then I'm going to give Ansible a list of tasks. The first one is these servers might be used for database or something. So I want to make sure the time is synchronized. So I'm going to say ensure NTP is installed. And I'm going to say, I'm going to use Ansible's yum module, and I'll talk about how this all works in a minute. Name equals NTP, state present. And somebody I'm sure is going to mention the fact that CentOS 7 uses cronid by default. We can talk about that later. And then I'm also going to make sure that ensure NTP is running. It's not very useful if it's not actually running and synchronizing time. So I'm going to say service name equals NTP D state started enabled. Yes, and I'll get into that in a minute. So I have this playbook, which I'll describe in a second. And Vagrant can actually run this playbook against the server by running Vagrant provision. And when you do this, it's going to run any provisioners you have defined in the Vagrant file. Which I didn't save this Vagrant file, so it's probably not actually going to run that. Let's see what it does. Yeah, it didn't do it because I hadn't actually saved the Vagrant file, so I'll try this again. So Vagrant provision is going to pick up the fact that I want to run this Ansible playbook, and then it's going to grab this Ansible playbook and kind of put all the right things together for Ansible to run it. And of course, it's going to throw out this little compatibility mode warning. Don't worry about that if you ever see it using Vagrant. I actually have an issue, and hopefully that will be removed soon. But it's going to run these two tasks against the server. And this playbook, we'll get a little bit more into playbooks in probably the next video because we're running up on time at this point. But the playbook is basically saying this is a play. Ansible playbooks have a list of plays. This is one play that starts with this list item, and the play has to tell Ansible what hosts it wants to operate on. In this case, it's all, or we could put 127.0.0.1 because that's the host that it's operating on. If we just wanted this play to affect one host. I also use become because this task, the yum task that's installing NTP, needs to be sudo, or it needs to be the root user. The basic user that Vagrant uses in its system is called Vagrant, and it doesn't have the rights to install packages and make changes that the root user needs to do. So become says, run this playbook as sudo, or becoming the sudo user, whoever that is. And by default, it uses sudo. There's actually other ways to elevate your privileges in other systems. So Ansible has plugins for that too. And then once it connects and becomes the root user, it runs this task, which uses Ansible's yum module. The yum module manages packages, and you pass it a name of one or more packages to install, and then you pass it state equals present. I could also uninstall the package using state equals absent. And you can also upgrade modules using state equals latest. We'll get into that later. And then it runs the second task. Let's see. Well, that's annoying. I thought this worked earlier. Service name. That is kind of strange. I wonder if something's different with the version of Ansible I have installed today, because I've been installing and reinstalling Ansible a bunch. But anyway, this task uses the service module, Ansible service module, which translates behind the scenes, or it's supposed to translate behind the scenes. This looks like something's going wrong. That I want the NTPD service started, so I want it to be running right now, and I want to enable it. Is it enabled? Yeah, that's the problem. I had a typo in my playbook. And sometimes, so this is one complaint that sometimes you'll get with starting out in Ansible. The error messages are not necessarily that good sometimes, and you might end up realizing later on that you actually had a typo in your playbook. But anyway, so this task uses Ansible service module to behind the scenes see if it's running with like sysvinit or systemd or whatever service manager there is, and it makes sure that the service is running and makes sure that it's also enabled. Now, something I haven't mentioned yet, but is going to be very important in our Ansible journey is idempotence. And I think that's how you say the word. And it's not really in a lot of dictionaries, but the idea of idempotence, or something being idempotent, is you can run it once or 1,000 times and it won't affect a change after that first time that it makes all the changes. So you can see the first time that I ran it up here, it showed that this task resulted in a change. And then in the output below, it says there was one thing changed. And there's also something that failed, unfortunately. And it failed again here. But the second time, it didn't report a change because NTP was already installed. So Ansible checks, hey, is it already installed? Yes, okay, I don't need to do anything, and it reports no changes. And so this third one, it actually, since I fixed my typo, it shows that something did change, but it still says that this has not changed. So if I run this again, since I'm using Ansible's modules that are intelligent enough to know when to make changes and when to not make changes, this time it should report no changes, and it should say that everything is okay. There's three okay tasks, no changes, nothing failed, assuming that nothing fails with this VM right now. You can look up here and see my CPUs are all kind of working like crazy right now. Whenever you're running a bunch of VMs locally and doing a live stream, it's not very good for an old laptop. But you can see that it says that nothing's changed. And this is very helpful because later on we'll talk about using Ansible for CI and CD. You can actually have playbooks like this that are run on a cron timer, like run it every day or run it every hour. Run it every week, and you can verify things. Like you can verify that nobody's accidentally changed configurations, because Ansible will say, hey, this changed. You can flag that in your CI system or an Ansible tower and say, we need to check on the server because something's happened to it that's outside of our automation. That's something that's very useful to be able to do. Similarly, and this is way later on, Ansible operators can also use this principle in a Kubernetes cluster, running your applications to check on them and make sure that they're healthy. In tandem with Kubernetes, and you can do some extra special checks for that too. So idempotence is important, and that's one reason it's good to always use Ansible's modules when you can, because that way you're able to rely on the fact that Ansible can track changes on your systems. And somebody also popped into the live chat the actual definition of idempotence, and I think I actually have that somewhere in the book. I think it's earlier in the preface or something, but you can go back and find where that is if you want. But yes, let's see. So going through the playbook in the book, I mentioned a few other things. There's also another word on idempotence. So you could, in an Ansible, if you wanted to run a command, you could just say command yum install -y ntp. This would be the equivalent of the above, but only for the first time. The problem is if I go up here and I run this playbook again, it's going to run this second task, and it's going to say it changed, because every time you run this, Ansible or whatever other system doesn't know whether or not a change happened here. It probably didn't if NTP was already installed, but it doesn't know that. Yum is not intelligent enough to output something that says this changed versus didn't change anything. So if you wanted to make this idempotent, you can actually use Ansible's shell module. And in YAML, this little bar here means everything after it should be on different lines, and you can actually inline a shell script in Ansible. So I could write basically check if this is actually installed yet. -QA grep -QW NTP, then yum install -y NTP. So I could actually inline the shell script and use the output here to be able to determine if this changed or not. But this is kind of obtuse syntax, and it's not immediately obvious unless you're like a shell script guru what this is actually doing, versus saying, hey, I want to make sure that this package is installed. So that's one thing with playbooks that's nice about using Ansible's modules. And I have an example in the book of turning this into an idempotent bash script, but that is actually like 8 lines long, and it's just really annoying to do it that way all the time. And until I learned about Ansible, I was actually doing this. I had a lot of shell scripts that were somewhat idempotent because I liked being able to run them multiple times on my servers, but being able to maintain that, it was really hard. And Ansible takes that effort and puts it into Python modules that are pretty well tested and maintained, and you can kind of offload all of that and abstract it into these statements, which in my opinion are a lot easier to use. And if you're somebody who likes having fewer lines of code, you can even take out these comments. So I can take out the name comments here, and this is also the exact same equivalent playbook. I could run it the same way and it would work the same, but Ansible itself in the documentation says this many times, and I believe it too. It's best to have the documentation in your playbooks and in your code. So Ansible lets you name anything, including plays. So I can say name, ensure NTP is installed. And now it's obvious what the intent of this particular task is because it has a name. And the other nice thing is if you don't have a name, it just says task yum. And you're like, okay, I don't know what that is. And you could give verbosity and see exactly what's happening. But if I have a name for it and I run it, it says task, and then it has the name of it up here, ensure NTP is installed. So it's better for the output. It's better for the documentation in line with the code. And you can also name plays like this. So I could say name set up NTP on all servers. And now my play is going to be named as well. Right now we're going to be dealing mostly with playbooks with one play in them. And that's what most playbooks will be probably. But sometimes you'll have multiple plays in a playbook, and it's good to name them too. Let's see. There's a few more things here. Aaron asks, how can I help keep the lights on? Yeah, I mean, definitely if you're buying the book and you can pay for it and all that, that's great. That would be awesome. There's actually other ways to help. And since it's 11 o'clock and since I finished this task here, the last thing that I'll do here is vagrant destroy. Because I don't want to have this VM running on my computer this whole time. But we have a playbook running. Next week, we'll get into a little bit more advanced usage of ad hoc, whatever commands. And we'll get into playbooks a little bit more, get a lot deeper than this really simple example. But to that question about how can I help, how can I make sure that these streams keep going on, even if I end up in some weird situation, you can actually sponsor me. So if I GitHub sponsors, it's somewhere here. You can sponsor me on GitHub if you want. That would be really awesome to see. I have some sponsors. They're very helpful in helping with all my open source work. In addition to this video series and the books, I maintain 200 or so projects on GitHub. And I'd love to keep doing that. And the more sponsors I have, the more time I can devote to that. You can also support me on Patreon. Another thing is below me, there's a subscribe button on YouTube. If you subscribe on YouTube, that actually helps a little bit with my ability to get a little bit of ad revenue. It's like a few pennies per video, but anything counts, and there's also a notification button if you want to get notifications. I hate notifications. I don't recommend it, but if you like notifications, you do you. And you can also hit the like button on this video, I guess. There's my YouTuber spiel, I guess. But I would say at this point, I'm doing okay, and I hope you are too. the main reason I put out the book for free and I'm doing this video series is because I want to help people that aren't doing so well. And I hope that, if that's you, please feel free to take advantage of whatever you can for free at this point. And, if someday you can pay it forward, that's great. If not, I hope that you are in a better place in the future. How can you get the physical book? Someone asks. If you go to AnsibleForDevOps.com, you can buy it on Amazon. So there's 3 places I publish, Amazon, LeanPub, and iTunes. And on LeanPub and iTunes, you can get book updates a little easier. But if you want the paperback, it's available on Amazon and should be able to ship pretty quickly still. It's saying that you can still deliver by April 24. I know some books take longer to ship, but somehow my book has missed that cut and you can get it in a couple days in most parts of the world. And any other questions or notes here? Someone's asking about editors and things. I'm using Sublime Text and it has built-in YAML support. It has a lot of different languages. It also has Jinja 2, which is nice. We'll get into that later on in the series, which is the templating language that Ansible uses. But VS Code has good support for Ansible and YAML and things, and so does Vim and some other tools. Basically, any editor supports YAML files these days, and that's most of what Ansible does. Anything else? Let's see. Thank you. And yeah. And also alternate days. So Serbi asks again, sorry if I butcher your name. I'm one of the worst people at reading people's names probably in the world. So it's no offense to you. Can I do alternate days? I'm going to plan on doing these on Wednesdays, but I'm going to make sure that I record all of them. This will be available on the YouTube channel within minutes after I finish the recording. And I'm going to make sure that they're all up there, and I'm going to put them all together in a blog post so that you can refer back to them. So please feel free to look back at these videos and hopefully you like it. And again, if you liked the video, you can hit the like button, whatever. But definitely do hit subscribe if you're interested in this series. I'm going to get a lot deeper into Ansible as time goes on. Thank you very much. And right at the end, someone has Terraform versus Ansible. We will probably get into that as well, but that is not something for a day one intro topic. But thank you everyone for being on this stream and for watching if you're not watching the live stream. And hopefully you guys are doing well. As I said earlier, this is a crazy time in our world. Definitely try to reach out to each other and help. Be a friend to people who might not have someone at their residence who's with them and keeping them company. Even if they do, a lot of us, if we have kids, they can kind of drive us insane. So it's nice to be able to talk to somebody who has the ability to have logic and reasoning. So reach out to your friends and coworkers during this time, and please stay safe and wash your hands. Avoid getting near other people. Let's conquer this crazy virus as soon as possible. Thanks. Let's see. Good morning. I need to make sure that the stream is actually working. I believe it is, but if you can see me or hear me, please say hi and chat really quick. Also, might as well say where you're from. Last week we had a lot of people from all over the world, and it was inspiring to see everybody kind of coming together and learning together. So it was definitely a fun and exciting stream for me, especially after the Drupal live stream, which is a little more humdrum and not as exciting and interesting because I'm fighting with Drupal's migration system. That's a lot fewer people are on that, so it's not as fun to see where everybody's from. It is fun, but anyway, it's exciting to see everybody. Cape Town, very nice. Colorado, up in the air, about a mile high. Albany, so looks like people from all over the place. As I promised last week, I'm wearing my Netherlands shirt today. This is one of my Netherlands shirts. The Geerling family hails from the southern part of the Netherlands, and been over there one time in my life. I almost had a chance to go there again this year, but of course, coronavirus, COVID-19 came into existence, and that squashed all hope. So maybe I'll get there in a year or two. We'll see. but I'm glad to be here with you today. And so far, knock on wood, haven't had too many ill effects due to coronavirus, though. It's kind of sad. I'm hearing a couple more stories of people being furloughed or experiencing layoffs, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing this particular live stream series and why I have the books free. And originally I announced that I was going to make my books free until the end of March. Last week, the CTO of Device 42 actually contacted me and said, "Hey, Jeff, I like what you're doing. I want to make it another month. How can we do that?" And I said, I'm open to any suggestions. And they basically are sponsoring me for this month to keep giving away my books for free, which is awesome. So if you know anybody that would benefit from Ansible for DevOps, which is this book, or Ansible for Kubernetes, please send them to my website, jeffgeerling.com. It has a link to those books. And tell them about this video streaming series and let them watch it. As a reminder, all these episodes will be recorded and available afterwards as well. But I also told Device 42 that I would give them a plug, because it's extremely generous what they're doing, and I'm very grateful. I've written so many times about the importance of supporting open source development, because the tools we use, Ansible and Kubernetes and Drupal, I use a lot. All these different tools that I use, so many of them are open source based on community development work. And most of the people that build these tools, some people are sponsored by a company or they work at a company full time and get to work on these things, but that's a very small percentage of the people that contribute to open source. And just like me, most people that do open source development have families. We have full-time jobs. We have a lot of things to do, and the open source work usually doesn't contribute back much to our bottom line. So I told Device 42 that I would give them a plug, and this is it. Ansible is great for driving IT automation, but to make the automation work, you need to make sure that you have an accurate real-time picture of all your IT infrastructure, and that's where Device 42 comes in. They provide comprehensive discovery of the entire IT estate from mainframes to Kubernetes. And just like Ansible, and this is the reason I like them more than a lot of other systems like theirs, is that it's agentless. Now, you can try it for free, download a trial at device42.com and see how it can take your Ansible automation to the next level. So thank you again to Device 42. And if you're benefiting from this and getting the free books and things, please reach out and give them a shout out on Twitter. They're at Device42. So thank you to them. And last week in in episode 1, we started off in the beginning of the Ansible for DevOps book, in the preface and introduction, introducing why Ansible exists, what it's for, and we started in chapter 1 and 2 doing very basic things, describing to Ansible an inventory of a server that we had running in Amazon EC2. And then we had a very, very basic playbook that installed NTP and got it running. It looks like there's a lot of, let's hope you don't support the Netherlands football team. I actually do. And the few times that it's ever happened that the Netherlands played the USA, I was always cheering for the Netherlands. Don't tell the US men's team that I did that. I'm very happy. And someone saying my Patreon link is a 504. I'll try to fix that later. And again, this is both being recorded and a live stream. So if you have a question in here, I try to go back through and look at the chat and answer anything that I didn't answer in the video. Sometimes sometimes the chat kind of gets away from me and I can't check it during the stream. So don't worry, I usually see anything that you're talking about. But I'm going to, in this episode, get more into ad hoc commands. And between last video and today, I actually looked it up. So this is the word ad hoc. And it sounds like in American English, it's pronounced ad hoc. And in British English, it's pronounced ad hoc. So I'm an American, so I'll say ad hoc. But if I say ad hoc, don't kill me. So anyway, these commands are a way for Ansible to quickly do a specific task or run a specific module on any servers in your Ansible inventory. And I put in here the title conducting an orchestra, because that's kind of a lot of things in Ansible. You're kind of being the conductor of the orchestra of all your servers. And the cool thing is you can operate on one server, you can operate on 10 servers, you can operate on hundreds of servers. And we're going to explore how Ansible treats all those different scenarios in this lesson. And Oliver's also mentioning with Patreon and all that, it might be loading okay or not. You might be having other connection issues. But yes, you can sponsor me on GitHub, which is very helpful. I have something like 20 people who are sponsoring me. There's, sponsorship ranges for any kind of amount. Somebody says New York English is ad hoc. Yeah, that's, and Boston would be like ad hoc, something like that. I actually have relatives in all these different places, so it'd be interesting to have them all read this and see what they say. But there's a lot of different things you can do with these kind of commands. Usually it's more useful to use a playbook, which we'll get into in the next chapter. But I often use ad hoc commands to check on resources or to get log files or things like that, just when I need to debug a situation. There's a lot of times, when you have a running server that it's doing something that you don't expect, or if you need the emergency, do a command on them, restart a service on all your servers or something like that. These can be helpful for that. But I've seen people do things like applying patches and updates with yum or apt, checking resource usage, checking log files, like I said, managing users and groups. You could have a situation where you need to quickly add or remove access for a particular user on your systems. You can use these for those. Managing host files and DNS settings, quickly copying a file to or from a server, deploying an application. This is something where it starts getting in the realm of you probably should be using playbooks for this stuff. Rebooting servers, that's something I do a lot. If there's a security update and it's really hot, like I remember for Heartbleed, that was the first one where it was like, I need to get all my servers upgraded immediately. I just went in and ran the command to run upgrades and reboot immediately. And that was extremely helpful for me because I didn't have to write a playbook and test the playbook and then do all that. And managing cron jobs, something as mundane as that. So most of these tasks, like I said, it's better to run them in a playbook if you can, but sometimes it's more important just to run the command and get the data or results right away. And also, if you have a monitoring system in place, usually it's better to just use that monitoring system to see things like resource usage or log patterns and things like that. But there are times when the monitoring system has problems and you still got to go into the servers individually. And using Ansible for it is a lot easier. So the first thing that is useful for this to demonstrate how it works is, again, I'm going to rely on Vagrant and VirtualBox. You can use Vagrant with other systems too, but it's nice to be able to use Vagrant to build a server to test on. Vagrant can also manage multiple servers locally or in the cloud or anything through the Vagrant file. So I'm going to show you how to do that today. We're going to set up, and I don't actually have the graphics on my computer with me here, but I'll show you in the picture here if I can get it aligned. Whoops, I need to move my mouse so I can see. So we're going to set up a system like this where there's one database server and two application servers, and we're going to do that using a Vagrant file. So I'm going to go in here and open up. Need to change my windows here on my other screen so I can actually see what I'm doing and make sure I'm not messing things up or putting something somewhere you can't see it. So I'm going to go into my downloads folder, and I'm going to make a directory for this project called ad hoc and go into it. And then I'm going to create a Vagrant file. So again, to do that, you can just say Vagrant init, and then the box that I'm going to use is Gearling Guy CentOS 7. And someone I think asked, where can I find boxes to use? And that is, you can go to Vagrant, I think it's Vagrant Cloud. I maintain a number of boxes, but Vagrant Cloud has a listing of all the boxes that are available. I have boxes for Ubuntu 20, CentOS 8, CentOS 7, Debian 10. I tend to work with CentOS, Debian, Ubuntu, and sometimes Fedora for my project. So in Vagrant, I maintain those boxes. I also maintain images in Docker that have Ansible installed on them. And so you can use those as well. But let me go back here. And Vagrant Cloud, you can search through it and find boxes for almost any platform in the world. Mark says, long live Vagrant. Yeah, it's kind of, it's been around for a decade or so, just like it's a little older than Ansible, in fact. And it's still extremely useful. A lot of people have moved on to other systems and tools, but in the end, we're managing servers, and that's what Vagrant does too. So I like to use it along with Ansible for a lot of my testing and exploration work. So I've created this this Vagrant file. So I'm going to open this folder up. SUBL is a shortcut for Sublime, and on the Mac you can give it a directory, and it will pass that directory into that command. And Sublime lets me open up this project in Sublime. So here's the Vagrant file that was just created. I'm going to delete a lot of this extra junk that I don't need, all these comments, and we're going to set up the configuration for this so that it will work a little bit more easily for our testing purposes. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say config.ssh.insert key equals false. Usually what Vagrant will do is it will insert a created SSH key into the virtual machines for a little bit of security. For my testing purposes, a lot of times I ignore that and just use the insecure key that comes with Vagrant, just because they're going to be local machines that nobody's going to access outside of my own computer anyway. And then I'm also going to turn off the synced folder. Vagrant by default, synced folder dot. Vagrant by default has it sets up a synced folder that's the current working directory into the folder Vagrant inside the VM. And sometimes that can cause issues. And if you don't need it, I wouldn't enable it. So I often do this in my test playbooks as well. And then I'm going to set up some VirtualBox options. Since I'm going to have multiple machines, I don't want them to have a ton of memory, because then my computer, which is already straining from doing this live stream, as you can see from the CPU gauge up here, it's going to run out of memory and be even worse. So I'm going to set config.vm.provider VirtualBox. So this is setting up things for VirtualBox. Do v.memory equals 256 megabytes and v.linked clone equals true. This is this linked clone thing is kind of a micro optimization. It lets you build machines a little more quickly. Instead of creating a separate virtual machine from scratch, it can create one, and then it can kind of link a clone of that. So it's a little faster to start them up. If you don't do that, it's not the end of the world. It's a little bit slower. So now we've told Vagrant about all the things that we want our machines to do. Now we need to define 3 different servers. So I'm going to say app server 1, and I'm going to define that with config.vm.define, not divine, define. App 1, I'll call it. Do app 1. Oops, I can't type today. There we go, app 1. And I'm going to give it a host name and give it an IP address. So I'm going to say app. Actually, I'm going to just call it app instead of app 1. App.vm.hostname equals work for orchestration. App1.test. And then I'm going to give it a network, an IP address. So I'm going to say app.vm.network, private network. I can't type again. IP is 192.168.60.4. That's going to be a private network that only runs on my local machine, but lets me communicate with the VMs through the networking that Vagrant sets up with VirtualBox. So I have app server 1, and I'm going to copy this out and make 2 more servers. One is app server 2, and one will be the database. So I'll say app server 2. This will be app 2, work app 2. And you might also wonder why I use the test domain. I used to use .local back a long time ago, but there were some issues with that. Sometimes macOS versions would use the .local root domain to do some special things, and that could screw things up. Some applications and VPNs and things would use that. So I stopped using that, and I started using .dev. Well, a few years ago, Google actually bought the rights to .dev, and so .dev started having issues in certain scenarios. So now I use .test because .test was officially set up to be like a local testing environment root domain. So most of my examples nowadays use .test in them because it's just easier to work with that. And you're not going to run into weird DNS issues like you could in other cases. So I have app1, app2, and this is going to have the IP address .5. Vagrant can actually automatically set IP addresses, but I'm doing this because I want Ansible to interact with them a little more easily. So I'm going to say DB. So this will be database server, DB server. And this will be DB and .6. All right, so I have this Vagrant file set up. It's going to set up VMs using the CentOS 7 box. I turned off the synced folder that comes with Vagrant by default, set the VMs to use 256 megs of RAM just to save my computer from dying because it's about ready to die. And I'm setting up three different VMs, app1, app2, and DB. And I'm going to run Vagrant up, and that's going to start these 3 VMs. So it takes a few minutes, especially if you've never downloaded the CentOS 7 box yet. It has to download that, and it looks like I have an error. App, what do I have here? 930. Oh, DB, because I called it DB right here. So do that. Let's run Vagrant up again. And it's going to, just like last week, it's going to download the box if you don't have it, and then it will start up 3 VMs in this case. Last week, we just started up 1, but this week, we're going to set up 3. Later on in the book, there's a few examples that set up like 5 or 6 different things. And yeah, and Aaron just mentioned, the hard thing with these streams is that because my computer's a bit slower, there's a couple reasons for it. OBS wants the software I use to stream these things wants as much CPU and GPU as possible. I have a MacBook Pro 13-inch, and it's a 2016, and it doesn't have the fastest of everything. I even bought the non-touch bar version because I hate the touch bar. And so OBS kind of takes up all that CPU and stuff, and it adds on maybe 5 to 10 seconds of delay in the stream. And then YouTube, its little thing that runs in the background, it's also using up some of the CPU, and it seems to cause another 15 to 20 seconds of delay. So everything I say, it's 30 to 45 seconds before someone on the stream sees it, and then someone might react to it and leave a chat message. And then I'm sitting here and and in this case, Aaron found the issue after I fixed it, but I hadn't really fixed it yet in real time. So good job, Aaron. You get a thumbs up or something. Actually, Oliver just gave you thumbs up. So good job. While it's bringing up these machines, I'll talk a little bit more about how we're going to connect to them. With the example from earlier, we had, I think it was just one server, and we called it, what was it? That was installing Ansible. We did a lot in the last video in a short amount of time. But in the last one, we just set up one server, and we let Vagrant connect to it using Vagrant's generated inventory, which you can do. We could have an Ansible playbook that runs in here, and Vagrant will intelligently create a temporary inventory file and pass that into Ansible through the background. But we're not going to do that in this case. We're going to create our own inventory describing all these servers. So I'm going to create a new file and call it inventory. Man, even saving a file is slow right now. Inventory. And note, I've never tried doing this during a live stream, so I don't even know if the live stream is going to continue working throughout all this. But I'm going to create an inventory file, and any line in the inventory file that begins with a hash or pound is a comment line. So I'm going to comment that these are going to be the application servers, and we'll call them app. That'll be the group. Again, inventory groups are in the square brackets. And last week, I know some people were discussing inventory file formats. Typically, I start out with this format, which is the INI style inventory format. It's the oldest format that Ansible's had. And the basic style is you have a group in brackets, and then you have servers listed. So like 192.168.60.4, and the other one is .5. And then you have database server, and that's DB. So the group is going to be DB, and it's .6. So this is like the INI style. You can also do YAML, and there's other ways as well that you can set up inventory for Ansible. A couple of those ways we'll get into in later chapters. We don't want to get too bogged down with inventory right now. The main thing that I'm trying to show is how you can just tell Ansible, hey, I have these different servers and they're in different groups, so I can work with them different ways. So the next thing that we're going to do, though, is setting up two groups like this lets us operate on app servers or DB servers. But what if we also want to be able to operate on all the servers? Like, let's say Heartbleed happens and we need to upgrade all the servers to the latest version as soon as possible. And thanks, Oliver. That's crowdsourced me a new MacBook Pro. That would be pretty awesome. I've been considering, so the new MacBook Air just came out, and it's faster than this current MacBook Pro, the CPU at least. But I have been thinking about getting the 15-inch at some point, just because it has a dedicated GPU that might work a little bit better with OBS, and it's just faster for everything, video editing, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I can't complain too much. This computer's been great. The worst part was when the battery started expanding, because this was the recalled MacBook Pro. One morning I came to my computer and I grabbed it, and the entire keyboard was kind of bowed about like this, and the space bar was like this, and the screen was also starting to bend a little bit. And I found out after the fact. I had brought it into Apple and they replaced it. It was like 5 days out of service. After the fact, there was a recall a few weeks later on the MacBook Pro for expanding batteries, and that's always fun. They said it can expand so much that it explodes. Luckily, mine did not do that. But we want to be able to operate on all these servers, and there's not a way in the Ansible ad hoc command to say like operate on these two groups that's easy and not clumsy. So I can actually make another group. I'm going to call it multi. And in the syntax, I can use a colon and say children. And that's a special thing that tells Ansible that this group is going to be a group of groups instead of just a group of servers. So I'm going to say this group has all the servers. And I'm going to say app and DB. So when you use children like this, you can give it different groups, and it will put those groups together. And then also to connect to the servers, if you're using just the username that's your normal logged in user, so mine is like Jay Geerling, I think. Yeah, it's Jay Geerling. And you have your SSH key in your SSH keychain, or if you have it in your default location, that's great. But for this case, I'm going to define the SSH user that Ansible is going to use, as well as the SSH key that it's going to use, because Ansible can't auto discover them, and the key is not in my SSH keychain right now. So I'm going to do that by giving the variables to this multi-group, and to do that, I'm going to say variables for all the servers, and I'm going to put them into multi-vars. And the first one is Ansible SSH user, and I'm going to set that to Vagrant. So this variable tells Ansible what user to use, and similarly, there's Ansible SSH private key file, and Vagrant by default creates, as I said earlier, I use this option to turn off the insert key thing. If you have this on, then Vagrant's going to create a random key in a place on your system, and you'd have to find where that is using Ansible's SSH or Vagrant's SSH config command. But I'm just going to use the default key that comes with Vagrant, and that's in home folder.vagrant.d/insecure private key. So this is my inventory file, and I can use this